Chapter 1. Unbelievable. I was merely speaking. The ultimate slash of the 5 elements of the Aurora sword. The bending of wood, the concealment of water, the fierce rock of fire and earth, the solemnity of metal. Wu He stood in his room, brandishing the battle-worn Aurora sword he had purchased with 9 hands. He shouted energetically in sync with the storyline playing on his computer. At the age of 26, he embodied the whimsical fantasies of a 5 or 6-year-old. This predicament was hardly surprising after all. He had just experienced a breakup, been laid off, and was an orphan, devoid of parents or siblings, a quintessential example of a young man with no prospects. Alone in his rented room, he unleashed his frustrations with unrestrained roars, pouring forth the emotions of his solitary existence. Simultaneously, he took a swig from a large green bottle, the flush on his face and the bravado in his mouth contrasting with the sword he wielded, which danced through the air like a gust of wind. Heaven, grant me an opportunity, one shall surely carve my path to divinity with the Emperor's armor in any realm. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu He, feeling drowsy, collapsed onto his bed, yet his grip on the sword remained unyielding. The blade pointed towards a poster on the wall. 2 moons in the sky. A rare phenomenon. 8 stars in alignment to sight, seldom witnessed. A meteor from the sun illuminated the entire night of the Dragon Kingdom, striking a window directly. In that instant, the world lost 1 refugee, but gained a lifeless body. Wu He rubbed his bleary eyes, the piercing light breaking through the darkness. A breathtaking azure sky, unlike anything he had ever seen, unfolded before him. Doubtful, he rubbed his eyes again, only to be astonished to find his hands appeared remarkably youthful. Simultaneously, he pinched the inner thigh of his leg forcefully, a wave of sharp pain confirming a chilling reality. Oh heavens, I was merely jesting. How did I truly traverse realms? Wu He surveyed his surroundings and probed his mind for memories, utterly bewildered about his location. If I must have crossed over, at least inform me where I am. Though at a loss for words, he attempted various methods to summon his hidden potential, yet met with silence. Just as despair began to settle in, he heard the shouts of several children outside his small dwelling. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind, akin to a tidal wave. Wu He mused inwardly. This is indeed a trigger-type memory. After a brief moment, he had digested most of the memories, which included a few companions, fundamental life knowledge, and a glimpse of the worldview. Wow! Oh heavens, you are truly benevolent to have brought me to the Douluo continent. Fortunately, my martial soul has yet to awaken, and the great war between the 2 empires and the martial soul hall has not commenced. I still have a chance. As Wu He reveled in his daydream, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang by a leading child. Hey, hurry up. Grandpa Village Chief wants us to gather at the square. The snot-nosed child, leading his peers, dashed into the room and called out to Wu He. Without hesitation, Wu He sprang from his bed and followed them outside. Dressing? A mere illusion. After all, as a member of a destitute household, I possess only 2 thin garments. In truth, this village lacks even an official name, as the children here are all unfortunate souls without parents. Nonetheless, these little waifs are the progeny of the Soul Master Legion of the Tiando Empire. Each year, a number of children are brought here, all offspring of Soul Masters, and thus it is quite likely that they awaken with innate soul power. It is precisely for this reason that the Empire has designated this village to care for these war orphans. However, awakening as a Soul Master is not guaranteed after all. The parents of these orphans are mostly ordinary Soul Masters, with the most formidable among them merely holding the rank of a Soul Master Captain. Consequently, some children may awaken without any soul power, ultimately remaining in the village to care for their peers. Over time, this village has earned the endearing title of Brotherhood Village. Wu He trailed behind a group of young children as they arrived at the square, gazing out over the sea of people, a cacophony of noise enveloping the atmosphere. Although the crowd had yet to surpass 1,000, it was certainly packed with 400 to 500 individuals. According to the recollections of past narrations, during each awakening period, only 10 of the children lack soul power or possess pitifully low levels of it. Those with innate soul power below level 3 are categorically rejected by the primary Soul Master Academy. For Soul Masters of such low caliber, the pace of cultivation is as sluggish as a snail, requiring at least 40 years to advance to Soul Sovereign and the prospect of ever reaching Soul Commander in their lifetime is nothing short of a whimsical dream. Thus, it is more prudent to allocate resources towards those with slightly greater potential, who may one day join the Imperial Army and perhaps become part of the Core Legion. As this orphanage belongs to the Tiando Empire, It is no surprise that numerous Grand Soul Masters have come to assist the children in their awakening, with their numbers exceeding a dozen. Various types of Soul Masters dazzle the audience with remarkable displays, planting seeds of future aspirations in the hearts of many children and illuminating their paths forward. Before long, the awakening ceremony commenced in a fluid and orderly fashion. One by one, children resembling little turnips stepped forward to awaken their respective martial souls, subsequently proceeding to the crystal ball behind the Grand Soul Masters. To test their soul power, the children were systematically categorized and arranged according to the level of their innate soul power. However, despite their stationary postures, the children could not resist the urge to compare themselves with one another, engaging in playful antics. Particularly when they noticed someone with a lower soul power, a sense of pride would swell within them. Conversely, when they perceived another's martial soul as less impressive than their own, an uncontrollable urge to boast would emerge, rendering the scene lively and animated. Unbeknownst to them, the line eventually reached Wu Hei. At this moment, to claim that he was not anxious would be an outright falsehood. Just moments ago, he had witnessed several girls awaken their Chinka grass martial soul, with their innate soul power merely at level 1, immediately retreating to a corner of the line, weeping softly. For them, the aspiration to break through level 25 in this lifetime seemed an unattainable luxury, given the exceedingly low quality of their martial souls. Before Wu Hei stood a female soul master of the auxiliary system, whose martial soul was the ninefold resurrection grass. With each ring, she could add an additional life and enhance healing effects by 50%. Now, she had reached the third ring, and her healing capabilities were indeed remarkable, leaving Wu Hei momentarily dazed. Following the woman's steady instructions, Wu Hei slowly extended his left hand. Under the influence of the soul power guiding a ray, he vaguely sensed a force within him yearning to burst forth. Relax, do not resist, allow it to flow naturally. Her voice rang clear and steady, like a refreshing spring, gradually soothing Wu Hei's tension. Before long, a five-colored array slowly manifested above Wu Hei's left hand, and simultaneously, the name of this martial soul emerged in his mind. Light and Shadow 5 Elements Array, Chapter 2, Innate Full Soul Power. Chapter 3, Stringent Requirements for Soul Rings. Chapter 4, Millennium Green Wind Feathered Eagle. Chapter 5, Wind Eagle Armor. Fusion. The raging soul power surged within Wu Hei like a tumultuous tide. As time slipped away, a main vein eventually connected to Wu Hei's martial soul, resembling a bridge. However, at the moment of contact, the Light and Shadow 5 Elements Array surged forth wildly, like a runaway steed, with a torrent of soul power flooding into the martial soul. At this moment, Wu Hei's martial soul resembled an insatiable beast, greedily and swiftly devouring the soul power within his body. Concurrently, the core of the wood attribute within the martial soul began to glow like a brilliant star, charging and illuminating the surroundings. The martial soul array unfolded behind Wu Hei like a magnificent tapestry, and waves of overwhelming vitality, akin to a gentle spring breeze, enveloped him. The severed meridians rapidly healed at a visible pace, becoming increasingly resilient. As if forged from steel, Wu Hei's previously flushed skin gradually regained its tranquility, akin to a lake caressed by the spring wind. A faint green light emanated from his entire being, resembling a vibrant spirit unleashed upon him. Even the soul master standing before Wu Hei felt the extraordinary vitality, as if years of ailments had dissipated in the presence of such formidable life force. This lad possesses immense fortune. No wonder he dares to absorb a 2.5 times limit soul ring. The challenge of absorbing a 2.5 times limit soul ring is far from simple, requiring 100-fold effort and necessitating the safeguarding of a healing sage at the soul saint level to achieve a mere 50% success rate. With the wood attribute's restorative influence, Wu Hei navigated the delicate process of his meridians being strained and then healed, akin to walking a tightrope on a cliff's edge. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Old Huang, it's been 3 days. Our provisions are nearly exhausted, and the academy's time is running short. Why hasn't this lad recovered yet? Old Liu, let's wait a little longer. This boy's life energy is extraordinarily vigorous and is stabilizing. It should be soon, just a bit longer. Unbeknownst to Wu Hei, time had swiftly elapsed, while the other 6 had undeniably endured a protracted 3 days within the Soul Beast Forest. Despite being an imperial wildlife sanctuary, the peril it harbored was akin to a lurking tiger, presenting considerable danger. As another half-day slipped by, Teacher Liu, with the swiftness of a tempest, devoured the last pair of eagle wings, and could no longer contain himself, casting aside the bones. The soul power of Wu He erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, forming a formidable energy field that surged from his being at a purple soul ring, akin to a divine hand lifting the sun, elevated Wu He into the air, however. This ring did not radiate around his martial spirit like the stars encircling the moon, but rather specifically activated the focal point of the wood attribute. Yet, these details were trivial. What truly mattered was that Wu He had narrowly escaped with his life, and the group could finally flee the oppressive clutches of the forest and return to the warm embrace of their academy's bed. The petite girl with the dragon and phoenix bound martial spirit bounded over like a jubilant fawn, shuddering at the immense waves of powerful soul energy emanating from Wu He. The large soul master surnamed Lu strode over, his greasy fist striking Wu He's chest like a hammer. You truly have audacity, daring to provoke a 1,000-year soul beast. Had it not been for old Huang's insistence on remaining to protect you, you would have long since become a meal for the old wolf. Teacher Lu raised an eyebrow, signaling Wu He to express his gratitude to the soul master, old Huang. Wu He understood the unspoken message. Regardless of the rights and wrongs of the situation, it was evident that the soul master had resolutely chosen to remain with the team amidst perilous circumstances to safeguard him, and thus, a word of thanks was indeed warranted. Enough chit-chat, quickly unleash your soul skill for us to behold, as we prepare to return to the academy. Teacher Huang urged, his face flushed with excitement, prompting Wu He to hasten and test the newly acquired soul skill. After all, the first soul ring was a millennium-old and exceedingly rare occurrence. The effects of this soul skill were sure to be immensely powerful, and the anticipation among everyone was palpable. They all understood that Wu He's martial spirit was quite exceptional, classified by the Academy as a weapon martial spirit, which had released a vast amount of life energy upon absorbing the soul ring. Thus, everyone believed Wu He's martial spirit must be oriented toward support, and particularly potent at that. However, only Wu He himself comprehended that his martial spirit and soul skill effects were decidedly not supportive if not categorized as a strong attack. They must surely be of the agile assault type. Under the watchful gaze of his companions, Wu He wasted no words and directly summoned his martial spirit. The wood attribute focal point immediately assumed dominance within his sea of consciousness. Concurrently, Wu He gained the option to materialize his soul skill. The first option would manifest a summoning watch resembling winged eagle armor upon himself. The second, a one-time use would attribute crystal, would grant a wood or wind attribute soul master a singular opportunity to summon the wind eagle armor. Both options would last for 5 minutes, after which they would consume a staggering 95 of Wu He's soul power, leaving him with a mere 5 to sustain basic movement. With each additional spirit ring acquired, the duration of effects will be extended by 5 minutes, while the soul power consumption will decrease by 10. However, each time a soul skill is unleashed, one must choose between affecting oneself or others. Naturally, during the initial fusion, one must first indulge in the experience oneself. Under the enhancement of the spirit ring, a bizarrely shaped watch emerged from the wood elemental core of the martial spirit. In that moment, everyone was left in a state of shock. What on earth is this? 6 large question marks filled the minds of all present. In an instant, Wu He swiftly affixed the watch to his left wrist, and at that moment, the wood elemental core of his martial spirit transformed into a translucent emerald green orb. With utmost care, Wu He cradled the orb, scrutinizing it under the radiant sunlight, before gently inserting it into the watch. He then shouted with fervor, "Wind eagle armor, merge." In an instant, a brilliant blue armor descended as if from the heavens, enveloping Wu He's form. The silver accents glimmered like the Milky Way winding through the ocean, dazzling to behold, while the ruby-colored eye armor resembled a blazing flame, captivating all who gazed upon it. Most astonishing of all was the transformation of his height, which surged from a mere 1.3 meters to an impressive 1.8 meters, making him appear as a giant among his peers. Chapter 6. Unable to release the wind-piercing stab. "Oh my heavens, how extraordinarily cool!" exclaimed Master Huang, the soul master, as he lightly tapped the armor encasing Wu He. The muffled sound seemed to speak of the armor's impenetrable defense, but a gentle touch revealed a chilling sensation. And due to the fusion, Wu He was now half a head taller than Master Huang. Being looked down upon in such a manner imparted a strange sense of pressure upon the elder. However, being a seasoned, 3-ringed soul master, old Huang was not easily intimidated by a mere novice who had just attained his first ring. He led the way to an open space, signaling Wu He to engage in a sparring match. Wu He was acutely aware of the armor's capabilities, though he was uncertain of the formidable power it could display in this realm. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The two took their stances, readying themselves for combat. Old Huang, not daring to underestimate his opponent, summoned his martial spirit. A dry, yellow leaf floated leisurely downwards, and without a word exchanged, in the blink of an eye, their fists collided with the speed of lightning. In that singular strike, both gained a rough understanding of Wu He's strength. Soul Master Huang found it hard to believe that Wu He's martial spirit, combined with the spirit ring, could withstand 90% of his force. It is worth noting that this strength was without any additional soul skills. If it had struck an ordinary soul master, they would have been sent flying like a cannonball, without pause. Even more astonishing was their speed. Both moved the same distance towards each other, indicating that their initial velocities were nearly identical. Wu He's ability to meet his fist indicated that his reaction speed was as swift as the wind. However, it is essential to recognize that Lao Huang is a formidable three-ring soul master specializing in speed. In contrast, Wu He possesses a unique weapon spirit and is merely a one-ring soul master. Yet, through Wu He's perspective, the situation appeared entirely different. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the armor. Despite his uncertainty regarding his own strength, he was confident that its defensive capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. Soon as Wu He observed his teacher make a move, he swiftly sprang into action. Although he was slightly slower to initiate, he soon caught up, colliding his fist with his teacher's. Wu He exerted only a fraction of his strength, initially intending to assess the armor's defensive effectiveness. However, upon witnessing the gleam of surprise in Lao Huang's eyes, he immediately understood the depth of his teacher's astonishment. By the way, through this utterly unimpressive exchange of blows, Wu had come to a realization: his foundational punching power, after the merging of his armor, likely surpassed the limits of a basic soul master. Moreover, given that Lao Huang belonged to the agility-based attack category and had refrained from employing soul techniques, Wu could not definitively ascertain whether he had truly transcended the realm of soul masters. Nonetheless, Wu was elated. He understood that even if he had not genuinely surpassed a soul master, he had nonetheless achieved a remarkable leap across 20 levels. Such an extraordinary feat of progression was something he had never witnessed in any anime. Following their exchange of punches, the two swiftly separated, and Lao Huang was about to assist Wu in exploring other aspects. Wu swiftly raised his hand to halt the proceedings. "Teacher, our sparring is proving to be rather inefficient. I can only maintain this form for 5 minutes, so I would like to unleash all my techniques for your evaluation." Wu spoke candidly. Indeed, when it comes to the application of soul skills, even the same skill executed by different individuals can exhibit subtle variations. Each soul master is most aware of the potency of their own abilities. However, the power demonstrated by Wu has transcended the conventional limits of a soul master's might, necessitating the assistance of an outsider for a proper evaluation. Old Huang contemplated this reasoning internally, recognizing its validity. He then gestured for the others to disperse slightly, granting Wu some space, while also ensuring that everyone remained on high alert to guard against a potential ambush from the formidable soul beasts. Old Huang pointed toward a cluster of trees, indicating that Wu should proceed there to conduct his test freely. Wu much like Bruce Lee, danced lightly in warm-up, his armor colliding with one another, producing a crisp and melodious sound akin to a splendid symphony. First came the martial arts. In the blink of an eye, 2 trees that required the embrace of 2 individuals were reduced to mere saplings, as if ravaged by a tempest, effortlessly snapped by Wu He's fists and feet. The 3 young children barely grasped how swiftly Wu He had acted before the towering trees crashed to the ground. Even the 2 esteemed soul masters could only catch a fleeting shadow of the movements. Even Lao Huang, a formidable soul master of the agility class, could merely perceive the remnants of a punch and kick. Were he to attempt the same, even unleashing his 3rd soul skill, he could not match such velocity nor achieve the feat of severing 2 great trees with a single strike. Subsequently, Wu gently twisted the knob on the right side of his belt, and a faint, ethereal light curtain materialized before him. He raised his right hand and delicately touched the curtain, which shattered into emerald particles, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. These particles, in harmony with Wu breath and the wind, reformed into a hand crossbow at his wrist. A magnificent phantom of a giant eagle hovered above, exuding an aura of majesty. Without hesitation, Wu aimed at a distant tree, one that could only be encircled by 5 individuals. He unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, penetrating the heart of the great tree in an instant, from which emerged a century-old soul ring, poised to dissipate at any moment. Amidst the astonishment of all present, Wu He once again twisted the knob at his waist, and the crossbow's head transformed into a long sword in an instant. Wu He moved like a wraith, and in an instant, a towering tree that required 5 individuals to encircle was transformed into a neat stack of firewood. Each piece of wood was uniform in length and width, with edges that were impeccably smooth, as if they had been born that way, devoid of any splinters. The onlookers, having witnessed Wu Ye's display, hesitated for a moment, believing it had reached its conclusion. However, this was merely a brief lapse of confusion for Wu He. He was astonished to discover that the knob to his left had seemingly been enchanted, rendering it immovable. Despite having arrived at this crucial juncture, the release steps for both the Gale Thrust and the Gale Talon were vividly present in his mind, yet the lethal technique remained imprisoned, obstructing his thoughts. In desperation, Wu He resorted to alternative methods, experimenting with different weapons. With a mere thought, the Gale sword in his hand vanished without a trace. Replaced by the Gale ring he retrieved from his shoulders. He hurled the Gale ring into the distance with great force, and like arrows released from a bow, the 2 rings sped away. As they spun through the air, they resembled ferocious saw blades, effortlessly pruning the branches within a 500-meter radius. As if a meticulous landscaping had taken place, the entire process unfolded with the swiftness of a tempest, and in the end, the Gale rings obediently returned to Wu He's hand, as if they were well-behaved children. Chapter 7. Returning to the academy for a feast with the weapons prepared, Wu He silently counted down the time. In less than a minute, it felt as fleeting as a galloping steed. As Wu He experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, he conceived a remarkable technique and resolved to take a bold leap, eager to see if he could successfully execute it. The moment he relinquished his weapon, the tension that had gripped everyone finally began to dissipate. Each individual's inner world was distinct and varied. The 3 young children were simultaneously filled with envy and admiration, while the 2 esteemed soul masters regarded him with profound respect. Old Huang, the soul sovereign, was predominantly taken aback, and those who had not yet attained the rank of soul sovereign might have assumed that Wu He's accomplishments were merely on par with that level. However, in truth, Old Huang's understanding had been utterly transformed. He firmly believed that Wu He's current prowess surpassed the soul sovereign tier, having achieved the realm of soul sect. Yet, as they reveled in their internal tumult, Wu He suddenly dispelled his armor, rendering himself alarmingly frail, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Nevertheless, they all vividly recalled Wu He stating that the duration of his soul technique was 5 minutes, and yet, it appeared that even 4 minutes had not elapsed. The first to regain her composure was a young girl from Wu He's village, who, like a swift swallow, caught him just before he collapsed. 5 seconds prior, Wu He gazed intently at the dwindling minute, resolutely deciding to attempt the Zen seal. He gently placed his hands before his abdomen, palms pressed together in a rhythmic motion, softly reciting the incantation for the Zen seal. In the blink of an eye, the world around Wu He fell into an eerie silence. The rustling winds ceased, the chirping of birds faded, and the roars of beasts dissipated. Even the withered leaves floating in the air and the dust from sweat seemed suspended in time. However, Wu He soon realized that the energy of his armor had evaporated in an instant. The Zen seal lasted but 3 fleeting seconds, and he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness emanating from the ocean of souls, as if a vast reservoir of soul power had been abruptly siphoned away. This sensation was not merely one of physical weakness from the loss of soul energy, but also a dual depletion of mental and physical strength. Under this triad of exhaustion, the sense of powerlessness was almost unbearable for Wu He. Like a tempest, several individuals hastily returned to the academy with Wu He, while 3 teachers submitted the report on the students' soul ring acquisition. Upon learning that Wu He had indeed harvested a Millennium Soul Ring, the principal was left aghast, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "What did you say? You allowed a level 10 Soul Master to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring? Are you out of your mind?" The principal unleashed a torrent of furious reprimands upon the 3 teachers. "You are responsible for the 4 most exceptional students of this academy. If the students are foolish, does that mean you 4 are also devoid of sense?" The teachers stood frozen, resembling statues, afraid to move or even breathe. Just as the venerable soul master Lao Huang was about to offer an explanation, he was abruptly silenced once more. Thus, the trio endured over an hour of scathing rebuke, leaving the principal parched and exhausted. He grabbed a cup of water and gulped it down like a weary beast before regaining some composure. The vice principal, observing the three like deflated balloons, inquired, "Did you bring back the child's body?" Hearing this question, Lao Lu's face flushed with shame as he stammered, "And no, we didn't bring it back." The vice principal's fury erupted, his voice booming, "You wretches! How dare you? Just wait until I have you subjected to military law today." Rising to his feet, a formidable weapon appeared in his right hand like a bolt of lightning, and 5 soul rings shimmered around him like brilliant stars. The overwhelming pressure of his soul power bore down upon the trio, compelling them to step back involuntarily. "And no, what I meant was, he is not dead." Lao Lu hastily waved his hands, beads of sweat cascading down his face. He successfully absorbed the soul ring. "What?" The principal instantly seized Lao Lu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Repeat that." The anger on the principal's face remained, now intermingled with skepticism and disdain. Liang Yuan remained composed, asserting, "He truly isn't dead. He absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring and is currently resting in the student dormitory." The only female teacher among the three hurriedly provided an explanation. Upon hearing her words, the dean's anger diminished slightly, allowing them to be released. He commanded the trio to recount the events in detail once more. The three recounted every nuance with vivid expression, after which the 2 deans fell into silence. The dean remained quiet, and the 3 dared not utter another word. After a moment of contemplation, the vice dean spoke, instructing, "You 3 may return now. Proceed to the military department to collect 300 military rods, and serve a penalty of 3 months. Bring that boy to see me tomorrow." Upon receiving their orders, the 3 hastily departed, fearing that even a moment's delay would result in doubled punishment. No sooner had they left than the 2 deans began to converse. Wu Yi lay in his dormitory, motionless for an entire day, his physical, spiritual, and mental energies nearly replenished. However, his stomach had long begun to growl with hunger. In a flash, he dashed to the dining hall of the academy, where he commenced devouring his meal with an insatiable fervor. His manner of eating resembled that of a famished ghost reincarnated. Within moments, the empty plates beside him had formed 3 small mountains. His stomach appeared as an abyss, with food continuously disappearing into it, yet it showed no sign of becoming round and full. One could only wonder where all the dishes had vanished to. His gluttonous display attracted numerous onlookers, including chefs from the kitchen, who could not resist the temptation to emerge and witness the spectacle. Rumors spread that a voracious soul beast had arrived in the dining hall, voraciously annihilating all the dishes before it. For 2 hours, Wu Yi indulged himself at the buffet, devouring half of the dining hall's provisions, before finally departing with a contented pat on his round belly. Were it not for his signing of the Empire's elite talent agreement, which afforded him complimentary meals and lodging, this feast would have cost him 500 to 600 gold soul coins, an expense he could hardly afford. Remarkably, he had consumed enough to deplete the dining hall stock for half a month. With a leisurely demeanor, he picked his teeth with a toothpick, swaying as he exited the dining area. At that moment, a messenger teacher hurried over to inform him that the dean was seeking him and requested his immediate presence in the dean's office. Upon hearing this, the recently satiated Wu Yi was utterly bewildered. What could this possibly be about? Was it due to his absence from evening study yesterday, or perhaps the excessive feasting? Surely, the school couldn't be so intolerant. Although his mind was a whirlpool of confusion, he marched bravely towards the dean's office, emboldened by the courage bestowed upon him by the Wind Eagle armor. Shortly thereafter, he encountered 3 familiar figures standing awkwardly at the door of the dean's office, resembling students caught daydreaming in class, now punished to stand in the corridor. Chapter 8. Reluctant Engagement. Teacher Huang, what are you 3 doing here? Wu Yi, with a toothpick in hand, approached the trio, among whom the female teacher blushed and refrained from speaking. "Enough with the nonsense, hurry inside," old Huang exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Wu Yi, causing a sharp pain to surge from the torn wound on his posterior. Wu Yi swiftly entered the office, turning to make a playful face at old Huang, yet missed the mark. Within the office, an energetic elder sat upright in the main seat, while beside him, another dignified elder exuded a commanding presence. Wu Yi felt a profound sense of unease, whether before his transmigration or now. The sight of an elderly gentleman with the unmistakable air of a disciplinary director sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him to wonder if he had erred in some way. He had closed the office door himself, and at this moment, he regretted not having invited the arrogant old Huang to serve as a shield. In the room, apart from the two deans, he was utterly alone, filled with remorse. He had encountered the elder seated in the main position when he was completing his enrollment procedures. At that time, the man had beamed like a blooming flower, exuding the demeanor of someone coaxing a child, persuading Wu He to sign the talent contract. The vice dean beside him was a stranger to Wu He, a fact that piqued his curiosity. "Ah, young Wu, is it? May I call you little Wu?" The vice dean seemed to sense the atmosphere was too somber and thus broke the silence. Wu He had no qualms about the first part of the address, but the term little Wu was intolerable to him. "Very well, but please refrain from calling me little Wu. Instead, you may call me Yi." Observing the radiant smile on Wu He's face, the vice dean's expression darkened, realizing this young lad was quite the clever one despite his tender age. "Well then, Yi, I have heard you successfully absorbed a millennium-old soul ring. Would you be so kind as to showcase it for the esteemed dean?" The vice dean's face was adorned with a kindly smile. This mischievous old man, intent on having me call him grandfather at first meeting, Wu He silently grumbled to himself. However, he found himself with no choice but to comply, extending his right hand as his martial soul, like a slumbering giant, gradually awakened and manifested. To his surprise, the millennium-old purple soul ring floated above the wooden element's core like a solitary dancer, an extraordinary sight indeed. Typically, once absorbed, a soul ring would cling faithfully to the martial soul like a devoted guardian. Vice Dean Liang swiftly entwined his hands with soul energy, cautiously initiating contact with Wu He's martial soul. This method resembled a mysterious ritual, yet direct contact with another's martial soul was undoubtedly a grave breach of etiquette. However, such intimate engagement was customary only among elders and their highly esteemed juniors, particularly in the case of Wu He, who had absorbed a soul ring of unusual age, necessitating a thorough examination of the foundational state of his martial soul. After an hour of diligent work, the vice dean finally confirmed that Wu He's martial soul was without issue. Yet, the enigma of the soul ring solely adhering to the soul remained unresolved. Nevertheless, through their continuous dialogue, the vice dean astutely discerned a detail. Wu He's soul eye, adorned with the soul ring, gleamed like the most resplendent star in the night sky, radiating a brilliance surpassing that of the other core elements. Moreover, it appears that the future additional soul rings will function akin to precise navigational instruments, accurately locking onto distinct soul orbs, and these soul rings must correspond to the elemental soul beasts from which they are derived. It seems that what Xiao Huang and the others asserted holds true. The martial souls have indeed never exhibited any signs of fragmentation. Dean Liang is deeply gratified by this revelation. Next, we shall proceed to the training arena to assess the strength of your soul skills and observe whether they truly possess the remarkable qualities as claimed. In a departure from his usual solemn demeanor, Dean Liang's hearty laughter resonated throughout the entire office like a resounding bell. Having said this, Dean Liang tucked Wu He under his arm and was about to step out. Wu He was suddenly taken aback, flailing his arms and legs in a state of panic, exclaiming, "No, please. I have no desire to fight." Wu He has gained a considerable understanding of his own abilities, particularly the passive feedback of soul skills from his martial spirit. More importantly, he is currently loath to endure once more the sensation of utter weakness. After all, that feeling is akin to being forsaken by the world, enveloped in solitude and helplessness, breeding a profound despair. I am aware of your concerns. There is no need to dwell on them. Our esteemed Dean's son is a healing-type soul master, having already attained the formidable rank of Soul King at level 59, merely a step away from becoming a Soul Emperor. Dean Liang exudes confidence and audacity, as if the powerful Soul Emperor were but an extension of himself. Wu Yi gazed in astonishment at Dean Sin, as it was the first time he had heard of a healing-type auxiliary soul master assuming the prestigious role of an academy head. Furthermore, their institution was a fusion of primary and intermediate levels, where typically, the position of dean was occupied by a formidable attack-type soul master. The academy head is not only the pinnacle of the institution's management, but also a symbol of its martial prowess. Thus, it could be surmised that Dean Sin's strength must surpass that of the average combat-oriented soul master. In this manner, Wu Yi was swiftly escorted to the training ground by the exuberant Dean Liang, amidst the astonished gazes of passing students and faculty. Observant onlookers noted the usually stern vice Dean Liang seemed unusually jubilant, reminiscent of a child. However, The greater intrigue lay in the identity of Wu He, who had captivated the vice dean's attention to the extent of a personal escort to the arena. As the news spread like wildfire, an uproariously humorous rumor took flight. Have you heard? The new student Wu He is set to challenge the formidable Hammer King, Dean Liang. What? Dean Liang is going to thoroughly trounce Wu He simply because his first ring is a Millennium Soul Ring? Unbelievable. Who would dare absorb 1,000-year soul ring as their first? Wouldn't that lead to an instantaneous explosion? Various bizarre speculations flourished, and it wasn't long before the training ground was teeming with spectators. Were these idlers truly skipping class to witness the spectacle? Dean Liang surveyed the throng of students who had gathered to observe the duel. At that moment, someone even initiated a betting pool, with options primarily concerning whether Wu He could last a few exchanges against Dean Liang. Among the bets, one audacious wager of 1,000 to 1 suggested Wu He would defeat Dean Liang. It was utterly insane, 1 ring against 5, and yet, someone had actually placed a bet. A charming girl, her back adorned with a dragon and phoenix bow, wagered a gold soul coin. Wu He found himself at a loss. How had this turned into a combat competition? However, there was no turning back now. He had to face it head on. Chapter 9, The Battle with Director Liang, So Let It Be. Wu He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous fluttering of his heart, akin to a startled deer. After all, he sought to seize this opportunity to hone his combat skills. It is worth noting that the combat techniques class was not something within reach for someone at his level, and having a Soul King as a sparring partner was an opportunity rarer than a celestial ascent. Director Liang stood before him like an immovable mountain, their distance set at 10 meters, locked in mutual gaze. With a subtle smile, Director Liang gently flicked his right hand, and a heavy dragon staff materialized in his grasp as if conjured by magic. His right foot lightly touched the ground, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, and 5 soul rings emerged beneath him, unfolding like layers of a blossoming lotus. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Particularly striking was the black soul ring, its power radiating like a surging tsunami, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of the 80 spectators present. The inky black of the soul ring was adorned with a faint glow, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. In close proximity, the pressure it exerted upon Wu He felt as if Mount Tai were bearing down upon him. From the initial composure of Wu He to the moment of furrowed brows when the ominous black soul ring manifested, it felt as though an immensely heavy mountain had abruptly descended upon his shoulders. Wu He felt as though he were a monkey firmly trapped beneath the weight of Wuzishan, possessing a spirit of rebellion, yet lacking the strength to resist. In a fleeting moment, his martial soul unfurled behind him like the resplendent tail of a peacock, and instantaneously, he sensed a slight alleviation of the burden on his shoulders. Finally granted a brief respite, Wu He silently lamented his predicament. For the disparity between the Soul King and the Soul Master was indeed as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. My martial soul is the dragon's hammer, a formidable attack-type Soul King at level 58. The blunt weapon, held by Dean Liang, emitted a resonant clang, spinning like a mighty dragon emerging from the sea. The obsidian-hued weapon radiated an extraordinary silver sheen as it whirled, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, showcasing its sharpness. Observing Dean Liang's self-introduction, Wu He could not remain indifferent. The purple soul rings, resembling a graceful purple butterfly, flitted forth from the core of the wood elemental array, delicately suspending themselves around Wu He. The appearance of the purple soul rings was akin to a brilliant meteor traversing the night sky, instantly provoking gasps of astonishment from the audience. It was indeed a first-ring millennium. How astonishing! My martial soul is the shadow and light 5 elements array, and I am momentarily recognized as a level 16 weapon soul master specializing in agility. Wu He paused, awkwardly scratching his head as he spoke. It is what it is. It is not what it is not. What do you mean by momentarily? Dean Liang chided with a smile. Enough. Let me see what is unique about your soul skills. Very well, Wu He declared with a firm voice. Come. At that moment, the wood elemental array within the shadow and light 5 elements array surged forth like a valiant warrior, assuming its rightful position, while the purple soul rings adorned him like an exquisite cloak. Suddenly, a finely crafted blue wristwatch, reminiscent of a gleaming sapphire, emerged from the core of the array, landing steadily in Wu He's right hand. A soul-guiding device? Dean Liang exclaimed. In his youth, although lacking in strength, Dean Liang had traveled extensively, acquiring knowledge that surpassed that of his contemporaries. In this operation of the 5-in-1, Dean Liang had already made an astute guess, nearly hitting the mark with remarkable accuracy. The quintuple fusion soul technique primarily involves the release of a summoner, which is, in essence, the true manifestation of the martial soul. In other words, the quintuple fusion practitioner does not conform to the traditional archetype of a weapon soul master, but rather embodies the essence of a soul guide master. Wu He affixed the summoner to his left hand, and with a gesture of his right, the wood element's focal point transformed into a translucent crystal core coin, resembling a mysterious mirror. When illuminated by the sun, he appeared enveloped in a resplendent glow. The crystal core was integrated into the summoner, and sunlight streamed through its cover like a golden river, continuously infusing energy. The purple soul ring around Wu He pulsated with a flickering brilliance, as if performing an enigmatic dance. First soul skill, Wind Eagle Armor, Fusion. Upon command, the surrounding glow swiftly morphed into tangible form like agile sprites. The armor, predominantly deep blue, resembled the boundless expanse of the night sky, or a sacred domain beyond reproach, captivating in its beauty. As Wu He unleashed his soul skill, Dean Liang beckoned him with a wave and proclaimed, "Come, give it a try." "Very well, let us see what transpires." Wu He responded boldly, undaunted. In the face of a soul king, he did not approach with the same hesitance he had shown towards old Huang. Instead, he summoned the Wind Eagle Sword without reservation. In an instant, the air echoed with the fierce clash of metal, the rhythmic and continuous strikes reminiscent of a fervent battle drum, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Everyone stood in astonishment, unable to believe that Wu He could match Dean Liang evenly, even forcing him into a position of passive defense. Wind Eagle 100 strikes. In the grip of Wu He, the Wind Eagle Sword exhaled a torrent of blades akin to an erupting volcano, its relentless assault weaving an impenetrable net of attacks. Witnessing Wu He's ferocious onslaught, Dean Liang was inwardly astonished, having nearly succumbed to teacher Huang's assertions. This offensive was indeed terrifying, with rhythm and power that had undeniably reached the level of a soul king. Abruptly recovering from his shock, Dean Liang's soul energy surged like tumultuous waves, and he wielded the dragon's hammer with remarkable speed, resembling a raging dragon that directly repelled Wu He. With his fifth soul skill, Dragon's Hammer, Demonic Abyss, a square-shaped dual arena emerged like an indomitable fortress, enveloping the two combatants tightly within. For shadowy figures wielding dragons' hammers emerged from the soul skill's domain like phantoms, their eyes glowing crimson as if they were demonic entities, seemingly sent from the depths of hell. Good heavens, he's using his fifth soul skill right off the bat. I fear Wu He is doomed. The four avatars lunged toward Wu He like arrows released from a bow, targeting his legs, abdomen, hands, and head with predatory precision. Meanwhile, Dean Liang's true form remained just outside the arena, the dark energy of the platform barely extending to a step before him. Yet, in an instant, Wu He, wielding twin rings, darted out of the perilous zone like a startled hare. Just as everyone was momentarily entranced, believing the outcome was settled, Wu He performed a sleight of hand, switching his weapon with astonishing finesse. The twin rings were hurled like meteors, his hands gracefully positioned before his abdomen, and with a sudden clap, he unleashed the Zen seal, obliterating the shadowy avatars before they could even touch him. In the brief span of 2 seconds, half a minute of Wu He's armor's duration slipped away like sand through an hourglass. Yet, to the observers, his speed was as swift as lightning, and his attacks flowed seamlessly like water, devoid of any discord. Chapter 10. Fierce battle. The trial was over, and it was time for me to get serious. A voice, metallic and resonant, echoed from within the armor. Before Dean Liang could respond, the Wind Eagle ring, spinning like a top in Wu He's grasp, shot toward Dean Liang's throat like a bolt of lightning. Given that Dean Liang was dubbed the Old Demon Liang, it was evident that his teaching methods were as terrifying as those of hell itself. Thus far, no student had ever managed to approach him with the stealth of a specter. Dean Liang retreated with the swiftness of a gale, yet the dragon's hammer remained behind, an echo of his fleeting form. In a singular strike, Wu He merely struck at an afterimage. Upon realizing he had missed, he beheld Dean Liang retreating several meters like a specter. Wu He did not succumb to anger for missing his target. Instead, a subtle smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, graced his lips. Indeed, one must not underestimate the soul masters of this world. They are a group of individuals akin to relentless combat machines. All formidable warriors have risen through battles that resemble life and death duels. Their cultivation, combat techniques, and battle awareness honed through the crucible of real combat, forged as if in the furnace of steel. At present, Wu He relies solely on his familiarity with the capabilities of the armor and the combat power it compensates for. To put it plainly, he possesses a weapon as formidable as a Gatling gun, yet lacks the knowledge and ammunition to wield it effectively. He can only flail about like a child in battle, exuding an appearance of vigor while, in reality, it is rather ludicrous. If one strike fails, he attempts several more, seizing the rare opportunity to fully unleash the potential of his armored prowess. As the 5-in-1 advanced like a hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey, their upward thrust resembled a dragon emerging from the sea. Their diagonal slash was akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Their horizontal chops swept through the air like a gale scattering leaves, and their throat-cutting motion was as swift as a venomous snake springing from its lair. In stark contrast, Dean Liang appeared to navigate the situation with the ease of a leisurely stroll, showing no intention of employing his soul skills for defense. His martial spirit standing still like a statue firmly planted in the ground. Wu He felt as though he were a mere jester, a figure of ridicule, and recognized the futility of recklessly charging forward like a formidable soul master. Such behavior would squander the remarkable agility of the Wind Eagle armor. Akin to that of a soaring bird, he resolved to feign an attack. Should he fail to provoke Dean Liang into action, he would remain excessively passive. With less than 2 strikes distance separating him from Dean Liang, the gap felt as insurmountable as a chasm. Thus, Wu He resolutely abandoned his pursuit, launching the twin rings in his hands like shooting stars, executing a lethal X-shaped strike. Wu He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Dean Liang. The young lad intended to engage in a kite-flying battle. Dean Liang, a seasoned veteran, although the 3 teachers had not conveyed the precise duration of Wu He's armor, was well aware from his own experience that such soul skills, which significantly enhance combat prowess, do not last indefinitely. Thus, Dean Liang consistently evaded Wu He's frontal assaults, while Wu He, lacking in battle experience, failed to land a single hit even after a minute had elapsed. Observing Wu He's retreat, Dean Liang was determined not to allow him to truly create distance. He was already cognizant of Wu He's capability for precise long-range attacks. With soul power enveloping his hands, Dean Liang effortlessly deflected the dual rings, sending them aside. Simultaneously, he concentrated his soul power at the tip of his right finger, and the previously motionless dragon hammer shot towards Wu Yi's back with a resounding clang. Upon reaching the Soul King level, his control over soul power and mental prowess had reached remarkable heights, making the remote manipulation of his martial soul a simple task, especially since a martial soul functions akin to a third hand for a soul master. Upon hearing the sound, Wu He realized that Dean Liang was underestimating him. The military strategies accumulated over 5,000 years in China surpass any mere combat experience. The principle of retreating in the face of overwhelming odds, articulated in the 36 stratagems, advocates for a calculated withdrawal to reassess and seek new opportunities. By retreating, one can lure the enemy deeper, thereby finding an opportune moment to counterattack. As Dean Liang employed his martial soul to sever Wu He's escape route, he had already fallen into a trap, where the wisdom of the ancients prevailed over the folly of the present. At this juncture, the Wind Eagle ring, having circled around in Dean Liang's blind spot, was already making its return. The characteristics of the Wind Eagle armor are speed and opportunism, much like the eagle itself. Wu He feigned surprise upon realizing an ambush from behind, swiftly turning to shield himself with his arms, bracing himself to absorb a formidable blow. Wu Hui utilized the gliding capabilities of the Wind Eagle armor with an air of naturalness, simulating the illusion of being struck and propelled backward. However, enduring such a blow required considerable courage on his part, and fortunately, the armor's defense was sufficiently robust. To the majority of the audience, Wu Hui's animated flailing after being hit indeed appeared as though he had been caught off guard. Yet, to the discerning eyes of the more experienced spectators, Wu Hui's movements seemed rather clumsy. In other words, his intentions were too evident. His desire to approach Dean Liang's heart had never wavered. Certainly, those embroiled in the situation often fail to see clearly, and by the time Dean Liang grasped what was happening, Wu Hui was already upon him, sword in hand. Simultaneously, the Wind Eagle ring was in position, and Wu Hui was eager to ascertain whether Dean Liang would choose to advance or retreat in this critical moment. Little rascal, Dean Liang thought, summoning his martial spirit back into his grasp, while simultaneously unleashing his second soul skill. The dragon's roar flame shield manifested as a barrier of fire, effectively blocking the Wind Eagle ring that came hurtling toward him. When the ring collided with the fiery barrier, it emitted a resounding clang, akin to the sharp sound produced when metal strikes violently, igniting sparks. Although the ambush was thwarted, this did not signify the end of Wu Hui's frontal assault. He crouched low and thrust upward. For the first time in 3 minutes, Wu Hui had genuinely landed a strike on Dean Liang, albeit without inflicting any damage. Nevertheless, it elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, particularly from those senior students who had attended Dean Liang's classes. With a swift twist of the Wind Eagle's hilt, he seamlessly transitioned to the Wind Eagle crossbow. "Old man Liang, can you evade again?" Wu He shouted wildly, his hands ceaselessly in motion. As bolt after bolt struck the air above, hitting Dean Liang with precision, the explosions sending plumes of smoke swirling into the air. The rhythm of Wu He's assault conveyed an unwavering intent to maintain his position. The first soul skill, great, great, great. Suddenly, a square object pierced through the haze, manifesting in the sky above. "This is bad. Old Liang is serious now." Dean's son immediately rose, summoning a colossal tree from outside the arena, prepared for rescue at any moment. "After so many years, you are the first to dare address me as Old Liang." As the smoke dissipated, Dean Liang was enveloped in a protective shield of soul power. Although each of Wu He's strikes inflicted damage at the level of a Soul King, there exists a spectrum of strength among Soul Kings. It appeared as if he had landed a hit, yet in reality, it was merely a display of smoke without injury. The Dragon Strike staff descended with a powerful vertical chop, imposing in its presence but lacking in speed, allowing Wu He to evade effortlessly. Before he could savor his triumph, the Dragon Strike swept horizontally. Wu He attempted to dodge, but as he leaped, a whip-like kick struck his armor, sending him flying without a moment's notice. A diversionary tactic, indeed effective. Chapter 11. Inherited Teachings. "Old Liang, you lack martial ethics." Wu He sprang to his feet with the swiftness of a spring, assuming a defensive stance, inwardly lamenting the situation. This old fellow's capacity to learn was astonishingly rapid, akin to lightning. It was entirely his own fault for being naive, allowing himself to be blinded by trivial gains. Yet, for reasons unknown, his ultimate technique remained sealed, refusing to be unleashed. Wu He cast a reluctant glance at the remaining time of his armor, realizing that only a minute was left. Just moments ago, there had been a minute and a half. He was momentarily taken aback, eyes wide in astonishment. However, upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. The armor he summoned possessed combat power on par with the Soul King, and it was implausible that it came without any limitations. A skill such as Zen Seal, which transcends the rules of the world, requires a considerable amount of time to execute. Thus, it was only logical that the Wind Eagle armor, being an agile offensive type, would experience a reduction in fusion time after enduring excessive attacks in defense. As he observed the dwindling seconds, Wu He became acutely aware of the disparity in strength. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Nevertheless, Old Liang was already on guard. Attempting to employ the same tactic again would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Wu He-sen, filled with reluctance, possessed nearly equal combat prowess, yet lacked the corresponding strength and experience. In a moment of anxious contemplation, a thought struck him. Once, in a classic anime, there existed a remarkable technique capable of momentarily halting time, complemented by an offensive mode. Now, all he needed to do was to unleash the full potential of the Wind Eagle armor's speed. Wu He stood firm once more, facing Dean Liang. And with an air of youthful exuberance, he shouted, "Self-created soul skill, flash time technique, pseudo, Wind Eagle 100. His voice abruptly ceased. Flash, before his words fully dissipated. Dean Liang, poised to defend, was inundated by an overwhelming sense of peril, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. Despite Wu He being 10 meters away, the impending attack was inescapable, shadowing him relentlessly. The Dean's reflexes were akin to lightning. The first and second soul skills erupted like twin beams of resplendent light, instantaneously countering the deluge of assaults from all directions. However, in that fleeting moment, his soul power was severely drained, akin to a flood breaching its dam. After all, Wu He had exerted his utmost capabilities, uncertain of how long his armor could endure. Thus, each strike resembled a blazing meteor, representing the pinnacle of the armor's output. 3 seconds later, Dean Liang gasped heavily, half kneeling upon the ground, as if crushed by a mountain. Were it not for the dragon's staff clutched tightly in his grasp for support, he would have surely collapsed. 100 slashing attacks descended upon him like a tempest from every conceivable angle. Dean Liang was not primarily a defensive soul master. His techniques predominantly emphasized fierce offense. Now, forced into a defensive stance, not only was his soul power rapidly depleting, but his physical stamina was also being ruthlessly exhausted. "You little rascal," Dean Liang chided with a chuckle. "If only I were a decade younger, huh?" His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the air. He waved his hand, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features, akin to flowers blossoming in the spring. "You have emerged victorious." Wu Yi, clad in armor akin to a triumphant general, approached Dean Liang and seated himself. Yet, the moment he settled, the armor disintegrated like shattered ice, and he fell awkwardly to the ground. "Old man, I didn't win. I merely took advantage of the situation. It's a tie." Wu Yi's voice, though youthful, resonated with the clarity of a warbler emerging from the valley, imbued with a profound weariness. "Do you still expect him to yield to you?" Dean Liang retorted with a haughty push, his gaze ablaze like a raging inferno. "You lost. There is nothing to explain." His voice thundered, echoing like a tempest in the ears of all present. Slowly, Dean Liang rose, his figure towering like a majestic mountain, and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Wu Yi shall be under my personal tutelage. He will become my direct disciple." Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Dean's son was momentarily struck dumb, neglecting to release his healing soul technique. "Good heavens, the old demon Liang has actually been defeated," someone exclaimed, incredulity lacing their tone. "An unexpected turn," another murmured, still entranced by the recent upheaval. The student who had initiated the betting was particularly pale, having forgotten to close the betting window. Midway through, someone had raised the stakes to 1,000 gold soul coins for Wu Yi, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Once again, Wu Hai found himself utterly drained of soul power, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his being. The sensation of emptiness and weakness washed over him like a relentless tide. Before he could fully grasp the taste of helplessness, a soothing stream of soul power enveloped him, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing his veins, reaching every part of his body. The vitality of his spirit began to replenish slowly, reminiscent of a snail's laborious crawl. It was only then that Wu Hai languidly opened his eyes, realizing he had returned to the dean's office. Dean's son, shedding his usual stern demeanor, wore an expression as warm as the sun. In stark contrast, old Liang maintained his stern countenance, as if Wu Hai owed him a staggering debt. Observing old Liang's tattered dean's robe, one could easily mistake him for a destitute beggar. "From now on, you need not report to the classroom. Come here, and we will nurture you with great care." Hearing these words suggested he was to be given special attention. Yet Wu Hai almost believed it, had it not been for old Liang's ominous gestures, which seemed capable of breaking his fingers. Time flies like a fleeting horse, and the years passed swiftly like arrows. Wu Hai spent 5 joyful years at the academy, dedicating his mornings to the study of cultural knowledge and his afternoons to rigorous physical training. Upon reaching level 20, Elder Liang took Wu Hai to hunt a 20,000 year old Inchuan armored rhinoceros, thereby unlocking the black rhinoceros armor. This endeavor was fraught with peril, and with the assistance of Dean's son, he forcibly absorbed a soul ring, once again defying the established rules of soul ring absorption. However, the appearance of the black rhinoceros armor featured additional silver crystalline patterns, reminiscent of twinkling stars, enhancing its defensive capabilities. The sole shortcoming was that the armor's combat prowess remained at the Soul King level. Subsequently, Wu Hai embarked on an endless journey of aiding others in ascending ranks. Within the academy, he had completed all the cultural courses that the dean could teach, and he could only self-study in the library. Nevertheless, his daily physical training remained indispensable, and he also took on the additional responsibility of leading hunting expeditions. The once small girl who followed him had now blossomed into a graceful young lady, appearing distant and unapproachable from afar, yet transforming back into the familiar next-door sister when she approached Wu Hai. Having lived 2 lives, Wu Hai could easily discern her thoughts, but he found himself unsteady and reluctant to dwell on such matters. Chapter 12. The inaugural friendship exchange competition. "Mier, what brings you here?" Wu Hai inquired, his gaze tender and brotherly as he gently ruffled her hair. "Don't mess up my hair, I won't grow taller." Mier's cheeks flushed like a ripe apple as she quickly swatted his hand away, unwilling to let go of his grasp. "Dean's son summoned me, apparently for the Junior Academy exchange competition." Wu Hai immediately understood, having spent much time in the dean's office, where minor proposals were rarely concealed from him. This exchange event seemed to involve all junior academies within the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Royal Academy, where Wu He studied, was a merged institution comprising both junior and intermediate levels, making it the host for this gathering. Each academy was tasked with sending 3 students, and as the host institution, Dean Sun hoped Wu He would lead Mi-Er into the fray. In truth, even with just Mi-Er, they would be more than sufficient, as both had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Soul Master at level 29, with a mere 2 days of cultivation required to breach level 30. However, Wu He had deliberately suppressed his cultivation, and Mi-Er followed suit. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become the youngest soul emperors in history. Initially, Wu He did not harbor many thoughts regarding this exchange event. Over the years, he had been both a student and a teacher, nurturing numerous talents. Within the academy, a small circle began to form around him, almost resembling an exclusive society for prodigies, featuring several outstanding individuals. Which is why Wu He did not pay it much heed at that time. However, when Dean Sun announced that all junior soul master academies in Tiando were required to participate, Wu He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This implied that a certain individual might make an appearance. What's the matter with you? Observing Wu He lost in a daze with a silly grin, Mi-Er promptly shook him to bring him back to reality. Nevertheless, Wu He quickly regained his composure. It's nothing, just pondering some intriguing thoughts. Wu He quietly explained to Mi-Er, then turned to the silently sipping tea beside him, Director Liang. Old man, have you been plotting to send me off all along? Why didn't you give me a heads up beforehand? In response to Wu He's inquiry, Director Liang casually set down his teacup. Why should I inform you? You are not even a faculty member of the academy. I am merely notifying you in advance. Director Liang spoke with a sense of righteousness, but in truth, both were subtly probing each other. Wu He inquired whether there would be prizes for the exchange competition, yet it has never been mentioned to him. After all, Wu He is often seen trailing closely behind the 2 deans, making him the first student to be informed of the majority of significant matters within the academy. Dean Liang is certainly aware that Wu He had already learned about the upcoming friendly match, and calling him to participate is akin to presenting him with an award directly. It seems that the bonds of camaraderie have indeed grown tenuous. Wu He turned his head, adopting a sulky demeanor. However, Dean Liang paid him no mind. After 5 years of companionship, they had become as familiar as 2 peas in a pod. Realizing there was little to discuss, he dismissed Wu He and his companion. Yet, as the host, he did have some readily available information and materials at hand. As Wu He walked, he perused the information. This was the inaugural exchange competition, and although the format was not particularly complex, it was exceedingly ruthless. Mi-Er gazed at Wu He with a face full of confusion. What does this mean? The competition format comprised 3 segments: the elimination round, the points round, and the challenge round. Firstly, 36 teams from various academies participated. Yet the elimination rounds occurred simultaneously across 6 venues, with 6 teams engaging in chaotic battles within a maze. Ultimately, only 1 team could emerge victorious from each venue. This resembled the practice of raising venomous creatures. Only the strongest would survive. Following this was the points round, where the victorious team earned a point. The defeated team lost 2, and ties incurred no penalties, with rankings determined by total points. At first glance, the initial 2 formats seemed as simple as taking candy from a child, yet Mi-Er soon disowned a flaw. After the points were tallied, wouldn't the outcomes be glaringly obvious? Her charming and lively face was etched with perplexity, akin to a bewildered fawn. Not so. The elimination rounds were fraught with uncertainties, and many formidable teams could falter in their trials. Wu He, drawing from the perspective of an adult from his previous life, conducted a lucid analysis. Not all teams would behave like docile sheep. There would always be those who were unruly. Within the maze, should conflicts arise within a team, members might very well part ways and fight independently. Consequently, the teams that reached the center of the maze would inevitably be incomplete. An incomplete team would either be entirely vanquished or hastily assembled to confront the intact teams. Among those ultimately eliminated, some would undoubtedly harbor grievances. The rules of our academy are like a timely gift in the snow, granting these eliminated teams an opportunity to challenge the victorious teams in the points round. However, Mi-Er hesitated, as if a fishbone lodged in her throat. Are you suggesting that while it appears fair, it resembles an examination rather than a competition? Wu He, like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, articulated the unspoken discord plaguing Mi-Er's mind. Indeed, It was akin to offering a retake to those who failed an examination. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Mi-er experienced a profound epiphany, immediately laying bare the indistinct concerns that had troubled her. You are absolutely right. This is no mere friendly exchange. It is an entrance examination. Wu He abruptly set down the documents in his hand, suddenly coming to a realization. The Empire orchestrated this move to identify the prodigious talents that had been overlooked in society. He swiftly perused the materials and soon discovered the name of the Nottingham Junior Soul Master Academy. However, as he continued to skim through the pages, a frown creased his brow. What troubles you, he? The spirit of the Wuhuan alliance instantly tensed, unable to believe the information regarding the competitors. Surprisingly, the representatives sent by the Nottingham Junior Soul Master Academy were neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu. Wu He muttered to himself, this is impossible. Surely something must be amiss. By all accounts, Tang San and Xiao Wu should be in the same cohort as I, having both advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master. How could their academy possibly send 3 mere children of level 19 into battle? Unbeknownst to Wu He, the crux of the issue lies in the calendar he observed upon awakening in the village. He had always presumed that he and Tang San were among the same cohort of children awakening their martial souls. However, due to the fact that the neighboring village comprised solely orphans, there was little regard for tracking time, resulting in the continuous use of an outdated calendar. Upon careful calculation, it becomes evident that Tang San and Xiao Wu are likely already en route to Shrek Academy. Chapter 13. Establishing New Aspirations. Wu Hui meticulously perused the historical tomes within the library, his heart brimming with conviction that he had indeed traversed back to the era of the Tang dynasty. He mused to himself, could it be that a single timeline can harbor but one time traveler? Wu He racked his brains, unable to fathom where the misstep had occurred, and thus lay in his dormitory, lost in contemplation. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of something. In a sudden burst of realization, he sprang from his bed, seized the calendar from his desk, and dashed outside. After a considerable time, he returned to the dormitory, dejected, and collapsed onto his bed. What a fool I am, to have misinterpreted such crucial information. In truth, Wu He had long been aware of the upcoming friendly match, and he had been contemplating the prospect of meeting that esteemed time traveler. Consequently, he had meticulously restrained his own cultivation, for the disparity between a soul sovereign and a grand soul master was still quite significant on the surface. He had yearned to engage in a meticulously strategized fair duel with Tang San. Alas, due to a momentary lapse in attention, he had squandered this opportunity. Wu He swiftly adjusted his mindset. Having missed this opportunity, he resolved not to let the next slip away. He must hasten to enhance his cultivation, for in 3 years, he would undoubtedly participate in the continent-wide Soul Master competition. By then, he would not only have the chance to meet esteemed predecessors, but also to engage in duels with various formidable talents. Wu He gently tapped his cheek and stepped outside once more, determined to venture to the training grounds to diligently enhance his cultivation. As Wu He stepped outside, Mi-er promptly followed him. Over the past 5 years, the two had been inseparable, and Wu He had grown accustomed to Mi-er's presence. After a day of training, Wu He had only made a slight improvement in his cultivation, while Mi-er had already reached level 30. Initially, Mi-er had planned to wait until Wu He also attained level 30 before venturing forth together. However, this year she had taken on several prodigious young talents who required their first soul ring, and thus, half a month ago, Mi-er accepted a mission that necessitated hunting soul rings together. With her departure, Wu He felt a palpable sense of emptiness. The atmosphere around him had suddenly become much quieter. As evening descended, Wu He, akin to a resplendent star, entered the training arena. At that moment, the expansive arena was ingeniously divided into 6 labyrinthine battlegrounds. Though referred to as mazes, they resembled 6 distinct sanctuaries for cultivation. The academy had endowed each battlefield with the remarkable capability of mimicking a training ground, a grand gesture that undoubtedly revealed the institution's ambitious aspirations. Of course, for those youthful souls yet to experience the trials of society, witnessing these battlegrounds would likely ignite a fervor of excitement within them. Wu He pondered the 2 sets of armor he possessed. Although they prolonged the fusion time and diminished the depletion of soul power, they still fell short of fulfilling his desire for consecutive use. Ever since acquiring the Black Rhino armor, he had personally tested its limits and discovered that when his remaining soul power dipped below 50, he could not summon the next set of armor at all. According to this calculation, in order for Wu He to utilize the armor consecutively, he would need to attain at least the cultivation level of a Soul Emperor. However, by the time he reached such heights, would he still require armor that could only manifest the prowess of a Soul King to maintain his presence? With a resigned smile, Wu Yi could only express his helplessness. However, he faintly sensed that the power of the armor seemed to possess the potential for further enhancement. When he first acquired the Wind Eagle armor, its combat capability was approximately at the level of 51 or 52. After obtaining the second set, the Black Rhinoceros armor, his battle prowess soared dramatically by 2 levels. Following this pattern, once he gathers all 5 sets of armor, he would undoubtedly attain the strength of a Soul Emperor. As Wu Yi leisurely wandered through the training grounds, he eventually discovered a relatively spacious area that had yet to be occupied by the gathering. Without hesitation, he summoned the Black Rhinoceros armor. This armor resembled a war deity emerging from the depths of darkness, predominantly adorned in a mysterious and profound black hue, interspersed with resplendent blue and silver crystals that sparkled like the night sky, creating an atmosphere both chilling and formidable. The contours of the armor flowed like a graceful dragon, exhibiting a unique aesthetic of invincibility. The Black Rhinoceros armor bore but 2 weapons, the invincible meteor spear and the versatile silver arm shield. The latter was a striking contrast to the original water shield of the Black Rhinoceros armor, being twice its size. The shield, in shades of silver and black, prominently featured the head of a majestic rhinoceros. Its horns varied in size, yet both gleamed with a sharp luster. The smaller horn functioned as a wondrous artifact, capable of randomly unleashing currents of electricity and icy spikes. Upon contact, the electrical discharge would temporarily paralyze the enemy for 2 seconds, while the icy spikes would encase them in a brief freeze of the same duration. Despite their similar effects, when paired with the unique attributes of the Black Rhinoceros armor, their impact was vastly amplified. The Black Rhinoceros armor belonged to the water element, and whether activating one effect or the other during an assault, it could instantly convert single target damage into far more powerful area damage, even enabling multiple control sequences. However, Wu Yi's primary concern lay not with these formidable capabilities, but rather with the weapon compendium that Old Man Liang had procured for him. A dear friend of his was deeply passionate about various weapon spirits, and had meticulously recorded a tome detailing the proper usage of an array of weapons, along with corresponding countermeasures. Though Old Man Liang was a novice in teaching, proficient only with the mace, he sought this book for Wu Yi. Despite being merely an introduction to the foundational uses of 100 different weapons, Wu Yi discovered that the knowledge contained within the tome transcended the innate skills of the armor, flowing with an elegance that elevated his combat prowess. No longer did he possess mere strength without the means to express it. After practicing for several rounds, Wu Yi set down the spear and erected 3 dummies nearby, preparing to hone some specialized skills. Upon witnessing Wu Yi's actions, Old Man Liang, who was observing from a height, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Having secretly watched Wu Yi's training on multiple occasions, he had repeatedly requested demonstrations of the techniques that had once bested him 5 years prior. Each time, Wu Yi complied, often with a smile, playfully admonishing, "Old man, don't be stubborn. Your cultivation is too low to perceive it." Each time these words are uttered, they evoke considerable frustration in the Old Man Liang. However, he believes that the inability to perceive is perhaps due to proximity. He cannot fathom the existence of such extraordinary abilities that can manipulate vast expanses. Thus, Liang dedicated 5 years to ascertain the limits of his visibility. This time, however, he truly witnessed something remarkable. The Soul King's spiritual perception extends quite far. He stood a straight 10 kilometers away from the location where Wu Yi was cultivating. Positioned at an elevated vantage point, Wu Yi appeared no larger than an ant to Liang's naked eye. Chapter 14. Meir wept. He observed as Wu Yi steadfastly positioned the long spear beside him, hands clasped at his abdomen. From a distance, an immense surge of energy erupted like a tumultuous wave, expanding with fervor. Yet, by mere chance, Dean Liang found himself outside the reach of this energy. Although this force was intangible and elusive, as the Soul King, he could still faintly detect a sense of peculiarity. With a swift turn, Wu Yi seized the long spear in his hand, executing a fierce Iron Mountain lean with the speed of a gale, instantly advancing before the 3 puppets. Following this, the spear danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, delivering a series of thrusts, sweeping arcs, and upward jabs, culminating in a dazzling display of intricate spear techniques. In the past, Any puppet struck by this sequence would undoubtedly have been reduced to fragments. Yet, from a distance, the three puppets appeared utterly unscathed, prompting a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that the formidable defense of their armor had mitigated his assault? Though Director Liang murmured to himself, he had personally experienced the immense strength of this armor and had not encountered the anticipated frailty in offensive power. In his growing confusion, Wu Yi transitioned his weapon to the silver armor shield. Though it was a handheld shield, it seemed indomitable in his grasp. He launched an attack using a fist technique, producing an unexpectedly unique effect. Lightning flickered in his hand, while shards of ice unexpectedly struck the three puppets like concealed projectiles. At that moment, Director Liang suddenly perceived an anomaly. Within a certain radius, everyone appeared to be ensnared by an immobilizing spell, halting their actions. Particularly the 6 primary construction workers of the special battlefield, who stood motionless like marionettes under control. If only 1 or 2 individuals exhibited this behavior, it might be dismissed as a mere coincidence. But within the vast area centered around Wu Yi, all beings, both animate and inanimate, even the leaves drifting in the air, ceased their movements entirely. Director Liang finally sensed an eerie aura intertwined with the fabric of time. As if hidden within the currents of time lay secrets yet to be unveiled. However, in the blink of an eye, Wu Yi resumed his poised stance, the spear resting elegantly beside him. Instantly, that viscous, syrupy energy dissipated like an illusion, and everything reverted to its original state. In mere moments, the clamor of the environment and the actions of all present resumed as if no passage of time had occurred, with everyone meticulously attending to their tasks, oblivious to the fleeting seconds. Indeed, a discrepancy of merely 10 seconds would go unnoticed by anyone. At last, Director Liang had an epiphany. He grasped the terrifying nature of Wu Yi's skill, crashing over his psyche like tumultuous waves. As he reflected, he beheld the dismal state of the three puppets, a scene reminiscent of a nightmare. Though these puppets were crafted from wood, they had endured relentless strikes of lightning and savage ice assaults. And this was not yet the end. Director Liang had witnessed the razor-sharp flashes of blades each time Wu Yi was summoned to demonstrate his skills, the ferocity of which left him astounded. It was no wonder that defending against such an onslaught proved exceedingly arduous. This was not merely a challenge for the first time. Liang experienced the true horror of this skill, feeling like a headless fly, utterly at a loss for any means of counteraction. If one cannot execute a swift response to passive defense, the inevitable outcome will be akin to those three puppets, reduced to ashes following a relentless barrage. The spectacle is utterly breathtaking. Initially, when oblivious to the principles of release, I marveled at its intricacies. Yet now, having unveiled the mechanisms behind it, I am left with an overwhelming dread, akin to plunging into a frozen abyss, unsure of how to confront the impending peril. After attempting the fusion of the 5 elements, Wu Yi felt an unsettling sensation within, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, causing his hair to stand on end. That singular endeavor had nearly exhausted the fusion time of his armor. He had practiced various gun attacks, achieving an overall result that was passable, yet far from impressive. Nevertheless, Wu Yi sensed that the effectiveness of these assaults paled in comparison to that of the Wind Eagle armor. Although it appeared to inflict significant damage, he found himself breathless, barely reaching the level of the Wind Eagle armor's prowess. Fortunately, the Zen Seal was indeed applicable to all 5 elemental armors, albeit its consumption was astonishingly excessive. It was essentially a lifeline in dire straits, yet employing it felt akin to plunging into an unfathomable abyss, difficult to escape. However, given the circumstances, there was little recourse, with the demon sealing talisman unable to summon aid and lacking a formidable finishing technique. Victory would hinge upon possessing a skill capable of delivering a decisive blow. Thus, Wu Yi resolved to adopt a cautious approach, deciding to utilize it sparingly in the future and to study the various unique soul techniques devised by his predecessors diligently. Over the years of meticulous training, Wu Yi had gained considerable insight into the mastery of his armors. The Wind Eagle armor, for instance, moved through the forest with the grace of a bird, swiftly navigating the trees and even managing to conceal itself within dense foliage for extended periods, thereby prolonging its duration. Conversely, the Black Rhinoceros armor manifested stealthily in aquatic environments. With merely a thought, Wu Yi could seamlessly dissolve into the water, appearing in any corner, and could even briefly materialize oversized body parts or weapons. Under such circumstances, Wu Yi found himself wishing that the academy would grant him an unfair advantage by placing him in a venue conducive to water elements. That way, he could astonish everyone. Yet, all of this remained a fleeting dream within Wu Yi's imagination, as time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. And 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. It was only then that Mi-Er returned, her spirit seemingly shattered, accompanied by a group that notably lacked 2 children. Upon seeing Wu Yi, she burst into inconsolable tears like a flood breaking through a dam. "It's all my fault. All my fault," she lamented. It turned out that 2 children had inadvertently provoked outsiders while hunting souls. Mi-Er had bravely stepped forward, but her efforts were in vain, ultimately resulting in the shattering of the 2 children's martial souls, leaving them with little hope of ever becoming soul masters. Even Mi-Er's 3rd soul ring was forcibly taken from her in plain sight by others. The assailants possessed an exceedingly bizarre martial soul that enabled them to directly seize the soul rings of the soul beasts hunted by others. Upon hearing this news, the higher-ups in the dean's office instantly adopted grave expressions, especially with a competition looming in less than a week. How could they swallow the insult of their students being bullied right at the school's doorstep? Thus, Wu Yi shared the same sentiment and decisively summoned a formidable assembly of nearly 100 individuals. "Those audacious enough to assault our Junior Royal Soul Master Academy shall undoubtedly witness the might of our institution." In the 15th chapter, the soul of the martial spirit was devoured. Nearly all the core students of the Junior Academy surged forth like a tidal wave. Such an overwhelming display would make it nearly impossible for the dean to remain oblivious. However, it was too late to intervene. Over the past 2 years, although Wu Yi had not intentionally formed a faction, those who had benefited from his small acts of kindness were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Most importantly, the academy had always revered strength, and Wu Yi's prowess was unparalleled among his peers, garnering the admiration and loyalty of many who were eager to follow him. Coupled with the fervor of youth, as they were merely in their early teens, filled with passion and camaraderie, Wu Yi's call for assembly was met with an enthusiastic response. "Boss Wu, Boss Wu, Boss Wu." Although Wu Yi did not become overly elated amidst the reverberations of his title, he nonetheless felt a tinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had only summoned a few acquaintances, each possessing formidable skills, reaching levels of 25 or 26, who could undoubtedly aid him in restraining the formidable Soul Master team. However, to his surprise, as he stepped outside, a throng of individuals followed closely behind him, leaving Wu Yi reluctant to reprimand them. Thus he acquiesced to their presence. At that moment, he seemed to awaken from a dream, recalling the necessity to inquire with Mi-Er about the events that had transpired, a detail he had overlooked in his earlier haste. Mi-Er began to recount the tale, stating that she, accompanied by 2 familiar teachers and 3 younger students, had ventured into the Soul Beast Forest, where they encountered a 300-year-old blue-silver grasshopper and an emerald dragonfly. The age of these soul beasts was a fortuitous match for the 2 young boys. For not everyone is as exceptionally gifted as Wu Yi, who could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring at the first circle. Most individuals must adhere to the limits of soul rings in a more conventional manner. The 2 soul beasts appeared almost tailored for them, and Mi-Er swiftly unleashed her arrows, striking true. Both arrows shattered the wings of the creatures, rendering them incapable of flight. Just after the 2 boys absorbed their soul rings, a tongue, swift as lightning, shot towards the now defenseless soul beasts. Instantly, a sense of dread enveloped everyone, who became acutely alert. The previous strike had been chilling, despite the dragonfly and grasshopper being no larger than an adult's fist. That tongue moved with a speed and agility that belied its nature as a mere 100-year soul beast. Mi-Er felt a surge of fear, as this was her first encounter with such a situation, while the 2 teachers, more seasoned, remained relatively composed. Numerous soul beasts preyed upon grasshoppers and dragonflies, yet only a few possessed elongated tongues: frogs, chameleons, salamanders, and giant salamanders. As they pondered this, the tongue struck again, swiftly snatching away the lifeless body of another soul beast. This time, Mi-Er's gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the tongue had come, and at last, she caught a glimpse of its source. It was a fire bullfrog, its body radiant like a blazing flame, and although its tongue was delicate, it emitted a charred aroma in the air. While the age of the soul beast was difficult to ascertain, Mi-Er surmised that its size suggested it was likely 1,000 years old, making it an impeccable candidate for her 3rd soul ring, especially since it had instilled fear in others. Without hesitation, Mi-Er loosed 3 arrows, simultaneously augmenting them with her first and second soul skills, enhancing both their penetrative power and velocity. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the arrows did not strike the soul beast, which did not evade. Instead, she observed an expression of fear on its face, reminiscent of human emotion. The arrows halted mere inches from the soul beast as a figure slowly materialized before them. The figure gripped Mi-Er's arrow tightly, and in an instant, crushed it. "How dare you attempt to harm my son?" As soon as the shadow appeared, one of the teachers beside Mi-Er exclaimed in astonishment, "Chameleon." This name not only referred to the individual's martial soul, but also served as their moniker. However, as the person turned to acknowledge the teacher's outburst, a smirk of disdain crossed their face. Mi-Er, filled with curiosity, glanced at the teacher, realizing that they must have been acquainted, yet the tone was laced with palpable contempt. "Chameleon, how dare you, a student expelled from the Intermediate Academy, set foot in the Soul Beast Forest exclusive to the Academy?" The word expelled struck like a thunderclap, instantly piquing the curiosity of several students. "Enough of your nonsense. That little wretch dared to harm my son. You must pay the price." The chameleon's gaze swept over Mi-Er's shoulder, locking onto the 2 boys who had just acquired their soul rings, their martial souls in view. His eyes glinted like those of a ravenous wolf, and in an instant, he vanished from sight like a specter. While everyone else stood in shock, Mi-Er's ears perked up like radar, sensing danger. "Be careful," she shouted, instinctively firing 2 arrows at the boys. They were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why their seniors suddenly attacked them, yet even knowing they were outmatched, they summoned their martial souls. Mi-Er felt something was amiss. Having already loosed her arrows, why had the chameleon not moved? But just as the boys unleashed their martial souls, he sprang into action like a bolt of lightning. It dawned on Mi-Er that he was not afraid of her attack. His true target was not her at all. At this point, it was too late to brace for impact. Her arrows had merely served as a distraction, lacking any real power and only intended to obstruct the boys' movements. The 2 boys, still shaken, jumped aside in unison, but before they could regain their footing, they felt themselves soaring through the air like kites with severed strings. Then, they witnessed a tongue as hard as diamond darting towards them like a bolt from a crossbow, sweeping away their martial souls in a single swipe. 3 seconds later, both boys collapsed to their knees, cradling their heads in agony, their faces twisted in torment as if subjected to unspeakable torture. "What has happened?" Mi-Er rushed to check on them, and one boy, barely conscious, muttered before losing consciousness, "My martial soul shattered." How could this be? While martial souls were not particularly resilient, she had only heard of them being destroyed from absorbing overly aged soul rings, never of them being devoured. Before her eyes, the large frog transformed back into a humanoid form, yet it bore little resemblance to a human, its head appearing especially grotesque. "My son is my crowning achievement. His martial soul is the mutated devouring frog, capable of consuming various natural enemies to enhance its cultivation. Those 2 worthless boys' martial souls are truly a splendid source of nourishment." The figure of the man materialized, one hand gently caressing his son's head while he laughed maniacally. Chapter 16. Half-Orc Chapter 17. The near-death counterattack. The chameleon-like form flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant. Suddenly, Wu-He raised his voice and shouted, "Run quickly. The points are sharp." Everyone understood immediately. In an instant, their martial spirits manifested, and soul skills erupted like resplendent fireworks. Had this scene occurred during a performance at the Academy, the display of soul skills would have been utterly magnificent. However, at this moment, they were fleeing for their lives, with the enemy capable of becoming invisible, rendering it impossible to discern the direction of their attacks. In a fleeting moment, nearly everyone fled like startled birds. Yet Wu-He and Mi-Er remained as steadfast as a mountain, for they were acutely aware that the adversary had yet to make a move. Mi-Er relied on her keen hearing, while Wu-He focused intently on the currents of air around him. Invisibility was not invincibility. After all, the physical form remained tangible, and even the swiftest movements would leave traces. However, Wu-He remained uncertain of the enemy's primary target, and he dared not merge with Mi-Er recklessly. A misjudgment could lead to dire consequences. With the enemy remaining still, they too chose not to act. In this prolonged standoff, Wu-He finally awaited the arrival of a brilliant fireworks signal. This signal had been meticulously prepared for a few close companions. In a moment of urgency, once they had successfully escaped to safety, they would release a firework to notify the others. Wu He felt a slight easing of his anxious heart. "Mir, why do you not depart yet?" he questioned urgently. "I wish to fight alongside you," Mir replied, her eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. At that moment, the chameleon felt restless. His martial spirit was not adept at offense, leading him to choose soul skills predominantly aligned with the stealth of an assassin or scout during his training. Even the slightest movement would draw Wu Hao's piercing gaze, as if his thoughts were laid bare before the other. The flash of fireworks caught his attention, and he could surmise their significance, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. Though it was not entirely born of anger, the two individuals before him appeared to possess a talent that eclipsed that of all others combined. "Having let my prey escape, I shall take my frustrations out on you." The chameleon's form shifted, and the two immediately sensed the change. Wu Hai's black rhinoceros armor melded with him, transforming into an impregnable fortress. Mir simultaneously drew her dragon and phoenix bow, honing in on the sound to gauge the general direction. Yet the chameleon evaded with the ease of a cunning hare. Just as he lunged toward Wu Hao, a shield materialized before him like an unyielding wall. "Allow me to impart a lesson on how a fight is conducted," boomed a voice from behind the shield, resonating like thunder on a calm day. The 5-in-1 black rhinoceros armor shimmered with an ominous glow, exuding an air of majesty as if a war deity had descended, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who beheld it. With a gentle tremor, the small blade on Wu Hi's shield floated aside like a falling leaf. And then his fist descended upon the chameleon's soul master with the weight of a hammer. The once invisible chameleon, rendered visible by the force of that blow, was immediately revealed. Following this, Wu Hi executed a powerful Iron Mountain strike, sending his opponent soaring as if crushed by a mountain. Simultaneously, his hand moved with the swiftness of a tempest, and in an instant, his weapon transformed into the Lu Xing spear. At that moment, the chameleon soul master, launched into the air, resembled a kite pinned in midair, utterly incapable of descending under the relentless pressure of Wu Hi's spear tip. It was not that Wu Hi wished to abandon him. Rather, the lethal technique remained untriggered, resulting in this series of awkward strikes. Yet, this seemingly trivial control allowed him to dominate a once mighty soul master, showcasing the formidable prowess of Wu Hi. Meanwhile, Mier anxiously scanned her surroundings for her son, who had the head of a frog, was absent. That fellow's tongue was remarkably potent, while it may not be as sharp as a knife. It was undoubtedly akin to a whip. Just as the two were poised to make their move, an enormous frog charged forth like an arrow released from its bow, crashing into the black rhino armor and forcing it to stagger back. Even the strongest shield form of the black rhino armor felt the impact of the massive frog, its arms tingling slightly, yet it quickly assumed a defensive stance to brace for another assault. The frog's size was astonishing in Mier's descriptions. Wu Yi had not envisioned a creature of such magnitude, as he pondered whether these two frogs were indeed the same. The massive frog instantaneously morphed into a human form. Although the transformation appeared quite bizarre, it undeniably took on a human shape. Mier, comparing the frog's forms, mused silently about how many souls it must have consumed to grow from a small, naive creature into such a colossal being. The giant frog turned its gaze firmly upon Wu Hi, but in an instant, it locked eyes with Mier. That fleeting glance, however, was enough to permanently fix its target upon her. Mier keenly sensed the malevolent intent in the frog's stare, bewildered as to why this grotesque creature would choose her as its aim. Its head was covered in repulsive bumps, resembling malignant growths, leaving Mier both exasperated and amused. Yet, at this critical juncture where life and death hung in the balance, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The dragon and phoenix bow in Mier's hand seemed as though it might spark from the tension, but against the elusive chameleon, it proved nearly ineffective. Yet, the chameleon faced Wu Hi, and every movement, every breath he took was indelibly etched into Wu Hi's mind, rendering any thought of evasion a mere fantasy. In the current 2-on-2 situation, Wu Hi believed he could prevail, despite Mier's apprehension of potential suffering, and the chameleon was no exception. Although lacking a finishing move, Wu Hi held confidence that seizing a fleeting opportunity could lead to their demise. In an instant, he grasped that opportunity, after all, in the throes of fierce combat. A momentary advantage is as ephemeral as a shooting star. Zen Seal, allow me to impart to you the essence of true battle. Rest in peace. In that fleeting moment, the world fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen. Yet, this also signified the grim fate of his adversary. Within mere seconds, A torrential storm of thunderous fury descended between the two, and as they attempted to resist, an unending barrage of icy blades swept in like a tempest. Furthermore, the inescapable 108 strikes initiated ferocious assaults from every direction. When Wu He glanced back, the chameleon was already spewing black blood, teetering on the brink of death. However, even in its final moments, it could not comprehend how, despite possessing the strength of a soul sect and the toad wielding nearly soul sect power, it met its demise at the hands of two mere youths lacking even the status of soul master. Chapter 18, Lin Bei. Upon witnessing the chameleon fall, the two felt a wave of relief wash over them, exhaustion surging like a tide. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an immense pressure akin to a mountain descending upon an egg bore down from above. Wu He was taken aback, pondering whether by eliminating the young one, he had inadvertently summoned the elder. You two truly possess the audacity of a bear and leopard. The familiar voice, akin to a soothing sedative, allowed the two, who had felt as if a formidable adversary loomed, to completely relax. It turned out that the core students of the academy who had retreated were now gathered together, having encountered Dean Liang. Thus, at the moment the signal flare was launched, several deans arrived as if descending from the heavens. Before they could calm the students, Dean Liang sensed the temporal fluctuations emanating from Wu He. In that instant, he was consumed by urgency, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. He had witnessed the full extent of Wu He's abilities and, regrettably, found himself ensnared within the skill's range. Though he was desperate to reach the scene, he felt immobilized as if bound by an unseen force. Therefore, as soon as the skill concluded, Dean Liang summoned all his strength and rushed forth with unparalleled speed. He could not bear the thought of his beloved disciple meeting a tragic demise in the next moment. However, as he anticipated, the skill was virtually invincible against those below the Soul Sage realm. After all, it was a powerful control skill capable of halting time within a specific radius. Those unaware of its principles would find it utterly insurmountable, and even those who understood were helpless if they lacked sufficient strength. Who granted you two the authority to lead an assault against the enemy? Do you not understand that launching an offensive without complete intelligence on the adversary is a grave military blunder? If next time the disparity in strength between you and your foe is too great, or if reinforcements fail to arrive in time, can you fathom the calamity that may ensue? Dean Liang delivered a tempestuous reprimand to Wu He, as he had indeed acted with reckless abandon in this regard. After the incident, the group returned to the academy like weary birds returning to their nests. Before heading back, Wu He personally ensured that Mi-Er acquired her third soul ring by a small river. A yet-to-hatch frog egg lay peacefully in the mingling waters of green and yellow, resembling a slumbering infant. The subtle undulations within mirrored the rhythm of a heartbeat, brimming with the pulse of life. Upon returning to the academy, Mi-Er transformed into the undisputed leader of the junior department, surpassing even the teachers in prowess. However, she had yet to pass the advancement examination and remained in the junior department for further study. With only 2 days remaining until the exchange competition, Mi-Er and Wu He's cooperation was seamless, yet they still needed to further harmonize with the support soul master, Lin Bei. Once regarded as the foremost prodigy in the junior academy, Lin Bei's status plummeted like a shooting star after the arrival of Wu He and Mi-Er. Lin Bei's martial soul, the seven-colored stone, was an extraordinary variant, renowned for its unique auxiliary effects. His support aimed to fill in the gaps. For instance, his first soul skill, soul power. The effect is not merely to replenish soul power. Rather, it restores a segment of soul power in percentage form based on the remaining soul power of the recipient, as if it had never been consumed at all. The second soul skill pertains to physical strength, exhibiting a similar effect, which is indeed remarkable. Yet, this is not the most unique aspect of his martial spirit. Following the release of each soul skill, there exists a subsequent release, and it is this second stage that holds paramount significance. The law of conservation of energy applies equally in the Douluo continent, as Lin Bei restores the physical and soul power of others. He too experiences a depletion of his own energy. Thus, the second stage of his soul skill proves particularly practical, within a certain radius. After augmenting his allies with soul skills, he can impose a formidable debuff upon enemies within that range. The soul skills and physical strength he bestows upon his comrades are drawn from the foes themselves, while Lin Bei must sacrifice some of his own soul power to sustain the continuity of his skills. 3 years ago, when Wu He first heard of this individual, His excitement surged like a tumultuous tide, nearly overwhelming him. However, at that time, Lin Bei was prideful, akin to a peacock refusing to team up with Wu He. Now, the wheels of fate have intricately woven them together, and Lin Bei has tempered much of his earlier arrogance through the passage of time. Their collaboration naturally requires an adjustment period. The three articulated the efficacy of their respective soul skills, ultimately finalizing two distinct strategies. In the labyrinth, Wu He boldly took the lead, striving to dispatch all adversaries in the shortest possible time. In the ensuing series of skirmishes, with Mi-Er as the focal point, Wu He would exert himself to disguise his true self. This sudden shift significantly increased Wu He's responsibilities. Should concealment become necessary, his soul skill would be rendered as ineffective as a sealed sword, transforming his entire martial spirit into nothing more than an ornate yet hollow ornament. Wu He had to undergo a brief yet intensive training, mastering the utilization of weapons while familiarizing himself with the formidable powers befitting a grand soul master. Moreover, both Wu He and Lin Bei needed to harmonize their skills, delving deeper into the unique attributes of each other's soul techniques. However, who could have anticipated that in less than an hour of such acclimatization, all three would find themselves overwhelmed? Lin Bei suddenly realized that after Wu He unleashed his soul technique, his soul power remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no signs of decline, as if he were under an immobilization spell. Yet, his physical stamina plummeted dramatically, akin to a slide, as the intensity of the armor's skills escalated. To compound the situation, at the very moment the armor's duration concluded, his mental acuity, physical endurance, and soul power would all experience a cataclysmic drop, reminiscent of a breached dam. This predicament signified that Lin Bei had to pay extra attention to Wu He at the instant the armor's duration expired. He needed to reinforce the effects of the soul technique once more. Otherwise, the abrupt withdrawal of energy could very well sever the bridge of their skills, leading to a catastrophic tactical blunder. Once they discerned this critical detail, they commenced a fervent testing of the armor-switching technique, resulting in Mi-Er being the first to succumb. The sensation of one's soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude being instantaneously drained, a feeling that Wu He had never shared with anyone before, was surprisingly pleasant. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. Each morning, Wu He diligently practiced with his weapon. Each afternoon, he engaged in cooperative drills. And each night, he felt like a lifeless fish. For the first time in 5 years, Wu He experienced a sense of tension and fatigue. Even though he was virtually assured of first place in the competition, he dedicated himself earnestly to his efforts. Aside from their initial testing collaboration, Mi-Er participated only in cooperative training. When Lin Bei mentioned training with Wu He to switch armor, Mi-Er promptly summoned the elderly Liang. This left Liang appearing rather listless during the opening ceremony of the exchange competition. Chapter 19. The competition begins as the curtain of the opening ceremony for the exchange competition was about to rise. An atmosphere of tension and excitement enveloped the entire academy, akin to an invisible net ensnaring every individual within its grasp. The students, clad in tidy uniforms, resembled warriors poised for battle, their faces radiant with anticipation and exhilaration, a manifestation of their yearning for victory and pursuit of honor. With the dean's impassioned opening speech, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, the audience erupted into a cacophony of thunderous applause and cheers. The teams from the junior colleges entered the arena with heads held high, their strides confident and imposing, reminiscent of a ceremonial guard awaiting inspection, showcasing the distinctive charm of their respective academies. Subsequently, teams from various colleges streamed in, taking their places in designated areas. Dressed uniformly, they resembled a vibrant garden of blooming flowers, each vying for attention as the elites of each academy proudly exhibited their individuality. The entire opening ceremony resonated with a grand atmosphere, akin to a magnificent concert, allowing everyone to experience the vitality of youth and the fervent melody of passion. In the eyes of the students shimmered the radiant glow of confidence and the fiery flame of pride, as if they could already foresee the fierce clash of sparks on the competition stage. Each individual was resolutely determined to seize victory, akin to a ravenous wolf catching sight of a delectable prey. Observing the brash demeanor of these young ones, Wu He couldn't help but murmur to himself, honestly regretting the training sessions of the past few days, feeling they had been nothing but futile efforts. However, not everyone shared Wu He's sentiments. As they watched the teams enter, Mi Air and Lin Bei were as exhilarated as two jubilant little birds, for not everyone possessed Wu He's unique perspective. Despite being in the body of a mere adolescent, he harbored the soul of someone in their 20s. Particularly, as he listened to the impassioned speeches of Old Man Sun and Old Man Liang, Wu He felt akin to a hypnotized little sheep, growing increasingly drowsy with each word. Unfortunately, having been inundated with such motivational platitudes in his previous life, his ears had nearly grown calloused. Nevertheless, the competition swiftly progressed to the crux of the matter, the drawing for the elimination rounds. To Wu He's astonishment, everyone was to draw lots, and the competition venues had been divided into 6 numbered regions. The team captain was responsible for drawing the competition venue, while the others would randomly select one of the 6 numbered regions corresponding to that venue. In that moment, Wu He was utterly taken aback. He raised his head in search of Old Man Liang, but at that moment, there was no trace of him to be found. Wu He suddenly realized that he had been deceived, akin to a little monkey kept in the dark, spinning around in confusion. Originally, the plan was flawless. At the outset, Wu He charged forth like a tiger descending a mountain, swiftly sweeping away the other teams with a whirlwind of ferocity. However, contrary to expectations, each small team now consisted of 3 members, randomly assigned to their respective areas like petals scattered by a divine maiden, making it exceedingly difficult for team members to achieve harmonious cooperation in the short term. Ideally, each team should be equipped with a support or control soul master. But given the current circumstances, those positioned as such were undoubtedly in the most perilous situation. As they prepared to step onto the battlefield, Wu He and Mi Air shared an unspoken understanding, disregarding all else as they surged towards the center of the arena, destined to reunite. Lin Bei remained silent, his task at this moment clear and straightforward, to ensure his own safety until the final moment. What appeared to be a simple endeavor was, in truth, far more challenging. To endure until the end, he must eliminate the other 2 individuals from his starting area. Otherwise, even if he attempted to flee, he would find himself trapped in a dire predicament, beset by dangers both ahead and behind. Before the trio could finalize their strategy, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and all were transformed into streaks of light, teleported into the competition arena. Simultaneously, the voice of the referee echoed once more, assuring all students that they could engage in fierce combat without hesitation. Should a student sustain a fatal injury, they would be forcibly teleported out by the protective array, meaning they would face elimination. Upon hearing this declaration, the students scattered throughout the venue felt their initial trepidation dissipate like mist before a gentle spring breeze. Some became even more exhilarated, eagerly rubbing their hands together like warriors preparing for battle, eager to showcase their prowess. However, it must be noted that this simulated arena was a veritable boon for some, enhancing their cultivation speed 2- or 3-fold. As Wu He descended, adopting a combat stance, he was astonished to discover that within a 10-meter radius around him, there was not a soul in sight. It was only upon re-examining the rules that he comprehended the insidious nature of the competition. A total of 36 teams were participating, ideally distributed across each arena, resulting in 6 teams per venue, with each team comprising 3 individuals. These were further divided into 6 smaller regions within each arena, thus ideally accommodating 3 individuals per region. However, this was merely a theoretical scenario. It had never been stated that the teams were evenly distributed across the 6 arenas, only that ultimately, a single team would emerge victorious from each. Moreover, the distribution of participants within each area was neither fixed nor uniform. This meant that while Wu He found himself in solitude, others could be engulfed in throngs, particularly in the region where Mi Air was located, which was utterly disheartening. There were a staggering 12 individuals present, and crucially, none belonged to the same team. Had Wu He been there, he would have exclaimed, "What an extraordinary matchmaking mechanism." For Mi Air was the sole triple-ring soul master among them, while the strongest of the other 11 was merely a 22-level soul master who had just acquired his first ring. The rest were primarily one-ring soul masters, illustrating the adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant, as their collective aim was to swiftly eliminate Mi Air. Yet, they underestimated the youthful spirit. Without uttering a word, they plunged directly into battle. Observing this, Mi Air feigned weakness and discreetly retreated. Precisely as Wu He had instructed her, there was no need for a fray. Taking down the strongest would suffice. Once at a safe distance, she concealed herself behind a tree, drawing her bow to unleash an arrow. Her third soul skill, Frenzied Blood, stemmed from the martial spirit of a 1,000-year-old fervent guerrilla. The skill's effect was such that upon being struck, the target would succumb to the poison of fervor, with the phoenix form influencing the mind, inciting opponents to attack their allies, while the dragon form would induce a surge of soul power, amplifying the skill's effects manifold, albeit at the cost of substantial stamina. Observing the situation unfold, Mier unleashed a vast barrage of arrows. Although they were arrows, the intensity mirrored that of a rain of swords. As she meticulously pulled back her bowstring, instantly, what had begun as a tentative skirmish erupted into chaos, the fragile alliances dissolving in an instant. Chapter 20. Come on. Pull. Hey, don't chase me. I have no life-saving cough syrup. Lin Beira sprinted desperately like a startled rabbit, with 11 ravenous soul masters in relentless pursuit behind him. The genesis of this frenzy could be traced back 10 minutes prior, when he witnessed Wu Hai signaling him with A3 then pointing at himself, causing Lin Beira to instantly grasp the implication. During the teleportation, everyone had been rendered mute, akin to silenced lambs, unable even to glimpse the numerical designations held by their teammates. The gesture of the 5-in-1 indicated that he was situated in Zone 3, urging him to seek him out at the earliest opportunity. However, who could have anticipated that upon landing and opening his eyes, he would be met with the piercing gaze of 11 pairs of eyes, akin to ravenous wolves, fixated upon him? In that fleeting moment, his heart raced in a state of utter turmoil. It was unclear who among them spoke first. As a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, he was undoubtedly the strongest, and they aimed to eliminate him in an instant. In a heartbeat, the previously tense atmosphere erupted like a powder keg, with everyone revealing their martial souls and soul rings. What a stroke of misfortune. 6 second-ring soul masters were present, 2 of whom possessed beast martial souls. Lin Bei felt as though the very heavens were collapsing upon him. In mere moments, he resolved on a direction, fleeing without a backward glance, too hurried to offer any words of reassurance or self-introduction. The forest terrain was intricate and labyrinthine. Every step felt perilous, as a misstep could result in being overtaken. At that moment, aside from Lin Bei and Mier, who appeared somewhat occupied, the others were remarkably at ease, either locked in a stalemate or in search of allies or prey. Lin Bei, however, was quite astute. He understood that using the signal tower at the center as a reference, he was in Zone 4. Normally, one would traverse in a clockwise manner, and he need only sprint towards the upper right along the edge of the map. Yet, he overlooked a critical detail. This arena had been meticulously arranged by Elder Liang, who would not neglect his own disciple. Typically, arena zones are aligned in a straightforward manner, either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but the 5-in-1 arena featured a leapfrogging arrangement of 142,536. Had Lin Bei been aware of this, he would have certainly bestowed upon Elder Liang a scathing reprimand. You may play your games with your favored disciple, but why involve me? Like an arrow loosed from its bow, Lin Bei forsook the apparent shortcut, resolutely charging towards the farthest direction. The frenzied pursuers trailed closely behind, relentless in their pursuit, displaying a remarkable unity devoid of any inclination to turn on one another, fixated solely on capturing Lin Bei. Yet, they were filled with confusion. How could Lin Bei possess such stamina while they felt utterly drained? To add insult to injury, that insufferable fellow ahead would occasionally hurl stones backward in taunt, exacerbating their frustration. All believed that unless they eliminated him, it would be impossible to swallow their indignation, and thus they pursued with fervor. Tianhe Junior Soul Master Academy S. Niu Wu was rendered incapable of fighting due to exhaustion and was eliminated. Tianqing Junior Soul Master Academy S. Li Lei lost the ability to fight due to exhaustion and was eliminated. Tianhui Junior Soul Master Academy S. Han Chun was incapacitated due to exhaustion and was eliminated. The sound of 3 consecutive announcements reverberated through the venue, and in an instant, 3 individuals were teleported away, significantly alleviating the pressure on Lin Bei. However, those behind him could not help but ponder, could the person ahead be some sort of monster? We are all utterly exhausted, yet his stamina remains astonishingly resilient. Nevertheless, Lin Bei remained oblivious to their grievances, relentlessly sprinting toward his determined destination, with those trailing behind him serving as his mobile source of energy. Chase, 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 I shall wear you out. Lin Bei laughed as he ran. A clever trick imparted to him by Wu He during their training over the past 2 days. Wu He remarked, "Do you truly comprehend nothing beyond assisting others? That is a sheer waste of talent. Had you encountered me sooner, I would have enlightened you. Bestow the first segment of your soul technique upon yourself, while unleashing the second segment upon others with the ferocity of a tempest, encouraging them to recklessly expend their stamina and soul power, drawing upon it as needed. Particularly with the second segment's small projectiles, once they strike the target, their effect endures. In moments of rage, individuals often neglect to evade hidden weapons. Most opt to deflect or catch them with their bodies or arms. At that time, Wu He sensed that Lin Bei had not fully grasped this concept. So he took him to the dean's office for an experiment. Despite the thrill of the trial, the consequences were rather grim. As Wu He had predicted, none of the irate individuals managed to evade the projectiles. Any that made contact triggered the second segment's effect. Amidst a constant push and pull, where the enemy advanced and retreated, Lin Bei gradually improved his speed, occasionally feigning near misses from the soul technique. Were it not for the current inability to halt, he would have relished the opportunity to strike the sky with his fists. Exhilarating. Yet reality dictated otherwise, and Lin Bei continued to appear as a flustered figure, tossing handfuls of gravel behind him. I am merely a minor support. Do not pursue me. The arena slowly contracted towards its center, perceptible only to the soul masters on the outskirts, as they had been eliminated. Overhead, announcements echoed continuously, observing the steady stream of students returning to their respective academy zones. Confronted by their peers, most were met with reprimands from their supervising teachers, while only a few instructors possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge the inevitability of elimination, offering words of consolation to their students. After walking for half an hour without encountering anyone, Wu He felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Suddenly, a commotion erupted to his left, igniting a spark of excitement within him as he discreetly retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds from his soul guide ring and stealthily approached the source of the noise. Ling Ling, wait for me. A little serpent girl was chasing after a solitary girl clad in a different school's uniform. Although they appeared to be from rival academies, there was no sign of conflict. One was merely walking while the other pursued. We are not from the same academy, so please do not follow me. Yi Ling Ling, despite her cold demeanor, felt quite vulnerable and flustered. Being merely a support type, she feared being eliminated in an instant. The serpent girl had been assigned to the same area and initially had no intention of fighting. They had exchanged introductions, intending to part ways. However, Du Guyan caught a whiff of a pleasant aroma emanating from Yi Ling Ling and decided to follow her. Well, two lovely ladies. Where might you be headed? A chubby boy, resembling an elephant, blocked their path, his face adorned with a lascivious grin and an air of overconfidence. Do you ladies wish to see my elephant? The boy referred to his martial soul, the mammoth, but Du Guyan felt nothing but disgust. Get lost. Du Guyan summoned her martial soul, enveloping both herself and Yi Ling Ling in a protective barrier, hissing menacingly at the chubby boy. Chapter 21. The lecherous chubby boy Du Guyan's snake venom danced like an ethereal sprite, seeping through the air as her martial soul spiraled around her. Her eyes transformed into brilliant gemstones, radiating an alluring charm akin to a blooming flower or a captivating, proud young girl. The chubby boy, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly enthralled, rubbing his hands together eagerly, yearning to touch Du Guyan's scaled visage. However, a noxious mist formed a formidable barrier, halting his advance. Undeterred, he glanced around, convinced he could overcome the obstacle. A radiant golden soul ring emerged beneath him, resembling a dazzling pearl, while the formidable phantom of a mammoth materialized behind him, towering like a majestic mountain. Martial soul manifestation, mammoth titan. As the chubby boy unleashed his martial soul, Yi Ling Ling, standing behind Du Guyan, felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat cascading down her body, trembling in fear. In contrast, Du Guyan was filled with exhilaration. Although she was a control-type soul master, her combat prowess was formidable. First soul skill, Mammoth Stomp. In an instant, a cloud of dust billowed forth, reminiscent of surging waves, as a powerful force pierced through the toxic defenses of Du Guyan like a sharp sword, exposed once more to the gaze of the chubby figure. Du Guyan and her companion found the faint ring of poison retreating like the tide. With a haughty snort, Du Guyan showed no signs of retreat. Instead, she soared forward like a bird, her palm striking towards the chest of the chubby figure with the swiftness of a tempest. Her first soul skill, Azure Phosphor Purple Poison, contained a trace of deadly toxin, as if she were the harbinger of death. A successful strike would eliminate the chubby figure instantaneously. The lascivious chubby figure, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, seemed to mask his true nature beneath a guise of lecherousness. Agile as an eel, he deftly sidestepped her attack with a nimble movement. And seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a lightning-fast kick towards Douluo Yan's abdomen. Douluo Yan, quick to respond like a flash of lightning, adjusted her stance with the grace of a dancing serpent after her palm met the ground. Simultaneously, her body slipped away as smoothly as an eel, evading the chubby figure's kick. In just one exchange, both opponents had gained a hazy understanding of each other's capabilities. This girl possessed an exquisite blend of agility and physique, while the chubby figure's reaction time and nimbleness were utterly astounding. Their eyes locked in a fierce standoff. Each awaited the other to reveal a flaw. Poised like leopards ready to strike, a withered yellow leaf floated gracefully between them, drawing their attention as they both awaited its descent. Meanwhile, beside them, Yi Lingling, drenched in a sheen of sweat that glistened like pearls, felt the pang of her limited combat experience as a pure support-type soul master. As a droplet of fragrant sweat fell in unison with the leaf, both figures vanished in an instant. Suddenly, the chubby figure shifted his target, realizing that Yi Lingling, hidden behind, appeared more vulnerable, a fact not lost on Douluo Yan. However, being in close proximity allowed her to strike first. With a palm that acted as a shield, she blocked the chubby figure's flying kick, ultimately sending him soaring with an almost ghostly grace. Yet, for Douluo Yan, the most instinctive form of combat was close-quarters brawling, ideally against handsome adversaries. Against this rotund opponent, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that engaging in close combat would lead to unwanted advances. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down her spine. The chubby figure observed his opponent, whether in offense or defense. She moved with an ease that made him feel as if he were swimming in water, and the pain from her kick felt like being cut by a blade. At this moment, Wu Hee leisurely sat on a small mound nearby, munching on sunflower seeds and watching the splendid spectacle of the fierce battle between the little snake girl and the clumsy elephant with great interest. Both had merely activated a single ring of soul skills, yet the seemingly dull-witted clumsy elephant truly displayed remarkable prowess. The chubby boy, rubbing his waist, felt waves of pain surging over him like a relentless tide, accompanied by a sense of numbness and weakness. Instinctively, he reached down to touch his waist and hastily lifted his shirt, revealing not only a deep impression from a shoe but also signs of poisoning that spread like a spider's web. Damn it, this venomous woman. How could she be so careless and forget to take precautions? The purple toxin typically spread at a slow pace, akin to a snail's crawl. However, once soul power was exerted, the toxin surged forth like a runaway stallion, racing at tenfold speed. Most critically, this poison erupted every minute, akin to a demon's curse, randomly inducing states of weakness and intensified toxicity. The escalation of the toxin was like adding fuel to the flames, shortening the intervals of its eruption and resulting in even more frequent poisoning effects. As time passes, the significance of the competition diminishes, while the peril to life escalates. The rotund individual realizes the urgency of the situation. He can no longer afford to delay and must act swiftly. If he can locate his teammates, their purifying abilities will undoubtedly rescue him from imminent danger. With a sudden manifestation of his second soul skill, Elephant Body, his physique swells to twice its size, his muscles tightening considerably, thereby decelerating the spread of Douluo Yan's poison. The effects of Elephant Body allow for the transformation of any part of his body into that of a mammoth, enabling various extraordinary combat outcomes. Witnessing the release of a 500-year soul skill leaves Douluo Yan momentarily astonished, though she quickly composes herself, for not everyone possesses the foundation to acquire such high-age soul rings. Unwilling to be outdone, she summons a deep yellow 600-year soul ring, enveloping her hands in a denser cloud of toxic gas. Her second soul skill, Toxic Death, instantaneously amplifies the damage of her poison, simultaneously hastening the spread of toxins in those afflicted and reducing the intervals between toxic eruptions. The previously diminished protective barrier of poison once again envelopes her. Observing the unfolding situation, the rotund individual, without hesitation, utilizes the massive attributes of elephant legs to unleash a stampede, aiming to disperse the toxic gas through a cloud of dust. With his other leg following suit, it morphs into an elephant's trunk, striking at Douluo Yan like a colossal whip. Douluo Yan deftly flips backward to evade the assault and retaliates, her toxins striking true. However, the thick-skinned resilience of the mammoth renders the infiltration of her poison exceedingly slow, and she senses a significant drain on her soul power as a result. Just as the two are locked in a stalemate, a live figure emerges from the nearby woods, agile as a leopard. His first soul skill, Extreme Shadow 100 Claws, engulfs Douluo in a flurry of claw-like shadows, allowing her to glimpse the assailant's visage. Chapter 22. Did your mother never teach you to cherish the delicate? The sudden onslaught arrives like a tempest, leaving Douluo no opportunity to counter. She endures the barrage of attacks and suffers grievous wounds. Yet, this turn of events is irreversible. Like a flower battered by the storm, she withstands the full brunt of the damage, and a cloud of dust billows upwards. Look at you, Elephant Cloak, hiding in such a corner and frolicking with two young ladies without inviting me. A boy emerges, dressed in a uniform identical to that of the rotund individual, though he is considerably slimmer, resembling a tall bamboo stalk, starkly contrasting with the stout figure. Leopard Pole. It's you. I never expected my first teammate to be you, but alas, you lack a supportive martial soul to help me purge the toxins. At this moment, the chubby boy appeared somewhat weakened. Had it not been for his second soul skill, which barely allowed him to withstand the onslaught of poison, he would have likely succumbed and been eliminated. Although slender, the leopard rod moved with an elegance akin to a model on the runway, instantly revealing his refined upbringing. However, his coarse gaze, reminiscent of a vulture's, betrayed a personality strikingly similar to that of the chubby boy. His eyes, having become magnetically entranced by Yi Lingling, remained fixated upon her without a moment's respite. In the midst of the swirling dust, Douluo endured a barrage of attacks, each as venomous as a serpent strike. While none were fatal, every blow mercilessly tore at her flesh like the fangs of a poisonous snake. Pain surged within her like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf her. Fortunately, her opponent's soul power was merely at the Great Soul Master level, far from the terrifying intensity of 100 attacks. However, Douluo soon discovered that her wounds were healing at an astonishing rate, faint glimmers of green light flickering at the injury sites, reminiscent of tender buds in spring. The pain receded swiftly, and in mere seconds, she felt no trace of discomfort. Her skin, smooth and supple, bore not a single scar, as if she had never been harmed. Seeing her wounds heal, Douluo did not linger in doubt. Like a graceful swallow, she soared beyond the cloud of dust. With a punch as fierce as a tempest, she struck the leopard rod's face, unleashing a surge of purple toxin that spread like a spider's web from the point of impact. In that instant, the leopard rod was sent flying as if struck by an unseen force. Fortunately, he was caught by Xiang Qiu, sturdy as a fortress, preventing him from crashing into nearby trees and sparing the flora from destruction, thus earning a measure of virtue. In an instant, both Xiang Qiu and the leopard rod found themselves poisoned, with the toxin nearly encroaching upon the latter's eye sockets. They exchanged a knowing glance, acutely aware that Douluo was no ordinary adversary. Most critically, she was a poison-type control soul master. If they did not resolve the situation swiftly, the likelihood of their defeat would only increase with time. Telepathically in sync, they launched their attacks simultaneously. Xiang Qiu focused on Douluo, noting that although her martial spirit was a serpent, which typically excelled in close combat, she seemed averse to engaging in such proximity. This suited him perfectly. If she wished to avoid close quarters, he would strike from a distance. A slight smirk graced his lips as he unleashed a series of strikes, each resembling the powerful reach of an elephant's trunk, capable of striking far and delivering immense force. Though Douluo, being a woman, was not lacking in strength, this approach deprived her of a method of attack that perfectly suited her style. Her mind was solely preoccupied with how to disseminate her toxin throughout her opponent's body to incapacitate him. However, in her focus on countering Xiang Qiu, she momentarily forgot about the agile attacking soul master, the leopard rod, who was poised to ambush her. Yet, the moment the leopard rod emerged, Yi Lingling exhibited not a shred of hesitation. She clearly understood that Douluo could not fend off both adversaries simultaneously. Moreover, Douluo had already suffered from a sneak attack, her body marred with injuries. In response, she promptly activated her soul skill to heal herself. A pristine, snow-white nine-heart sea butterfly blossomed in her hands, its gentle yet commanding healing effect swiftly mending Douluo's wounds, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth. As a support, she had been taught by both her academy's instructors and her family's legacy to adeptly fulfill her role. However, due to her supportive abilities, She often finds herself the most heavily protected in typical combat situations. Thus, when confronted with the realities of battle, she becomes the sole vulnerability, the pivotal point through which the enemy can exploit their advantage. In that very moment, she caught a glimpse of an incredibly slender figure, akin to a bamboo pole, hurtling towards her like an arrow released from its bow. Though she had the capacity to move, her opponent's speed was far superior. That individual possessed a spirit. The extreme shadow leopard, renowned for its unparalleled swiftness, so rapid that it was merely a fleeting shadow, akin to a ghost. Upon becoming a martial spirit, its wielder perfectly inherited this trait of velocity. Moreover, the claws of this being were extraordinarily sharp, with the extreme shadow's 100 claws technique serving as the most compelling testament to that fact. Yi Lingling was acutely aware that she had no avenue for retreat or evasion, her tension rendering her nearly incapable of maintaining her martial spirit, and fear gripped her, almost causing her to collapse in despair. In the instant that Douluo Yan, stripped of Yi Lingling's spirit enhancements, exchanged blows with Xiang Qiu, she distinctly felt excruciating pain radiating from her arm. It was no mere muscle strain, but rather an injury severe enough to affect the bone. It was only then that she comprehended the source of the restorative power she had received. Yet, by this point, it was far too late for her to turn back and offer rescue. No matter how swift she was, she could not outpace a pure agility-focused spirit master. In an instant, both women found themselves ensnared in the depths of passivity, a singular thought echoing in their minds. Could this truly be the end? Comseal. A subtle voice resonated. Has anyone ever told you to cherish the delicate? A shadowy figure stood before Yi Lingling, brandishing a shield that radiated like a beacon of hope, illuminating her very heart. Yi Lingling gazed in disbelief at the armored figure before her, uncertain of their identity, yet she knew that in this arena, only competitors from other academies could be present. Why would they come to my aid? This singular question consumed her thoughts. Chapter 23. The burden of bullying to bully a girl. How depraved you must be. Wu He abruptly raised his shield, a bastion of invincibility, deflecting the leopard rod's attack, and then, with fluid motion, unleashed a punch that struck like a cannonball against the opponent's abdomen. This seemingly simple blow was as crushing as Mount Tai, leaving the leopard rod gasping in agony, nearly retching. He looked up, staring at Wu He clad in black rhino armor, clutching his aching belly while struggling for breath. Who are you to meddle in this affair? Upon witnessing his comrade being struck, Xiang Qiu ceased his engagement with Douluo Yan and swiftly rushed to the side of the leopard. Are you all right, leopard? I won't die? Beastly, the leopard-headed figure spat vehemently to the side, wiping his mouth afterward. Although Wu Yi's earlier punch had not been delivered with full force, the armored might behind it was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Wu He stood before Yi Lingling like a towering mountain, his imposing figure instilling a profound sense of security in her heart. Once more, her martial spirit radiated with brilliance as a healing soul technique enveloped Douluo Yan like a gentle spring breeze. Feeling the warmth of the healing energy, Douluo Yan flicked her wrist, and the previously unbearable pain vanished without a trace, her muscular strain miraculously mending itself. She also took note of the formidable black rhinoceros armor, a wave of curiosity surging within her. She yearned to uncover the origins of this hero. However, this was not the time for inquiries, as Wu He's brave intervention thwarted the leopard's assault, redirecting the focus of both adversaries squarely upon him. Second Soul Technique, Swift Shadow Stab. Second Soul Technique, Elephant Body. Simultaneously, the two assailants unleashed their attacks, yet Wu He remained steadfast, resembling a statue, showing no inclination to defend himself. Before their strikes commenced, he had already urged Douluo Yan to swiftly retreat with Yi Lingling to avoid collateral damage. Elephant Jiu's palms transformed, resembling easily wieldable ivory, thickening into pillar-like appendages adorned with sharp tusks. Each punch delivered an impact akin to a mammoth's relentless charge. Astonishing in its ferocity, the leopard-headed figure soared into the air like a bird, channeling all his strength into his hands, utilizing the speed enhancement of the swift shadow stab to dart around Wu He, launching a relentless series of attacks from every conceivable angle. Nevertheless, Wu He stood unmoving, his gaze towards them as cold and indifferent as ice, as though he were surveying two inconsequential ants. 3 minutes elapsed, and both adversaries found themselves nearly depleted of soul energy, panting heavily as they stood aside, on the verge of mocking Wu He as a mere clown easily toppled. Yet, upon glancing up, they beheld Wu He's black rhinoceros armor, still standing resolute like an indomitable black iron tower, unmoved in the slightest. In an instant, all scornful words lodged in their throats, leaving them feeling utterly impotent. Was this truly all the strength they possessed? With a tone as tranquil as still waters and as indifferent as cold ice, Wu He uttered a remark steeped in irony. You two had better learn how to fight properly. In an instant, Wu He appeared before the two like a wraith, accompanied by tremendous inertia. His palms struck their chests with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. In that fleeting moment, the two men were sent flying backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing violently to the ground. They felt as though their backsides had been shattered into 4 pieces, and the pressure on their sternums was so intense that it seemed their entire chests might splinter apart. The already frail leopard rod coughed up a mouthful of blood, mingled with wisps of toxic gas. You scoundrel, he weakly exclaimed. If it weren't for the poison afflicting my brother and me, you would be in a far worse state. Seeing Leopard Rod struggle to articulate his words, Xiang Jiu clutched his chest in fury and added, Is that so? Wu He nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, So? You mean to say that I am taking advantage of your frail physiques? Upon hearing Wu He's words, both Xiang Jiu and Leopard Rod shamelessly nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying a sentiment of, indeed, that is precisely the case. Wu He smiled faintly, genuinely astonished by the audacity of these two individuals, whose shamelessness rivaled that of a city wall. Very well. With an air of nonchalance, Wu He turned gracefully and commanded the 2 beautiful women behind him. Du Guyan, extract the poison from their bodies. Yi Ling Ling, you shall tend to their wounds. Upon hearing Wu He's words, the 2 women were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Wait, how can you trust these 2 scoundrels? Du Guyan exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, yet at a loss for a rebuttal. In the realm of soul masters, honorable and fair duels were held in high esteem. Fear not. Simply follow my instructions. These 2 buffoons will not stir up any trouble. Wu He's indifference struck like a resounding slap across the faces of the 2. Du Guyan, infuriated, stamped her foot in frustration, but ultimately complied with Wu He's directive and began to neutralize the poison. Seeing Du Guyan take action, Yi Ling Ling was suddenly overcome by an instinctual trust in Wu He, in 2 beams of healing light, akin to warm sunlight, cascaded over Leopard Gon and Elephant Xiao. In mere moments, the 2 slowly regained their footing, although their stamina and vitality were somewhat diminished. They could not help but commend Yi Ling Ling's remarkable healing prowess. All their injuries had miraculously healed. Even the internal damage inflicted by Du Guyan's poison restored as if they had never been harmed. Instantly, the lascivious smiles returned to their faces, as if mocking. Never have we encountered such a foolish person. You won't even wait for us to recover our strength. Now it is truly a fair fight. Upon hearing Wu He's words, although they inwardly cursed his foolishness, they reluctantly conceded. Fair enough. Let us commence. Very well, then allow me to conclude this swiftly. With that, Wu He summoned the meteor spear, showcasing a dazzling display of skill before charging towards them. The moment they witnessed him conjuring the meteor spear, they were rendered speechless, their minds racing with disbelief. Isn't he wielding a shield? How could he possibly possess a long weapon? Wu He paid no heed to the thoughts of the 2 individuals, as the meteor lance struck them directly, followed by a relentless series of blows. The 2 had scarcely a moment to react before being forcefully sent flying from the arena. In the Tianyi Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiang Qiu and Bao Gan exited the stage, automatically eliminated. Though they realized they had not sustained serious injuries, the pain from landing on their backsides was excruciating, causing them to burst into tears, for they were still mere children. Ah, mama, it hurts. Chapter 24. Ambush. Chapter 25. Let us go. It's my turn. Chapter 26. Watch me dominate you. The trio's gazes shot like arrows toward the direction of the chilling feminine voice, only to find that Mier, who had been immobilized beneath the tree, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, they felt the bone-chilling arrows approach them from all directions like a tempest. Instinctively, they dodged with the agility of startled hares. However, whether it was their reflexes that were lightning quick or their movements that were ghostly elusive, each arrow seemed to possess a mind of its own, landing precisely 0.5 meters in front of and behind them, creating the illusion that their adversary was feeble while they themselves were godlike warriors. It was not until a barrage of arrows, fanning out like a storm, descended upon them from 3 directions that they snapped back to reality and hastily leaped back to evade the attack, only to collide with one another in their panic. leaving them with no retreat. At that moment, Mier resembled a shadowy archer lurking in the dark, methodically driving her prey toward an inescapable abyss. As the three collided, the fan-shaped rain of arrows fell upon them like droplets of rain. Although the impact was not overwhelmingly painful, the passive effects triggered by the arrows left them feeling as though they had plunged into a freezing abyss. Each of them was struck by 5 to 10 arrows. And as control-type soul masters, their defenses were inherently frail, allowing the arrows to easily penetrate their skin. Instantly, they were subjected to an environmental gravitational suppression of 3 to 5 units. Already weary, their situation was exacerbated by the arrow's wounds and the crushing weight of gravity, leaving them in a state of despair. Their faces turned as pale as paper, as if death were imminent. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Mier would not allow them to be eliminated so easily. The increase in environmental gravity manifested as a serpentine current of paralysis that ensnared the trio tightly. Even Linbei, standing nearby, narrowly escaped its reach, having swiftly leapt aside like a startled bird. Mier's second soul skill, the Dragon Soul and Phoenix Soul, was terrifyingly potent. The increased environmental gravity merely complicated their movements and slowed their escape, while the electric chains represented a truly fearsome form of control. The three were rendered listless, akin to eggplants battered by frost, exhaling white mist, as they felt they were reliving the bittersweet experiences of their lives. Desperate to flee this dreadful place, they hesitated for a torturous 10 minutes, paralyzed by indecision. Only when they saw that no one was obstructing their path did they cautiously tread forward, as if walking on thin ice. However, Mier lay in wait like a leopard poised on a branch, having anticipated this moment for a long time. The three of them, oblivious to the impending danger, ambled toward what they presumed was safety, but they had merely taken a single step. Suddenly, one of them collapsed to the ground as if burdened by an insurmountable weight, the gravity of the situation pressing down upon him like an immovable mountain, leaving him gasping for breath and voiceless. This was the third member of their group. His soul technique acted as an indomitable barrier, obstructing the flow of other soul power and even usurping a portion of their autonomy. It was this very reason that Mier had become the bait for such a humiliating act, yearning to cry out, yet finding her voice choked, silenced as if her throat were being constricted. The other two dared not assist him, they could only choose a different direction. Yet after merely 3 steps, they too found themselves akin to kites severed from their strings, soaring helplessly into the air with no place to land. This individual was the one who had employed the capture soul technique against Mier, and now she intended for him to experience the same sense of helplessness she had endured. After all, those who have been drenched by rain often wish to tear the umbrellas from others' hands. Lastly, their leader, the one Mier most wished to confront, was not only a lecherous gaze that had once violated her, but also a cunning mind, as treacherous as a venomous serpent. If he were to survive, he would undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle for Wu Heye. As the leader observed his 2 subordinates ensnared in despair, he too refrained from moving, remaining rooted in place like a startled bird, too fearful to venture anywhere. He had come to realize that the seemingly harmless attacks were, in fact, invisible traps imbued with a unique hunting property. To step within their confines was to be ensnared, unable to extricate oneself. Such intelligence could be perilous. Mier finally emerged from the shadows, her countenance etched with ferocity and disdain. As a third-ring soul master, she found it intolerable to have been humiliated by 3 great soul masters. She could not swallow this indignity without retribution. With her martial spirit retracted, she glided toward her target like a delicate swallow, step by step. At this moment, with Lin Bei's assistance, Mier's stamina and soul power flourished like seedlings nourished by spring rain, swiftly returning to a state of fullness. Even the energy she had just expended from rapid movement, along with the soul power drained from unleashing skills, was derived from those 3 individuals. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Mia vanquished them using their own stamina and soul power. The leader, sporting a distinctive mustache, despite harboring thoughts of combat, found himself devoid of the strength to engage. Not to mention his nearly depleted reservoir of soul power, he felt incapable of even executing a soul skill, as the essence seemed to elude him. Presently, his stamina barely held up, after all. The disparity in soul power reserves between a soul master and a grand soul master was enormous, leading to their nearly drained vitality. Although the leader still possessed some stamina, he refrained from making any rash moves, inadvertently granting Mier an exceptional opportunity to strike. With swift, Decisive steps, she advanced like a tempest, landing a powerful blow upon his chin. Though her strength was modest, it nonetheless sent him flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing squarely within the confines she had predetermined. As he touched the ground, the trap erupted like a volcano, unleashing chaos. In that instant, the mustachioed leader was engulfed in a profound sense of weakness. As if his very soul had been extracted, he could neither hear sounds nor see objects. And even his sense of smell seemed to fade away. The only certainty he clung to was the knowledge of his own existence. For the absence of sound and the lack of air movement rendered him oblivious, even to Miura's approach. 5 seconds later, his senses gradually returned. Yet his soul power and stamina had reached their limits. Realizing his impending doom, he spread his arms wide, lying on the ground in a star shape, silently hoping for a benevolent soul to expedite his elimination. "Have mercy on me," a familiar plea wafted through the air from a distance. They looked up to see a towering black figure crashing through the forest, his formidable defenses rendering even a tree that required 3 individuals to encircle utterly powerless against his onslaught. Chapter 27. The Core Zone of Tenfold Soul Power. Chapter 28. You captured him, so why should we cease? Chapter 29. Alliance. Chapter 30. A tense standoff. Poison. Yu Tianheng gazed in horror at the poison mist that gradually spread across the battlefield like a relentless tide, instinctively retreating a few steps. The blue lightning in his hand flickered within the poisonous haze, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky, crackling and dancing in a futile attempt to dispel the miasma. Yet, this blue lightning was as ineffective against the toxin as an ant attempting to shake a tree. A slight smile graced his lips, as if he had already discerned the unfolding events. Indeed, those who remained were the true warriors. As the proud scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Tianheng naturally exudes an innate arrogance, perceiving ordinary soul masters as mere ants beneath him. It is only those equally gifted prodigies who are deemed worthy to compete with him. Observing the ghostly dispersal of the toxic mist, a thin layer of electric netting slowly envelopes him, resembling an indomitable armor that shields him entirely, preventing even the slightest infiltration of poison. Meanwhile, within the noxious haze, he catches sight of a glimmering cold light, hurtling towards him like a shooting star. A long spear, swift as lightning, with its tip seemingly ablaze, lunges directly at his face. Yu Tianheng remains unperturbed, as the spear's tip abruptly halts at the center of his brow, showing no inclination to advance further. He smiles calmly, and in the next moment, his gaze meets that of Wu He. The two stand facing each other. What appears to be a simple probe is, in truth, an exchange of skill between masters. Wu Hai retracted his spear, yet in the next instant, his figure vanished like a specter. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng's silhouette followed closely, mirroring Wu Hai's movements. Amidst the toxic mist, the two engaged in a dance of feigned attacks, complemented by fierce strikes that landed with palpable force. The claws of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clashed with Wu Hai's spear, each collision erupting like a firework, dazzling with vibrant sparks. Each separation and convergence foretold an impending clash that promised even more ferocious onslaughts. Remarkably, within this fervent rhythm of combat, neither exhibited the slightest discomfort. Instead, they reveled in the exhilarating thrill of the exchange. Lin Bei observed the evenly matched duelists and was astonished to witness the unsettling sight of both combatants grinning, while he himself found it impossible to summon a smile. At this moment, Wu He relied on his physical strength in battle. However, it was not long before he would no longer need to endure alone. Under the cover of the toxic mist, he stealthily approached the Stone brothers from behind like a wraith. "Hey, you two dullards." Lin Bei playfully patted the shoulders of the Stone brothers, a cunning smile adorning his face. Simultaneously, several concealed crystals in his palm struck them with the swiftness of lightning. The Stone brothers turned at the sound, their shields standing firm like an indomitable fortress, forcefully pushing Lin Bei away, their faces betraying a flicker of anger. Yet, they soon realized that their stamina was mysteriously dissipating like a river breaking through a dam, and even their soul power began to disperse like smoke. Confused, they could only speculate that the toxicity of the mist was extraordinary. Gradually, the battle between Wu He and Yu Tianheng reached a fever pitch. As they fought fiercely, Wu He inadvertently exposed a flaw at an inopportune moment, his head tilting slightly to reveal a gap. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yu Tianheng felt a twinge of unease. Sure enough, 3 arrows shot forth from the opening like venomous serpents emerging from their lair. Yu Tianheng hastily raised his dragon claw to shield his face, initially believing the arrows to be trivial annoyances. To his surprise, their force surpassed that of an ordinary soul master's iron fist. Moreover, the arrows were not haphazardly launched. Rather, they were 9 in total, arranged in a disciplined formation, flying towards Yu Tianheng with precision. The power of the 9 arrows was akin to a tidal wave, propelling Yu Tianheng backward. Yet, he was no ordinary foe. Executing a graceful maneuver in midair, he landed swiftly, kneeling and gazing intently into the depths of the toxic mist. How despicable of you! Resorting to ambush in a one-on-one battle. Yu Tianheng's dragon claw struck the ground in fury, as if he aimed to shatter the earth beneath him. What nonsense! Who said this was a fair duel? Do not be so naive. The shameless laughter of Wu He echoed in Yu Tianheng's ears, akin to a sinister melody resonating within his mind. Just as frustration threatened to overwhelm him, and he prepared to make a move, he discovered that the gravitational force in his vicinity had inexplicably intensified 5-fold. This sudden surge in gravity exerted immense pressure on his internal organs. At merely 11 or 12 years of age, being a prodigy, his training predominantly revolved around soul power, and despite possessing a robust beast martial soul, he had seldom engaged in physical conditioning at such a tender age. Consequently, the instant the 5-fold gravity manifested, Yu Tianheng nearly lost control of his martial soul. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, intensifying his ire directed towards Wu He. Very well, you all wish to play dirty. In that moment, Yu Tianheng was enveloped in a dazzling blue lightning, his furious demeanor resembling that of a rampaging divine beast. All attention, this fellow is about to unleash his full power. Before Wu He could finish his words, Yu Tianheng's figure had already vanished from his sight. A claw swiftly lunged toward Du Guyan. Throughout the struggle with Wu He, Yu Tianheng had not been idle. Through rapid movements, he had gathered a comprehensive understanding of everyone's positions, apart from his allies. Although he had yet to catch sight of Mier, he was acutely aware of the others' placements and their roles in the current scenario. His immediate objective was to eliminate Du Guyan, as her poisonous mist was not only lethal but also obstructed his vision, hindering his combat effectiveness. However, Control-type soul masters were notoriously fragile, and a single skill could easily take them down. Yet, in a moment of fleeting inspiration, the healing light that had been upon Wu He instantly shifted to Du Guyan. Du Guyan, not one to be caught off guard, adeptly evaded Yu Tianheng's attack through clever maneuvering. Simultaneously, his martial spirit manifested, transforming his legs into elongated serpentine tails. With a swift flick, he struck Yu Tianheng's waist. At that moment, Yu Tianheng found himself at the center of Wu He's temporary squad, flanked by Du Guyan in front, Mier behind, Wu He to the left, and Lin Bei to the right. Such a central position was perilous. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Yu Tianheng then noticed that the Shijia brothers, who had been resisting just moments ago, were now sprawled on the ground, having been swiftly subdued. He had initially intended to test the waters, but was taken aback by the rapid escalation to a 5-on-1 confrontation. Chapter 31. The first encounter with good fortune. Yu Tianheng still harbored thoughts of resistance, but as he stepped forward with his right foot, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness surged through him, as if he were in an environment with only 1/10 of normal gravity. In an instant, his body floated like a driftwood, and with any movement, the others mirrored his actions. Before he could adjust his posture, Wu Yi's spear came crashing down like a tempest. Simultaneously, Du Guyan's fist struck with the force of thunder. In mere moments, Yu Tianheng was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. He landed heavily on the ground, disheveled and covered in dust, transforming from an enraged little wolf dog into a pitiful, defeated chick. Wu He initially intended to persuade Yu Tianheng to concede, yet at times, the obstinate nature of a soul master is such that not even 10 oxen could deter them. Yu Tianheng unleashed both his first and second rings simultaneously, attempting to exhaust his soul power. Even if he were to be eliminated, he aspired to take someone down with him. His sights were set squarely on Wu He, for in his eyes, Wu He was the strongest among the temporary squad, and should he succeed in displacing him, the outcome of the subsequent 2-on-2 battle remained uncertain. However, some matters are destined to unfold contrary to one's desires. As Yu Tianheng trembled yet again to his feet, Wu He wasted no time, charging forth like a ravenous tiger, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Within a mere 3 minutes, Yu Tianheng, resigned to his fate, ultimately raised the flag, symbolizing surrender. It was not that Yu Tianheng lacked strength. Rather, he was merely unfortunate to encounter a cadre of exceptionally gifted individuals. As Yu Tianheng departed with his two subordinates in dejection, the toxic miasma released by Du Guyan spread like a plague, and the five seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they collectively stepped outside the designated zone. Now that only we remain, are you still willing to uphold your promises? Their demeanor suggested a warning. Should you dare to renege, I shall unleash my poison. Among the trio of Wu Hei, only Mi-Er felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, Wu Hei remained steadfast to their verbal agreement and opted for a one-on-one duel. To everyone's astonishment, Du Guyan unexpectedly sent Yi Ling to the arena. In that instant, both Lin Bei and Mi-Er were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Lin Bei suddenly speculated that perhaps this was a gesture of goodwill. Knowing they were outmatched, the opponent had sent forth a mere support character who could only heal. Lin Bei's wild imaginings nearly spun a complete narrative, and given a moment more, he might have even conjured names for future offspring. Despite the absurdity of the situation, with a support character taking the field, Mi-Er still insisted on entering the fray. However, Wu Hei firmly restrained her. What are you doing? Mi-Er exclaimed. They've already thrown in the towel. Let me go. I promise to be merciful. Her fierce demeanor belied her words, which were delivered in a surprisingly endearing tone. Yet, Wu Hei replied, you two stay aside and watch. You cannot defeat her. Upon hearing Wu Hei's declaration, Lin Bei was filled with confusion, while Mi-Er was consumed by rage. Mi-Er was genuinely furious, for Wu Hei claimed that she, a soul master, could not overcome a great soul master's support. And that very support, with her frosty demeanor, appeared almost pitifully fragile. This seemingly delicate woman always instilled an inexplicable sense of unease in Mi-Er. Be good, listen, and wait over there. Wu Hei gently caressed Mi-Er's head and remarked, this trouble is of my own making. It is my responsibility to resolve it. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei became increasingly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? How had the mere presence of a support character transformed Wu Hei into a villain? Was it possible he had accrued some romantic debts in private? If Wu Hei were privy to Lin Bei's current musings, he would be tempted to pry open his skull to uncover the multitude of thoughts swirling within, many of which bore a semblance of logic. Ultimately, Lin Bei and his companion could not withstand Wu Hei's determination and slowly retreated to the side, providing ample space for the impending duel. Du Guyan instinctively moved aside, recognizing that the outcome of the battle held little relevance for her, as she and Yi Ling hailed from entirely different academies. Her decision to allow Yi Ling to take the stage was motivated by two primary reasons. Firstly, since the inception of the competition, Yi Ling had rescued her from peril on multiple occasions. Without her healing, Du Guyan would likely have been forced to withdraw due to injury. Secondly, and most crucially, Yi Ling possessed a trump card, a mysterious armor bestowed upon her by a legendary hero, rumored to unleash the power of a Soul King for a maximum duration of 10 minutes. Given this advantage, even if Wu Hei were to summon the mightiest Soul Master, Mi-Er, it would be a futile endeavor. Thus, she decisively relinquished her spot in the duel. However, what she did not anticipate was that the opponent chosen for the one-on-one confrontation was none other than Wu Hei, a boy who had scarcely unleashed any soul abilities throughout the competition and relied solely on conventional weaponry and martial techniques in combat. While his offensive strategy was undeniably fierce, it was not derived from his martial soul. In the absence of support, his battle prowess might be comparable to that of an ordinary support soul master. Du Guyan found herself bewildered as to why they had not allowed a soul master to take the stage. Questioning whether they truly regarded a support soul master with such disdain, Yi Ling gazed at Wu Hei before her, her beautiful visage cooling slightly. She had witnessed his martial soul, an unusual array that had proven to be of little significance in battle, and he had yet to manifest any of his soul rings. She felt a sense of being underestimated. Although it was said that his cultivation had reached the level of a soul master, there was an underlying discomfort that persisted. Wu Hei stood awkwardly as the time displayed on the signal tower dwindled to the final 5 minutes, and the arena once again contracted. The energy emanating from the signal tower promptly replenished the stamina of several participants, and for the first time in this competition, Wu Hei unleashed his soul ring. His 5-element shadow array martial spirit gradually manifested behind him, and 2 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, one purple and one black. The moment the soul rings appeared, Both Du Guyan and Yi Ling were taken aback, for the age of the soul rings surpassed their comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stifled a chuckle, delighted to see someone else rendered speechless in such a manner. How could such a person exist? The first two soul rings were not merely a century old. One was a millennium, and the other a myriad of years. Du Guyan gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. You have seen my soul rings. I grant you the chance to strike first. The voice of Wu Heye, though airy and seemingly feeble, struck each word like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. For a fleeting moment, Yi Ling felt as though her heartbeat had ceased. She slowly withdrew a jade-green crystal from her bosom, its core intricately carved with the character for wood. Upon witnessing the crystal in Yi Ling's grasp, Mi-Er gazed at Wu Heye in astonishment, suddenly comprehending the implications of his words. Simultaneously, her anger intensified. How could he bestow such a precious first on another girl? Yi Ling raised the crystal high above her head, allowing sunlight to filter through it, and loudly intoned a spell. Wind Eagle Armor, Unite. Chapter 32. Winged Eagle Black Rhinoceros. Upon uttering the command, the crystal in her hand transformed into a resplendent gem, ascending gracefully towards the sun. Concurrently, Wu Heye's first soul ring erupted like a wild stallion, darting away from him and, in the astonished gaze of Yi Ling, precisely encircling the wooden crystal. What on earth was happening? Not only was Yi Ling left agape in disbelief, but even Du Guyan was rendered speechless, witnessing for the first time how his soul ring could autonomously assist another. To be candid, this spectacle was a first for Lin Bei and Mi-Er as well. Although they had previously heard Wu Heye recount the alternate application of his soul skill, granting another the opportunity to wield armor, such a stroke of fortune had eluded even Mi-Er, who was closest to him, leaving Yi Ling with an unexpected boon. The purple soul ring enveloping the wooden crystal resembled a sinuous python, gradually tightening its grip. With a crisp shattering sound, the purple ring merged into the character for wood as seamlessly as a droplet dissolving into the ocean. In an instant, a cerulean giant eagle swooped around the arena like a bolt of lightning, emitting a resounding cry before landing gracefully upon Yi Ling's forehead. Then, a beam of sunlight cascaded down like golden threads, gently illuminating Yi Ling's form. The shattered crystal, its fragments seemingly enchanted, reassembled into a unique suit of armor that adhered perfectly to Wu Heye's body. Just as swiftly, the sunlight vanished, and with a final eagle's cry, a deep blue figure materialized before Wu Heye, almost ghostly in its appearance. For the first time, Wu Heye experienced the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg when confronting the Wind Eagle armor. In the fleeting moment when the Aoki giant eagle aligned with Yi Ling's forehead, a torrent of memories not her own surged into her mind. The intricacies of combat techniques, the manipulation of the armor, the wielding of weapons, and even the minutiae of the Wind Eagle armor coalesced within her in an instant. It was as if this suit of armor had been meticulously tailored for her from the very beginning. Most remarkably, the utilization of the armor demanded not a trace of her soul power. It merely required a negligible amount of physical stamina. Simultaneously, her martial spirit remained fully operational, rendering the entire experience strikingly natural and harmonious. As Yi Ling completed the fusion with the Wind Eagle armor, a flash of crimson light flickered in her eyes, and she moved with the swiftness of the wind. A force akin to a hurricane converged upon her legs, the energy pulsating and solidifying, radiating a subtle yet resplendent green light, reminiscent of dazzling emeralds. The wind godleg, her form vanished like a wraith, only to reappear at a diagonal above Wu Heye, her movements as graceful as a celestial dancer, yet imbued with an intimidating aura that instilled dread. Merely gazing at the soles of the Wind Eagle armor evokes an overwhelming sense of the immense power contained within each step. The onlookers were bewildered to see Wu Heye standing there, frozen like a statue, devoid of any reaction, leaving them perplexed about his intentions. However, in the eyes of Du Guyan, Wu Heye appeared to be utterly petrified. Yet she could not fathom why his first soul ring had detached from him like a bird taking flight. In that fleeting moment, his 10,000-year soul ring streaked by like a meteor, and an otherworldly glow enveloped him. He gently lifted his right foot, and, with a subtle stomp, a cloud of dust erupted like a colossal wave, obscuring the scene from everyone's view. Yet, for Yi Ling, the swirling dust posed no obstruction. She merely perceived Wu Heye as indulging in theatrics. But in the next instant, Astonishment flickered in her eyes as she beheld an object of her deepest desires. Amidst the swirling haze, a high-grade rhino horn glimmering with silver light, along with the indomitable spirit reflected in his gaze, manifested before her like a divine apparition. However, at that moment, her offensive was already unleashed like an arrow from a bow, with no chance of retreat. Subsequently, the wind god leg landed firmly upon Wu Hiyi, and the solid impact conveyed to Yi Ling was no longer the warmth of a hero, but rather a bone-chilling coldness. Her figure, as agile as a cunning rabbit, swiftly executed a flip and leaped out of the dust-laden area. Clad in the heavy wind eagle armor, she moved with the grace of a light-hearted swallow, and upon landing, she gently released her wood-type energy, dispersing the dust like a nimble wind. Douluo had anticipated witnessing a fallen Wu Hiyi, considering that even a partial strike from Yi Ling, a soul king of the fifth ring, would be beyond the endurance of a mere soul master at level 30 without a third soul ring. Yet, the unexpected unfolded before her, rendering her equally stunned and motionless. Caught in disbelief, the black rhinoceros armor worn by Wu Hiyi resembled a colossal hammer capable of inflicting devastating true damage, shattering all her pride with a single strike. Not long ago, that very armor had bestowed upon her a solid glimmer of hope in her eyes. Even if the black rhinoceros armor possessed merely the strength of a soul king, it was an invincible entity. At this moment, she finally comprehended why Wu Hiyi had never resorted to utilizing her skills. She also instantaneously grasped the profound foundation of the Tiando Empire's primary Soul Master Academy. To her, Wu Yi's reluctance to employ soul techniques seemed to stem from a disdain for engaging with them. Yet she remained perplexed as to why Wu Hiyi had intervened to save them. Naturally, such inquiries would remain unvoiced by the proud little princess, Douluo. Despite her astonishment, both sets of armor displayed the prowess of a soul king, leading her to believe that Yi Ling might not be entirely devoid of the chance to prevail over Wu Hiyi. Yi Ling's heart trembled. She was reluctant to confront the hero she idolized, yet circumstances compelled her, akin to an arrow drawn to its full tension, demanding release. For a fleeting moment, she perceived Wu Hiyi as an illusion, convinced that something was amiss with Wu Hiyi's soul technique. In that instant of contemplation, she was nearly certain that Wu Hiyi could not possibly be the hero she revered. It must have been that Wu Hiyi's soul technique possessed some peculiar hallucinatory effect, capable of conjuring a special illusion by tapping into the deepest yearnings of others. Particularly, Wu Hiyi remained utterly still after being attacked. This alone seemed to align perfectly with her suspicions, for illusions are but fabrications, and even a slight movement could cause them to shatter without confrontation. Chapter 33. Black Rhinoceros versus Wind Eagle. Wu Hiyi stood as still as a statue, not due to any other reason, but rather because of Yi Ling's fierce flying kick, which, like a feather, lightly landed upon the impenetrable armor of the black rhinoceros. It seemed as though that kick was merely a gentle breeze, stirring not the slightest ripple, and requiring no effort to brush away the dust. Setting aside other considerations, the defensive and offensive capabilities of the black rhinoceros armor were unparalleled among the 5 elemental armors. Particularly notable was its supreme defense, which only the flame dragon and snow mastiff armors could possibly inflict even the slightest mark upon. The wind eagle armor, designed for support and speed, undoubtedly excelled in ambush and aiding allies, demonstrating exceptional penetrative power under specific circumstances. However, when these two armors stood side by side, their respective strengths and weaknesses became glaringly apparent. In comparison to the wind eagle armor, the black rhinoceros armor appeared increasingly cumbersome and sluggish. While its defense was as steadfast as rock, it was unlikely to even graze the slightest feather of the wind eagle armor. Conversely, the wind eagle armor was remarkably fragile, susceptible to severe injury at the slightest misstep. Yet, these conclusions existed solely within Wu Hiyi's perception, for no one else possessed greater insight into the characteristics of these 5 armors than he did. Yi Ling moved with the swiftness of a gale, scrutinizing Wu Hiyi from various angles. The sheen of the black rhinoceros armor upon him was flawless. Yet it was precisely this perfection that ignited a fierce resentment within her. She would not allow anyone to desecrate the sacred light that resided in her heart. Continuously shifting, she confirmed her inner speculation. Wu Hiyi's soul skill must be a unique illusion, enabling him to unleash certain special attributes while remaining motionless. The black rhinoceros armor he now embodied undoubtedly possessed indomitable defensive traits. Thus, Her immediate objective was to compel Wu He to move. She firmly believed that once he acted, everything would unravel effortlessly. With the grace of a butterfly, Yi Ling removed the wind eagle rings from her shoulders, elegantly executing a particular technique to launch them. The two wind eagle rings spiraled across the arena like lightning, slicing through the air with a deafening crack, as if declaring their sharpness to the world. Subsequently, a wind eagle crossbow materialized in her right hand, as if by magic. However, rather than releasing the crossbow from a stationary position, she adopted a circular stance, akin to a blossoming flower, unleashing crossbow attacks from all directions upon Wu He. Each shot bombarded the surface of the black rhinoceros armor like raindrops, leaving only minor traces, yet the tremors from each shot erupted into clouds of dust, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, emphasizing the formidable power of each strike. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, the wind eagle rings stealthily acted as hidden assassins, repeatedly launching surprise attacks on Wu He under her precise control. This prompted Wu He to reflect in awe. Yi Ling was merely an ordinary support-type soulmaster. Despite her lack of experience in agile or powerful combat, she had skillfully developed the offensive capabilities of the Wind Eagle armor to an exquisite degree, much like a master artist meticulously crafting a rare gem. It was worth noting that even the original film's Wind Eagle armor summoners would only employ it for playful ambushes and skill demonstrations. None could wield it with the distinctive rhythm that Yi Ling showcased, akin to a conductor leading a grand symphony. Wu He felt compelled to applaud her brilliance. Although her offensive rhythm was spectacular, it nonetheless felt like mere scratching against the black rhinoceros armor. Had she been facing the Earth Tiger armor or the Flame Dragon armor, she might have indeed inflicted some damage. Just as Yi Ling seized the moment of obscured vision amidst the billowing smoke, her Wind Eagle crossbow unexpectedly transformed into the Wind Eagle sword, akin to a chameleon changing its hue. Under the relentless assault of the Wind Eagle rings, she gathered her strength like a cheetah, launching a lethal strike with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce Wu He finally moved, raising his hand shield as if it were a bulwark before him. In an instant, the two weapons clashed with the ferocity of two mighty beasts, producing a thunderous sound of metal meeting metal. At that moment, Yi Ling was taken aback. She had never imagined that Wu He would act, and even more so, that he would be in defense. In that fleeting moment, she suddenly comprehended and silently acknowledged the truth she had long been reluctant to accept. However, a radiant glow flickered in the eyes of Wu He, clad in his obsidian armor, as he swiftly struck with his shield, akin to a meteor, toward the chest of the Windhawk armor. After all your blows, it is now my turn. The impact of his punch sent Yi Ling reeling backward like a kite severed from its string. And although the Windhawk armor had absorbed a significant portion of the damage, she still felt as though her ribcage might fracture. Typically, Wu He was a dapper young man, entirely uncharacteristic of engaging in violence against a girl. Yet, the sight of the Windhawk armor had instinctively triggered a reflexive defense and an offensive strike within him. Immediately regretting his action, he realized that his opponent was no ordinary warrior. Beneath that armor resided a delicate girl. The punch he had just thrown had sparked upon impact with the chest of the Windhawk armor, and he could only surmise the pain it must have caused, which filled him with remorse. The intense agony served as a sharp sword, ruthlessly severing Yi Ling's misguided perceptions and yanking her back to reality. At that moment, she was finally willing to believe in the authenticity of Wu He. Yet, following that punch, she distinctly sensed her injuries, and then a magnificent nine-heart begonia, resembling a resplendent pearl, materialized behind the Windhawk armor. A pure healing beam cascaded down upon the Windhawk armor like warm sunlight. Goodness, it can be played this way too. His martial spirit can still summon itself, and even while injured, it can heal him. What a cunning trick. Wu He couldn't help but marvel, astonished that his armor, when wielded by another, allowed the opponent to access their martial spirit and soul skills. However, upon reflection, he soon grasped the underlying reason. Wu He instantly realized that such gameplay significantly enhanced its playability. By lending his armor to others, its applicability became even more extensive. Back on the battlefield, Wu He resolved to counterattack. Even if he could not strike decisively, a victor must emerge from this confrontation. Yi Ling still had the means to regenerate her health, putting him at a considerable disadvantage. He decided that a swift resolution was imperative. Chapter 34. Utilizing additional abilities, Wu Yi brandished the meteor gun, its length exceeding 2 meters, resembling a formidable dragon, exuding an aura of dominance. At that moment, Du Guyan and Yi Ling suddenly comprehended why Wu Yi had chosen a spear as his weapon during their temporary alliance. It appeared that this choice was intricately linked to the armor he wore. With the meteor gun in hand, Wu Yi executed a dazzling display of spear techniques, the tip glimmering with a chilling radiance akin to a constellation of stars. Yet, within this icy glow, there was no hint of murderous intent, a detail that Yi Ling astutely discerned. The only weapon at her disposal was the Wind Eagle ring, with no other options readily available for immediate use. Nevertheless, Wu Yi's stance indicated that he was poised for an offensive. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Ling swiftly devised a strategy to break the stalemate. 2 Wind Eagle rings were launched from her hand, streaking through the air like bolts of lightning in an unexpected manner. Observing the rapidly approaching rings, Wu Yi's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. After all, employing the same tactic against him twice would be a grave underestimation of his abilities. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing it. Given his own formidable defenses, the 2 Wind Eagle rings posed little threat. Moreover, wielding the meteor gun, which grew stronger with each inch, he could effortlessly counter any ordinary ambush with the natural flow of his awareness. Wu Yi, wielding the meteor gun, charged towards Yi Ling like a ferocious beast. The gun's tip scraped against the ground, emitting a piercing sound accompanied by a shower of sparks, as if the meteor gun bore an infinite weight. In that moment, Yi Ling beheld a robust object descending upon her with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly retreated, finally discerning the true nature of the object. It was indeed the meteor gun. While others showcased their prowess with elegant maneuvers or flamboyant tricks, Wu Yi's approach could be encapsulated in a single word: a smash. It gave the impression that a fine weapon was being wielded, as if it were mere refuse. Yet, this smashing motion unleashed an extraordinary sense of power. The typical thrusts and jabs paled in comparison to the sheer force and unparalleled destructiveness of his assault, rendering one utterly captivated. Yi Ling's evasive maneuvers were as ethereal as a specter, maximizing the agility and speed of her Wind Eagle armor. However, mere evasion was not the hallmark of an effective combat style. As the ancient sages of Huaxiao once proclaimed, offense is the best defense. Whether this philosophy was known in the realm of Douluo continent remains a mystery. Once at a safe distance, Yi Ling transformed her Wind Eagle sword back into the Wind Eagle crossbow. Each time Wu Yi prepared to strike, she, like a precise hunter, would accurately target the joints of his weapon with her projectiles. This immediately disrupted Wu Yi's rhythm, and after several such encounters, he realized that his attack pattern had been firmly grasped by his opponent, prompting him to alter his tactics. As the smashing approach proved ineffective, he transitioned to a series of thrusts, followed by sweeping attacks, then upward jabs and downward slashes. Each form of the long spear was executed with precision by Wu Yi, while Yi Ling frequently utilized the Wind Eagle ring to create distractions. This relentless barrage of attacks resembled an irritating fly, tolerable once or twice, but increasingly vexatious with repetition, leaving Wu Yi quite discomfort. Thus, this back-and-forth fierce battle persisted for 6 or 7 minutes. Wasn't Wu Yi eager for a swift resolution? Initially, that had been his intent. Yet Yi Ling's mastery of the Wind Eagle armor had grown exponentially, allowing her to evade direct confrontation with Wu Yi flawlessly. Even the determined Wu Yi found himself unable to touch the wind-like agility of the Wind Eagle armor. This sensation of being toyed with felt eerily familiar to Wu Yi, as if he had experienced it somewhere before. Suddenly, he halted his assault as if ensnared by a binding spell, and in that fleeting moment, a revelation seemed to dawn upon him. Upon witnessing Wu Yi cease his pursuit, Yi Ling could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. In the present day, she has become increasingly adept at wielding the Wind Eagle armor, as if it has melded seamlessly with her being. Utilizing her astute intellect, she has even devised a unique offensive strategy that harmonizes with the armor. To be candid, her innate talent is extraordinary. Within mere moments, she successfully drew Wu Yi, who is intimately familiar with the armor, into her rhythm. Thus, his astonishment is understandable, for the sensation of controlling the tempo is a rare feat that most cannot achieve. She finds it utterly perplexing how Wu Yi managed to accomplish such a feat in the next instant. To her astonishment, she witnessed Wu Yi, who had been 5 meters away, suddenly materialized before her eyes at a mere 0.3 meters. His weapon transformed instantaneously into a hand shield, leaving her unprepared. Any attempt to defend or evade came too late, and Yi Ling was sent flying like a severed kite. Before she could even touch the ground, she saw the very figure that had just propelled her away vanish like smoke, only to reappear directly beneath her landing spot. Once again, his weapon had magically morphed into a meteor spear, followed by a fluid series of attacks that sent her hurtling away once more. Yi Ling was utterly confounded, pondering what hidden abilities Wu Hei's defensive armor had triggered, enabling such a dramatic surge in speed. She realized that if she did not counterattack soon, her only option would be to accept defeat. As she attempted to adjust her position using the characteristics of the Wind Eagle armor, a figure loomed behind her, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg. Wu Hei, resembling an immensely powerful rhinoceros, charged at her with overwhelming force, crashing her back to the ground. The moment she landed, her armor dissipated, revealing various abrasions on her waist, abdomen, hands, and face, akin to a flower ravaged by a tempest, appearing pitifully fragile. However, the gravest wound lay hidden deep within her heart. Wu Hei's armor had taken root like a demonic seed, sowing endless uncertainty and fear. How could she, who had always soared like an eagle in the sky, plummet so suddenly, akin to a bird with severed wings? She longed to scream, to express her resentment and defiance. Yet she abruptly realized that she was merely an ordinary support-type soul master, and even the prowess she had just displayed as a fragile offensive soul king was but a fleeting illusion granted by others. Despite the turmoil and struggle within her, as if besieged by countless ants, she slowly raised her right hand, her voice trembling as she uttered, "I concede." Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, Wu Hei remained silent, instead directing his profound gaze, as deep as an abyss, towards Lin Bei, who stood nearby. He then traversed towards the occupied zone with heavy, deliberate steps. As he entered the confines of the occupied area, Lin Bei's soul technique descended like a resplendent rainbow, simultaneously enveloping his form, which stood resolutely as a sturdy shield, safeguarding Wu Hei from the frailty that followed the dissolution of their union. Chapter 35. After the Speed Pass Points Competition. Encountering old friends with Wu Hei successfully seizing control of the signal tower, Douluo swiftly departed with the battered Yi Ling, akin to a hen shielding its chicks. As they retreated, Lin Bei loomed like an indomitable mountain, his steadfast presence completely obstructing their line of sight. At that moment, Wu Hei's soul power, stamina, and mental fortitude appeared to be drained, resembling a withered sugarcane, pitifully shriveled. Fortunately, Lin Bei's soul technique descended like a timely rain, preventing Wu Hei from succumbing to unconsciousness in that critical moment. In truth, it was also due to the rapport established between the two over the past few days. Their communication, akin to a shared understanding, often transcended words, where a mere glance could convey profound comprehension. At the moment when Wu Hei disengaged from the fusion, Lin Bei coincidentally stepped into the territory of the signal tower, where tenfold the soul energy and mental strength surged like a tempestuous tide, available for unrestrained absorption in an instant. This explains why, after sharing both his soul energy and physical strength with Wu Hei, Lin Bei could remain calm and resolutely protect him. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. In less than 40 minutes, Wu Hei and his companions witnessed the entire arena descend as if by magic, as though it had never existed at all. Once the outer walls of the venue slowly lowered like a curtain, all buffs within the arena dissipated like mist scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Although Wu Hei had not yet regained his peak condition, he was sufficiently empowered to summon his armor once more, ready for battle. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that all the arena walls had collapsed, and even above him, a translucent barrier gradually unfurled like a gossamer veil. At that moment, the remaining teams in the arena awoke from their stupor, realizing that their recent match had been broadcasted live to the outside world. Furthermore, none had anticipated that when the arena was fully lowered, all signal tower territories would converge like puzzle pieces into the central area, forming a final stage surrounded by layers of spectators, akin to stars encircling the moon. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wu Hei could not help but disdainfully spit. Was this not a starkly naked gladiatorial arena? Cough, cough. Let us extend our congratulations to the 6 teams present, as they have successfully advanced to the points competition. The impassioned voice of old Liang resonated through the arena like a great bell, echoing in every corner. Nearly everyone listened intently to old Liang's admonitions, save for the somewhat weakened Wu Hei, who nonchalantly picked at his earwax, seemingly oblivious to the elder standing on the platform. After old Liang concluded his fervent speech, he requested Dean Sun to unleash his martial soul and soul skills. In an instant, a soft green glow enveloped everyone in the arena. All fatigue and exhaustion rapidly rejuvenated within moments. Even Wu Hei, who had consumed a proportional amount, felt a swift surge in both physical and mental strength. Now, let me elucidate the rules of the points competition. Dean Sun began to unveil and clarify the second part of this exchange competition, simultaneously releasing his soul skills. Points competition. We are left with 6 teams, and the current threshold for recorded scores is scores of 6, 5, and 4 were allocated to each team as their initial points. However, the team that received the lowest score, merely 1 point, was filled with grievances. They questioned why other teams could secure 5 or 6 points while they were relegated to just 1. To clarify the initial scoring system, it was determined based on the order in which teams triumphed in the elimination rounds. Naturally, the last team to finish the elimination round could only receive the minimum score of 1 point. Yet, not every team was perceptive enough to comprehend that their own ranking fell short of this threshold. What was utterly unexpected was that Wu Hei's team managed to secure an impressive 6 points as their initial score. In a fiercely competitive arena, akin to a battlefield, they astonishingly concluded their contest with remarkable swiftness, emerging as the first to complete the challenge. Following this were the subsequent scoring rounds, where winning a match would grant 2 points, losing one would deduct a point, and a draw would leave the scores unchanged, resembling the placid surface of a lake. All teams found themselves like cogs in the wheel of fate, presented with the opportunity to battle against the other 5 teams, with the format of these encounters to be unveiled through a draw, much like a mysterious veil being lifted. In essence, there were only 2 formats for the competition. The first resembled a warrior's endurance in a wheel battle, wherein each round required both sides to send forth a member. The team that lost would dispatch their next contender, akin to fallen soldiers, until all 3 members of one side succumbed like wilting flowers, leading to the announcement of victory, akin to the dawn of triumph. Alternatively, the competition could take the form of a team PK, a fierce 3-on-3 clash where the outcome could shift in the blink of an eye, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the sky. Upon hearing that there were additional formats for the contests, the corners of the 3 participants' mouths curved upward, as if every remaining scoring event was meticulously tailored to their strengths. Each match unfolded with the swiftness of a gale, and before long, Mi-air returned, embodying the goddess of victory, adorned with the glory of 5 consecutive wins. Wu Hei paid no heed to the gazes of other teams, as he once again transformed into a debauched scion during this fleeting points competition, exuding an air of disdain akin to a chilling wind. Yet, in truth, any soul master with even a modicum of understanding regarding Wu Hei and his team's dynamics would realize that he resembled a cheetah lurking in the shadows of the night, his extraordinary prowess and formidable strength leaving onlookers astounded. Regrettably, not everyone possesses the insight to discern Wu Hei's true nature. They merely recognized that Du Guyan and Yi Lingling had inexplicably allied themselves with Yu Tianheng. The trio appeared as a fresh new team, their uniforms impeccably coordinated and their resources strikingly similar. This clearly indicated that Yu Tianheng, backed by the financially robust Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, had successfully absorbed several other institutions. Were it not for the exceptional qualifications and considerable power wielded by Wu Hei's school, it is likely that no one would have ever heard of any potential acquisition. Naturally, such matters are beyond the comprehension of ordinary students. However, when these 3 reappeared before Wu Hei, he was genuinely taken aback. Despite his meticulous efforts to separate them, they had once again congregated as they did in the original narrative. Wu Hei could only sincerely marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. Chapter 36. The opening of the challenge tournament. All teams entering the points competition ascended the final arena like valiant warriors. The ultimate scores of each team sparkled on the arena like brilliant stars, with the Wu Hei team, akin to triumphant monarchs, proudly amassing 10 points, complemented by 6 points from the elimination rounds, achieving a remarkable total of 16 points, capturing the attention of all. Amidst eager anticipation, the exhilarating exchange match segment finally commenced. known as the Resurrection Match or the Winner's Challenge. With a grand gesture reminiscent of a conductor, Dean's son waved his hand, and the rules magically appeared on the large screen beside him. Any eliminated team was granted a golden key to challenge the victorious team. Success would allow them to claim the arena, while failure would lead to merciless elimination. Each guardian of the arena stood as valiant protectors of treasure, accepting challenges based on the remaining points on the platform. When the points reached 0, it signified the emergence of the ultimate champion of that arena. However, if no challenges were made within an hour, the current champion would ascend to the throne of victory, becoming the ultimate ruler of the arena. Every 2 points resembled a burning flame, necessitating a challenge until the points were exhausted. When the remaining points fell to 1 or less, they would vanish like a shooting star. After successfully challenging the Guardian, challengers would automatically inherit the remaining points from the moment they stepped onto the arena, with an additional 6 points added as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. At that moment, all competitors who had comprehended the challenge rules directed their fervent gazes towards the first team's arena. The individual standing upon that platform, enveloped in golden radiance, appeared imposing. Yet to others, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, creating an illusion. The 2 colossal numbers, 16, on the first arena loomed like majestic peaks, narrating their victory while also indicating that this arena would face at least 8 challenges. Those who had previously clashed with the individuals on this platform understood the formidable strength of the team. None dared to be the first to challenge, though all yearned to be the one to eventually savor the fruits of victory. With a wave of his hand reminiscent of a fan, Deanson signaled the commencement of selections. All one needed to do was raise a hand and loudly declare the arena they wished to challenge. The spectators remained almost statue-like in their stillness, though some whispered among themselves. Yet not a single person dared to raise their hand like a true warrior to choose a team to challenge. This was not due to fear of the champions of the first or second seats, but rather a disdain for those ranked below the first seat. These individuals were a group of ambitious souls, each aspiring to claim the top position. However, most were timid as mice, acutely aware of their own capabilities and understanding that to seize victory, one must possess extraordinary strength as a foundation. Minutes passed, yet no one stepped forward to challenge. Dean's son and Dean Liang exchanged glances, momentarily rendered helpless like ants on a hot stove. At that moment, an individual on the fourth arena raised their hand, standing out like a crane among chickens. Surely, we also possess the right to challenge others, do we not? Upon hearing the inquiries from the arena, Dean Liang did not reprimand. Instead, he rose with the grace of a gentle spring breeze and spoke. In the challenge matches, all teams are permitted to confront other teams on the stage. Yet those on the stage may only challenge teams ranked higher than themselves, with each team granted but a single opportunity for challenge. After listening to Dean Liang's words, the student nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, and then raised his hand once more to declare, "We wish to challenge the team on the second stage." Instantly, the atmosphere erupted in a cacophony, with some bewildered like a monk unable to comprehend his surroundings, while others joined in the uproar. The statement from the team on the fourth stage struck like a sharp sword, piercing the ears of all present, clearly proclaiming that although they could not best the first stage, they held no respect for the prowess of those on the second stage. Then, at the referee's command, the competitors from the fourth stage surged towards the second stage like arrows released from a bow, announcing their identities and summoning their martial spirits, poised for a thrilling duel. With the initiation of challenges, others followed suit, eagerly seeking stages to contest, akin to fish swarming across a river. However, a rather amusing scene unfolded. After the rules were declared, everyone fixated on the first stage like hungry tigers eyeing their prey. Yet not a single team dared to challenge the champion on the first stage. At this point, Wu Hee found the situation rather dull. He had anticipated a leisurely and enjoyable battle, only to be met with silence. After waiting for over half an hour without a challenger, he even contemplated pulling out a deck of cards to teach me Air and Lin Bei how to play landlord. Just then, a familiar and piercing voice rang out. "Our team challenges the first stage." Upon hearing this proclamation, Wu Hee sprang to his feet like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, gazing at the individual raising their hand below the stage. As he suspected, it was indeed Du Guyan's team that had initiated the challenge. Originally, the three belonged to different teams, yet each had sustained varying degrees of injuries, prompting some of the more fragile-hearted individuals to forfeit the subsequent matches. Others, severely injured, found that even with treatment, full recovery was uncertain, leading them to withdraw from the competition. Ultimately, the three converged at the academy to seek the dean's approval for reformation of their team, and they effortlessly secured their team formation notification. Unbeknownst to them, the elderly members of the academy had long been eyeing the trio with keen interest. Through the earlier matches, they discerned that these three, when acting independently, were no match for Wu Heyi. However, should they unite, they might very well serve as a litmus test for Wu Heyi's extraordinary potential. Indeed, the academy harbored no illusions that the three could defeat Wu Heyi. Rather, they hoped to awaken his latent abilities through this encounter. Du Guyan, leading Yi Lingling, followed closely behind Yu Tianheng as they ascended to the first arena. A glint of fierce determination shone in their eyes, not a murderous intent, but a palpable disdain for their opponents. Each bore the ambition to vanquish their foes. And as the trio united, they inadvertently forged a formidable force. Yu Tianheng's gaze was fixed intently on Mier. He had been eliminated primarily due to the torment inflicted by her soul techniques rather than Wu Heyi. In contrast, Du Guyan's focus was unwaveringly on Wu Heyi, recognizing the latter's unique prowess and deeming his soul techniques somewhat inadequate. Yi Lingling harbored no particular animosity towards Shan Ren, yet Lin Bei's gaze filled her with revulsion. Chapter 37. The challenge begins as the trio ascended the first arena with an air of leisurely confidence. All battles on the surrounding platforms came to an abrupt halt, as if enchanted by a spell. Even when the judges signaled for the matches to continue, the fighters remained frozen, transfixed by the astonishing sight before them. Truly, they were brave souls. What might their strength be? Surely this was a jest. How audacious to challenge the foremost arena. Had they consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards? In an instant, a flurry of whispers erupted, akin to snowflakes swirling through the air, conveying not only sheer astonishment, but also an ineffable emotion that enveloped them like a dense fog. Observing the trio on the platform, Wu Yi brushed off the dust from his attire, instantly shedding his previous demeanor of a spoiled youth to assume the cautious poise of a student ready to confront a formidable adversary. So, it's you three, is it? Upon hearing Wu Heyi's inquiry, Yi Lingling interjected inappropriately, declaring, "With just the three of us, we can scatter you like petals in the wind." Never had she envisioned employing such coarse language to describe a situation. Her carefully cultivated persona of aloofness and pride seemed to falter, rendering her momentarily bashful. Noticing Yi Lingling's demeanor, Du Guyan sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly added, "What Lingling says is absolutely correct. Prepare yourself to be utterly humiliated." Upon uttering these words, Du Guyan's face remained devoid of color, yet her heart raced like a startled fawn. Deep within, she recognized that her bravado was mere posturing, for she lacked the requisite strength. However, among the trio, the relatively composed Yu Tianheng displayed no inclination for idle banter. Instead, he fixated on Mier with the intensity of a ravenous wolf, as if poised to pounce upon this woman he so despised at the slightest provocation. Observing Yu Tianheng's gaze directed at Mier, devoid of the tender warmth that Lin Bei might have exhibited, Wu Heyi swiftly deduced that he was indeed seeking confrontation. Yet, Wu Heyi chose not to interrupt their exchange of glances, understanding that such a stare was akin to a blazing torch, capable of igniting Mier's fighting spirit. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to intervene, for disrupting another's incantation was akin to striking a discordant chord upon another's heartstrings, a most disquieting psychological tactic. What are you staring at? Have you never encountered such a charming, beautiful, and enchanting girl? You resemble a lovesick fool. You are bringing disgrace upon your school. As Wu Heyi's words echoed in the air, Yu Tianheng exhibited little reaction, for he understood that Wu's utterances were merely a diversion aimed at shifting his focus. In stark contrast, Lin Bei's response was profoundly intense. He perceived each word spoken by Wu as alien, as if they had originated from a realm beyond his comprehension. Yet, when these words coalesced, they transformed into piercing arrows, aimed directly at his heart, evoking a sensation that transcended disbelief. "Ah, you must be referring to the fool beside you," said Du Guyan, gesturing towards Lin Bei. Without even turning his head, Wu instantly grasped the meaning behind Du Guyan's words. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the very air around him had solidified, and an awkward atmosphere began to permeate the surroundings. What was originally intended as a provocation to challenge the opponent's mentality inadvertently caused his teammates' psychological defenses to collapse in an instant. However, Mier interjected at the perfect moment with a remark that cut through the tension. "Enough with the idle chatter. If we're going to fight, let us fight. Why the need for prattle? Come on, unleash your martial soul. Before anyone could react, a magnificent bow materialized in Mi-Er's right hand, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns, gleaming like two resplendent stars. The accompanying soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, dangled beneath her, resembling a string of dazzling pearls on display. Yet, the keen-eyed members of the team quickly noticed that the hue of each yellow soul ring was deeper than usual, akin to ripe fruit exuding an alluring sheen. This indicated that Mi-Er's 3 soul rings were derived from soul beasts at the very threshold of absorption limits, underscoring their remarkable rarity. In an instant, the spectators below the arena collectively gasped, utterly astounded by the unfathomable depth of Mi-Er's cultivation. However, it was not enough for Mi-Er to showcase her prowess alone. Yu Tianheng and the other 2 were equally eager to reveal their martial souls and corresponding soul rings. When it was Wu Heyi's turn, a smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Seeing as we are all so familiar with one another, must I still introduce myself?" Despite his playful demeanor, Wu Heyi was reluctant to disclose his vulnerabilities. Once the fusion time concluded, he would become exceedingly weak, likely possessing combat prowess inferior to that of a level 20 Great Soul Master. Thus, he was unwilling to summon his armor in front of so many people, only to have the spectacle end abruptly after a mere 10 minutes. Such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. Wu Heyi resolutely stepped forward, swiftly summoning a nearly 2-meter-long iron sword from his storage soul guide. However, the 2 soul rings of the Grand Soul Master gleamed like dazzling stars, blinding all who beheld them. One was purple and the other black. The manifestation of a millennium soul ring into 10,000-year soul ring was akin to a tumultuous wave, shaking the very souls of everyone present, leaving them bewildered as to how Wu Heyi had transcended the laws of the soul world. Such an astounding event had undeniably transpired, and Lin Bei, standing beside Wu Heyi, seemed to lose all radiance, rendering him insignificant. In truth, his martial soul was equally impressive, a vibrant, 7-colored stone. His soul ring configuration was also birthed from 2 yellow limit soul beasts, yet in comparison to Wu Heyi, it appeared utterly mundane, lacking any remarkable qualities. Both combatants had revealed their martial souls in full, and upon the referee's command, Wu Heyi, a powerful assault-type soul master, and Mi-Er, a swift attack-type soul master, surged towards their adversaries with blinding speed to test the waters of their opponent's defenses. In contrast, Yu Tianheng and his companions were not as quick to react. However, upon witnessing the enemy adopting an offensive stance, he immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Lingling. She, too, understood in an instant, and a verdant glow enveloped Yu Tianheng. Feeling the effects of the healing soul skill, Yu Tianheng erupted with vigor, his hands transforming into dragon claws imbued with the essence of lightning, while his feet propelled him forward, positioning himself in the path Mi-Er was destined to take. Yet, with considerable combat experience, Mi-Er decisively abandoned her feigned assault, rapidly increasing the distance between herself and Yu Tianheng. At this moment, she comprehended that engaging directly with a powerful assault-type soul master would only lead to her inevitable defeat. Chapter 38. A Silver Spear. Chapter 39. At long last, I've waited for you. The scene shifts to another corner of the arena. Little girl, do not flee. The whip-like kick of Douluo Yin struck with the ferocity of a tempest. Although Wu Heyi and Mi-Er initiated their assault with a momentary advantage, Douluo Yin exhibited a slight delay in her reflexes, rendering her somewhat less agile in response. However, this did not imply a deficiency in her team combat prowess. At the very instant Mi-Er evaded Yu Tianheng's frontal attack, Douluo Yin sprang into action, successfully intercepting Mi-Er's opportunity to assist Wu Heyi. Reflecting on her experiences alongside Wu Heyi and the others, she gleaned insights into the combat techniques associated with the Wind Eagle armor from Yi Lingling. This accumulation of knowledge proved invaluable. After enduring several intense battles, her fighting style underwent subtle transformations. Her leg strikes, seemingly diminutive and frail, were imbued with the essence of her martial spirit at the moment of impact. A serpent-like tail, extending 2 meters, surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding an inescapable aura of pressure. Mi-Er, well-versed in the ways of formidable soul beasts, was no stranger to the massive python species. As a hunter, her gaze was as keen as that of an eagle, for only by understanding her adversaries could she evade unnecessary fatal injuries. Gifted with an innate talent for combat, Mier had been subjected to a training regimen meticulously crafted by Wu Hui over the past few years, starkly diverging from the conventional approaches of ordinary soul masters. The academy lacked instructors specializing in archery, and adhering rigidly to traditional teachings would undoubtedly stifle the emergence of an exceptional warrior. Ultimately, Mier's path in battle would undoubtedly lead her to master both penetration and accuracy, ensuring her evolution into a formidable sniper rather than merely a prodigious soul master. Wu Yi sought out a hunter instructor for her. This hunter, though lacking in spiritual power and destined never to become a soul master, boasted nearly 50 years of hunting experience as a mere mortal. Throughout numerous hunting endeavors, he played a pivotal role, amassing a wealth of invaluable experience. Mier's combat prowess was nothing short of exceptional. She diligently absorbed every lesson imparted by her mentor, seamlessly transforming them into her own techniques as a soul master. Before confronting an adversary, one must possess a profound understanding of the opponent. Should one detect any signs of insurmountable strength, it is imperative to retreat without hesitation. Conversely, if both parties are evenly matched, it becomes essential to meticulously analyze every potential attack from the foe to ensure absolute preparedness. As she witnessed the sweeping tail of a serpent, Mier remained composed, calmly nocking an arrow to her bow. This arrow, appearing soft and powerless, concealed a remarkable secret. It bore the effect of her third soul skill, Dragon Roar, which could randomly bestow a special buff of either gravitational force or weightlessness. While the buff might be negative, it could yield positive outcomes if timed correctly. Mier's fortune was extraordinary, triggering a tripling of weightlessness. In that fleeting moment, she soared into the air, the two effects intertwining to create an unparalleled sensation of ease. Simultaneously, this greatly enhanced Mier's agility, instantly expanding her operational space. In midair, she aimed directly above her and unleashed the Dragon Roar effect of her second soul skill. 10 arrows shot forth like bolts from a bow, racing towards the heavens with astonishing speed, the resulting airflow spiraling like a great dragon. The powerful suction of air swept through the area, clearing a 20-square-meter expanse of toxic mist in an instant. The weightlessness effect lasted only 2 fleeting seconds, and Mier descended like a leaf returning to the ground. The moment she touched down, she sensed a fierce rush of wind, a needle of soul power, coalescing toxins into a piercing dart, shot forth like lightning. With a nimble roll, Mier evaded the attack, leaving behind a gaping, bowl-sized corrosive pit in her previous location. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of Du Guyan's self-created soul skill, which Mier surmised must have been recently developed, whether in its condensation, charging, or sheer quantity. The technique demanded immense energy, allowing only a single shot within a short span. Nevertheless, its power was not to be underestimated as a means of surprise attack. It was truly exquisite. If you shoot your needle at me, then I shall return the favor with an arrow. Mier's movements were as swift as lightning. With a mere tug of the bowstring, she unleashed a charge arrow. This single arrow possessed a might surpassing that of 5, augmented by the Dragon's Roar effect, capable of suppressing her opponent's strength by a formidable tenfold, making it truly astonishing in power. The arrow in Mier's hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, racing through the air like a meteor, stirring the atmosphere as if a dragon surged from the sea, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom akin to a dragon's roar. It carved a vacuum zone half a meter in diameter in its wake. At the same time, the arrow brushed past Du Guyan's earlobe like a wraith, inflicting no physical harm, yet the humiliation stung her pride like a keen blade. Just as Du Guyan was about to erupt in anger, the gasps from the crowd outside pierced her fury like a sharp sword, drawing her attention. In the distance, on the 5th arena, an arrow formed from concentrated soul power stood resolutely like a stabilizing pillar, with the ground beneath it collapsing outward in a 3-meter radius, resembling a spider's web. One could only imagine the sheer force contained within this arrow, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of the world asunder. Du Guyan abruptly turned to see Mier standing in place, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips, that smile sharp as a dagger, piercing through Du Guyan's heart. At that moment, a shrill sound of cutting air echoed once more. It was the second soul skill Mier had just unleashed into the sky. Upon striking her adversary, each arrow would impose an environmental gravity effect of 1, akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon an egg, rendering movement sluggish and hindering rapid attacks. Du Guyan attempted to evade, but as she took a step, her feet felt as if they were mired in cotton. a terrifying pressure of tenfold gravity erupting like a tidal wave. Two thoughts flashed through Douluo Yan's mind in an instant. What kind of trap is this? It's over. This trap was set by Meyer as she rolled to the ground, her aim slightly off due to a minor deviation during the roll. Fortunately, Douluo Yan's surprise had prompted her to shift her footing, or she would have been unable to stand in that vicinity at all. However, this was of little consequence now. The outcome remained the same, as 10 arrows struck true, with several piercing her body, drawing forth a considerable amount of blood. The 11-fold environmental gravity was an unyielding functional control that disregarded levels, rendering her immobile. Given that the hunting effect lasted only 2 seconds, Meyer would not squander this crucial moment. Yet, before she could approach, a verdant soul power enveloped Douluo Yan, visibly mending her wounds at an astonishing rate. Finally, she had arrived. A particularly sinister and chilling voice emerged from behind Yi Lingling. Your healing has shot forth like a meteor. Surely, it cannot shield you any longer. That sinister and cunning voice, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition, emanated from the blind spot behind Yi Lingling. The source of the voice felt strangely familiar, yet utterly alien, sending shivers down her spine. Indeed, Yi Lingling possessed only 2 rings, which limited her capacity to treat only 2 individuals at a time. Although she could manage the treatment volume and speed for different patients, once she exhausted her quota, she would find herself immobilized and defenseless, placing her in a perilous predicament. In both her family and her school, the teachings of all her instructors emphasized the importance of safeguarding the powerful as long as they remained unharmed. She would be assured of protection, raised in such an environment, regardless of the type of soul master surrounding her. Those who had benefited from her assistance would invariably guard her with fervor. Each battle was characterized by an unequivocal and overwhelming victory. Yet today, everything was upended. Her teammates were firmly suppressed by the enemy, and despite her support, rising to their feet was an arduous task. The adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving no one with the leisure to protect her, while she was burdened with the continuous duty of maintaining assistance for everyone. This led to her being ambushed. When Lin Bei struck her with a palm, sending her flying, she was filled with confusion, questioning why Lin Bei, also a support character, dared to venture out alone to ambush members of another team, completely disregarding his role as a support. In that fleeting moment of daze, Yi Lingling suddenly comprehended a term previously mentioned by Wu He, support and roaming. Though both functions were fundamentally similar, she now understood that support was merely about providing pure assistance, whereas roaming involved utilizing agile positioning to offer support while seeking opportunities to strike the enemy. Lin Bei's blow not only sent Yi Lingling sprawling but also shattered her concentration. The healing spell she had been desperately maintaining for Yu Tianheng was abruptly interrupted, causing the internal injuries within him to manifest painfully. Douluo Yan, who had been on the verge of recovery from the arrows that had pierced her body, began to bleed once more. Both she and Yu Tianheng had been about to rise, but the sudden cessation of the healing spell forced them back down to the ground. They turned to glance at Yi Lingling, particularly Yu Tianheng, whose gaze held a hint of ferocity. He had heard Douluo Yan extolling the virtues of her healing prowess, only to find it falter at a critical moment. His initial fury, which had been burning fiercely, diminished by half upon seeing Yi Lingling toppled. Moreover, he realized that the assailant was a boy named Lin Bei, another support, but he was taken aback by the audacity of this individual to ambush a girl. It was precisely due to Lin Bei's strike that the healing spell ceased, and Yu Tianheng's internal injuries erupted like a volcano. His anger surged like a torrential river, and he longed to unleash all his wrath upon Lin Bei. Nevertheless, without the benefit of healing, his combat effectiveness was significantly diminished, and he regretted becoming so engrossed in the fight that he neglected to protect his rear guard. In stark contrast, Douluo Yan was not as feeble as Yu Tianheng. Upon witnessing her dear friend being assaulted, she was consumed by rage, disregarding her own injuries, and summoned her poison attributes with all her might. In an instant, half of the arena was shrouded in toxic mist, resembling a vast green net that engulfed Me'er and Lin Bei in an instant. Me'er was ensnared without even a chance to flee. This noxious fog not only released lethal toxins, but was even more terrifying than smog. It acted like a thick curtain, obscuring the vision of most onlookers. Wu He attempted to rush in for aid, but found it was already too late. Moments later, he heard Lin Bei's anguished cries, and simultaneously, the supportive effects on him began to dissipate like melting snow. Wu He clenched his fist tightly, inwardly exclaiming in alarm. How careless! Although Du Guyan was a control-type soul master, her method of control primarily relied on toxins, and she had held back during her battle with Mier. Throughout their confrontation, she had predominantly employed close combat techniques after embodying her martial soul, leading the others to overlook Du Guyan's control capabilities. Once the toxin infiltrated Mier's body, her eyes became clouded, and visions of multiple phantoms danced before her, as the poison spread across her youthful visage like creeping insects, leaving behind crimson trails. Lin Bei, caught off guard by Du Guyan's sudden assault, felt the massive tail of a giant serpent, manifested by her martial soul, strike him with excruciating force, causing him to scream in agony and inhale a greater quantity of toxins than the average person. In an instant, it was as if all his strength had been drained away, and he collapsed to the ground, the poison ravaging through his body like a relentless plague. Du Guyan, on the other hand, felt like a hunter immersed in a fog, acutely aware of the presence of all life forms that had inhaled her toxins. Through the subtle fluctuations of these beings, she possessed an almost clairvoyant ability, accurately discerning their identities to determine whether the toxin should erupt within them. It was unexpected that Yi Ling would fall victim to a sneak attack, provoking such a volcanic reaction from Du Guyan. Simultaneously, she grasped a remarkable application of her martial soul, akin to a serpent's heat vision, enabling her to perceive the standing positions of her adversaries through thermal imaging. The fusion of these two abilities allowed her to unleash her soul skills with pinpoint accuracy amidst the toxic haze, regaining a semblance of control. After sustaining no further attacks, Yi Ling, resilient as a tenacious blade of grass, rose once more. As a support-type soul master, her mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, granting her the ability to sense those nearby. She quickly identified Du Guyan standing before her, and her healing soul techniques swept over Du Guyan like a gentle spring breeze, accelerating the recovery of her previously mended wounds. How infuriating, she thought. Just a fraction more. Despite Mier's vision being obscured and shrouded in a veil of mist due to the poison, the fact that she could still maintain a half-kneeling stance was commendable. At this moment, her desire to wield her martial spirit was nothing short of a delusion. Any slight movement on her part would expedite the invasion of toxins, akin to a flood breaching its dam, rendering her with no opportunity to resist when the time came. Presently, she was merely poisoned, still possessing a chance for detoxification. Thus, Mier chose to remain composed, as steadfast as a rock. Concurrently, she summoned the soul power from the parts of her body that had yet to be infiltrated by the poison, erecting an impregnable barrier around the organs capable of absorbing the toxins. However, all of this was merely a desperate struggle against the inevitable. Wu Hei could only watch helplessly as the toxic mist spread throughout the venue, resembling a surging tide, forcing him to retreat continuously. For he was now the only member of the team untouched by the poison. Chapter 41. I can't move you. Surely, it must be due to insufficient energy. Chapter 42. A flawed plan gazing at the solitary figure of Du Guyan, who had just rescued him from the brink of death. Yu Tianhing finally regained a semblance of calm. At this juncture, the two seemed to awaken from a dream, akin to two parallel lines with no synergy in their collaboration. Their combat marred by countless flaws. One might even suggest that they were each fighting their own battles, and in such dire circumstances, their own support was tragically eliminated. No one had ever alerted him, nor had he perceived it himself. He merely believed that everyone lacked sufficient strength. The reason for Du Guyan's thoughts stemmed primarily from her previous collaborations with Wu Hei and others, where she experienced the exquisite sensation of mutual support and teamwork. Despite it being their first time forming a team, they felt remarkably at ease, as if the squad were an indomitable whole, moving with an elegance akin to flowing water. Truly extraordinary. However, at present, their gathering was merely an attempt to redeem past failures, lacking the essence of a cohesive unit, resembling nothing more than a disorganized mass. Furthermore, some individuals were excessively obstinate, resulting in their combat prowess being unable to reach its zenith, and they were swiftly depleted. Du Guyan was an exceptionally competitive girl. She would never allow herself to lose in a muddled manner. Thus, she resolved to wrest control of the team from Yu Tianheng, aspiring to become the soul of the group capable of directing everyone's actions. It was then that Yu Tianheng realized he had been outmaneuvered. The opponent had exploited his stubborn nature to wear him down. After receiving guidance, he seemed to rediscover a new direction for battle, glancing at Wu Hei. He did not perceive the relinquishment of control as a detriment. Yet, The first order of business for Du Guyan upon seizing control was to command Yu Tianheng to avoid direct confrontation with Wu He. The primary reason was the disparity in strength, should a direct clash occur, given Wu He's prowess. A mere moment of encounter would likely result in both of their eliminations. After succinctly determining their battle strategy, the two resumed their movements, particularly Yu Tianheng, despite the blue electric Tyrannosaurus being an offensive type. However, he was able to leverage the speed advantage of his inner elements to deftly evade Wu He's attacks with an almost ghostly ease. Observing their scheming, Wu He couldn't help but chuckle, especially at the fact that this strategy originated from Du Guyan. He had already witnessed Yi Lingling's formidable prowess with the Wind Falcon armor, yet still dared to attempt evading a direct confrontation through agile positioning. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable. After all, only Yi Lingling had personally experienced the remarkable utility of the armor, while to others, all armors likely appeared quite similar. Even if Yi Lingling detailed it to him, he would probably struggle to retain the information, having discerned the general thoughts of the two. Wu He stowed away his Wind Falcon crossbow and then removed the twin rings from his shoulders, utilizing Du Guyan's toxic mist as cover. He cast the Wind Falcon twin rings into the blind spot beyond the vision of those two, the rings swirling gracefully around the outer edge of that concealed area like agile birds. Wu He skillfully maneuvered, forcefully pushing Yu Tianheng into a peculiar trajectory. With an air of arrogance, Yu Tianheng believed that Wu He was merely a figure of speed and strength, incapable of posing any real threat to him. Unaware that Wu He had set a trap, eagerly awaiting his descent into it, at the height of his pride. Having just mocked Wu He with a derisive grimace, Yu Tianheng turned to find a circle of rings hurtling toward him with astonishing velocity. Like a bolt of lightning, he attempted to evade, only to discover Wu He standing steadfastly not far off. Any lateral movement on his part would inevitably create openings, offering Wu He an opportunity to strike. At that moment, Yu Tianheng was firmly convinced that with his own prowess, repelling this ambush would be a simple task. With a flourish, he transformed his hands and feet into dragon claws, blue arcs of electricity crackling around them like venomous serpents. Just as he was poised to launch his counterattack, the voice of Du Guyan rang out sharply, "Don't approach, come to me." Yet, in his peripheral vision, he saw Wu He still rooted in place. If he moved closer to Du Guyan, both would undoubtedly fall victim to an attack. He cursed inwardly, lamenting the treacherous nature of this tactic, which struck with the stealth of a serpent, catching one off guard. In his arrogance, Yu Tianheng ultimately chose not to heed his teammates' warning, charging forward recklessly as he always did. However, the force of the Wind Eagle rings far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, had there been only one ring, he might have stood a chance to contend with it, but the reality was that two were in play. The second Wind Eagle ring surged in from behind, both rings spinning rapidly in opposite directions. If he had faced one alone, he might have merely felt a slight increase in force. Yet, when two rings approached at such close proximity and at high speed, Yu Tianheng naively extended his hands to intercept them, resembling fragile components of a machine caught between two mercilessly spinning gears. All it required was a single opportunity for him to be launched like a projectile by the whirling mechanisms. That opportunity came courtesy of Du Guyan. Believing she could save Yu Tianheng, she reached out, only to inadvertently propel him forward. In the face of Yu Tianheng's incredulous expression, Du Guyan suddenly realized her grave error and became flustered. At that moment, a powerful arrow struck her back with the swiftness of lightning. Lacking a proper arrowhead and featuring a wooden plate at its tip, the arrow bore tremendous force. Upon impact, Du Guyan felt as if her limbs had suddenly been sapped of strength. It was then that she recalled that within the arena, aside from Wu He, there existed the barely conscious archer, Mi-Er. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The force of the arrow, akin to a ferocious beast, thrust Du Guyan back to the very spot where Yu Tianheng had just been positioned. The dual rings released by Wu He act as a formidable accelerator, propelling individuals like cannonballs under the influence of this specific directional thrust. In the blink of an eye, only Wu He and Mi-Er remain upon the arena. With a subtle gesture from Wu He, the referee was poised to announce the results. The news of the defending champion's success rapidly spread, leaving all spectators in awe of the extraordinary battle. It was remarkable that a student with the prowess of a Soul King had concealed themselves among the crowd. Both sides emerged from the clash heavily wounded, However, the defender, empowered by Soul King's strength, managed to retain their position. This crucial point resonated deeply with the audience. And despite the injuries sustained, none dared to challenge the victor. As the match on the first arena concluded, Dean Sun appeared before the 6 participants as if by teleportation. With a world tree manifesting prominently behind him, all of his soul rings materialized, and within a mere moment, any poison or internal injuries were eradicated, restoring even Lin Bei, who had suffered the most grievous wounds, to full health. Chapter 43. The Old Monster Students. This exchange competition has successfully concluded, he proclaimed. Now, I shall announce the top 3 contenders of this tournament. Champion, Wu Yi's team. Upon hearing the name of the champion, nearly everyone felt it was well-deserved. However, some harbored ulterior motives, whispering doubts amongst themselves. Isn't it merely due to having a powerful father? How could one possess the strength of a Soul King at merely 11 years of age? Such sentiments spread like a contagion in hushed tones. But Wu Yi remained oblivious, for in this small circle within the academy, such baseless rumors were as ephemeral as dandelion fluff. It was well understood that Wu Yi hailed from a village comprised entirely of imperial orphans. Everything he had achieved was a testament to his own relentless efforts. Yet, gazing at Wu Yi's radiant smile upon the stage, Yu Tianheng felt a lump in his throat, vowing silently that in the next competition, he would decisively crush Wu Yi underfoot. Standing on the podium, Wu Yi immediately spotted Yu Tianheng's defiant gaze. Sensing the burning jealousy within him and guessing his thoughts, alas, he could not stand beside him to extinguish those unrealistic fantasies with a cold splash of reality, informing him that such aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. Runner-up, Li Li's team. This team resembled a fortunate band of scavengers, as their proximity to the first arena had instilled fear in most teams after Wu Yi's awe-inspiring challenge. Only a couple of weaker teams, resigned to certain defeat against any opponent, decided to take a chance and challenge for second place. After just a few rounds, the points of the second-place team were completely depleted. Thus, Team Li Lu effortlessly ascended to the coveted position of runner-up. Similarly, the circumstances for the third-place team were largely analogous. While other arenas were embroiled in fierce battles, these 2 higher-ranked teams, due to their proximity to Wu Yi, cleverly capitalized on the psychological edge to seize victory in the competition. However, as a famous figure once remarked, sometimes luck is merely a reflection of prowess. Once all the awards were conclusively distributed, the true essence of the event was set to commence. At this juncture, the students, having received their accolades, experienced a stir of restlessness as the exchange competition remained ongoing. After all, some were eager to return home and boast about their achievements to their families. Dean Liang observed the eager expressions of the attendees and, with a measured tone, remarked, "All present are elite scholars from various esteemed academies. And you have all reached the age where you can advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. One of the primary objectives of this exchange competition is to attract more exceptional talents for our empire, to cultivate a stronger and more capable generation." Dean Liang endeavored to embellish the true purpose and future prospects of the competition. In reality, he struggled to articulate a coherent rationale. This entire speech was crafted by Wu Yi, who watched as the dean, with an air of authority and vigor, eloquently held the audience's attention. Wu Yi involuntarily distanced himself from the chairman's position, cautious of being splattered by the shameless spittle of others. After a plethora of causes and consequences, future prospects, and a cascade of lamentations, the teachers reluctant to release their prodigious students were rendered tearful. The act of poaching students in such a brazen manner was inherently shameful. Yet old Liang articulated it with such righteous fervor that those unwilling to let go were made to seem like the transgressors of the empire. Once the groundwork was laid, old Liang commenced calling forth his favorite students, akin to Yama summoning the deceased. Naturally, for the sake of appearances, Wu Yi and his companions were included among them. Subsequently, students such as Du Guyin, Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling, and the Shi brothers were also summoned. Old Liang was not an autocratic figure. He offered each student an opportunity for self-determination, allowing them to decide whether they wished to attend the Imperial Academy. Those who consented could immediately proceed with their enrollment procedures, while those who declined would be promptly sent back. Ultimately, out of the 108 students, fewer than 40 chose to advance, including the 3 of Wu Yi, who were merely filling the ranks. Time, like a fleeting steed, slipped away in an instant. 7 or 8 days had elapsed since the exchange competition, during which Wu Yi fortified his abilities. He had indeed reached the pinnacle of level 30, and without obtaining a new soul ring, further advancement would be arduous. After transitioning from the primary academy to the intermediate academy, Wu Yi was afforded a more spacious single dormitory. This provided him with greater privacy, allowing him to document his plans through writing and drawing. His records encompassed not only his considerations for the upcoming soul ring requirements, but also the cultivation plans for all members of the Tiando Royal Intermediate Academy's preparatory team. Wu Yi spent 4 entire days to finalize both his own plans and those of his team. It was truly a helpless situation. Old Liang had unexpectedly taken on the role of a hands-off manager, stating, in less than 5 years, our academy must assemble a team to represent the Tiando Royal Academy in the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. Naturally, you are aware of my usual busyness, so I entrust this small team to your leadership. You must fulfill your duties as captain. Upon uttering these words, the captain's badge was placed in his hands. Still in a daze, he was promptly ushered out of the dean's office by old Liang. One might wonder what serious matters these two deans could possibly engage in on a daily basis. Surprisingly, there was indeed something of significance. Their cultivation levels resembled a frozen lake, nearly stagnant. However, Wu Yi's involvement was akin to a gentle spring breeze, melting that impenetrable ice. Their cultivation had nearly reached perfection, yet they still required the hunting of new soul rings to ascend to greater heights. Nevertheless, their ages loomed like 2 towering mountains ahead, indicating that some adjustment was necessary before they could venture out to hunt for soul rings. Consequently, the task of assembling the team felt like a hot potato thrust into their hands. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yi realized he also needed soul rings. Thus, he meticulously crafted a set of requirements and presented it to the dean's office. Today, an imposing figure akin to a mountain entered the dean's office, causing both deans present to feel as though they were mere blades of grass battered by a tempest, nearly gasping for breath. Your Majesty, we truly did not compel your granddaughter to enroll. Old Liang, visibly anxious, spoke up, despite being only a level 92 and a newly minted title Douluo. This individual was undeniably formidable, far surpassing him in strength, akin to the vast difference between the full moon and a firefly. At that moment, Wu Yi happened to push the door open. He beheld old Liang and old Sun kneeling submissively before an elderly man clad in green leather pants, their obsequious demeanor prompting thoughts of peculiar preferences. Just then, the elder in the tight green outfit turned his head to look over. Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 44, Oppression. Oh, little one, you actually recognize me. Douluo Bo turned around, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, directed straight at Wu Yi, while his imposing aura surged towards Wu Yi like a tidal wave. Initially, Wu Yi's face only betrayed a hint of astonishment, but in the blink of an eye, it was supplanted by anguish. An immense weight descended upon him, akin to a mountain crushing an egg, as the plans he held in his hands scattered like petals torn from their stems by a tempest, cascading to the ground. With both hands pressed against the ground. At that moment, Douluo Bo resembled a towering mountain, looming ominously and rendering him unable to rise, gasping for breath. Beneath the crown, he is but a child. Old Liang, intending to intervene, was suddenly met with Douluo Bo's fierce gaze, which pierced through him like a venomous serpent. The chilling purple light emanating from Douluo Bo's eyes seemed to blaze with a furious intensity, simultaneously imposing pressure upon the two deans. As mere ants, we ought to embody the form of ants. How dare you audaciously utter my nickname? Old monster, I may not recognize you, but I am well acquainted with your grandson. As Wu Yi's words hung in the air, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a tempest, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt from his lips. You, Yin Yin, I have discerned your identity. Douluo Bo suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, yet the weight upon him intensified, rolling in like tumultuous waves, each one higher than the last. Wu Yi, it was you, this little rascal, who injured my dear Yin Yin. At this moment, Wu Yi's arms trembled, bending slightly, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, utterly incapable of uttering a word. Yet, the laughter of Douluo Bo grew ever louder, intensifying the weight of the pressure upon him. The 5 organs of Wu Yi seemed to gradually detach from this world, while the 5 senses began to blur into obscurity. At that moment, Wu Yi's martial spirit was compelled to manifest, 2 soul rings shining like brilliant stars, illuminating his body and safeguarding it. Old monster, if you possess the capability, then end my life and see if your granddaughter can still be saved. Upon experiencing a fleeting moment of relief, Wu He exerted every ounce of his strength to unleash words capable of counterbalancing Du Gu Bo, as if they were cannonballs. The martial spirit of Du Gu Bo, as described in the original text, harbors a flaw akin to a cursed magic box. The more one cultivates it, the greater the accumulation of poison within the body. Once a certain threshold is reached, it retaliates against its master. This was the fate of Du Gu Bo's son, who was claimed by the insidious toxin. As for Du Gu Bo himself, he merely managed to ascend to the rank of title Douluo through a stroke of luck. Yet, this very poison has irrevocably curtailed his own potential, rendering him akin to an eagle with shattered wings, unable to soar amidst the heavens. Victory is as toxic as defeat. Du Guyan represents Du Gu Bo's Achilles heel. He is unwilling for her to tread the same perilous path he once did, yet feels powerless to impede her cultivation, resorting instead to exhausting his mind in an attempt to resolve her dilemmas. However, years have passed, and he remains at a loss. Yet, the present Wu He audaciously exploits this matter, piercing his heart like a sharpened blade. What did you say? Du Gu Bo reached out, and Wu He seemed to transform into a marionette, instantly gripped tightly in his grasp. What right do you have to claim that Yin Yin is beyond saving? Though Du Gu Bo was seething with rage, he still retained a measure of restraint, granting Wu He an opportunity to explain. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory rationale, he would immediately face dire consequences. Wu He bore a smile upon his lips, despite the blood that stained them. He had placed his bet wisely. Let us set aside the matter of Du Gu Yin and speak of you instead. You, who teeter on the brink of peril, remain blissfully unaware of your own precarious fate. Wu He smiled grimly, yet that smile resembled a sharp needle, piercing deeply into the heart of Du Gu Bo. Du Gu Bo's hand tightened abruptly, filled with a desire to crush this audacious insect immediately, to serve as a warning to others, to deter anyone from daring to mock him so brazenly. However, in his impulsiveness, he squandered the singular opportunity to eliminate Wu He once and for all. A flash of black light flickered beside Wu He, as the crystal stone struck him like lightning, eliminating the need for a summoner and allowing for an instantaneous fusion. Thanks to the formidable defense of the Black Rhino, he successfully preserved his life. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the armor crumbled to dust, and both physical and spiritual energy vanished like water breaching a dam. Remarkably, Wu He had once again unlocked a novel application of the armor. Du Gu Bo could never have imagined that this seemingly frail ant possessed any capacity for resistance. Although it was but a fleeting glimpse, it nonetheless instilled a profound sense of dread within Du Gu Bo. However, he could not bring himself to strike again. The thought of slaying a Grand Soul Master after such considerable effort was simply too humiliating for him to bear. After narrowly escaping a calamity, Wu Yi gazed into the seemingly devouring eyes of Du Gu Bo, swallowing hard with great difficulty. He then recounted Du Gu Bo's hidden ailment in its entirety, echoing Tang San's exact words. Behold, I assure you, there is not a trace of error in my account. After Wu He finished speaking, he exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Du Gu Bo was left utterly astonished by every word that Wu He uttered. His condition was articulated with such precision that he had never disclosed it to anyone, not even to Du Gu Yin, who was intimately familiar with him. At that moment, he was so taken aback that he forgot to suppress his own imposing aura, prompting the elderly son to hastily attend to Wu He's treatment. Du Gu Bo abruptly lifted Wu He off the ground, demanding, "How on earth did you come to know this? Speak." At this moment, Wu He would not indulge him. She merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. It was evident that Wu He had gained the upper hand, for Du Gu Bo was flustered and believed her. As he gazed at Wu He's serene expression, Du Gu Bo felt a surge of panic. He surmised that her ability to articulate such insights indicated she possessed a certain understanding of his condition. Moreover, her assertion that without him, Du Gu Yin would be beyond salvation solidified his conviction that Wu He undoubtedly knew how to rectify the flaws in his martial spirit. Yet, he sensed he had irreparably offended her. Regardless of his inquiries or coercions, Wu He remained resolutely tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge another word. It was then that he recognized the impending crisis. In his chaotic thoughts, he involuntarily took a few steps back, his foot landing upon the meticulously arranged plan crafted by Wu He. Glancing down, he was struck by three characters, as if struck by lightning. His pupils widened in shock. Du Gu Yin, that was the name of his granddaughter. He was far from a fool. He would not be naive enough to think that Wu He harbored affections for her and brazenly inscribed her name on a formal document. Hastily picking it up, he discovered it contained all of Du Guyan's data, encompassing her soul techniques in exhaustive detail, as if it were an intricate tapestry laid bare. Naturally, it also noted the flaws in her martial spirit, yet the subsequent section detailing potential solutions seemed obscured by an invisible hand, for in his fluster, he had inadvertently stepped into ink, smudging that critical part. Chapter 45, The Method. Upon encountering such comprehensive data, Douluo could not resist picking up several more sheets, each resembling an exquisite portrait detailing a different individual's complete profile. These documents encompassed the unique characteristics of the martial spirits, the application of soul techniques, methods of variation, as well as the flaws in the martial spirits and their prospective developments. With each sheet he lifted, it felt as though he was unlocking a wondrous new realm. What appeared to be mundane data and developmental pathways, viewed in isolation, seemed unremarkable. However, when combined, they left Douluo somewhat dazed. After all, in the original narrative, Douluo was a titled Douluo with a skewed skill tree. Some commonplace knowledge had become alien to him, though he was well versed in the cultivation of flowers and plants, until he picked up a sheet detailing Wu Heyi's personal data presentation and current needs. Douluo's eyes suddenly sparkled like stars. He mused inwardly, "Ah, young one, have I just discovered your Achilles heel?" At this moment, it dawned on Wu Heyi that his soul power had astonishingly reached level 30, appearing both vibrant and robust, suggesting he had attained this level quite some time ago yet had not found a suitable soul ring. His original plan was to hunt soul beasts to acquire a soul ring. Coincidentally, both deans had also reached level 60 and were in need of a brand new soul ring. He intended to seek their company to form a team and advance together. However, this piece of information had now fallen into the hands of Douluo. He crumpled the paper in his hand, as if tearing apart an ephemeral dream, and laughed heartily. "Young man, I shall hunt a soul ring you have long desired, and in return, you will assist me in resolving Yin's martial soul dilemma." Upon hearing these words, Wu Heyi's heart was filled with ecstatic joy, as he had already planned to address Douluo's martial soul issue. After all, they would be teammates for the next 3 to 4 years. If her martial soul continued to pose a problem, it would significantly impact the competition he eagerly anticipated. Yet, here was an unexpected benefactor offering him a soul ring, merely in exchange for his help with a matter he was already inclined to solve. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Therefore, who would not be overjoyed upon hearing such an offer? However, who would ever complain about too much benefit? Thus, Wu Heyi promptly shook his head, indicating the inequity of the exchange, especially since Douluo had previously sought his life, yet now showed no signs of remorse. Consequently, while rejecting the proposal, he rubbed his thumb and index finger together, resembling a miser guarding his wealth. Having lived for so long, Douluo was akin to an old fox. Upon noticing Wu Heyi's gestures, he was quick to grasp his thoughts. He then retrieved a small vial from his pocket and presented it to Wu Heyi as if it were a treasured gift. Inside was a xianshui pill, a rarity that could elevate the soul power of soul masters below level 20 by 1 level. However, such a pill had become exceedingly difficult to obtain since its ingredients were sourced from marine soul beasts, which were far more ferocious and challenging to capture than their terrestrial counterparts, making this elixir extraordinarily precious. Wu Heyi is certainly not a Na'vi country bumpkin. He possesses a profound understanding of the properties of the xianshui dan. However, this particular elixir holds no practical value for him at present, its worth far exceeding its actual utility. Nevertheless, Wu Heyi does not disdain it. He eagerly accepts it, cherishing it as a treasure and tucking it away in his pocket. He muses that even if he cannot utilize it himself, it could fetch a handsome price in the future, especially since such a pill is exceedingly rare in the market. After securing the xianshui dan, Wu Heyi remarks that currently, the resolution of Douluo's predicament is not yet ripe. It is essential to await a breakthrough in your cultivation to at least level 95 for there to be any hope of a solution. At this moment, Wu Heyi feels as though a bucket of ice-cold water has been poured over him. Who does not understand the plight of Douluo? The sheer volume of toxins has begun to backfire, depleting his foundational strength, making it a remarkable feat that he has reached the esteemed rank of level 92 Spirit Douluo. This is indeed his limit. Douluo is acutely aware of this reality, and a wave of melancholy washes over him, akin to a legion of ants gnawing at his heart. He feels as though all his arduous efforts have resulted in a loss. compounded by the unwelcome forfeiture of the Xian Shui Dan, a sensation akin to wanting to spit blood surges within him. At this moment, Wu He finally recovers from his physical impairments. He rises slowly and, with a calm demeanor, states that our immediate priority must be to address the issues afflicting you. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Douluo felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. How could a mere 30-level Great Soul Master possibly assist him in resolving the issue of toxic backlash? Realizing this, a trace of an awkward smile appeared on Douluo's face. Before addressing your predicament, one must first comprehend the crux of the problem. Noticing Douluo's lackluster demeanor, Wu He understood that he was questioning his abilities. Your martial spirit is the Azure Phosphor Snake, a spirit of relatively high caliber. Yet, your family seems utterly perplexed, failing to consider a fatal and crucial issue while cultivating this spirit. Wu He paused momentarily, while Douluo, at that moment, could hardly contain his desire to devour him whole. It raised the question of why a venomous snake does not succumb to its own poison. Wu He paused once more, and in that fleeting moment, the three leaders present fell into contemplation. However, among them, Douluo was nearly driven to madness by this interruption, for it is known that the serpent possesses a gallbladder capable of neutralizing its own venom. And as it matures, the detoxifying power of this gallbladder grows exponentially. Yet, despite possessing such a martial spirit, you have fixated solely on enhancing your toxic attributes or control capabilities, akin to grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, utterly neglecting your fatal flaw of being vulnerable to poison. Consequently, with each hunt for toxic spirit beasts, although your combat prowess may have increased, your body's detoxification ability has been on a steady decline, ultimately leading to a backlash from the toxins. Upon Wu He's elucidation, Douluo experienced an epiphany, as if struck by a sudden revelation. However, his brow soon furrowed again, as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. How then can one enhance the body's resistance to poison? Merely improving one's own resistance would ultimately render one akin to a self-sabotaging warrior, forfeiting their means of combat. Indeed, Douluo's reasoning was not without merit, yet the affairs of the world often resist a perfect balance. But this is quite simple. One need only possess a soul bone that resonates with oneself. By transforming that soul bone into a toxin pouch, all poisons may be stored within it. Wu He spoke of it so lightly, yet the soul bones, such rare treasures of the world, are elusive, attainable only by fortune. Who, upon acquiring such a prize, would not cherish it as a precious possession for personal use? Such a remarkable artifact, after all, was only obtained by the illustrious Douluo after years of dedicated cultivation. However, the method proposed by Wu He was tailored specifically for Douluo. For after all, a superficial remedy like merely staving off the boiling water hardly serves as a true solution. How could Wu He possibly deign to offer such a method to his own team members? Chapter 46, A Fire Attribute Soul Beast from 30,000 years ago. Following Wu He's line of thought, Douluo delved deeper, unraveling the possibilities with the finesse of peeling layers from an onion. The feasibility of this discovery shone as brilliantly as the stars in the night sky. How could this method fail? In the original narrative, Tang Xin successfully employed this very approach to secure Douluo's allegiance. The 5-in-1 was but a casual notion for him. However, he was acutely aware that he lacked the profound depth possessed by Tang San, and thus refrained from divulging the subsequent details. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo resolutely resolved to attempt the method proposed by Wu He, simultaneously intending to fulfill his own promise. After all, as a titled Douluo, Douluo was a paragon among soul masters, and having committed to provide something to another, he would never renege on his word. Consequently, Douluo seized Wu He under his arm like an eagle capturing its prey, preparing to soar away. Upon witnessing this, Dean Liang hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. For Wu He was not only his prized student, but also a figure of immense significance to the academy. Nevertheless, Douluo merely cast a cold glance over his shoulder, rendering both Dean Liang and Dean Sun as if enchanted by a spell, paralyzed and unable to move. With disdain, Douluo pushed open the door and flew away like a bird. For a soul master who had attained the rank of titled Douluo, soaring through the skies was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. In the blink of an eye, Wu He found himself transported to a soul beast forest whose name even he could not recall. Wu He was placed beneath a tree by Douluo, who casually inquired, "What type of soul ring do you desire from a soul beast?" In Dong Gubo's perspective, Wu He was merely a three-ringed soul master, utterly ordinary and unremarkable. The task of hunting a third soul ring should have been a trivial endeavor. However, upon Wu He's utterance, Dong Gubo realized the magnitude of the challenge ahead. I require a soul ring from a fire attribute soul beast that possesses at least 30,000 years of lineage from the dragon race. What? Could you repeat that? Dong Gubo was momentarily taken aback, his astonishment akin to being struck by lightning. He was not only taken aback by the longevity of the soul ring, but also by the rarity of the attribute. Soul beasts bearing dragon lineage were somewhat prevalent in the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, a realm resembling an infinite green ocean. A wondrous world teeming with life for these creatures. There were at least a few hundred varieties of soul beasts with dragon blood, however. Those associated with the fire attribute were exceedingly rare. Certain soul beasts possess unique preferences for specific environmental conditions, making survival in alternative habitats either arduous or nearly impossible. Fire attribute soul beasts predominantly inhabit areas near volcanic forests, where the essence of fire is as fervent as raging flames. Yet, few soul masters dare to venture into such territories, as they exert a formidable magnetic force that significantly suppresses the cultivation levels of soul masters. Moreover, the longevity of the soul ring Wu He sought was 30,000 years. Ordinary soul beasts achieving this age would typically be found near the core of the forest. In the vicinity of volcanic forests, searching for a 30,000-year-old soul beast would likely suppress an ordinary soul master's cultivation level to between ranks 6 to 8. Even a tidal Douluo level powerhouse would find their strength diminished by at least 5 levels. This indicated that if Dong Gubo were to assist Wu He in hunting a fire attribute soul beast of dragon lineage, his combat prowess would plummet to that of a soul Douluo. However, this was not entirely unacceptable. It was merely difficult for him to fathom that a level 30 soul master could absorb a soul ring of such antiquity. Typically, a soul master of that level could at most absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, and the most exceptional among them might manage a 5,000-year ring. Yet, Wu He boldly claimed a 30,000-year soul ring, prompting Dong Gubo's skepticism, leading him to suspect that Wu He was deliberately challenging him, perhaps seeking retribution for his earlier actions. Noticing the unfriendly gaze of Dong Gubo, Wu He discerned his thoughts and chose to refrain from further discourse, promptly releasing his own soul ring. The moment Dong Gubo beheld the color of Wu He's soul ring, he was momentarily stunned, realizing that Wu He had indeed unleashed his martial soul and soul ring to counter the pressure of his own soul aura. In his prior irritation, he had overlooked this detail. How could this be possible? Even upon witnessing it again, Douluo found it hard to believe that an ordinary soul master could possess a 1,000-year first soul ring and a 10,000-year second soul ring. It was simply beyond comprehension. Having trained for many years, he had encountered numerous talents, yet he had never before met someone as extraordinary as Wu He. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, he understood that having made a promise, he must fulfill it. He inquired further into Wu He's specific requirements for the soul beast. However, the creature he described had never appeared in his recollections. It was a soul beast that embodied the features of a serpent's body, deer antlers, cow ears, goat whiskers, eagle claws, and fish scales, all while possessing a fire attribute. Douluo couldn't help but lament his own limited knowledge. After all, he had spent so many years nurturing his flowers and plants, rarely seeking out those uniquely shaped soul beasts. Yet, in his memory, he did recall some soul beasts that matched a few of those characteristics, such as those with serpentine bodies, adorned with horns and covered in scales. Upon hearing Douluo's description, Wu He pondered for a moment, and an image of a flood dragon immediately surfaced in his mind, a creature whose strength should not be underestimated. Wu He naturally hopes to discover a genuine fire attribute divine dragon. However, if such a creature proves elusive, settling for a dragon-like creature would be a commendable alternative. After confirming the general form with Douluo, he was once again lifted by Douluo, who was poised to take to the skies. Wu He hastily exclaimed, "Hey, old monster, can't you carry me properly in flight? Must you clutch me under your armpit like a chick?" Hearing this, Douluo merely chuckled without any sign of annoyance. "I find it quite convenient to carry you this way." Wu He was left speechless. Although his reasoning seemed valid, it was utterly irrefutable. After 2 days and a night of soaring through the skies, The duo finally arrived at the volcanic forest imbued with fire attributes. As they stepped into this realm, they were immediately enveloped by an intense warmth. It wasn't long before they were drenched in sweat, and even a short distance ahead, Wu He sensed a diminishing control over his soul power. Before reaching the core area, he felt that the soul power he could summon had plummeted to below level 11. Just as he was about to summon his black rhinoceros armor, Douluo enveloped him in a layer of soul power barrier, instantly transporting him from the sweltering heat to an air-conditioned sanctuary. Chapter 47. Transformation of the Fire Serpent. They ambled along, pausing intermittently, resembling treasure seekers in search of suitable soul beasts. At this juncture, they had already entered the territory of 10,000-year-old soul beasts, where not a single creature's age fell below that mark. Positioned near the volcanic region, the surrounding foliage was sparse, predominantly composed of rocky terrain, akin to a desolate wasteland. Despite soul beasts possessing a sense of territoriality, they were not so distant that one could not encounter others. Thus, within a certain vicinity, several soul beasts of comparable strength could still be observed. However, after a prolonged search, none had caught Wu He's discerning eye. "Hey, kid, have you found anything appealing? You've already missed several with dragon lineage." This remark had been uttered by Douluo more than once. Yet, each time, Wu He would retort, "Not enough than 30,000 years, useless." Though Douluo was infuriated, puffing his cheeks and glaring, he was powerless to change the situation, having promised to accompany Wu He in his quest. Nevertheless, the search was undeniably tedious, prompting Douluo to strive for conversation, hoping to extract useful information from Wu He. Among the topics discussed was how Wu He planned to assist Douluo in overcoming the challenges posed by her martial soul deficiency. Currently at just over level 20, the only advice Wu He could offer was to enhance her soul power without adding soul rings. Douluo had suspected as much, yet he understood that soul power cultivation inevitably reaches a peak, once at that pinnacle. Failing to add soul rings would halt further advancement. The answer provided by Wu He is to refine the physical body with soul power, preparing for subsequent plans. However, no matter how subtly Douluo nudges, Wu He remains tight-lipped about these future plans, leaving Douluo with no other recourse. He assumes that Wu He intends to reveal the details only after acquiring the complete soul rings. In truth, Wu He's reticence stems from a concern that Douluo may not be able to endure the implications. The flaws inherent in their martial spirit are glaringly apparent, particularly the inability of the Soul Master's body to evolve two essential organs during the awakening of the martial spirit. The first is the serpent's gallbladder, a core organ that serves as an impenetrable fortress for self-protection. The second is the venom sac, a concentrated repository for venom, akin to a mysterious treasure trove. These two organs are undeniably the most critical vulnerabilities of a venomous snake. The absence of either renders it incapable of being deemed a true serpent, and even threatens its survival. Yet, this very type of snake, upon becoming a martial spirit, fails to endow its host with these two organs, thus manifesting this martial spirit's deficiency. To address this flaw, the most straightforward method would be to introduce substitute organs. These substitute organs, referred to as external soul bones, have a high limit when utilized as replacements. Once this limit is reached, the anticipated backlash will inevitably occur. It can be said that this is merely a stopgap measure. Thus, to fundamentally resolve the issue, what course of action should be taken? There exists only one viable path: the evolution of the martial spirit. By catalyzing the evolution of the martial spirit, the deficiencies inherent in the body can be specifically rectified during this transformative process. It is well known that the upper limit of the biphosphor serpent is merely the biphosphor serpent king. Thus, evolving into the biphosphor serpent king is not a daunting task, which implies that such an evolution may not yield the desired ideal results. To achieve the anticipated outcome, it is imperative for Douluo's martial spirit to surpass the limits of a typical biphosphor serpent king and continue to ascend. There are two developmental trajectories, one leading towards the direction of a flood dragon or true dragon, and the other advancing towards a more formidable serpent species. In a remarkable tome known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Wu He encountered a peculiar serpent species referred to as Xianglu. What is even more intriguing is that similar serpents have also appeared across various mythological texts. Thus, when Wu He contemplated this serpent, he immediately delved into an extensive array of ancient soul beast records. To his astonishment, within the enchanting realm of Douluo continent, he indeed discovered a soul beast strikingly akin to it. The nine-headed dragon serpent, a naturally occurring 9-headed creature, boasts a serpentine body adorned with 9 distinct heads, each possessing its own independent thoughts and attributes, all imbued with deadly venom. Wherever this dragon serpent treads, it leaves behind a toxic mire, establishing its preeminence among the ranks of venomous serpents. Wu Yi's gaze turned towards this direction for another significant reason. This serpent spirit beast undergoes a transformation every 10,000 years. With each metamorphosis, its combat prowess is magnified 100-fold, yet it becomes exceedingly vulnerable during this period. Fortunately, ancient texts chronicling the encounters of soul masters with the 9-headed dragon serpent detailed its approximate length and height. Through a simple calculation, it was deduced that the dragon serpent has likely undergone at least 3 transformations, with the possibility of a 4th occurring in the coming years. If fortune favors them, there exists a chance to capture it successfully. While Wu Yi was still pondering how to articulate his plans to Douluo, a dragon-like creature, entwined with the sound of a roaring dragon, shot skyward like an arrow, droplets of blood cascading from its form. Upon closer inspection, these droplets, resembling pearls, were not blood, but rather searing magma, emanating a dense heat. Fortunately, the two were not far apart, and Douluo hastily whisked Wu Yi away. From their aerial vantage point, a dragon was visible, its silhouette closely matching Wu Yi's description. Remarkably, this dragon was at a pivotal stage of transformation, its cultivation level between 30,000 and 40,000 years. Upon completing its metamorphosis, its power would surely approach 80,000 years, with a strong likelihood of surpassing the 100,000-year threshold. Beneath it churned a torrent of lava, seemingly poised to engulf the creature. However, it was actually harnessing the molten rock to undergo its final physical refinement. Once this process was complete, it would enter the final phase of transformation. Witnessing this spectacle left Douluo utterly speechless. He had never encountered such a vibrant shade of red. Yet, nestled under his arm, Wu Yi was filled with exhilaration. This was it. He wanted it. At the very moment Wu Yi exclaimed this, the dragon raised its head, and their eyes locked, each instantly comprehending the other's intentions. The dragon released a resounding roar, asserting its dominance. Old monster, should you assist me in capturing it, I shall reveal to you the core of Douluo's martial soul evolution. What? Martial soul evolution? Douluo's heart jolted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Finally grasping Wu Yi's intention, despite not knowing how he planned to facilitate Douluo's martial soul evolution. Nevertheless, he believed that Wu Yi would not dare deceive him. After all, even the mightiest soul sovereign was still merely a soul sovereign. Even if they could unleash the strength of a soul king, they would be little more than trivial adversaries in his hands. Thus, he shifted his attention back to the dragon undergoing a significant metamorphosis in the valley. He had never encountered such an extraordinary soul beast, yet given its cultivation level, subduing it did not seem insurmountable. Chapter 48. The Crimson Python Kaz. The aroma is simply exquisite. A streak of black lightning flashed momentarily. After confirming that no danger lurked, it reappeared, methodically devouring the remnants of the ungnawed eggshell. A slender, reddish serpent slithered gracefully along the winding mountain path. Akin to a delicate ribbon, aimlessly it pressed forward, unaware of how many formidable adversaries it had consumed on its journey of growth. Before it realized, it had transformed into a small python exceeding 3 meters in length, its scales having undergone 3 or 4 metamorphoses, transitioning from a deep crimson to the vivid scarlet of its initial emergence. At this moment, it finally discerned a distinct purpose, gradually comprehending the existence of a mysterious energy within its being, known as soul power. With proper application, it would undoubtedly attain greater strength upon reaching maturity. However, growth comes at a cost. Each step forward entails encounters with soul beasts possessed of insatiable territorial instincts to thrive and outlive others. Every battle would leave it battered and bruised, with some scales shattered in the fray. Thus, bit by bit, it ascended to become the sovereign of the volcanic forest. Its length approached 60 meters, and its girth was such that it would take at least 5 adults holding hands to encircle it. Yet, despite its vast size, it had only accrued around 8 to 10,000 years of cultivation. Feeling that this was far from sufficient, still yearning for further growth. For a serpent of its kind, reaching the threshold of 10,000 years was already remarkable, and breaking through would require the assistance of some extraordinary treasure to offer even a glimmer of hope. Whether it was the heavens showing favor or the creature's innate virtue, within a mere week, it discovered a fruit resembling a wall hanging within the volcano's core. This fruit exuded an aura of mystery, continuously releasing waves of intense heat, and with each exhalation, the corresponding plant seemed infused with potent vitality, rapidly expanding in size. Such a miraculous entity captivated its heart. Particularly when glanced at inadvertently, the fruit radiated an enchanting allure, casting an indescribable brilliance that seemed to weave a spell of irresistible temptation. Deep within, its spirit cried out, convinced that consuming it would yield unexpected enhancements. Henceforth, it pondered relentlessly on how to procure the coveted fruit. After all, the volcano occasionally erupted with torrents of molten lava, while it posed no threat to the plant itself. The interior was devoid of any foothold. The solitary plant remained its sole beacon of hope. After nearly 2 weeks of indecision, lingering at the edge of the volcano, he finally resolved to take a gamble. Each day, he beheld the fruit as it swelled like an inflated balloon, its radiant hues growing ever more resplendent, seemingly beckoning him with an irresistible allure. He resolved to contort his body into a spherical shape, allowing a part of himself to dangle into the volcano's mouth like a rope. If only his mouth could grasp that fruit, he would ascend immediately. However, while dreams are often grand, reality can be harsh. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, but as he descended further, the number of body parts required for the endeavor increased. Ultimately, after considerable exertion, the rotund creature managed to make contact with the fruit. Yet, by this time, his lower half could no longer bear the strain, with 3/4 of his body standing vertically within the volcano's maw. In this critical moment, he bit down on the entire plant, swallowing both the fruit and its stem whole. Instantly, his body began to tremble violently in the air, leaving no chance for a return to safety. He plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Initially, he had intended to savor the fruit after emerging from the volcano's mouth, but to his dismay, the tail end of his lower half had already fallen away. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and instinctively, his throat executed a swallowing motion, causing the fruit in his mouth to burst, flooding his body like a torrent. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented surge of searing heat, as if every cell within him ignited in a fierce blaze. Soon, the colossal serpent succumbed without resistance, plunging into the molten lava of the volcano. In stark contrast to the colossal volcano, its stout form appeared remarkably insignificant. Upon plunging into the magma, it did not instantaneously consume his body. Rather, a peculiar liquid emerged from his scales, resembling a mysterious shield that provided a measure of protection. While it ensured he was not engulfed by the magma, the searing heat still clawed at him like the talons of a demon, inflicting relentless pain upon his frame. Nonetheless, the energy unleashed by the fruit surged through him like a torrential flood, the agony of bodily transformation overshadowing that of the magma's fiery embrace. Akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, rendering him nearly unable to endure. Although both sensations intertwined in a tormenting symphony, he had already succumbed to the overwhelming pain of the energy explosion, losing all sense of self in the process. In the fleeting second before his fall, he reflected that though he had consumed it, his fate seemed sealed. Yet when he regained consciousness, he found himself still within the mouth of the volcano, having carved out a substantial platform, akin to an abandoned orphan lying in solitude. Beside him lay a pool of fiery red liquid, deceptively calm, yet capable of dissolving all matter, resembling a slumbering behemoth poised to unleash its voracious maw. On the other side stood a massive shed skin, resembling a monumental obelisk. He marveled at his survival, astonished not only by his continued existence, but also by the transformation that had rendered him both leaner and stronger. His once blood-red scales had transformed into a brilliant crimson, adorned with delicate golden patterns that resembled enigmatic runes. To his astonishment, he discovered he had sprouted limbs, with 2 small flesh protuberances atop his head, tender to the touch. Following this evolution, he felt a significant lightness in his body, enabling him to perform many movements that had previously eluded him, even achieving brief moments of flight. However, post-evolution, an unprecedented hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to consume every ancient-level soul beast within a 5-mile radius, barely satiating his need for energy. Chapter 49. The Flame-Scaled Serpent After 4 to 5 months of stability. His evolved mindset resembled a tranquil lake surface, and he was delighted to find that his cultivation limit had ascended dramatically, effortlessly advancing to the level of 30,000 years. Concurrently, his mind had become a treasure trove, filled not only with techniques for harnessing soul power, but also with mysterious legacies drawn from ancient bloodlines. He realized that his current state bore a striking resemblance to that of the flame-scaled serpent, with calm and dedicated practice, and after enduring a harrowing thunder tribulation, he could aspire to evolve into the flame dragon. Should he acquire rare resources in the future, he might even ascend to the status of a true fire divine dragon. Soaring through the heavens, as time flowed gently onward, he increasingly felt the surging energy of the fire element within him, and his soul power once again brushed against a new threshold. Each day, he honed his physical form through a dual approach of magma and soul power, ensuring he would be adequately prepared for the impending trials of the thunder tribulation. His formidable physique resembled an indomitable fortress, not to be compared with any ordinary soul beast. Even during the vulnerable phase of transformation, this was essential to safeguard his path of evolution. Thus, he waited patiently for an extended period, until, in the third year of his immersion in magma, he sensed a growing agitation within, akin to a startled deer, as if some earth-shattering event was about to unfold. It was not until he witnessed the rare spectacle of the volcanic forest, a centennial occurrence, that the once clear sky darkened, engulfed by tumultuous clouds and the rumble of thunder. A series of fierce rolling thunderclaps converged above the volcanic forest, and he recognized this as the thunder tribulation spoken of in ancient memories. A small serpent must endure 3 thunder tribulations to transform into a jiao. A small jiao must withstand 6 tribulations to become a dragon, and when a jiao dragon successfully evolves into a true dragon, it must endure 9 tribulations. Only by overcoming these 3 formidable challenges could one hope to transcend from an ordinary serpentine soul beast into a dragon soul beast, reigning supreme in the skies. The gathering storm clouds loomed like an impenetrable net, evidently targeting him with overwhelming force. He was acutely aware that he must harness all of his soul power at this moment to engage in a comprehensive confrontation with the thunderous tribulation. If he could successfully endure this trial, he would transcend the first barrier and truly become a dragon. Yanlin Jiao ascended to the summit of the volcano, bellowing defiantly at the storm of lightning above. At this juncture, he had nearly completed his transformation into a dragon. The serpent that once existed within him could not produce sounds, yet after his evolution, he had begun to develop the rudiments of vocal cords. His roar was not born of fear, but rather an audacious challenge, fueled by ignorance of the thunder's true nature. The tribulation did not disappoint him. A scarlet bolt of lightning descended like a sword, effortlessly piercing through his once proud scales and inflicting excruciating pain that drew forth a faint golden red blood. His previously formidable armor revealed itself to be woefully fragile before the might of the tribulation. According to ancient records, he had learned that each successive lightning strike was more potent and terrifying than the last. Now, merely facing the first, he had already suffered injury and bloodshed, and the subsequent 2 strikes would undoubtedly inflict even greater harm. He had no choice but to summon all his strength, channeling every ounce of soul power within him to resist. A moment's carelessness could lead to his obliteration on the path of evolution. Before he could catch his breath, another bolt of even more vibrant crimson lightning descended like a fire dragon. This strike left him similarly battered, his scales shattered, yet his spirit remained unyielding. After years of arduous training, how could he allow himself to perish here? With unwavering determination, he poured forth all his energy, soaring from the volcano's mouth like a blazing meteor, charging headlong into the final thunderclap. His wounded body, akin to a ravaged earth, rained blood alongside molten rock upon the vicinity of the cave entrance. While the lava threatened to devour the surrounding flora, his blood mingled with it, acting as a miraculous nourishment, causing the splattered vegetation to flourish ever more vibrantly. As the flame-scaled dragon soared into the sky, confronting its own fears, the rolling thunderclouds seemed to exude a sense of solace. The final bolt of lightning appeared less formidable than the previous 2, which resembled colossal pillars. Yet, only the one struck by it truly comprehended that this lightning was akin to a wild stallion unleashed, growing ever stronger. Upon being struck, he plummeted like a severed kite back into the volcanic crater. Enveloped in electricity, he distinctly sensed that the very lightning that encased him inflicted no harm upon his body. Rather, it resembled a gentle mother, tirelessly fortifying his form and mending his injuries. However, his body was gravely damaged, requiring at least 3 to 4 months for recovery to reach his zenith once more. By that time, he would need to shed his skin, transforming into a true flame-scaled dragon. In that moment, he beheld a pair of humans suspended in midair. The glance exchanged with the human offspring revealed a glimmer of fervent excitement and avarice in its eyes. Based on his understanding of humanity, he knew they would never engage in arduous endeavors without reason, especially not venturing into a volcano, a place that suppressed their cultivation. Thus, their primary aim was evidently to secure a soul ring from a soul beast for themselves or their progeny. The human offspring undoubtedly had its sights set on him, prompting the flame-scaled dragon to roar in fury at the young human. I have only just weathered the storm. How could I allow you to succeed? Through the restoration granted by the third bolt of lightning, he felt his cultivation limits soar like a rocket once again. Given but a fleeting moment, he would soon elevate his cultivation to 60,000 years. With such power, his combat prowess would nearly rival that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Therefore, in his current weakened state, he was resolute in refusing to become another's meal. For him, that would be a tragic fate of unspeakable proportions. Old monster, I shall claim him. The 5-in-1 fingers, resembling a sharp sword, pointed directly at the fiery maw of the Yinlin Jiao. He discerned that this Yinlin Jiao had recently endured a thunderous tribulation, transforming from an unremarkable fire attribute serpent into a soul beast of dragon lineage. Possessing both fire attributes and draconic blood, at this moment, its power was severely diminished due to the tribulation it had just undergone, leaving it with scant combat strength. Should it regain even a modicum of vitality, it could very well resist 2 soul Douluos. Thus, if not now to hunt it for a soul ring, when would be the appropriate time? Douluo gazed intently at the serpent-like soul beast within the volcano's mouth, a flicker of cruelty flashing through his heart. In an instant, a massive emerald-green python rose behind him, towering like a majestic mountain. 7th soul skill, true body of martial soul. The two entities faced off, akin to 2 stars on the verge of collision, their confrontation imminent. Douluo transformed into an immense serpent, darting like an arrow towards the Yinlin Jiao, which, still reeling from the earlier lightning strike, was utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, Douluo ensnared it in a triple-fold embrace, as if it were pinned beneath a great mountain. Once bound tightly, Douluo began to constrict his form, the Yinlin Jiao gradually feeling the weight of a mountain pressing down upon it. At this moment, any thought of resistance was futile. The force exerted by Douluo intensified, and the contracted area was visibly distorted, with scales cracking and emitting a heart-stopping sound. Even the wounds on his body, inflicted during the thunder tribulation and on the verge of healing, began to ooze blood anew due to Douluo's bindings. The confluence of old injuries reopening, new wounds forming, and the onslaught of soul-striking thunder created a triad of suffering that surged like a tide. The Yinlin Jiao roared in agony, its voice seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. From a distance, Wu Hai could hear this anguished roar, faintly perceiving a hint of a dragon's cry. Imbued with boundless fury and unwillingness, Douluo contracted his body once more, nearing the limits of his compression. Observing that Yinlin Jiao had lost all power to resist, he gradually relaxed, reverting to his human form, just as he prepared to call Wu Hai to take over. Yinlin Jiao's previously listless eyes suddenly ignited with a blood-red brilliance. Its incomplete body bizarrely writhed, and a tail as thick as a water barrel swung down like a colossal hammer, striking Douluo with immense force. This unexpected blow caught Douluo off guard, embedding him into the mountainside as if he were a nail driven deep into wood. Witnessing this scene, Wu Hai felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Sensing the immense pressure on Douluo, the impact erupted in a thick cloud of dust, resembling a gigantic mushroom cloud that obscured the view between Douluo and Yinlin Jiao. However, both had long accustomed themselves to using thermal imaging to gauge their opponent's condition. Yinlin Jiao recognized that it could not inflict any substantial harm on this formidable human. Nonetheless, having trapped him within the mountainside made escape exceedingly challenging. Thus, Yinlin Jiao's gaze shifted toward Wu Hai, who was observing from the volcano's edge, filled with cunning and ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the previously compressed and distorted body of Yinlin Jiao reinflated as if it had been recharged. At this moment, Yinlin Jiao, still unaccustomed to its draconic combat form, maintained a serpentine attack posture, its elongated body coiling around itself, resembling a foul-smelling mass from afar. Yet, in this state, its explosive power peaked. In the mere blink of an eye, Yinlin Jiao surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, reaching a height where its gaze met Wu Hai's. In Wu Hai's eyes, he discerned the creature's smile, a cunning, defiant, and furious grin of a dragon. It seemed to be concocting something within its maw, and Wu Hui, no fool, quickly reacted by summoning his summoning device. Just as Yinlin Jiao opened its cavernous maw, Wu Hui's black rhinoceros armor instantaneously merged with him. From the maw of the Yinlin Jiao surged a torrent of flames and venom, akin to molten lava. This infernal concoction resembled the saliva of a demon. Upon contact with the skin, even the purest water could not extinguish its fiery grip. Moreover, the liquid harbored an abundance of fire poison, which not only scorched the surface but also gnawed at the very essence of one's being, akin to maggots feasting upon flesh. Fortuitously, Wu Hi's reflexes were as swift as lightning, enabling him to complete his transformation in an instant. The Silver River water armor he bore, embodying the pinnacle of water attributes, created a striking counterbalance to the fiery poison. At the moment when the Yinlin Jiao was frantically spewing forth its fiery venom, a thunderous roar erupted from the volcano's mouth. Following this, Douluo unleashed a devastating rising dragon fist, striking fiercely at the center of the creature's jaw. Douluo had anticipated that his full-force attack, akin to a bolt of thunder, would pierce through the jaw of this spirit beast. However, he was taken aback to find that it merely caused the beast to clamp its jaws shut. The Yinlin Jiao's jaw, as unyielding as granite, imparted a profound lesson to Douluo. After sending the Yinlin Jiao flying, Douluo did not pause for a moment. He transformed into a vibrant green phosphorescent serpent, resembling a streak of lightning as he pursued his foe with unparalleled speed. With a tremendous bite, he sank his venomous fangs into the crown of the creature's head, piercing its scales like an arrow and leaving a fractured imprint upon its skull. This unexpected hardness caught Douluo off guard. His full effort had failed to breach the defenses. Yet, unlike a character in a turn-based game, Douluo did not retreat after a single attack. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a tempest of strikes upon the Yinlin Jiao's body, as if to repay the hatred of being hammered into the mountainside. Before long, the Yinlin Jiao appeared to succumb to a state of languor, yet Wu Yi discerned a flicker of defiance in its eyes, swiftly followed by a glimmer of ferocity. After Douluo's relentless assault, he observed the Yinlin Jiao sprawled within a volcanic hollow, its bones utterly shattered, as if its very spine had been extracted, rendering it incapable of further movement. The creature, filled with a sense of grievance, lifted its massive head, casting a pitiful, pleading gaze at Douluo. However, Douluo remained as unyielding as iron, unmoved by its plight. With great difficulty, the creature turned its head, casting a beseeching look toward Wu Yi, before lowering its great head in silent submission. "Young one, come swiftly and take over." Wu Yi stood motionless, resembling a sculpture, firmly believing that he had just perceived a glimmer of ferocity in his opponent's gaze. "Did you not repeatedly declare your desire for him? Why then do you tremble in fear at this moment?" The mockery of Douluo struck like a sharp arrow. Yet Wu Yi merely shook his head and resolutely advanced towards the Yinlin Jiao. Just as he was about to approach, the Yinlin Jiao suddenly raised its head, glaring at Wu Yi with the intensity of a ravenous wolf before slightly parting its gaping maw. A blood-red Jiaodan, reminiscent of the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, gradually emerged from its mouth. In an instant, a fierce and menacing light erupted from its eyes. The Jiaodan unleashed a dazzling brilliance, and in that moment, without the need for Douluo's warning, Wu Yi comprehended the creature's intent. Chapter 51. The Explosion of Equipment Run. It is about to self-destruct. Although Douluo was perilously close, the Yinlin Jiao had resolutely decided on self-detonation. Unless it was slain, the explosive momentum would not dissipate on its own. However, even if he were to intervene, it might trigger an early explosion, leaving Wu Yi with no chance of escape, as he was perilously near to the creature. Wu Yi understood well that his relationship with Douluo had only developed over a few short days, insufficiently profound to inspire the other to risk his life for him. In such circumstances, even if Douluo were to unleash his martial soul in a desperate bid, it would likely result in grievous injury rather than guarantee his survival. Therefore, he was certain that Douluo would not sacrifice himself for a fleeting friendship. However, the Yinlin Jiao before him resonated so perfectly with his essence that even if he managed to escape this peril, the chance of encountering another soul beast so ideally suited to him in the future would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Thus, he ultimately made a bold decision. "Old monster, quickly, send me to the skies." Upon hearing these words, Douluo felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What did it mean to send him to the skies? Was he to witness him march toward his demise? If he were to perish, How could he explain it to Yin Yin? But upon observing Wu He poised as if ready to leap, he instantly grasped the true meaning of ascending to the heavens. Regardless, the Yinlin Jiao before them was already preparing for self-detonation. At this moment, soaring into the air might not shield them from the ensuing explosion. Yet since Wu He had spoken, Douluo had no choice but to treat this desperate gamble as a last resort. He once more unleashed his martial soul. And at the instant Wu He leapt, a serpent-like tail, as thick as a barrel, struck the ground beneath him with overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, the 5-in-1 ascended like a rocket, soaring skyward with astonishing velocity. Seizing the opportunity, Douluo also propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, hastening away in fear of being caught in the aftermath of the impending explosion. Witnessing the ascending human offspring, the flame-scaled serpent found itself momentarily bewildered. Yet, how could it allow this little creature to escape so easily? The formidable human's primary intent in hunting it was to provide the young one with a soul ring. And should it slip away unscathed, its own self-detonation would be rendered utterly futile, although its entire skeletal structure lay shattered. It was well known that serpents derive their explosive power not from their bones, but from their muscles. Even with broken bones, the sheer force of its muscular strength could still propel it to a certain height. Just as it prepared to unleash its final surge, a spear descended like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through the fracture in its skull and into its brain and beast core. The immense impact even shattered its jawbone, pinning it to the ground in a most peculiar manner. Confused and incredulous, its resentment, fury, and bewilderment evaporated in that instant, along with its intended self-detonation, as its consciousness dissipated into the ether. Even Douluo, who sought to flee, was left utterly stunned, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Wu He firmly planted his right foot upon the tip of the meteor spear, striking the ground with a resounding thud, his hands grasping the shaft of the weapon. In that moment, the posture he assumed evoked in Douluo the imagery of a poetic verse and a noble lineage. Time seemed to reverse. Just moments ago, Wu He, leveraging Douluo's assistance, soared to a height of 1,000 meters in an instant. However, in that fleeting moment of borrowed power, Wu He executed the Zen seal. This skill, as depicted in the original narrative, could halt time within a certain radius, allowing only himself to move while everything else would remain firmly bound. Consequently, in this extraordinary circumstance, Wu He decided to stake everything, and ultimately, he succeeded. In the instant when time abruptly froze, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by that fleeting momentum, ascending skyward like a bird. A classic principle of physics states that once a target is aimed at, gravitational acceleration acts like an indomitable arrow, capable of piercing through anything. Despite soaring high above, gazing down upon the earth, everything appeared diminutive, akin to ants, with the head of the great serpent reduced to an inconsequential speck. Nevertheless, this did not deter Wu He from executing his plan. He twisted the knob at his waist, pinching a card between his index and middle fingers, allowing it to drift downwards like a feather towards the serpent's head. Subsequently, his body plummeted rapidly under the force of gravity, and less than 5 meters below him. The summoning card of the meteor spear unfolded like a mysterious portal. Upon passing through this gateway, he found himself wielding a meteor spear, its shaft spinning swiftly between his hands, as the spearhead instantaneously conjured a violent spiral of airflow. Although the cascading skill could not be unleashed on solid ground, in the air, he could harness the power of atmospheric pressure to execute an extraordinary special technique. The pseudo-cascading strike, with a pinpoint precision, pierced through the heavens. This earth-shattering blow transcended mere gravitational acceleration. At the moment of release, the soul energy within his hands surged forth like a torrential flood. All of this transpired within the span of 3 seconds, and in the final moment, Wu He released the Zen seal. As he anticipated, the flame-scaled serpent would not allow him to escape, thus a retaliatory leap was likely. He tilted his head slightly upwards, revealing the gaping wound where the serpent's fangs had pierced, its scales shattered. In that instant, the meteor spear, entwined with a tremendous current of air, pierced forth, instantly penetrating his skull. In that very moment, his brain was shattered, along with the beast core primed for self-detonation, reduced to ashes. With a force akin to iron pincers, Wu He swiftly extracted the meteor spear, subsequently descending gracefully from the head of the dragon, akin to a falling leaf. One cannot help but remark that plummeting from such heights felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his feet, leaving a sense of numbness in their wake. A soul ring, as dark as ink, slowly materialized from the body of the flame scale dragon, resembling a mysterious star in the night sky. However, the hue of this soul ring was not that of an unfathomably deep black. Wu He furrowed his brow, his mind awash with bewilderment. Hadn't this fellow successfully transcended the tribulation? Logically, one would expect an accumulation of cultivation spanning 40 to 50 millennia. Yet, how could its soul ring exhibit such a subtle shade of black? Douluo approached, instantly perceiving Wu He's perplexity. He gently placed a hand on Wu He's shoulder, reminiscent of a sage guiding a wayward youth. "Young one," he remarked, "be grateful. This formidable creature was on the verge of self-detonation, and all its cultivation was coalescing into its beast core. Although you thwarted the explosion, the residual cultivation it possesses still amounts to 20,000 years, a fortuitous outcome amid misfortune." At this moment, Wu He finally came to a profound realization, and an undeniable sense of regret washed over him. Had he possessed greater resolve at that time, had he dared to meet its fierce gaze head-on, perhaps in that critical instant he could have thwarted its suicidal intentions. Yet now, contemplating the past serves no purpose. The adversary has already perished, leaving no chance for a second opportunity. Wu He reluctantly removed his armor, allowing the Black Soul Ring, aged over 19,000 years, to draw towards him like a magnet. In just a few brief hours, the absorption was completed without the slightest hint of pain. Now, at the position representing the fire element, there lay an additional soul ring, as dark as obsidian. Wu He, feeling a surge of irritation, kicked the yin lin jiao twice, only to be met with the clear, melodious sound of metal clashing. Both individuals were taken aback, and from the expressions on each other's faces, they could surmise what had transpired. A single complimentary gift equates to a mere 10 cents, and 10 such gifts amount to $1. It would take 1,000,000 complimentary gifts to purchase a car and tens of millions to acquire a home. So, why not offer complimentary gifts? Chapter 52, The Absorption of Soul Bones. Wu He was acutely aware that there exists in this world something more precious than life itself. He gazed at Douluo, his heart brimming with trepidation, reluctant to grasp that which lay before him, for he feared to test the depths of human nature. As long as he refrained from touching it, he could pretend that nothing had transpired. Crucially, prior to this moment, he had recounted to Douluo a method that could only alleviate Du Guyan's affliction, rather than cure it entirely. Now, the pivotal object necessary to realize that method had finally come into existence. Douluo was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he comprehended Wu He's thoughts. In his hand, the dark green essence of soul energy coalesced like a burning flame, gathering intensity before he clenched it firmly. In that fleeting moment, Wu He felt as though his heart was on the verge of leaping from his throat. He watched in wide-eyed terror as Douluo gathered his soul power, fear compelling him to close his eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death. "Enough, child, cease your pretense." Douluo's index finger lightly tapped Wu He's forehead, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Wu He, in a playful manner, opened one eye while closing the other, observing Douluo. This could be described as a heart-stopping examination of humanity. Both individuals were engaged in a high-stakes gamble, with Wu He ultimately emerging as the victor. The Yin Lin Jiao, a soul beast of the fire attribute, resembled a blazing fire dragon, although it had evolved from a snake. The soul bone it produced was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for soul masters of the serpentine lineage. However, the Bai Lin snake ultimately belonged to the cold and shadowy category of soul beasts, and Dong Guyan, being a girl by nature, possessed a naturally cool disposition. Should she absorb a soul bone of the blazing attribute, it could very well have the opposite effect, potentially hindering her progress rather than aiding it, and could even jeopardize her well-being. Wu He was not wagering on Douluo's vast reservoir of knowledge, but rather on whether Douluo, upon encountering such a rare soul bone, would claim it for himself and eliminate him in the process. Honestly, after acquiring his third soul ring, Wu He had indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation, reaching the 33rd level, which represented a significant breakthrough for him. Yet, in the presence of a titled Douluo, he remained a mere insignificant ant. Thus, he was gambling on whether Douluo would strike him down. At the moment Douluo picked up the soul bone, it was as if enlightenment washed over him, and he perceived everything with clarity. He resolutely handed the soul bone to Wu He, for he had no inclination to seize the belongings of a younger generation. "Old monster, are you truly not keeping it?" Wu Yi inquired candidly, holding the soul bone in his palm. This was evidently not an ordinary soul bone, but a genuine external soul bone. Despite its relatively recent origin, its worth far surpassed that of any common soul bone. Douluo was fully aware of this. Upon grasping the soul bone, he recognized its immeasurable value as an external soul bone. However, he also understood that if the soul bone and soul ring from the same soul beast were absorbed by the same individual, the effects would be significantly enhanced. He was not one to be overly sentimental. Moreover, his daughter, Yin Yin, often spoke of Wu Yi, imploring him to look after him. For over a decade, Douluo Yin had never pleaded for anyone with such earnestness, and being one who valued talent, he felt compelled to oblige. Most crucially, Wu Yi possessed the means to alter the destiny of his entire family. All right, enough chatter. Hurry and absorb it. With that, Douluo turned away, once more on guard. Observing Douluo's demeanor, Wu Yi ceased his inquiries, lifted the soul bone, and scrutinized it carefully to ascertain the corresponding body part it was linked to. Since ancient times, it has been said that dragons possess a reverse scale, also known as a heart-protecting scale, which is among the most vital scales of a dragon. In this world, when a small snake transforms into a flood dragon, a reverse scale will emerge at its heart. When the flood dragon evolves into a true dragon, another reverse scale will form, ultimately, at the moment of becoming a dragon. A third reverse scale will manifest on its chest. At that point, all three reverse scales will coalesce into the hardest and most significant dragon scales. Interestingly, the Yin Lin Jiao possessed such a reverse scale at this moment, even as it met its tragic end, and its beast core was destroyed. A vast amount of energy dissipated during the process, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, transforming this scale into an external soul bone. Since it was a soul bone formed from the heart-protecting reverse scale, it rightfully belonged on the left side of the chest, embedded outside the heart. Wu Yi swiftly shed his garments, his right hand firmly grasping the external soul bone. With utmost caution, he brought the soul bone close to his heart and summoned his soul power to guide it. In an instant, as the soul bone neared his chest, delicate tendrils of soul energy emerged, akin to fine filaments, and before Wu Yi could react, they pounced upon him with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger. Almost immediately, he was engulfed by an unbearable agony, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. The soul bone did not merely rest upon his chest, rather, it voraciously siphoned his soul power, burrowing into his body like an eel. The pain transcended mere skin, surging through his muscles, tendons, and veins in tumultuous waves. However, these torments paled in comparison to what was to come. Just as Wu Yi believed he had endured the worst, the soul bone unexpectedly embedded itself deep within his heart. In that moment, he felt his heart seize as if gripped by an iron vice. It was then that he seemed to glimpse the long-departed Yin Lin Jiao, its fearsome dragon claws firmly clutching his heart. At this juncture, Wu Yi found himself engaged in a final life-and-death struggle with the lingering soul of Yin Lin Jiao, which represented the last desperate resistance of the creature. Wu Yi instantly discerned the essence of the dilemma before him. He realized that the anguish did not stem from the corporeal realm, but was rather a torment arising from the depths of the soul. The gaze of the blazing scaled serpent was consumed solely by the notion of vengeance, devoid of any semblance of sentience. Wu Yi was now convinced that this was an inevitable trial in the process of absorbing the soul bone, a harrowing confrontation with the remnants of the soul beast. Having reached this pivotal moment, he opened his mind to engage it directly. Both parties, akin to famished spirits seeking rebirth, voraciously devoured each other's spiritual energy, with only the one who survived the ordeal emerging victorious. As he continued to absorb the essence of the soul bone, Wu Yi's complexion fluctuated between pallor and a deep hue, occasionally manifesting bursts of heat. Beads of sweat, no larger than peas, could not traverse his cheeks. Upon encountering the searing heat, they would evaporate instantaneously. After more than 6 hours of relentless struggle, the sky above him transformed into a tapestry of twinkling stars, prompting Wu Yi to slowly open his weary yet exhilarated eyes, a testament to his successful absorption of the soul bone. It must be acknowledged, this particular soul bone proved to be exceptionally potent. Chapter 53. The Might of the Dragon. Chapter 54. The trendy check-in spot of the ice and fire duality. Upon recognizing his predicament, Wu Yi gradually rose to his feet with the assistance of Douluo Yin. This valley, embraced by majestic mountains, resembled a bashful maiden, deeply concealing herself, possessing an innate ability for seclusion. Furthermore, Douluo had meticulously cultivated a ring of highly toxic flora around its perimeter, rendering this precious land even more enigmatic, akin to a celestial palace shrouded in mist. Gazing at the vast array of exquisite flowers and rare plants, Wu Yi was filled with childlike excitement. Eager to uncover whether this valley indeed brimmed with the ethereal blooms and mystical herbs as Tang Sen had claimed. After brushing off the dust from his attire, he dashed through the valley like a wild stallion, driven by curiosity to explore every nook and cranny. Wu Yi, please don't run around recklessly. Douluo shouted in alarm, for the majority of the flora in this valley were akin to hidden scorpions, harboring unknown toxins. Douluo relied on these poisonous celestial flowers and herbs to accelerate his cultivation. However, due to the uncertain medicinal properties of most plants, even he had to tend to them with utmost care, avoiding indiscriminate usage. Should Wu Yi inadvertently touch any of the toxic flora unfamiliar to Douluo, the consequences could be dire, leaving even Douluo helpless. This anxiety was compounded by the fact that this treasured medicinal valley was held in high regard by her grandfather. If Wu Yi were to accidentally harm any of the plants, no amount of lies would suffice to escape her grandfather's wrath. Yet, oblivious to the dangers, Wu Yi meandered through the valley like a naive child, his gaze wandering in every direction. The valley was abundant with a myriad of plant species, akin to a sky filled with twinkling stars. Nevertheless, Wu Yi had not been entirely unfamiliar with various flora from his previous life, having visited botanical gardens. Even though the mutated plants in this realm were numerous, their medicinal properties were likely similar, with only slight variations or enhancements. Indeed, while near a small pond, Wu Yi spotted lotus flowers that, according to the season, should have been shyly budding like a modest maiden, yet they were in full bloom, resplendent in their beauty. This little pond not only housed lotus flowers but also lotus seed pods, some of which appeared from a distance like polished jade, exuding an enchanting luster. Observing this scene, Wu Yi was nearly convinced that beneath the pond's surface lay a treasure trove of lotus roots, though he pondered the quality of these roots, wondering if they were as translucent and exquisite as white jade. Seeing Wu Yi standing there in a daze, with glistening drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, she momentarily wondered if Wu Yi had fallen under the spell of some enchanting herb, as if bewitched. However, as she approached closer, Wu Yi hastily wiped her mouth with her sleeve and darted away like a startled rabbit. It was then that she beheld the ethereal spirit plants that Wu Yi had discovered. To be honest, although she could not name the variety of the lotus blossoms in this pond, she had been admiring this cluster of lilies for several years. While undeniably captivating, they were hardly breathtaking enough to provoke such salivation. As Wu Yi ambled through the area, he swiftly arrived at the heart of the valley. This locale presented the most breathtaking scenery. On one side, the frigid earth lay beneath a wintry sky, reminiscent of the domain of the Ice Queen. On the other, the land blazed with fervent flames, akin to the abode of the god of fire. A crystal-clear spring mirrored the harmonious interplay of opposites, much like the yin and yang fish in the Taiji diagram. Indeed, it is no wonder that Tang Sen referred to this as one of the three great treasure troves. Wu Yi could not help but exclaim. This pool of spring water exhibited two distinctly opposing attributes, which, while conflicting, also fostered one another. At its core, the surrounding flora manifested characteristics of this dichotomy. The closer one approached the spring, the denser the soul power became, resembling a colossal vortex of spiritual energy that drew in everything nearby. The plants thrived in remarkably short spans of time, as if infused with an enchanting force. In the very heart of the valley, all the spiritual vegetation grew at a tenfold rate, while even those on the periphery experienced growth rates of 5 to 8 times their normal speed. After Wu Yi leisurely traversed the medicinal valley, Douluo had already prepared fragrant tea in his ethereal abode. Observing that Wu Yi had not gathered any spiritual flowers or herbs, Douluo felt a flicker of curiosity. He could hardly believe that one capable of discerning the ailments afflicting himself would lack knowledge of pharmacology. Yet, Wu Yi indeed refrained from harvesting from his treasure-like medicinal garden. At that moment, Douluo was left pondering whether to deem Wu Yi as lacking discernment or as possessing noble virtues. Without a care for the bewildered gaze of Douluo, Wu Yi boldly found a seat and, with an air of nonchalance, seized Douluo's tea and consumed it greedily. Old monster, your medicinal garden is truly astonishing in its vastness. After wandering around it twice, I am utterly exhausted. After consuming 2 cups of tea, Wu Yi feigned an appearance of utter exhaustion and spoke. Observing Wu Yi squander the precious tea derived from his century-old tea trees, Douluo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to reprimand him. At that moment, he noticed his granddaughter, panting and weary, entering the cave like a delicate flower ravaged by storm and tempest. "Grandfather, this fellow is nothing short of a monster. I can hardly keep pace with him," Douluo lamented, her expression laden with fatigue. She was the one truly on the brink of collapse. Unable to fathom how Wu Yi could traverse such distances with such remarkable stamina. Just as Douluo cast a skeptical glance towards Wu Yi fervently scribbled on a piece of paper and subsequently handed one sheet to himself. Douluo couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he first glanced at the contents inscribed on the paper. Immediately, a look of astonishment washed over him as he abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming with excitement, "Youngster, is what you have written truly authentic?" Wu Yi poured himself another cup of tea and drank it in one go. "There are only these 2 options. You may choose one for yourself." Wu Yi did not directly answer Douluo's inquiry, instead tossing the decision back to him like a tossed ball. Douluo once again scrutinized the plans laid out on paper, descending into a profound silence reminiscent of death itself. Douluo observed the 2 enigmatic speakers with exasperation, as if they were oblivious to her presence. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon her, she was not yet at the point of collapse. She swiftly approached and seized the document from Douluo's hands to examine it. Chapter 55, Jade and Emerald Bone Broth Plan 1. To take the water immortal jade skin bone and the heavenly mushroom in separate doses, akin to 2 surging torrents. Fortifying her physique, nourishing her meridians, and replenishing her bones, thus enhancing her vitality and circulating her blood, as if she were to cultivate an indestructible body. This undoubtedly lays a solid foundation for future soul evolution. The advantages are manifest. Her physical strength would see a tremendous increase, with her cultivation speed soaring like a rocket. However, the drawbacks loom like ominous clouds, as the toxins within her would spread throughout her body like a flood at the moment of enhancing her vitality and blood circulation, making future detoxification a Herculean task. Plan 2. To simultaneously consume the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms, supplemented by the dual-faceted spring water of ice and fire for body tempering, resembling a grand feast of icy and fiery fusion. The merits are nothing short of exquisite. Immune to all toxins and dual protection from ice and fire, it would further strengthen her physique. Even without evolving her soul, she would not fear the backlash of soul toxins. Yet, the perils are equally glaring. First, the 8-pointed ice grass, a rare cold poison elixir, is akin to a blade of ice that pierces the heart. Prolonged exposure could lead to an irreparable cold poison affliction. Secondly, the fiery apricot blossoms, also a rare fire poison elixir, burn with a crimson hue, starkly opposing the ice grass. A slight misstep could result in death and soul scattering. Douluo meticulously examined both plans, a chill creeping down her spine. The first plan appeared conservative, yet it implied that the user must complete the soul evolution within a short time after consuming both medicinal herbs. Otherwise, they would become a mere vessel for poison. Someday in the future, they would either suffer the backlash of soul poison, rampaging like a demon, or the vessel would shatter, unleashing toxic miasma upon the land. The second plan resembled a deadly gamble, where life and death rested upon the roll of fate's dice. Strangely, Douluo felt an intense sensation that this plan seemed tailored for her. Raising her gaze, their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. In this delicate and awkward atmosphere, Wu Yi broke the silence first. "Douluo, if you were to choose, what would your decision be?" Before Wu Yi could finish his words, he was seized by Douluo, who lifted him by the collar as if he were a mere chick, and cast him out of the cave dwelling. Wu Yi rubbed his posterior, which was on the verge of being split into 4 parts, casting a disgruntled glance over his shoulder. After a considerable period, Douluo, accompanied by Douluo, gradually emerged from their cave dwelling, both pondering inwardly that Wu Yi was likely hiding in some corner, weeping softly. To their surprise, Wu Yi had already forged his own path, having discovered a vacant spot where he had commenced the preparation of a broth. If one were to inquire about the nature of this concoction, it was none other than a jade-hued delicacy simmering with millennia-old red pig bones. The slightly murky broth resembled a delicate veil, floating with a subtle sheen of oil, while the air was suffused with a rich aroma. as if an invisible hand gently beckoned to the appetite of those nearby. Wu Yi sprinkled a delicate touch of fine salt into the broth, gently stirring with a ladle, as if crafting a magnificent masterpiece. He then carefully scooped a small half-bowl and took a cautious sip. Marvelous. Douluo gazed upon the disarray in the clearing, where the soul beast had been dissected with the precision of an artistic master, presenting a visually pleasing sight. Yet, within Douluo's heart burned a distinct fury. "What have you done to my medicinal garden, you rascal?" Upon hearing a sound, Wu Yi turned to see that both individuals had emerged. Observing the expression on Du Guyan's face, it was evident that Douluo had disclosed everything to her. As for the specifics of his narration, Wu Yi deemed it inappropriate to speculate. Noticing the furious Douluo, Wu Yi instinctively prepared a large bowl of jade green delicacy, simmered with the bones of the red pig, and respectfully presented it into Douluo's hands. "Rest assured, old monster, I am not the sort to indulge selfishly. As you can see, I have reserved a portion just for you." With a mischievous grin plastered across his face, Wu Yi felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the bowl in his hand at the insufferable Douluo. Were it not for the intriguing roots of what appeared to be a mystical herb within the bowl, he might have already fused his martial soul in a fit of anger. After serving Douluo a bowl, he proceeded to offer a second to Du Guyan. Noticing Douluo's reluctance to eat, Wu Yi pondered whether it was due to the absence of chopsticks, making the act of eating inconvenient. Thus, like a gust of wind, he dashed towards a bamboo grove. There, amidst the few crystalline jade bamboos, he effortlessly snapped off several slender branches as if they were fragile willow twigs, presenting them to the two with a nonchalant remark. "Given the limited surroundings, let us make do with what we have." Gazing at the makeshift bamboo chopsticks in her hands, Du Guyan murmured, "Considering the circumstances, we must adapt." However, faced with her grandfather's grim expression, which seemed as though it would drip with water, she found herself unable to eat, her appetite extinguished. Although the bamboo was not a celestial herb, it was a cherished treasure nurtured meticulously by her grandfather in this valley. To have it reduced to mere chopsticks was akin to provoking Douluo's wrath. Particularly the phrase "let us make do" had shattered any semblance of restraint within him, obliterating the bowl Wu he had just presented. Upon seeing that bowl, Douluo felt a sudden jolt of realization. Was that not the millennia-old ice crystal from his ice-fire duality eye? This ancient ice crystal was remarkably resilient. How had this young lad transformed such a precious material into a bowl? Despite his fury, Douluo was not one to be petty. He needed to ascertain the contents of the bowl. He did not wish to find himself consuming something toxic, an ailment beyond his capacity to remedy. "Young man," he inquired, "what precisely is this exquisite jade? I have yet to encounter it in my medicinal garden." Upon hearing the question, Wu Yi turned his head, his mouth busily chewing on a morsel like a hamster. After a considerable time spent chewing, he swallowed and remarked, "Wild boars cannot digest fine chaff." Wu Yi wore a countenance rife with disdain, as if to convey, in a pond brimming with treasures, you are utterly incapable of savoring them. "The item you speak of is none other than the rhizome of the water palace fairy in your pond. This marvelous entity is a veritable trove of benefits, alas. You remain oblivious to the art of its enjoyment. That flower is known as the water palace fairy. Its petals resemble celestial dew and nectar, and consuming them directly can fend off the encroachment of inner demons during cultivation, while also exhibiting remarkable efficacy in detoxification against hallucinogenic toxins. Its fluffy center is akin to a miraculous elixir, ideal for medicinal baths, offering extraordinary benefits for someone of your rather dim-witted disposition, such as enhancing physical strength and fortifying memory. The jade-like beads, typically numbering in 3s and 9s, each resemble potent pills of strength, capable of reinforcing bones and sinews. However, among every trio, 2 conceal a lethal poison. Its rhizome is what lies in your bowl. The exquisite jade-like delicacy that can elevate one's comprehension and nourish the essence while strengthening the body. Most crucially, it possesses a sweet flavor, perfect for simmering with large bones, rendering a taste that is simply ineffable. As Wu Yi spoke, he skillfully fished out a large morsel and savored it with great delight. Observing Wu Yi's mischievous expression, Du Guyan felt a wave of frustration wash over her, expecting Douluo to erupt in anger. Yet, to her surprise, in the blink of an eye, Douluo had joined Wu Yi by the large pot, indulging in the feast with equal fervor. In Chapter 56, Refining the Body, The three of them devoured the emerald jade delicacies with the ferocity of famished wolves, leaving the once-filled cauldron utterly empty, each appearing unsatisfied. The effects of the emerald jade delicacies were remarkably gentle, akin to a babbling brook that softly cleansed the impurities from their bodies. Simultaneously, their minds experienced a clarity reminiscent of the lifting of clouds, leading to notable enhancements in both contemplation and cultivation. Wu He, you mentioned that if I were to choose the second option, how should I defend against the intense heat of the fiery apricot? This is my most pressing concern. Du Guyan inquired, for her martial soul was of the cold and shadowy serpent type. Although she too dealt with poison, the fiery toxins were antithetical to her cold attributes, risking her falling into chaos with a single misstep. This was a matter that Du Bo had pondered deeply as well. Wu He waved his hand lightly and said, "This is merely a trivial matter. First, you must consume the 8-pointed ice grass. Its frost and venom will swiftly envelop your entire being like a tempest. However, your martial spirit should possess a certain degree of resistance to this chill." Du Guyan nodded slightly, and then she heard Wu He continue. "Before the venom invades your heart and lungs, you must immediately swallow the fiery apricot blossom. In doing so, these two celestial herbs will balance each other like the dual forces of ice and fire, entering a delicate state of refinement." As Wu He spoke, he gestured to illustrate a vivid metaphor. However, he soon raised a finger, solemnly stating, "Nevertheless, there is one crucial point that deserves special attention. Upon consuming these two miraculous herbs, your body shall endure the relentless torment of fiery burns and icy frost, a suffering akin to the gnawing of 1,000 ants upon the heart." With both hands tightly gripping his own neck, Wu He exhibited a grotesque and fearsome expression. However, prior to that, all one needed to do was consume those two mystical herbs to evade the perils of the eye of ice and fire. Even if one were to leap into its depths and swim, they would emerge unscathed, having undergone a perfect refinement. After hearing Wu He's explanation, Du Guyan expressed that her doubts had been quelled. If given a choice, she would undoubtedly opt for the more effective second option. In truth, Wu He's eloquence stemmed from the successful case of Tang San within the original narrative. Yet, internally, his heart churned like a tumultuous sea, far from tranquil. Nevertheless, since Du Guyan had made her decision, Wu He would commit himself wholeheartedly. He whispered a few words into Du Bo's ear. Du Bo nodded slightly, and then departed from the medicinal valley. "Where is my grandfather going?" Du Guyan wondered, filled with curiosity about what Wu He had conveyed to her grandfather that allowed him to leave them there alone. The two tidied up the dishes and disposed of the excess items into the eye of ice and fire. The blazing red pool resembled a voracious beast, slowly devouring and melting the objects cast into it. Witnessing this scene, a sense of trepidation welled up within Du Guyan. After all, that inferno-like pool was indeed terrifying. Not long after, Du Bo returned, accompanied by Dean Sun and Yi Ling. At this moment, Dean Sun had reached level 63 and had just acquired his 6th spirit ring, while Yi Ling had attained her 3rd spirit ring, becoming a level 32 spirit master. The reason for bringing them along was primarily Wu He's sagacious decision. Among those he had met, these two stood out as the most formidable healing spirit masters, akin to two radiant stars illuminating the sky of the spirit master realm. Most crucially, Du Guyan was to enter the eye of ice and fire for body refinement shortly. Even though Du Bo was her grandfather, he would not be able to assist her upon her return from swimming. However, Wu He was not one to act lightly. At this moment, Du Bo, following the method imparted by Wu He, deftly manipulated two small blades with his soul power, one forged from pure iron resembling a colossal steel dragon, and the other crafted from pure jade akin to a resplendent white phoenix. Both blades simultaneously launched an assault on two celestial-grade spiritual herbs. In the instant the herbs were harvested, they erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing an intense duality of supreme flame and absolute frost, clashing against each other and generating powerful aftershocks akin to tumultuous waves. All present braced themselves, thereby mitigating the impact. Du Guyan took a deep breath and gracefully descended like an ethereal fairy to perch upon the cliff directly above the eye of ice and fire. In her left hand, she held the fire apricot flower, radiating like a blazing flame, while her right hand clutched the octagonal ice grass, glimmering like crystalline frost, utilizing the contrasting temperatures of the surroundings to aid in her consumption. At this juncture, everyone performed their respective roles. Dean Sun unleashed his world tree martial soul, and his formidable soul skills enveloped Douluo Yin with the gentleness of a warm spring breeze. His protective soul technique shielded all her bloodlines, and, most importantly, her heart vein. Like an indomitable fortress, safeguarding her from unforeseen circumstances. Yilingling also activated her solitary healing soul skill, the 9-star begonia, which shone brightly like a radiant gem. Channeling the full power of her 3 soul rings, she stood ready to provide auxiliary healing to Douluo Yin like a surging torrent. According to Wu Heyi's guidance, Douluo Yin first placed the octagonal ice grass in her mouth, and in an instant, an overwhelmingly potent and domineering cold current surged within her, akin to a ferocious beast, penetrating her body with astonishing speed. The cold rushed through her bloodlines, bones, and muscles with a ferocity reminiscent of a tidal wave. Within mere seconds, her face was marred by frost, her lips and teeth beginning to tremble uncontrollably as if frozen by the biting chill. At this moment, she understood she could not afford to pause. To do so would mean certain ruin. Following this, she retrieved the fire apricot flower and, adhering to Wu Heyi's instructions, carefully consumed it. Instantly, the wild flames of her soul power surged forth, rapidly cleansing her of the frost. Yet, scarcely had the frost dissipated when the fierce flames engulfed her entirely. The collision of ice and fire played out continuously within Douluo Yin's body. Wisps of white smoke emanating from her exterior as a manifestation of the fierce internal struggle. Had it not been for Dean Sin's timely protection of her heart vein, she would likely have succumbed to the overwhelming duality of toxins. Subsequently, Douluo Yin's visage oscillated between the assault of frost and the searing embrace of flames, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. Fortunately, prior to absorbing the 2 types of spiritual herbs, she had consumed a considerable amount of jade linglong. At this moment, although Douluo Yin was still unable to fully harness the energies of these 2 entities, the heightened perception bestowed by the jade linglong indeed allowed her to initially master the flow of these 2 unique soul forces within her body. Chapter 57, The 9-Headed Dragon Serpent Beast. Chapter 58, Subsequent Plans. Despite the fact that the 9-Headed Dragon Serpent Beast was expected to enter a new molting phase within the next few years, its hiding place remained shrouded in mystery, known only to a select few. Consequently, Douluo made a swift decision to activate his network of connections, diligently gathering relevant information, while also inquiring of Wu Heyi whether an alternative plan existed, setting aside other considerations. The soul beast mentioned by Wu Heyi was merely a legendary creature recorded in obscure texts, its existence uncertain. Should this soul beast have already fallen victim to another's malice, leaving no offspring behind, Wu Heyi's alternative plan would become exceedingly crucial. However, without hesitation, Wu Heyi provided an affirmative response, asserting that the 9-headed dragon serpent beast represented the most ideal solution. Should this soul beast be lost, the pursuit of other soul beasts as materials for the advancement of martial spirits would undoubtedly diminish in efficacy. In reality, Wu Heyi was quite uncertain himself. He had only stumbled upon references to the soul beast in the Academy's library. His memory remained vivid primarily because the form of this soul beast bore a striking resemblance to the Xie Lu from the world he had traversed from. Furthermore, he had been an avid enthusiast of fantastical novels and films, convinced that every realm contained a colossal creature with 8 or 9 heads. Much like the legendary Yamada no Orochi, a serpent of immense proportions possessing 8 heads. When asked about alternative options, the first image that flickered in Wu Heyi's mind was that of the 9-headed bat lurking beneath the city of slaughter. Regrettably, that creature had already taken possession of Tangchun, exhibiting a strength nearly akin to that of a demigod. Attempting to hunt it down would likely prove even more arduous than capturing the 9-headed dragon serpent beast. However, these were not the pressing concerns that Wu Heyi needed to contemplate at the moment. After successfully addressing Douluo Yin's perplexing challenge of refining her body and detoxifying, Wu Heyi ought to have accompanied Dean Sin back to the academy. Yet, he was unprepared for the astonishing effects of the physical refinement method he had chosen for Douluo Yin. Initially, he merely aimed to utilize a few rare celestial herbs to forge a relatively formidable physique for her. With such a foundation, he could subsequently facilitate her martial soul evolution, thereby avoiding the catastrophic repercussions of absorbing overly potent soul rings that could lead to bodily detonation. To his astonishment, her martial soul proved to be exceptionally unique. After absorbing the 2 rare celestial herbs, her physical enhancement results were vastly superior to those of Tang San. In the original narrative, Tang San's physical refinement allowed for dual immunity to ice and fire, along with an invulnerability to toxins. However, given that Du Guyan inherently possessed a poison attribute martial soul, the effect of being impervious to toxins was utterly unattainable for her. Consequently, her body underwent some extraordinary transformations. The foundational dual immunity to ice and fire remained intact. However, due to the peculiarity of her martial soul, all toxic substances, when combined with her toxin immunity, would be absorbed almost instantaneously. With a period of refinement, these toxins could become treasures of her own. Nevertheless, there was one aspect that aligned precisely with Wu Heyi's predictions. Her body resembled a toxic vessel. As her physical strength was exponentially heightened, the capacity to store toxins within her body also significantly increased, albeit with an existing limit. Should that limit ever be exceeded, Du Guyan would transform into a veritable mobile toxic canister. The original solution was to prevent her from cultivating soul power and to swiftly seek out suitable soul beasts for her martial soul's evolution, thereby increasing her body's toxin storage capacity while also enhancing her offensive capabilities with poison. Yet, the current dilemma was that Du Guyan realized that as her soul power increased, so too did her capacity to store toxins. It seemed that her ability to retain greater quantities of toxic elements depended on the elevation of her soul power. Moreover, if her soul power cultivation stagnated, the toxins within her would begin to erode her soul power, leading to a day when the toxins would inevitably expel her soul power, rendering her incapable of suppression. This situation was starkly contrary to Wu Heyi's initial conjectures, prompting Du Guyan to seek his counsel on what type of soul beast would be most suitable for her third soul ring. This conundrum truly perplexed Wu Heyi. His previous proposals were predominantly based on his general understanding of the circumstances, and the advice he offered others was a fusion of his insights. Although most of these could find grounding in the knowledge of this world, minor discrepancies were inevitable. However, her sudden ability to cultivate was indeed unforeseen by Wu Heyi. Yet, with the issue now surfacing, it undeniably required resolution. After much contemplation, Wu Heyi requested some books related to soul beasts from Dean Sun and Du Gubo. Subsequently, he delved into research at Du Gubo's medicinal valley for several days and ultimately arrived at a series of directions. Considering the unlikely prospect of locating the nine-headed dragon serpent beast, he restructured a hunting route for the further development of Du Guyan. Among the soul beasts he identified, one was pivotal to this direction. However, those matters are for another time. The most pressing concern at present is determining the type of soul beast that should constitute Du Guyan's third soul ring. Wu Heyi sketched the rough outline of a soul beast on a blank sheet of paper. Due to the incomplete nature of the books provided by Dean Sun and Du Gubo, many pages contained only a solitary illustration of a soul beast, accompanied by a brief description of its characteristics, with some even lacking a name. Consequently, Wu Heyi found it impossible to ascertain the identities of certain soul beasts and could only reproduce the drawing. Upon examining it, Du Gubo suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the mirage venomous python?" The most striking feature of this soul beast is its body, which glistens with a crystalline translucence. However, its venom is colorless and odorless, with its most notable characteristic being the release of toxic mist from its tail. Once its prey inhales the toxin, they are ensnared in an illusion, experiencing a myriad of different hallucinations, ultimately succumbing to a tragic fate in the depths of despair within these illusions. This particular soul beast is typically solitary. While it is not an exceptionally rare species of snake, its perilous nature during hunts ranks among the highest. The selection of this spirit beast by Wu Heyi is motivated by two principal reasons. Firstly, Du Guyan has consistently presented herself as a control-type spirit master. Thus, the abilities possessed by this spirit beast are assuredly of the illusionary kind, capable of extending the duration of her control. Secondly, stemming from the first reason, once she unleashes her illusions, her physical resilience becomes akin to an impenetrable fortress, rivaling that of certain assault-type spirit masters of the same rank. However, there exists an additional facet that Wu Heyi has not articulated. He yearns to discover the fascinating chemical reaction that will ensue when fire poison and cold poison converge with illusion poison. Chapter 59. The Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python. Having determined their target, the group hastened towards the domain inhabited by the Mirror Shadow Illusion Poison Python. Naturally, they did not include Yi Ling Ling in their expedition, for her cultivation was far too meager. Taking her along would not only slow their progress, but also necessitate the expenditure of energy to care for her. In truth, Du Gubo alone would suffice for this beast hunt. It could even be said that he could effortlessly capture the spirit beast, allowing Du Guyan to smoothly absorb the spirit ring. Nonetheless, the reason for the collective venture was due to several challenging issues concerning the spirit beast. Firstly, the creature's body is as crystalline as glass, and when motionless, it seamlessly merges with its surroundings, achieving an almost invisible effect. Secondly, should it enter a state of slumber, even a tidal Douluo-level spirit master standing within 10 meters may find it nearly undetectable, as its presence is even fainter than that of ordinary serpents. Furthermore, this spirit beast is not carnivorous. Although it is a poison python, its venom is primarily utilized to incapacitate or intimidate adversaries that are stronger than itself. Due to its timid nature, it could easily perish from fright if startled. Should the spirit beast die of fear, the resulting spirit ring would be impossible to absorb. Thus, this explains Du Gubo's decision not to personally capture the spirit beast. The inclusion of the entire group was chiefly motivated by the adage that unity is strength, facilitating a swifter search. Although this spirit beast is not a rare species, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon realizing this characteristic of the spirit beast, we felt a wave of doubt arise within him, worrying that his assessment might once again be flawed. Such a circumstance would indeed be exceedingly awkward, as no titled Douluo would wish for their descendants to be treated as mere subjects of experimentation. An occasional misjudgment might be forgiven, yet if errors persist, it would inevitably raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Under the guidance of Du Gubo, the group swiftly arrived at the territory of the mirror shadow poison python. As this spirit beast, upon reaching a millennium of cultivation, exhibits a geometric increase in its appetite. It is rare to find one unless one traverses nearly an entire hillside, for its territorial instincts are exceptionally strong, fundamentally driven by the fear of competition for sustenance among its kind. Gazing at the lush expanse, resembling a verdant ocean, Wu He was astonished to discover that the mountains were blanketed with snake berries, all of which were non-toxic and edible. These snake berries were significantly larger than any he had previously encountered, each nearly the size of a Chilean melon. Furthermore, each berry was plump and rounded, akin to meticulously crafted works of art, as if someone had carefully cultivated them in this very place. Unable to resist the temptation, Wu Hai reached out and plucked a berry, delicately placing it in his mouth and savoring a gentle sip. The succulent juice of the serpent berry flowed forth like a spring, sweet and delectable, imparting an exquisite sense of fulfillment. After consuming one in just a few bites, Wu Hai felt an insatiable yearning for more. At this moment, he experienced a twinge of guilt, as if he were a thief. He furtively glanced around and noticed that the others were still preoccupied with searching for traces of soul beasts and had not noticed his indulgence. He then spotted another fully ripened fruit among the multitude of serpent berries, this one significantly larger than the previous, a magnificent deep crimson hue resembling a brilliant gemstone. Utterly enticing. However, the fruit hung rather high, and given Wu Hei's height of less than 1.6 meters, reaching it posed quite a challenge. Fortunately, a smooth boulder nearby provided a solution. He climbed atop it, just able to grasp the prize. After successfully plucking the fruit, he sat contentedly on the stone, ready to savor his reward. Yet, at that moment, a snake's flickering tongue, no larger than a palm, appeared before Wu He like a flash of lightning. Wu He was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that only after a full 2 seconds did he awaken from his stupor, his entire being jolted into realization. Before he could react, he found himself soaring into the air like a kite severed from its string. Oh, how unfortunate this is! With a heart full of terror, Wu He bellowed at the top of his lungs. Although this serpent was not a carnivorous soul beast, subsisting primarily on berries, it did not imply an utter disinterest in meat. Occasionally, a rodent-like soul beast might appear, and when the mood struck, it would indulge in flesh. At this moment, the mirror shadow illusion poison python, previously ensconced in slumber, was abruptly roused. Most likely due to Wu He's audacious act of plucking away the one fruit it cherished above all else, regardless of who one might be. Having one's most treasured sustenance snatched away at the very moment it was to be relished would incite uncontrollable fury. Even more egregious was the fact that Wu He was brazenly perched atop its head, brazenly pilfering its beloved fruit. Upon hearing Wu He's cry, the others were instantly brought back to reality, realizing that he had discovered the spirit beast. However, they were perplexed as to why the typically timid and docile giant python had been provoked by Wu He. The three of them observed clouds of dust swirling as it raced towards them with astonishing speed. Before long, they caught sight of Wu He leading the charge, closely pursued by the mirror shadow illusion poison python, which was now glowing a vivid crimson. Its once transparent, crystalline body was now akin to flames, radiating a bright red hue. "Stop chasing me." It was merely a fruit, perhaps due to the swirling dust. Although they could see Wu He mouthing words, they could not hear a sound. Just then, Wu He tossed the fruit into the air, causing the giant python's gaze to shift. In the blink of an eye, Wu He managed to escape the pursuit. The fruit elegantly described a parabolic arc before landing securely in Du Guyan's grasp. The crimson serpent became even more furious upon seeing Du Guyan and her companions, perceiving these three creatures, no larger than mice, as audacious enough to provoke it repeatedly. It was as if the serpent was saying, "Do not mistake my silence for weakness." As the mirror shadow illusion poison python opened its enormous maw, preparing to unleash its venomous breath, Douluo and Directorson exchanged glances. In an instant, Douluo struck with the force of a hammer, delivering a powerful punch to the python's massive head, rendering it unconscious in a heartbeat. It did not even have the chance to release its venom or feel fear. It collapsed to the ground like a lifeless heap of clay. Wu He was filled with profound curiosity, despite the formidable might of Douluo's punch. The serpent remained unharmed. In that instant, he noticed the shimmering green light emanating from Dean Sen's hand, and enlightenment dawned upon him. As the colossal serpent collapsed, Du Guyan, akin to a seasoned hunter, drew forth her dagger, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Suddenly, a stone hurtled through the air like a meteor, knocking the dagger from her grasp. A voice boomed with thunderous urgency. "Wait." Chapter 60, The Troubled Boy. Chapter 61, The Escape. Firstly, what you perceive is not a boy, but rather a girl. Secondly, that soul beast is not one of his charges. He is merely a charlatan. Wu He succinctly articulated his point. However, at that moment, Du Guyan found herself engulfed in a haze, her mouth agape in astonishment, her face a canvas of bewilderment. To begin with, let us address the matter of his lack of a soul beast. The moment he made his appearance, he deftly disarmed you, swiftly diverting our attention, and seizing the opportunity to abscond with the soul beast. Wu He resembled a shrewd detective, meticulously dissecting the entire incident. Yet, one must ponder how such a diminutive soul master could possibly relocate such a colossal soul beast. Could it be that he truly was a dear companion to that soul beast, thus prompting it to willingly depart with him? However, that soul beast had clearly been rendered unconscious by your grandfather. At this juncture, Du Guyan began to experience a flicker of realization. Judging by the fluctuations of soul power, it was evident that this individual's strength did not exceed that of a grand soul master, at best. He was merely at level 30, a soul master yet to acquire a soul ring. Based on the soul techniques he had just demonstrated, it appeared he possessed a supplementary soul technique, with both techniques complementing each other to conjure such a massive soul beast. Ultimately, this relied heavily on the range of his attacks. If he truly commanded such a formidable soul beast, each of his strikes should have been devastatingly powerful. Yet, upon closer inspection, all of his attacks were constrained by distance. Why, then, was there such a limitation? As Wu He skillfully evaded the attacks alongside Du Guyan, he maintained a calm demeanor while analyzing the situation. The reasoning was not particularly complex. His true form was not as immense as it appeared. From his previous descriptions of his martial soul and first soul skill, it seemed he possessed the ability to glimpse others' fleeting memories, subsequently allowing him to transform based on the imagery contained within those memories. Since the mirror shadow venom python had been rendered unconscious by a single punch from his grandfather, in that brief moment, what likely flashed through its mind was the image of its own mother. This was how he could morph into the mirror shadow venom python and attain such a colossal size. The crux of the matter lay in his other soul skill, which presumably allowed him to exist within the consciousness of others as a third party. Coupled with the passive nature of his martial soul, he could compare his own size to that of a figure from memory, thereby producing a unique visualization effect. One soul skill birthed a tangible shadow, while the other instigated a corporeal transformation. Together, they undoubtedly yielded a significant combat advantage. Nevertheless, for a seasoned warrior, a slight awareness would not pose much of a challenge. It was akin to Douluo manifesting his martial soul's true form. The azure phosphor snake emperor beneath him appeared even larger than this individual. It dawned on him amidst the fierce battle that Douluo was, in fact, a titled Douluo. And he could not help but feel a twinge of regret for having inadvertently drawn such a formidable opponent. Initially, He had come in search of a suitable soul beast. And halfway through, he had set his sights on the mirror shadow venom python, believing that absorbing its soul ring would elevate his soul skills to a terrifying level. As Wu Hai articulated, the passive nature of his martial soul enabled him to materialize beings from the memories of others. These manifestations could either merge with him for transformation or exist as a unique phantom. However, once the two became one, ordinary soul masters below the rank of Soul King would dare not show him any negligence. Most individuals would instinctively feel fear upon encountering the narrative of a soul beast, with many losing their will to resist. Capitalizing on this fact, he had relied on it to navigate the soul beast forest through deception. Yet today was different. He too desired the mirror shadow venom python. However, his misfortune was unparalleled, as he had encountered a titled Douluo with astonishing mental prowess and the meticulous Wu Hai, akin to a web spun by a spider. Within his tail woven from lies lay countless vulnerabilities, easily exposed with the slightest provocation. Once the truth was discerned, it was only natural that they would not relinquish the soul beast to him. Gaining a clearer understanding of the situation, Douluo Yin once again grasped her dagger with unwavering resolve and approached the mirror shadow venom python. In a flash, her dagger struck like lightning, piercing the serpent's head, and in an instant, the soul power within the great serpent coalesced, forming a violet soul ring. With a mere wave of his hand, Douluo Yin summoned the soul rings to descend upon him as obediently as a child. The figure, disguised as a man, witnessed this scene and yearned to intervene, yet felt utterly powerless, for she was no match for a titled Douluo. She could only utter a harsh remark, "You are truly ruthless," before vanishing once more like a specter, utilizing the phasing characteristic of the mirror shadow venomous python. However, to Douluo, her disappearance resembled nothing more than a child's trick, devoid of distinction. With sufficient mental fortitude, any hue of soul beast could be easily discerned. What more could be said of a soul master lacking complete skills? Not far from this encounter, she reunited with her parents. Her mother, a noblewoman adorned with golden gloves, seemed to wear them as a badge of honor, while her father, a tree planter, donned silver gloves that marked him as a guardian of the forest. Both had reached the rank of soul Douluo, yet in recent years, they found the path to becoming a titled Douluo to be unimaginably arduous. Their daughter, having inherited their martial souls, represented both a transcendence and a mutation. The martial souls of her parents were as ordinary as could be, their ascent to the level of soul Douluo attributable solely to their extraordinary fortune. Once, her father had been the king of gamblers, wielding influence in the gaming halls. Her mother, a former bandit who redistributed wealth from the rich to the poor. By some unknown fate, the two shared an unspoken connection that led to the birth of this remarkable girl. Her soul abilities sparkled like the stars in the night sky, predominantly leaning towards mental and transformation types. Her powers acted as a sharp blade, capable of piercing the very depths of another's soul, enabling her to morph into the most feared entities or situations in an instant, while also manifesting the ethereal imaginings of others. However, her abilities bore significant limitations. Firstly, contact with the opponent's head was a prerequisite for her soul skills to be unleashed. Secondly, the greater the strength of the opponent's imagined figures, the more soul power was consumed, prolonging the duration of her transformation. This was precisely why, during her initial attempt to intimidate Wu Hai and others with a colossal visage, she could only sustain the embodiment for a fleeting moment before being struck, leading to the loss of her solidified form. Her attraction to that spirit beast stemmed from her yearning to obtain the wondrous effect of its transparent crystalline form. This would enable her to stealthily approach her adversary's mind, akin to a ghost, thus allowing her to unleash her soul skills with greater finesse. In Chapter 62, the arrival of the flame dragon armor, undisturbed, Douluo Yin finally had the opportunity to absorb her soul ring. Despite being an extraordinary genius herself, progressing rapidly in her cultivation, the risks associated with absorbing soul rings were equally perilous for everyone. The suffering endured was indistinguishable, as time flew by like a fleeting shadow. After more than 4 hours of vigilant guardianship, her soul power fluctuations finally stabilized. After another hour had passed, Douluo Yin finally opened her eyes. "Grandfather, I have finally become a soul master," Douluo Yin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she called out to Douluo. Douluo looked at her with affectionate pride, sensing the surge of soul power within her, and gently patted her head, saying, "Excellent. You have already reached level 34. Indeed, before the title Douluo, ordinary soul masters appeared almost transparent in their levels. In an instant, Douluo had discerned her rank without fail. However, being a grandfather and granddaughter, their mutual understanding of her level did not incite envy in others. Yin, why not showcase your new soul skill? Douluo suggested. Upon hearing this, Yin nodded slightly, and a phosphorescent serpent, resembling transparent crystals, materialized behind her. Seeing the transformation of the phosphorescent serpent without any signs of evolution, Wu felt an immense sense of relief, secretly grateful that it aligned closely with his own expectations. Yin surveyed her surroundings, realizing there was nothing available to serve as a catalyst for her soul skill's release, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Child, did you not also just receive your third soul ring? Why don't you two spar here? Douluo said with a mischievous grin, witnessing Yin's predicament. That may not be advisable. With a face full of embarrassment, Wu He forced a smile. He certainly did not wish to become a target, nor did he desire to bully Yin. After all, regardless of the number of years he had accumulated his soul rings or his current rank as a soul master, the deployment of his soul skills would inevitably manifest the prowess of a soul king, creating a disparity akin to the strong preying upon the weak when compared to Yin's present capabilities. Yin, however, was acutely aware of Wu He's soul skills, which could instantaneously transform him into a formidable soul king, matching the strength, speed, and weapon mastery expected of such a rank. Yet, brimming with confidence in her newly acquired soul skills, she subtly curved her lips into a smile that danced between amusement and challenge as she regarded the reluctant Wu He. No matter. Let this be merely an opportunity for me to hone my skills. As Wu He faced the principal, he found it difficult to decline the challenge. Secretly eager to test the efficacy of his third set of armor, the two soon discovered a small clearing, where the unparalleled Douluo unleashed his extraordinary soul power, swiftly clearing the surrounding trees with remarkable ease. In an instant, the clearing transformed into a circular arena with a radius of 25 meters. Upon ascending the stage, the two exchanged respectful gestures. Without hesitation, Yin initiated the attack, summoning her martial spirit. She was a level 34 control-type battle spirit, the Phosphor Serpent. Since joining the Tiando Academy, she had trained alongside Mier and others, and within a mere 7 days, she had effectively corrected Yin's habit of calling out the name of her soul skills prior to release. Now, within the core circle of the Wu He team, everyone was capable of unleashing their soul skills silently and with an almost effortless swiftness. However, this rapid deployment merely stemmed from the elimination of the verbal incantation step, having preemptively charged or guided their energies, creating an illusion of instantaneous release. Were it not for Wu He's prior encounters with Yin, wherein he had learned the nuances of her soul skills, he might have inadvertently fallen victim to her tactics. As he beheld the toxic mist approaching him, Wu He swiftly distanced himself, all the while maintaining his actions. A summoning artifact, glowing a fiery crimson reminiscent of flames and resembling a brilliant gem, manifested in his hand. Wu He gazed at the familiar texture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The fiery crimson core, empowered by a 10,000-year soul ring, resembled a spark ignited into a blazing crystal. Sunlight filtered through the crystal, emanating a palpable heat that seemed capable of scorching one's hand. In this extraordinary moment, Wu He did not engage in any frivolous gestures. His movements were decisive and resolute, akin to a seasoned warrior. He swiftly inserted the crystal into the summoner. Then, with a flourish reminiscent of a scene from a classic film, he struck the air above him twice with his fists, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Flame Dragon Armor!" Fusion. The sound resonated like thunder, followed by a piercing dragon's roar, surging forth from the summoner like a torrential flood. Gradually, the onlookers beheld a fiery red divine dragon, akin to a vibrant ribbon, transforming into a blazing belt around Wu He's waist. In an instant, a beam of light, radiant as the sun, cascaded from the heavens like a golden waterfall, enveloping Wu He in its brilliance. Within moments, a suit of fiery red armor, akin to a magnificent battle raiment, adorned his form. Simultaneously, the protective heart mirror within him, coupled with the external soul bone, manifested like a phoenix poised for flight. Attaching itself to the flame dragon armor in the guise of a plate, the yellow crystal that had once resided upon his chest now shimmered with an enchanting transformation, becoming a red-purple gem that radiated an aura of mystery and allure. An overwhelming dragon's might erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, his presence growing as formidable as towering mountains, and as profound as the depths of the ocean, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation in all who beheld him. Upon the completion of the fusion, A surge of confidence washed over him like a tidal wave. He distinctly sensed that although his strength remained at the Soul King level, it was now infinitely close to the late stage of that realm. It felt as if he could unleash a formidable power of level 56-57, akin to an indomitable sword. However, at that moment, he caught sight of Douluo Yin nearby, stifling a laugh, before she vanished into the poisonous mist like smoke. In the blink of an eye, he felt the toxic fog thicken, transforming into a viscous ink-like substance, intensifying severfold. When he opened his eyes again, he was astounded to find himself ensnared in the dense encirclement of the poisonous mist. This extraordinary sensation was unprecedented for him. He had never anticipated that Douluo Yin's ability to spread the toxic fog could be so swift, catching him completely off guard. In reality, Douluo Yin had dispelled the conventional effects of the poison mist, yet Wu Yi remained armored and stationary, glancing around anxiously, evoking a sense of foreboding darkness. Chapter 63. Illusory Toxin. Chapter 64. Mi-Er's disappearance. The group prepared their belongings in Douluo Bo's medicinal valley, having spent several days accompanying him on his journey. Time had grown lengthy, and it was now time to return to the academy. Douluo Bo had pressing matters to attend to. Thus Wu Yi and Douluo Yin had no choice but to follow Director Sin on their way back. The journey was long, as if stretching to the ends of the earth, and after 2 days of travel, they finally arrived. The bumpy ride had nearly left Wu Yi completely disassembled. Deep in his thoughts, Wu Yi contemplated the necessity of enhancing this mode of transportation whenever he found a moment of leisure. At that instant, he recalled a peculiar continent situated beyond a certain expanse of ocean. The civilization upon that land, characterized by the mediocrity of its inhabitants, had embarked upon the path of technology. However, their extraordinary aptitude in both scientific endeavors and alchemy suggested that a visit might yield unexpected marvels. Upon returning to the academy, Wu Yi was eager to sink into the embrace of his soft bed for a rejuvenating slumber. Yet, before he could reach his dormitory, he was struck by disheartening news. During his absence, Mi-Er had undertaken a task for the academy, but she had exceeded the deadline by 3 days without returning. Being a prodigy of the institution, the academy had dispatched teachers of soul rank and above to seek her out. Unfortunately, after 3 days of searching along the task's designated route, they had found nothing, and Mi-Er was now classified as a missing person. This news struck Wu Yi like a thunderbolt, as the original narrative bore no mention of her existence. It was his own butterfly effect that had given rise to such a talent. He could not help but ponder whether the laws of fate in this world possessed a self-repairing capability that had forcibly erased her presence. Traditionally dismissive of theology, Wu Yi found it difficult to accept such an absurd notion, concluding that some extraordinary circumstance must have transpired to cause Mi-Er's disappearance. Exhausted in both body and spirit, he arrived at the task reception office of the Intermediate Academy to investigate the assignment Mi-Er had taken on. In every reputable academy, students who step into the intermediate threshold are essentially preparing to break through level 20, akin to a flock of fledglings eagerly awaiting the day their wings grow strong. As soul masters ascend to the ranks of level 20 or even 30, it is akin to finding a sturdy umbrella amidst a tempest, granting them a measure of self-preservation. However, in this vast world, not every soul master can ascend the ladder to the realms of Soul Sect or Soul King. Most find themselves halted at the soul respect stage, confronted by an insurmountable barrier. To ensure the smooth functioning of society as a finely tuned machine, the Intermediate Academy bears the sacred duty of providing students with practical opportunities. Upon completing these internships, students acquire a key to unlock the treasures of life, enriching their experiences and enabling them to navigate society with greater ease post-graduation. Of course, the tasks within the task hall are not all dauntingly complex. They are stratified like a staircase into varying levels of difficulty. Those who cannot elevate their soul power above level 20 before the age of 30 are restricted to intermediate tasks, as if an invisible barrier obstructs their path. Only those who reach level 30 before the age of 25 are granted access to advanced tasks, embarking on a broad avenue leading to higher realms. Beyond the advanced tasks lie the S-rank assignments, akin to enigmatic treasures that harbor both perilous dangers and alluring opportunities. These tasks primarily originate from the serendipitous discoveries of students and teachers during their excursions or their courageous explorations of potential crises. Only those students who have surpassed the 35th rank of Soul Master before the age of 20 possess the capability to undertake these endeavors. Moreover, they must be accompanied at all times by at least one mentor of the 40th rank, ensuring their safety as they embark on this journey fraught with uncertainty. However, the recent disappearance of Mi-Er is tied to a daunting S-level mission. Alongside her, 2 Soul Master instructors, each exceeding the 40th rank, vanished as if swept away by a mysterious whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, the nature of this task has become exceedingly precarious, akin to a ferocious beast that instills fear in the hearts of many. It has escalated overnight from an S-level to a double S-level challenge, with only those possessing the strength of a Soul King or higher being deemed worthy to tame this formidable creature. In the task hall, such missions shine like brilliant stars in the night sky, numbering more than a dozen, each resembling an arduous marathon that demands decades of dedication to conquer. Although, upon reaching a certain duration, these tasks grant access to advanced academies akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, the tasks within these prestigious institutions are, at best, classified as A or S level. Yet, the individuals affected by this situation are none other than Wu He. After an exhaustive night of contemplation regarding the mission, Wu He pounced upon the opportunity to apply for the task, much like a hungry tiger seizing its prey. Both deans were acutely aware of Wu He's formidable capabilities. However, due to the constraints imposed by his foundational soul power cultivation level, they were cognizant of the limitations concerning his endurance in battle, thus refraining from granting immediate approval. Nevertheless, Wu He remained resolute in his determination to proceed, leading to a stalemate in the discussion. Neither dean wished to witness the fall of this prodigious student, especially after having already suffered one loss. At the height of this impasse, the door to the dean's office was abruptly thrust open as if swept by a tempest. The trio instinctively turned their gazes toward the entrance, with Wu He harboring hopes that Mi-Er would return unscathed. However, the reality unfolded as several youths burst into the room like intruders. Dean, Lin Bei began awkwardly, his words stumbling forth like pearls from a broken string. We wish to team up with Wu He. Ling Ling, who was typically demure, suddenly spoke with the audacity of a valiant warrior. What? The 3 exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. We will join Wu He in accepting the mission to bring Mi-Er back, Du Guyan promptly added. Although both Du Guyan and Ling Ling had previously tasted defeat at Wu He's hands, the youthful hearts of these adolescents were expansive, and they held no grudges, brimming instead with a sense of camaraderie. The Yutian Hang, who stood silently behind them with an air of aloofness, had yet to speak. It was undeniable that this quintet, should they unite, would be a formidable force. It would be a challenge for any Soul King at the late stage of cultivation to easily vanquish them. Upon witnessing these individuals, a wave of warmth surged within Wu He, for this matter bore little relevance to their own interests. Dean's son covered his face with his hand, avoiding Wu He's gaze, yet ultimately consented to allow him to undertake the mission, for Wu He's prowess indeed met the requisite standards for the task. Chapter 65. The 5-person team. The 5 of them set forth from the academy like arrows released from a bow, casting solemn glances back, reminiscent of warriors poised to step onto the battlefield. Upon exiting, there was no trace of the languor typical of a leisurely outing. Instead, they exuded a spirit of gallantry and nonchalance akin to that found in martial arts novels. Summoning a carriage, they sped towards the mission site with unbridled haste. Truth be told, Wu He was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of familiarity regarding the mission location. The original objective was to locate 6 students from the junior academy who had gone missing. These students, diligent and earnest in their cultivation, had only recently reached the pivotal 10th level, prompting the school to organize an expedition for them to acquire their soul rings. Yet, perplexingly, during each assembly, 1 or 2 students would inexplicably vanish. The teachers leading the search were in a state of desperate anxiety, tirelessly calling out and seeking, fearful that some mischievous student had intentionally concealed themselves. More chillingly, within the vicinity of the Soul Beast Forest, the educators were astounded to discover a significant reduction in the number of soul beasts across nearly a kilometer, as if that area had given birth to ancient soul beasts. An eerie phenomenon indeed. Consequently, the initial Class A mission entailed not only the search for the missing students, but also an investigation into the reasons behind the dwindling soul beast population in that region, alongside an inquiry into the potential emergence of unknown soul beasts or ethereal flora. At the outset, this task was not classified as an S-level mission. Prior to Mi-Er receiving this S-level assignment, 2 groups of students had already undertaken B and A-level missions without any success. ultimately exceeding the designated time frame and vanishing without a trace. It was only after Mir accepted the task that the school took it with utmost seriousness. This circumstance elucidated why, upon its elevation to an SS-level mission, the two deans were adamant in their disapproval of Wu Hei engaging with this task, as they believed the missing students had virtually been sentenced to death. After all, since the establishment of the school, such occurrences had transpired countless times. And even if the students were eventually located, they often emerged as mere shells, ravaged beyond recognition by unidentified soul beasts. Therefore, in cases of disappearance, once a certain threshold of time elapsed without any news, it was generally concluded that the students had met their untimely demise. Frankly, in a nation teeming with soul masters, the probability of such events transpiring was exceedingly high, typically eliciting little concern, much less prompting specific notifications to certain students regarding the developments. However, this instance was particularly unique. The academy had suffered the loss of an exceptional student, one whose brilliance was evidenced by a fellow course student of the institution, thus establishing this unprecedented exception. Upon learning the background of this mission, the occupants of the vehicle collectively inhaled sharply, and at that inopportune moment, Lin Bei posed a question. Is it still possible for us to disembark now? Before his words could fully escape his lips, Douluo Yin delivered a sharp rap to the back of his head, prompting him to promptly silence himself. Rubbing the back of his head, Lin Bei muttered softly, "I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously?" Despite his attempt at levity, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly heavy and oppressive. Fortunately, Yu Tianheng broke the silence, introducing a relatively significant topic. "Everyone, I trust your cultivation has progressed over the past few days. If convenient, could we share our respective advancements?" As these words escaped his lips, Wu Hei suddenly realized that his understanding of everyone had remained stagnant since the arrival of Douluo. Although merely a few days had elapsed, each individual had been diligently cultivating, including both himself and Douluo Yin, who had acquired new soul rings and soul skills. If teammates remain oblivious to each other's current strengths, it is highly likely that coordination errors may arise, leading to a diminished margin for error. However, whether it was due to the unfavorable feng shui of Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin's seating arrangement, their gazes were akin to two blazing flames, fixated intently on Lin Bei, who had been engaging in awkward small talk. "Why are you two staring at me? I swear I won't utter any more disheartening words," Lin Bei declared, scratching his head with fervent conviction. At this moment, Wu Hei was suddenly struck by the realization that Lin Bei's soul power surged like a tempestuous tide, escalating steadily. Could it be that he had experienced a profound epiphany during the exchange competition, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities? Indeed, individuals in this world often acquire invaluable insights after enduring the trials of battle, akin to a sudden illumination that propels their cultivation to new heights. Although the extent of their improvement may be modest, it can prove to be crucial at pivotal moments. Lin Bei scratched his head, unable to contain his joy as he exclaimed, "I just broke through to level 30 last night and haven't had the chance to report it to the school yet. Had it not been for this incident, I would certainly have come here to acquire a new soul ring." At that moment, the previously unassuming Yi Ling timidly raised her delicate little hand. "That's me." All eyes unconsciously turned toward her. "My cultivation also reached level 30 last night." Well, it was evident that they were not merely on a mission. They were clearly here to assist their teammates in acquiring soul rings, rendering the SS-level task seemingly insignificant. Yu Tianheng then spoke up, "I have just obtained my third soul ring, and my cultivation is currently at level 36. The name of my third soul skill is Thunderous Fury. It is a self-augmentation ability that, once activated, propels me into a berserk state for a limited duration. The power of lightning surges like a volcanic eruption, increasing by 100%, while my soul power rises like a tidal wave by 50%. Unless I choose to deactivate the skill, it will continue unabated until my soul power is entirely depleted." Upon hearing this, Wu Hei slightly nodded, pondering silently. Perhaps due to his own influence, the battle had been exceedingly brutal, causing Yu Tianheng's cultivation progress to rebound dramatically, soaring to new heights. This young man, originally relying on his privileged background, had been blindly confident in his cultivation speed, resulting in his initial performance at the age of 16 being merely at level 39. His martial soul's potential was not inferior to Tang San's Haoyan hammer. Regrettably, his overconfidence led him to neglect his training. After a fierce battle with Wu Hei, Leveraging his substantial resources, he not only recovered from his injuries but also made remarkable strides in his cultivation, breaking through the significant barrier of level 30. Moreover, considering his current cultivation at level 36, the soul beast he absorbed was undoubtedly of a high age category, possibly even one absorbed over several years. It must be said that this young man was indeed quite ruthless with himself. Soon after, Wu Yi recounted his experience of obtaining the third soul ring alongside Douluo Yan. The group, especially upon hearing the effects of Douluo Yan's soul skills, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, for this third soul skill was deemed the most formidable they had encountered thus far. However, the ultimate objective of their mission remained unchanged despite the enhancement of everyone's strength. Wu Yi decisively retrieved his soul skill crystal. At this critical juncture, having an additional soul king in their ranks felt like adding a solid barrier. Chapter 66. Dividing forces upon reaching the outskirts of the soul beast forest. It resembled an insurmountable chasm, and the horses could go no further. The group was compelled to proceed on foot, watching helplessly as the designated location in their mission approached at a snail's pace. As they ventured into the area marked for personnel disappearance, Wu Yi abruptly awakened, realizing that this place was none other than the site where the traitor from the academy had once appeared. He vividly recalled the moment when he had slain that traitor and his experimental subjects. The traitor had attempted to merge his own cells with those of a spirit beast, aspiring to create an entirely new life form, one whose cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. However, the lifespan of such a being was remarkably unstable at that time. The Soul Master was still in the experimental phase and had contemplated merging with the cells of others, yet every attempt had ended in failure. Now, this issue had inexplicably resurfaced in this very location. Wu Yi quickly grasped this connection, and it was evident that Mi-Er, who had taken on this mission, was also acutely aware of it. Yet, she had vanished under mysterious circumstances, likely having sensed something amiss. Or perhaps the Soul Master from years ago had not truly failed after all. There could be an experimental subject among his creations that recognized Mi-Er. Such chilling associations made Wu Yi hesitant to delve deeper into his thoughts. He could only assume that Mi-Er had discovered some troubling issue and encountered difficulties while pursuing it. Even the formidable Soul Master who had accompanied her was rendered powerless against the conundrum. Wu Yi currently has no intention of mentioning the past events to the other 4 members. Instead, he has decided to divide the 5-person team into 2. After all, searching collectively would prove too time-consuming, and their objective is to uncover any traces left by Mi-Er. He pairs himself with Lin Bei, while the remaining 3 form another group. This way, should any issues arise in either group, they can swiftly receive support from a formidable Soul King. When one group detects a situation, they will have ample time to rush to the aid of the other. The 2 teams swiftly darted apart like arrows released from a bow, racing towards 2 distinctly different directions. They agreed that if they could not find the special mark Mi-Er left for Wu Yi within an hour, they would regroup at their starting point. If they uncovered any clues or encountered unexpected battles, they were to promptly fire a signal flare into the sky. Naturally, if a particular group had not returned to the starting point after an hour and had not discharged a signal flare, all would silently understand the implications of that situation. Within less than 5 minutes of their separate actions, Lin Bei, with a grave expression, posed a question. "Old Wu, did you, by any chance, withhold the truth just now?" Wu Yi cast his gaze upon Lin Bei, a person who is typically known for his unrestrained words and eccentric behavior, yet this time displayed an unexpected acuity. However, upon further reflection, this revelation appears to be quite reasonable. After all, Lin Bei, as a support-type Soul Master, was regarded as one of the 3 prodigies in the Junior Academy, alongside Wu Yi and Mi-Er. "I am at a loss regarding your discourse." Wu Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Bei, uttering not a word, and continued to stride forward, seemingly disinclined to elaborate further. Yet, Lin Bei remained resolute, refusing to budge an inch. "Do you not trust me? I only brought this up after they had departed." As Wu Yi pressed deeper into the forest, unperturbed and without a backward glance, Lin Bei persisted. "Although I was not present during the event, upon my return, my classmates recounted the circumstances to me. Hence, I possess a rudimentary understanding of the situation. You wish to avoid involving them, do you not?" Wu Yi suddenly turned around, standing like a statue, fixated intently on Lin Bei. Nevertheless, Lin Bei continued, "The direction you guided them towards, if they merely proceed for another hour, they should be able to escape this soul beast forest, am I correct?" Wu Hi's lips curled into a subtle smile, for he never anticipated that this notoriously unpredictable individual would exhibit such remarkable wisdom this time. Your intention in bringing me along is simply because you anticipated my awareness of this matter, while simultaneously wishing to keep me from disclosing anything to the other three, requiring my soul technique assistance, he stated calmly, standing resolutely in place. Thus, your current choice is whether to journey alongside me or to part ways. Whether it was due to the significant distance or Lin Bei's sudden silence, his gaze from afar appeared as dark as if it could drip water. Yet, in an instant, Lin Bei swiftly closed the gap, catching up with Wu Hi's pace like a gust of wind. He gently patted Wu Hi's shoulder and reassured him. We are brothers. Even if you harbor doubts about me, how could I possibly distrust you? Should anything arise, do not hesitate to confide in me. Do not bear every burden alone. Lin Bei's conjecture was entirely accurate. The path Wu Hi was treading alone led directly to the location where he had previously dispatched that soul master. However, as they delved deeper, an eerie sensation intensified. The time since the soul master's demise was still brief, and although the soul power within the soul beast forest was dense, the rate of growth of the flora here should not be so astonishingly swift. He was taken aback to observe that several trees, which had been destroyed, appeared to have been enchanted, regrowing at an astonishing pace. Yet, after a few minutes of progression, Wu Yi abruptly halted. The seemingly carefree Lin Bei turned back in confusion and inquired, "What is it? Have you made a discovery? We seem to have fallen into someone else's trap." Wu Yi replied succinctly. Lin Bei did not fully grasp the implications of this statement. He remained oblivious to the fact that they had stepped into a peculiar domain, as this was his first venture into this area, and he felt no particular sensations. Wu Yi was acutely aware of Lin Bei's bewilderment. With a swift motion, he retrieved a semicircular dart from his pocket and sent it hurtling towards a grand tree, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Although Wu Hi was not particularly skilled in the use of concealed weapons, he found that, inexplicably, after donning his armor, he had gradually developed a certain proficiency with various types of weaponry it permitted, a mastery seemingly dictated by the frequency and extent of his armor's usage. Thus, he carried with him several exquisite trinkets. The moment the dart struck the tree, it tore through the bark as if it were mere fabric, creating a gaping wound. Wu Yi then led Lin Bei onward with determined strides. Although Lin Bei was unclear about Wu Yi's intentions, he could do little but follow closely. Soon witnessing an astonishing sight, a towering tree, now with a significant chunk cleaved from it, loomed before him like a majestic mountain. The sheer absurdity of the situation left Lin Bei utterly astonished. The tree had not been on their path moments ago, and having moved forward, how could it now appear before them as if conjured by a specter? Chapter 67. No, 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 I do not wish for a kiss. I told you we are trapped, Wu Hi exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation, resembling a wilted eggplant, as he gazed at Lin Bei. Internally, he pondered whether he had succumbed to poison or entered an illusionary array. If it were merely an illusion, he needed only to identify the core to dispel it. However, if he had been poisoned, that would pose a significant dilemma. After all, he had first-hand experience with the illusory poison employed by Du Guyan, where only those whose mental strength reached a certain threshold, or far exceeded that of the caster, could hope to extricate themselves from its mental mire. Crucially, although Wu Hi realized he was ensnared, he felt as though he were enveloped in a dense fog, unaware of when he had been trapped or how long he had been so. The only certainty was that he was not in immediate danger. For if he had entered an illusionary array, he was currently in his physical form. Even if confined, he firmly believed he would remain unscathed. Conversely, should he be within a mental illusion, any injury to his physical body would either impair his mental faculties or provoke an overwhelming surge of madness. Regardless of the scenario, he should exhibit some abnormal reaction. Distinguishing whether he had entered an illusion or an array was, in fact, quite simple. Within an illusion, one feels as though ensconced in a dream, and even the mightiest of casters would render their subjects as if in slumber, imperceptive to any pain. Even if one could simulate the sensation of pain, the overwhelming agony would merely be perceived as a trivial discomfort. It is akin to a pregnant woman undergoing a non-anesthetic cesarean section, where the pain experienced is merely akin to a forceful punch to the abdomen. If one were to find themselves alone, ensnared in an illusion, discerning reality from deception would indeed be fraught with challenges. However, at this moment, he is accompanied by a comrade, a true friend, who, despite being in a frenzied state, is attempting to gnaw at this spot with his teeth and has already unleashed a wild assault on several towering trees. Wu Yi glanced at this exceedingly unruly teammate, his irritation spreading within him like wild grass, uncontrollably flourishing. Wu Yi wore a smile as warm as the spring breeze, gently beckoning Lin Bei. "Old Lin, come here quickly. I need your assistance with something." Upon hearing Wu Yi calling him, Lin Bei found himself with his mouth full of tree debris. Having abandoned all hope of using his teeth to break through the illusion, he promptly approached Wu Yi, but as he drew near, he was met with that sunny, gentle smile. Although it appeared exceedingly kind and benevolent, Lin Bei could not shake the unsettling feeling that something ominous was about to unfold. A chill ran down his spine, as if the Wu Yi before him were not a human being but a demon. Just as he turned to flee, it was already too late. Wu Yi pounced on him like a hungry tiger, his arm clamped down on Lin Bei's shoulder with the unyielding grip of a vice. Before Wu Yi could finish his words, Lin Bei, as if jolted by electricity, immediately pushed him away. With his arms tightly crossed over his chest, he shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum, exclaiming, "No, no, no, you mustn't." Wu Yi wore a smirk, rubbing his hands together. Though his smile retained its customary warmth, it exuded an unsettling air. Had he not just proclaimed that he would not allow his brother to shoulder burdens alone? Had he not assured that he would always be informed of any matters at hand and would undoubtedly lend assistance? Had he not just vowed to accompany me through fire and water? As Wu Yi advanced step by step, Lin Bei, akin to a startled rabbit, gradually retreated to lean against a tree, eventually collapsing to the ground. His lips quivered incessantly, and his head bobbed frantically like rice stalks swaying in the wind. He murmured repeatedly, "No, no, no, it is not like this. Help me." It was as if a voiceover taunted him, "Call out, call out. Scream until your throat gives way, yet no one will come to your rescue." Just as Wu Yi was poised to act, a faint sound, akin to a mosquito's buzz, reached his ears, uttering 3 syllables, "break, throat, sound." Though the voice was as delicate as a whisper, it distracted Wu Yi momentarily, causing him to glance towards its origin. In that fleeting instant, their eyes met, and the entire forest seemed to plunge into an eerie silence. At the focal point of their gaze, an absolute void emerged, where even a single leaf dared not fall. An awkward tension enveloped the area, like a dense fog stretching 10 meters around, while one individual continued to express an exuberance, exclaiming, "Come on, come on, we're almost there." Wu Yi reacted as swiftly as lightning, instantly straightening his body like a tall poplar before retreating rapidly. He waved his arms while muttering, "It's not what you think. I'm not hungry to that extent." At that moment, Lin Bei, who had fallen to the ground, snapped back to reality and, as if jolted by an electric shock, quickly distanced himself from Wu Yi. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and hurriedly said, "Ah, yes, 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 it's not what you think. Old Wu just asked me for a favor." "Oh, just a favor." Yi Lingling, who usually presented herself as a delicate and fragile young woman, was unexpectedly revealed to be a fervent enthusiast in private. She was as thrilled as if she had discovered a treasure upon witnessing the intimate interaction between the two boys. However, Wu Yi soon regained his composure, glanced at his watch, and realizing not much time had passed, immediately inquired, "What are you 3 doing here? Were you not instructed to go that way?" Before Wu Yi could finish his words, he caught sight of Du Guyan's eyes, which were as red as ripe apples, and the words that were about to escape his lips were swallowed back. It was indeed this fellow who had deceived us. Had it not been for my long-term cultivation on the outskirts of the Soul Beast Forest, I would hardly be familiar with this environment. Yu Tianheng's voice was as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. Having walked for less than 20 minutes, I sensed something amiss. Had we truly been allowed to walk for an hour, we would likely have arrived at the exit by now. You do not trust the 3 of us. Du Guyan's mood had plummeted to the lowest depths, and she complained with discontent. No, 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 this matter does not require your involvement." Wu Yi felt like an ant on a hot skillet, utterly at a loss on how to explain the intricacies of the situation to them. He merely wished to avoid embroiling too many friends in this predicament. Observing Wu Yi's flustered demeanor, the indifferent Yu Tianheng gently patted his shoulder and earnestly remarked, "We are teammates. Some matters are not meant to be shouldered alone. Just keep me informed." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei felt as though he had received a sudden revelation and instinctively looked up. The phrase resonated with him, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as if a lump were lodged in his throat. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, who had previously been fanning the flames, had inexplicably reverted to a frosty demeanor, her right hand holding a soul beast resembling a rabbit with a light atop its head. At that moment, This soul beast appeared to be in a state of distress, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. When she first encountered them, Yin Yin's third soul skill had ensnared the Millennium Illusion Beast in a web of formidable energy. It seemed the creature had exhausted its abilities on them, leaving it vulnerable to Yin Yan's soul technique, resulting in its unfortunate capture. The intent behind Yi Ling Ling presenting the soul beast was unmistakable. As a support-type healing soul master, this creature held no value for her. Coincidentally, Lin Bei had just reached level 30, prompting her to inquire if he was in need of it. Chapter 68. Mental Amplification. Of course. How could one possibly refuse such a splendid opportunity? Lin Bei exclaimed, seizing the soul beast with the eagerness of a hungry tiger. However, the ensuing moment left everyone astounded. Lin Bei grasped the soul beast's large ears as if it were a chick, then, without hesitation, unleashed a flurry of slaps upon its face, akin to a storm. So, you little thief dared to ensnare me. Were it not for you, I would have nearly lost my virtue. Lin Bei's thunderous shout rendered Wu He utterly embarrassed. How could this be? I merely wished for you to absorb a soul ring, and now it has entangled my affairs. Wu Yi widened his eyes, his face a canvas of disbelief, as he fixated intently on Lin Bei. Lin Bei, not one to be easily fooled, immediately sensed Wu Yi's gaze. With a sycophantic smile, he deftly withdrew the dagger bound to his calf. With a mere flick of his wrist, the dream beast, recently roused from slumber, plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, its body severed from its head. The dream beast itself was bewildered, having just awoken from a daze induced by a few formidable adversaries, and before it could comprehend its predicament, it met its demise with a single stroke. As it felt its life ebb away like grains of sand slipping through fingers, its soul energy gradually coalesced into a purple soul ring, which slowly manifested above its form. Lin Bei, seizing the moment, seated himself upon the ground, guiding his soul energy with the grace of a dancer. The soul ring obediently ascending towards him as if it were a dutiful child. Perhaps due to the fact that the soul beast had perished in a state of confusion, its soul ring bore no traces of vengeful intent. The absorption process was remarkably effortless, though the soul energy was somewhat more diluted than that of a typical soul beast. Nonetheless, this particular soul beast primarily employed mental attacks to harass or ensnare its foes. A potent surge of psychic energy silently infiltrated Lin Bei's martial soul. As Lin Bei commenced the absorption of the soul ring, all onlookers paused their search in anticipation of his actions. At this moment, Wu Yi finally found the time to recount the events in detail to everyone. Time passed swiftly, and 3 hours later, Lin Bei opened his eyes after absorbing the third soul ring. Above him, 3 soul rings shimmered like radiant stars, 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing the most fundamental configuration. You mean to say that this mission is a remnant left by the soul master we previously defeated? Du Guyan, calm as an iceberg, pondered. Indeed, that is my belief. The already psychologically twisted soul master must have been conducting some sort of special experiment. Unfortunately, after eliminating him, we mistakenly thought his experiment had come to an end. Wu Yi lamented, his face reflecting deep regret. However, the reality may not be so simple. His experiment might have reached a critical stage, and there could be nearly complete materials in his laboratory. If only we had been more meticulous in examining his laboratory at the time, perhaps the incident involving Mi-Er would never have occurred. Just then, Lin Bei, having completed the absorption of his soul ring, leapt up with exuberance like a thrilled meteor. You all must know, my new soul skill is extraordinarily powerful. He then dashed into the depths of the forest, where the variety of soul beasts increased with proximity. Before long, he encountered a 500-year-old azure bull soul beast. With a gentle flick of his left hand, a stone radiating blue light leapt from his palm like a sprite. His 3 soul rings suddenly manifested, and the purple soul ring shot into the soul stone like a meteor. In an instant, Lin Bei, like a specter, struck a small stone against Yu Tianheng with astonishing speed. At that moment, Yu Tianheng felt his mental strength surge like a tidal wave, increasing by a remarkable 80 points. Yet, alongside this tremendous boost, his soul power drained away like a torrent. The others were astonished to see Lin Bei throw a diminutive crystal stone, measuring only 110, at a wild boar from an unusual angle. In the blink of an eye, the boar appeared somewhat listless, while Yu Tianheng, in contrast, felt an inexhaustible surge of mental strength and seemed unusually exuberant. Observing Yu Tianheng's reaction, Wu Yi quickly deduced that Lin Bei's soul skill was one that amplified mental strength, and the enhancement effect was notably potent. This raised an immediate question in his mind. Old Lin, Is your soul skill instantaneous or sustained? How many people can it assist at most in one go? Lin Bei pondered for a moment, then held up 3 fingers. Without considering my own consumption, it can assist the mental strength of up to 3 individuals simultaneously. My first and second soul skills can assist 3 individuals. However, there are limitations. If the 3 soul skills are utilized on different persons, the consumption on my part becomes exceedingly substantial. Under such circumstances, I must maintain the normal operation of at least 18 bridges, a feat that, given my current capabilities, can only be sustained for no more than 30 seconds. Lin Bei's implication was instantly grasped by all, evoking exclamations of incredulity, as his soul skills astonishingly enabled assistance to multiple individuals while maintaining efficacy for a full 30 seconds. In conventional battles, a mere 3 to 5 seconds often determines the outcome of a phase, rendering 30 seconds an ominously formidable duration. Nevertheless, the group did not dwell excessively on Lin Bei's assertions. They remained cognizant of their purpose for this expedition, as Wu He had elucidated the background to everyone. Suddenly, they were united by a common objective, no longer aimlessly searching for the so-called marks left by Mier. Given that he had been rejected by the Academy and had lived alone within the Soul Beast Forest, it stood to reason that his laboratory must be situated near a water source, as humans require substantial hydration. In a fleeting moment, the wild boar appeared as if it had withered, akin to a frost-bitten eggplant, while Yu Tianheng seemed invigorated, brimming with boundless mental energy, as though he had received an adrenaline boost. Observing Yu Tianheng's demeanor, Wu He quickly grasped the situation. Lin Bei's soul skill evidently amplified mental power, and its efficacy was remarkably profound. Consequently, a question surged through his mind like lightning. Old Lin, does your soul skill take effect immediately, or does it have a lasting impact? What is the maximum number of individuals it can assist at once? Lin Bei pondered briefly before raising 3 fingers, stating that without considering his own consumption, he could assist up to 3 individuals' mental power simultaneously. Furthermore, both my first and second soul skills could concurrently support 3 individuals. Yet, this was not without its constraints. Employing all 3 soul skills on different persons would greatly tax my resources, as I would need to ensure the stable operation of at least 18 bridges. With my current strength, such a mode of operation could not exceed 30 seconds. Lin Bei's words were akin to a revelation, instantly clarifying the situation. Yet they also elicited astonished reactions. His soul skill could indeed assist so many individuals while remaining effective for 30 seconds. In typical encounters, 3 to 5 seconds often delineate victory or defeat, making 30 seconds a truly daunting figure. However, the group refrained from lingering on Lin Bei's declarations. Collectively, they were still aware of their mission, as Wu Yi had thoroughly explained the circumstances surrounding their endeavor. Wu Yi was left utterly astonished, unable to fathom the existence of orcs in this world. The mere thought of half-beast individuals had already struck him as preposterous. I can sense the immense energy within you, the lizard man proclaimed, his eyes brimming with avarice, akin to a famished wolf laying eyes upon a succulent lamb. Wu He experienced an epiphany. The individual before him, despite attaining unparalleled cultivation through a humanoid prowess, seemed to possess an intellect reminiscent of a child. If one were to draw a comparison, he resembled a product of the Homo sapiens era, endowed with a somewhat advanced intellect, a formidable physique, and an insatiable desire to grow stronger through consumption. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to communicate, driven entirely by instinct. However, observing the unfathomable depth of his cultivation, Wu He felt a pang of envy that brought tears to his eyes. It was said that the beast race possessed a wondrous ability to inherit the memories of their ancestors, a mysterious force known as bloodline, akin to the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, evoking a sense of longing. While numerous families in the Douluo continent could pass down their martial soul abilities to their descendants, such powers were the fruits of relentless effort and exploration by their forebears. Unlike the beast race, where certain knowledge and skills could be instinctively mastered upon reaching a certain age, requiring no formal learning. Yet, the beast race's shortcomings were equally apparent. Their intelligence was woefully inadequate, with a king emerging among hundreds of thousands of kin, barely managing to lead a tribe. Nevertheless, intellect is something that can only be attained upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. The beastman before me had inherited fragments of his parents' memories, with higher cultivation granting a greater legacy, leaving behind only an insatiable desire and pure instinct. Thus, It came as no surprise that this creation was undoubtedly the work of that madman. At this moment, the Soul Master Wu He could no longer refer to him as a traitor of the Academy. He was, without a doubt, a veritable lunatic. Indeed, the line between genius and madness is exceedingly thin. Genius is the vanguard that bravely charges forth for the advancement of self or nation, while madness embodies the executioner who, in the pursuit of personal desires, disregards the sanctity of life. This individual may have acted on a fleeting whim, driven by curiosity and interest, yet he fully committed this curiosity to practice without a moment's reflection on the consequences. In his quest to satiate his own inclinations, he has sacrificed the lives of numerous companions, resulting in the creation of such a terrifying existence today. One need only observe the bizarrely formed, intellectually challenged half-beasts to deduce that the lineage of this lizard man must surely trace back to that madman. The true origin of its maternal lineage, however, remains shrouded in mystery. Undoubtedly, the prowess and innate talent of this lizard man rival that of any prodigious cultivator endowed with innate soul power. Indeed, it could be argued that he surpasses them. Since the occurrence of that event, a mere span of time has elapsed. Had this lizard man existed then, the madman would undoubtedly have kept him by his side. Thus, it can be inferred that this lizard man emerged only after their slaying of the madman. In such a brief period, his cultivation has ascended with astonishing rapidity, nearly approaching the realm of the Soul Emperor. Yet, considering that they require only a certain quantity of human soul master's essence to elevate themselves swiftly, it is evident that the essence he has absorbed from human soul masters is as vast as the ocean. In the face of such an incomprehensible existence, Wu He would show no signs of mercy, especially as the opponent charged forth like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Wu He swiftly raised the summoner in his hand, invoking the fiery dragon armor with breathtaking speed. At the moment when the adversary's tongue shot forth like lightning, he performed a graceful somersault, effortlessly evading the attack. However, in that very act of evasion, the one who suffered was a soul master, already resembling a desiccated corpse upon the wall. This soul master, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, was struck by the assault and fell like a shooting star, departing from this world. As Wu He beheld his lifeless companion, a curse slipped through his lips. Damn it. He was acutely aware that some of the fault lay with him, yet the most significant error stemmed from his lack of strength. Had he possessed the power to summon the imperial armor, these foes would merely be insignificant insects beneath his boot. As he witnessed the lizardman's tongue, sharp as a sword, launching at him once more, Wu He evaded with the agility of a wily rabbit, knowing that the current distance was ill-suited for a counterattack. There exists a saying, a handgun is swifter beyond 10 paces, yet within that range, a mobile phone is both quicker and more precise. The lizardman's tongue was akin to a bullet fired from a gun, rapid and accurate, leaving Wu He floundering like a headless fly, unable to find an opportunity to retaliate. He regretted summoning the flame dragon armor. Inexplicably, he had acted on impulse. Although this armor boasted formidable combat prowess akin to that of a war god, it was otherwise rather average in all other aspects. Particularly in terms of defense, it was as fragile as paper, easily shattered by even a moderately strong attack. With no immediate chance to counter, Wu He bellowed like a resounding bell. Yi Ling Ling, hasten to summon the Wind Eagle armor to aid me. Remember to employ your soul skill to ensnare their lives like a flickering candle in the wind. The command of Wu Wei left nearly everyone utterly perplexed, akin to a monk unable to comprehend the intricacies of a profound teaching. While the latter part of the phrase resonated with them, the former eluded their understanding entirely. Yet, their confusion posed no hindrance. Yi Lingling, upon hearing it, felt as though enlightenment had dawned upon her. Without hesitation, she drew forth a wooden crystal and struck it against her chest. With prior experience, this peculiar sensation had become second nature to her. Simultaneously, a pristine begonia flower blossomed behind her, radiating like a dazzling firework, as multiple streams of healing energy enveloped the group of captives, akin to the gentle caress of warm sunlight. Perhaps due to the extraction of their essence, although they experienced the soothing sensation of their wounds healing swiftly. Akin to being kissed by the spring breeze, they also sensed that their primal power had not fully returned, leaving them feeling like shells devoid of their souls. While administering their healing, Yu Lingling found herself immobile. However, this did not imply that the Wind Eagle armor remained dormant. 2 Wind Eagle rings surged forth like bolts of lightning, swiftly reaching Wu Wei's side. One struck the lizard man with the precision of a sharp blade, while the other, like a hammer of unyielding metal, forcefully interrupted his assault. This moment granted Wu Wei a precious respite, akin to a long-awaited rain after a parched drought. Wu Hai extracted the 2 dragon horns from his chest, merging them into a single entity that transformed into a blazing dart. With the ferocity of the flames, it soared from his hand, cleaving through the air and sending several half-orc dimwits, who sought to exploit the chaos for power, flying. Chapter 71. The Beastman Who Wields Soul Techniques. Do not stand idly by, you 3. Quickly descend and lend a hand. Wu He bellowed, his voice echoing with urgency. Originally, he had charged forth like a bolt from the blue, fueled by desperation, believing his strength was as formidable as Mount Tai, capable of crushing these Orcish pests with ease. After all, when contending with that lunatic previously, his power had proven more than sufficient, and he had never anticipated the rapid evolution of the monstrosity spawned by that madman. What he had believed to be a solo endeavor was now revealed to be a daunting challenge, as his adversaries exhibited unparalleled strength. If his companions did not intervene soon, it was conceivable that within moments, the hostages, including Mir, would be devoured by those mindless half-orcs, akin to famished tigers pouncing on their prey. Upon witnessing his underlings being struck down, the lizardman swiftly regained his composure, moving with the swiftness of lightning. 1 or 2 of his soul rings danced about him like ethereal sprites, and in an instant, his form expanded, akin to an inflated balloon. His scales, now appearing more rounded and smooth in the light, shimmered with a captivating pearlescent glow. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, astonished that this individual possessed soul techniques. It was evident that these abilities were designed to enhance his physical constitution. A fundamental assessment of his original state revealed that the effects of the 2 soul techniques were a 100% increase in physicality and a 100% increase in defense. Moreover, he had yet to summon his martial spirit. If all indications held true, he himself was a beast, embodying his martial spirit. His soul rings and techniques were derived from the ancestral memories of his lineage, absorbing characteristics from other soul beasts like a sponge soaking up water. If that were the case, the situation would indeed be dire. The flame boomerang, a remarkable creation of Wu He, dances gracefully like a butterfly. As a variant of the boomerang, it spirals through the air after striking down the minions, akin to a spinning top, poised for an intimate encounter with the lizard man. In the fleeting moment when the whirling boomerang made contact, the immense force it exerted felt as light as a feather upon the creature's body, causing not the slightest ripple. Remarkably, the flame boomerang experienced a slight recoil, had it not been for the guiding influence of the summoner's will upon the armored equipment. Wu He might have struggled to retrieve the boomerang effortlessly, as the weapon returned to Wu He's grasp, akin to a bird returning to its nest. The lizardman's gaze was rife with disdain. He nonchalantly brushed off his shoulder armor, as if merely addressing a trivial speck of dust acquired that morning, exuding an air of utter indifference. Subsequently, he even exhibited a hint of human-like behavior, raising his right hand to make a provocative gesture towards Wu He, gently curling and uncurling his fingers as if to taunt, "Come at me, if you dare." Wu He could not help but be amused by its antics. This creature, while lacking the essence of humanity, exhibited gestures and expressions that conveyed both provocation and disdain. Yet, despite its human-like demeanor, its heart was consumed by an insatiable hunger for devouring. With one hand firmly grasping the flaming dart and the other hand pressing the knob, Wu He felt a subtle tremor in the hand holding the dart, reminiscent of a butterfly fluttering its wings. The armor on the flaming dart gently opened 2 apertures, akin to a flower blossoming, and in an instant, 2 long blades emerged from within. The weapon in his hand swiftly morphed, transforming from the flaming dart into the blazing sword, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. This weapon could be wielded with either 1 or 2 hands, allowing for a variety of movements to unleash different techniques. Although it lacked the formidable power of the demon sealing talisman, Wu He, as his strength continued to grow, discovered that he could still unleash some energy attacks, albeit far weaker than those of the talisman. Witnessing the arrogant demeanor of the lizard man, Wu He could no longer tolerate it. With both hands in motion, he executed 2 slashes that streaked across the sky like meteors, releasing 2 intersecting blades of light that darted towards the lizard man with astonishing speed. The lizard man, initially exuding an air of invincibility, was abruptly jolted back to reality when the first blade of light struck him. He spun around quickly, using his hard carapace to laboriously deflect the second attack. Despite Wu He's consecutive strikes, the blades did not converge as if stacked, Otherwise, the lizard man would have had no chance to retaliate. The first blade struck his chest like lightning. Despite his rapid turn, Wu Heyi's aim was impeccable. The blow was relentless, shattering his chest armor and inflicting a wound deep enough to reach the bone. It was indeed remarkable that his back armor proved to be several times tougher than his chest scales. Enraged by being wounded by what he deemed a feeble bloodsucker, the lizard man felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. His fury reached a boiling point, and his deafening roar reverberated in the air, while the 3 soul rings beneath him ignited like dancing flames, launching into action in an instant. A white soul ring, akin to a miraculous healing spell, mended his grievous wounds to perfection. 2 additional yellow soul rings served as enhancers, infusing his vital organs with newfound vigor. His tail transformed into a robust and elongated appendage, reminiscent of a mighty dragon, with its tip morphing into a broad trident that shimmered with an icy glint. His limbs were adorned anew with a layer of purple-black armor, embodying an impenetrable fortress, showcasing his formidable defenses, while his claws became sharper, glinting with a chilling brilliance. In a fit of rage, he struck a nearby tree with a single claw, causing the trunk to topple as if it were mere grass ravaged by a tempest. The point of impact bore 3 shocking claw marks, a testament to his terrifying strength and piercing power. Simultaneously, a pale soul ring emerged upon the great tree, eliciting a dismissive expression from the lizard man, soon replaced by insatiable desire. With a deft flick of his finger, the soul ring floated obediently above his head, and then, with a gaping maw reminiscent of a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, he crushed the ring as though it were a mere crispy delicacy, effortlessly devouring it. In an instant, his soul power surged like a tumultuous tide. This astonishing spectacle left Wu startled, his heart racing as if caught in a storm of dread. The creature had consumed the soul ring as sustenance, enhancing its prowess thereafter, a feat seemingly reserved for only the most advanced soul beasts. After his meal, the lizard man let out a howl towards the heavens, the sound resonating like thunder in the air. As he turned his gaze back to Wu He, his eyes conveyed a message. Are you prepared for this mere morsel of blood? Chapter 72. If you cannot overcome, change the approach, my heavens. Could this be the legendary miniature Godzilla? Wu He gazed at the lizard man, who bore eyes aglow with a crimson light, akin to burning flames, fixed intently upon him, instilling a deep-seated fear within. The blazing knife in his grasp seemed to sense its master's trepidation, trembling slightly in response. With unwavering resolve, Wu He stood poised like a fierce tiger, half-crouched and radiating an aura of martial readiness. Upon witnessing this, the lizard man threw back its head and let out a howl, a sound reminiscent of hellish mockery that reverberated painfully in the ears. In an instant, it surged forward, moving with the swiftness of the wind, closing the distance to Wu He in a mere heartbeat. Just as it reached him, the lizard man abruptly halted. Before Wu He could react, its thick, mutated tail lashed out like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for his face. Fortunately, Yilingling's timely assistance arrived like a much-needed deluge, as another wind eagle materialized as a protective shield before Wu He. Wu Hai seized a fleeting opportunity for counterattack. The flame blade in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, delivering a fierce upward slash that struck the opponent's back with tremendous force. However, the adversary's defense proved to be astonishingly formidable, as Wu Hai's blade merely left a faint mark upon its back. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu He immediately unleashed a powerful downward strike. This blow was as formidable as Mount Tai, its might astonishing. The once impenetrable back armor of the lizard man began to show a faint crack under the relentless assault of Wu Heyi's 2 strikes. The pain radiated from the center of the fissure, surging through the lizardman's entire being like a relentless tide. At the moment of the slash, sparks erupted from its back, creating a dazzling display akin to a magnificent fireworks celebration. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the lizard man stumbled forward, exerting immense effort to regain its balance. When it turned to face Wu Heyi, its eyes burned with a fury reminiscent of raging flames, as if they could incinerate him to ashes. If a gaze could transform into a blade, Wu Heyi would have been utterly dismembered and reduced to nothingness in that very moment. Having successfully countered, Wu Heyi raised his thumb in a gesture of triumph, his face radiating confidence like the resplendent dawn. Simultaneously, he recognized that the flame blade's slashing attack was difficult to perfect in the heat of battle. Thus, he decisively abandoned this weapon and summoned a longbow enveloped in flames. This bow resembled a blazing sun, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure capable of devastating the very heavens and earth. Wu Hui firmly gripped the longbow, and in swift succession, fiery projectiles soared through the air like shooting stars, striking down the grotesque orcish creatures. Each peculiar half-orc, upon being hit, was instantly engulfed in raging flames. Resembling a scarecrow ignited in a bonfire, reduced to ashes in less than a minute. After accomplishing this, Wu Hui felt his stamina and mental fortitude deplete like a flood breaching its banks. At that moment, a familiar surge of energy surged within him like tumultuous waves, unleashing an inexhaustible strength akin to a volcanic eruption. He turned to see Lin Bei firmly positioned in a robust stance and with his divine assistance. Wu Hui distinctly sensed a significant decline in the combat prowess of the lizard men. Without hesitation, he raised his longbow and unleashed a torrent of arrows upon the unsuspecting lizard men. Caught off guard, the lizard men could only watch helplessly as fireballs hurtled towards them, enduring the searing impact. In an instant, thick black smoke erupted from their chests. A moment later, the area surrounding the lizard man was shrouded in dense smoke, plunging both sides into a realm of obscurity where visibility was utterly lost. Retreat. Wu He and Lin Bei simultaneously heard a furious shout. In an instant, they shared a profound intuition and swiftly retreated with the speed of lightning. A concentrated cloud of toxic gas surged forth like a tumultuous sea of mist, advancing with overwhelming force toward the direction of the lizard men. The moment the noxious gas enveloped him like the fangs of a malevolent demon, the lizard man erupted forth like a wild stallion unleashed, charging out with tremendous momentum. In an instant, Wu He experienced a flash of inspiration, realizing that the lizard's breathing was as languid as a snail's crawl, resulting in the inhalation of toxic gas being meager, akin to a trickling stream. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Bei's auxiliary soul skill remained intact, still within a controllable range. Without hesitation, Wu He decisively abandoned the flame dragon armor, and in the next moment, he skillfully summoned the black rhino armor, as fluidly as flowing water. This exchange of armor, despite Wu He possessing 3 soul rings, still left him with the lingering weakness of his armor's removal. Fortunately, the consumption was deftly transferred to his opponent through Ling Bei's auxiliary soul skills, akin to shifting a burden. At the instant Wu He switched armors, it was evident that the lizardman's entire form diminished like a deflated balloon. His originally agile strides became staggered, clearly suffering from the repercussions of Wu He's passive abilities. Once clad in the black rhino armor, Wu He showed no hesitation, launching himself toward the lizard man like an arrow released from its bow. The rhino horns adorning his armor glimmered ominously, and he was determined to ascertain whether the lizardman's defense was as solid as a rock or if the black rhino armor's defense was impenetrable. In an instant, he executed a powerful strike akin to the weight of Mount Tai, crashing into the lizard man with immense force. The lizard man was sent reeling, disoriented, and staggered back several steps like a kite with its string severed. Wu He swiftly pivoted, taking a stance with a bent knee and bowed head. His massive rhinoceros horn resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at the chest of the lizard man. In that instant, all the power within him coalesced at the tip of the horn, surging forth like a flood breaching its dam. His feet unleashed a tremendous force, erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion. The ground beneath him, struck by this formidable attack, spread outwards like a spider's web, extending nearly 5 meters. This assault was ruthlessly executed. If during the exchange match Wu He had employed merely a tenth of his strength, now he unleashed a full 200%. In a competition, the aim is simply to ascertain victory or defeat, but in battle, the stakes are life and death. The lizard man's armor, as resilient as steel, endured the onslaught. Though the pain coursed through him like 1,000 ants gnawing at his insides, it merely resulted in cracks of varying severity across his armored shell. The intense agony surged like a tidal wave, causing him to gasp sharply, unwittingly inhaling a vast quantity of toxic mist. In that moment, the lizard man resembled a frenzied beast, roaring, stomping, and shrieking, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon himself like a tempest. Yet, these strikes, akin to the last gasp of a powerful bow, fell short and failed to inflict any harm upon Wu He. Chapter 73. A chilling memory observing the lizard man's desperate struggle. Wu He understood that his life flickered like a candle in the wind. After all, he had once personally experienced that illusory realm, regardless of one's might. Within that illusion, one's adversary remains a formidable equal. The damage inflicted upon the opponent inevitably rebounds upon oneself, while the attacks from the adversary, akin to venomous serpents, inflict varying degrees of harm. Under this dual assault, the lizard man's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose oozed a greenish liquid of differing viscosities, and his body exhibited varying degrees of bleeding. This verdant ichor was tainted with hints of purple venom, as if cursed by a demon. Coupled with the skills of Douluo, the poison within the lizard man erupted with increasing ferocity, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. In the wake of the final tumultuous surge, perhaps spurred by an agonizing pain from an unknown organ, the lizard man miraculously broke free from the confines of the illusion. His eyes blazed red, as if on the verge of bursting, yet his body was spent, devoid of any capacity for resistance. "I merely wish to grow stronger. What is wrong with that?" The words escaped his lips once more in their entirety. In the past, Wu Hei might have felt a twinge of pity for the birth of this monstrosity. Yet, at this moment, he would not allow himself to squander this exceptional opportunity to eliminate the very threat to his existence. For in uttering those words, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Despite his extreme weakness, his gaze bore down upon the one who unleashed the poison upon him. Akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey, driven by an animalistic instinct, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to his assailant, and thus, the moment he broke free from the hallucinatory toxin, he locked onto Douluo's position with the precision of a hawk diving for its target. The 5-in-1 would undoubtedly deprive him of any chance for a counterattack, as if possessing the gift of foresight. At an indeterminate moment, the meteor gun had been seized in his hand like a bolt of lightning. With a single horizontal slash, it was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. A flicker of reluctance finally appeared in the creature's eyes, fleeting like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Suddenly, his head flew several meters away, akin to a ball propelled by a fountain. His body crumpled forward like a dog stripped of its spine, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful heap. As the venom unleashed by Douluo erupted within the adversary like a volcanic eruption, Yilingling unhesitatingly removed her armor, dedicating herself to administering healing soul techniques to the injured. Since Meter's injuries were not severe, merely the result of having lost blood over 2 days, leaving her in a state of slight anemia. Under the miraculous influence of Yilingling's restorative soul techniques, her condition gradually returned to normal. She emerged as the sole individual among the multitude injured in this incident who did not suffer lasting damage. In stark contrast, the other soul masters, even those with the least severe injuries, found their foundational abilities diminished by nearly 10 levels, while the most grievously wounded faced a lifetime of torment, akin to living corpses. Even if Yilingling were to unleash torrents of healing energy, it could not soothe their physical pain, nor could it assuage the abyssal anguish that plagued their souls. Were it not for humanitarian considerations, granting them a swift end would, in truth, be far more merciful than merely prolonging their existence. After replenishing Mir with food and water, she recounted a different version of events. When she first accepted the task, doubts had already begun to ripple through her mind, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the deeds of the madman she had witnessed. Anxious and apprehensive about the emergence of another such individual within the realm of soul masters, she, without consulting Wu Hei, took it upon herself to undertake the mission. Upon reaching the task location, she immediately recalled the possibilities Wu Hei had envisioned. However, during their previous investigations, no trace of such a madman had been found. Just as they were preparing to search for another day, an unexpected incident occurred. After all, soul masters are human too, requiring sleep to restore their strength. On the final night of their watch, it was Meter's turn to take over. Before she could step out of the tent, she heard a cacophony of footsteps outside, followed by the sounds of a struggling teacher. Without hesitation, she promptly awakened another instructor. However, by the time they exited the tent, it was already too late. The night watch teacher had been dragged away. In the nocturnal forest, the signs of struggle were glaringly apparent, and the two followed the trail in pursuit. To their astonishment, the leader of the assailants turned out to be a soul beast adorned with a soul ring, boasting a formidable level exceeding 50. In a matter of exchanges, the other teacher was captured while trying to cover Mir's escape. Originally, Mir had the opportunity to flee back to the academy for help, but the location where the two teachers were taken was not the enemy's tribe. Even if she returned for assistance, finding the lizard men upon her return would be uncertain. Thus, Mir took a perilous risk, trailing the half-orcs group to their lair. Believing herself unobserved, she stealthily infiltrated the core of their stronghold, only to discover that it was a trap set by the lizard man. Upon hearing this, Wu Hei marveled at the extraordinary capabilities encoded within the lizardman's ancestral memories. including the ability to lay traps reminiscent of inviting one into a jar. Just as Mir prepared to leave and seek aid, the lizardman leader, like a specter, lay in wait at the entrance of the lair, which ultimately led to her unfortunate capture. Though seemingly devoid of intellect, the half-orcs each possess a soul ring as pure as freshly fallen snow. They have witnessed the lizardmen enhance their powers by consuming the essence of human blood. Thus, they covet the lifeblood of humanity with insatiable desire. The lizardmen are not only their creators, but also demand an adoration that elevates them to the status of masters. Only through exceptional performance can one hope to attain a taste of that precious human essence. Consequently, soul masters have been confined by the lizardmen, akin to livestock in a pen. One particular lizardman appears to possess an extraordinary talent, capable of discerning among a crowd those humans endowed with greater potential. Subsequently, it categorizes and confines those with potential akin to that of Mir. Individuals like Mir are bled only once every 2 to 3 days, while other soul masters are subjected to extraction as frequently as once every day or even 2 to 3 times daily. This explains why several soul masters, upon their rescue, are so emaciated that they can scarcely be described as merely feeble. They resemble mere husks of human beings. Upon hearing of these harrowing circumstances, 2 of the 5 companions could not help but be engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Wu He took a moment to recuperate his weary body, ultimately summoning the flame dragon armor through his soul skill. He strode directly into the depths of the tribal lair. Chapter 74. Suppression. Chapter 75. 3 years alas. Why must I again be relentlessly pursued? The sky was filled with a torrential downpour of explosive arrows, overwhelming the entire duel arena. Yu Tianhing was left in a disheveled state, fleeing in panic. 3 long years had elapsed since the last earth-shattering event, during which 6 individuals, distinguished by their exceptional talents, had smoothly entered the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando. Alongside them, the 2 initial deans had also progressed. At their age, striving for further advancement felt akin to scaling the heavens. It was almost a foregone conclusion that becoming a soul emperor would be the pinnacle of their lives. However, thanks to Wu He, he frequently visited the medicinal valley of Douluo to gather some familiar celestial herbs, which he meticulously prepared into delicious medicinal dishes. Occasionally, he would present a portion to the 2 deans. Over time, their innate foundations, once like withered wood awaiting spring, rejuvenated with vibrant life, restoring the vitality that had waned due to their frail old age. Surprisingly, in just 3 years, they broke through to the rank of Soul Sage, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Upon reaching the level of Soul Sage, they also qualified to teach at the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Initially, Wu He had advised his mentors to remain as deans at the Junior Academy, suggesting it was preferable to be a leader there rather than a mere teacher at a higher institution. After all, it is better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. Nevertheless, the reasons provided by the 2 deans were rather flimsy, as if they wished to witness their grandson marry and start a family. They yearned to see Wu He embark on a more formidable path. Of course, during these 3 years, Wu He and his companions did not squander their time. Mir spent over a year slowly emerging from the shadows of a past event. Yet, perhaps due to this very shadow, she remarkably crossed the threshold of level 40 in less than half a year. At this moment, the highest ranked among them stood at a mere level 37. And that individual was Lin Bei. The cultivation speed of a support-type soul master surpassing that of several battle soul masters was utterly astonishing. However, Mir firmly secured her position as the leader, yet her choice for her 4th soul skill unexpectedly diverged from Wu He's advice. Perhaps the lingering impact of that event left an indelible mark on her heart, leading her to select a displacement-type skill for her 4th soul ability. Arrow exchange. Within 1 minute, she could interchange positions with any arrow she shot, moving as unpredictably as a wraith. Dragon roar effect. Upon exchanging positions, her original location would retain a phantom image of herself. If struck by an opponent, it would inflict a 3-second paralysis effect, akin to a lightning bolt immobilizing the enemy. The Phoenix Resonance effect allows for the retention of a phantom of one character in its original position after a positional exchange. This phantom can unleash energy arrows upon foes within a 5-meter radius, possessing a chance to trigger a paralysis effect, much like a tempest sweeping through, leaving adversaries with no avenue for retreat. At first glance, this soul skill may not appear particularly remarkable, merely a displacement ability coupled with a control effect. However, Once it harmoniously integrates with her preceding three skills, its impact becomes nothing short of astonishing. Particularly noteworthy is her inherent skill named Multiple Arrows, which allows her to release 5 to 10 arrows in rapid succession, akin to a torrential downpour. When synergized with her original third soul skill, Hunting, her firing rate surges threefold, as if the area of effect of her second soul skill has expanded similarly. Not only is the efficacy of the third soul skill magnified infinitely, but should she employ her fourth soul skill to maneuver, any opponent ensnared within her meticulously crafted encirclement would find even the most skilled soul masters at a nearly insurmountable disadvantage, regardless of whether they utilize the effects of Dragon's Roar or Phoenix's Call. Even Wu Yi could not help but praise this exquisite maneuver. Although he did not adopt Wu Yi's suggested direction for acquiring soul rings at that time, his prowess in soul hunting was indeed exceptional. They successfully captured a phantom lightning leopard nearing the end of its 9,000-year lifespan, a creature that shimmered like the most brilliant star in the night sky. Their daily training resembled a series of magnificent duels, with triads engaging in combat, constantly altering combinations like pieces on a chessboard. To ensure fairness, Wu Yi was strictly prohibited from employing soul skills. Perhaps due to the infrequent use of soul skills, Wu Yi's cultivation progressed at a snail's pace. However, his physical strength and mastery of various weapons underwent a transformative evolution akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, maturing from an inexperienced youth into a master of remarkable skill and finesse. It can be said that during these 3 years, while others focused on cultivating soul power, he dedicated himself to honing his physical form. Nevertheless, having endured the trials of adversity, he was inevitably compelled to shatter the protective umbrellas of others. Wu Yi was acutely aware of the frail constitution of soul masters, who were easily susceptible to being exploited in battle due to their physical shortcomings. A slight lapse in their robust demeanor could render them incapable of withstanding even a few soul skills from their adversaries, and once they found themselves at a disadvantage, reversing the tide of battle proved to be an arduous task. Thus, Wu Yi concocted various pretexts to summon the other 5, compelling them to join him in daily training sessions. For every 100 push-ups he performed, the others were required to complete 50. He would run 10 kilometers. While they were mandated to run at least 5, he engaged in weighted cross-country exercises, and the others became his additional burden. Over the course of 3 years, this rigorous regimen bore fruit, and all participants experienced remarkable advancements akin to the swift emergence of spring bamboo shoots. Even Yu Tianheng mastered the combat mode of full dragon scale transformation, and Wu Yi generously imparted to him the combat techniques he had once witnessed in a certain anime. Today, Yu Tianheng stands as a paragon among his peers of the same age or elemental affinity, exuding a strength that inspires trepidation. Even when his soul power has been completely depleted, he could confidently declare that with just a single infusion of lightning attribute soul power, he could endure for an additional 3 minutes. As he gazed helplessly at the rain of arrows descending like locusts, sealing off all his avenues of retreat, he instinctively activated his body's complete dragon scale transformation in the blink of an eye. The lightning enveloping him danced like spirited sprites, weaving between the dragon scales to form a defense as solid as rock and as unwavering as a mountain. In this form, even without deploying soul skills, Yu Tianheng's defensive capabilities surged several levels, akin to a rocket's ascent. As the arrows fell like torrential rain, Yu Tianheng, well-versed in Mi-Er's soul skills, recognized the urgent necessity to escape the enveloping zone with the speed of a released arrow. Yet, how could Mi-Er be unaware of his dragon scale characteristics? In that fleeting moment, she executed a swift maneuver akin to a ghost, teleporting herself and all the arrows embedded in the ground. Before Yu Tianheng could escape the encirclement, a chilling sensation slithered up his spine like a venomous serpent, followed by a gleaming dagger, sharp as a serpent's fang, pressing against his throat. You are out. Chapter 76. One more needed, is that so? Yu Tianheng remarked with a slight smirk, a mixture of amusement and intrigue in his tone, before his figure darted backward with the speed of lightning, racing toward the clone produced by Mi-Er's soul skill. In an instant, the clone unleashed a thunderous blast. A delicate stream of electricity, as fine as a strand of hair, shot towards Yu Tianheng, poised to incapacitate him. However, he deftly channeled the currents within his body, rapidly concentrating the faint electricity emitted by the clones, akin to rivers converging into the sea. In a heartbeat, these weak currents coalesced into a sphere of lightning the size of an apple, which he unhesitatingly consumed, relishing it as one would a gourmet delicacy, producing a satisfying crunch as he swallowed it down. Once ingested, the power surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. In but a fleeting moment, it appeared as though the energy of thunder within Yu Tianheng surged forth like an erupting volcano, achieving an astonishing increase of 30%. At this very instant, should he unleash his soul skill, its effect would undoubtedly be as tempestuous as a raging storm. This remarkable maneuver was a special soul skill, thunder consumption, cultivated through the invaluable advice of Wu Hai over the past 3 years. Thunder consumption allows one to absorb elements of the same nature as their own, akin to infusing the body with a formidable surge of energy, resulting in an augmentation equivalent to their own level. Alternatively, it can temporarily restore a corresponding percentage of soul power even in a state of near exhaustion. However, both manifestations are ephemeral, lasting but a mere minute. Presently, Yu Tianheng's soul power had reached level 36. Upon absorbing the faint current provided by Mi-Air's soul skill, he instantaneously augmented his thunder element soul power by 36. Simultaneously, his physical prowess flourished as if nourished by the gentle spring rain, his legs propelling him forward, while his hands morphed into claws reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea. His first soul skill erupted forth with the force of a volcanic explosion. Yet Mi-Air, standing before him, seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of his intentions. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she vanished from sight like a wisp of smoke. At that moment, Yu Tianheng surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, with no opportunity to retreat. Upon triggering the trap left by Mi-Air, he was instantaneously beset by a quintuple gravitational force, rendering him immobile as though ensnared in a binding spell. Mi-Air, meanwhile, stood behind him with an air of nonchalance, shaking her head in mild exasperation, softly uttering, "I told you it was over. Why do you persist in your struggle?" With that, she turned and departed the small arena, her demeanor laced with a sense of resignation. At that juncture, Wu Hai entered, cradling a report as though it were a rare and precious gem. The new edition of the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition is about to commence, and this year we shall represent the second team of the Tiando Empire. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, everyone erupted into joyous celebration, akin to fireworks igniting in the night sky. Yet, Yu Tianheng remained as a solitary shadow, abandoned in a dark corner, wallowing in sorrow within the gravitational field. As the days drew closer to the competition, Yu Tianheng could not help but lament the overwhelming force of the laws governing this world, akin to a towering mountain, instilling a sense of awe. Despite his relentless efforts to cultivate his teammates, their strength stagnated as if trapped beneath a frozen lake, progressing at a glacial pace. With the competition approaching, Yu Tianheng found his cultivation nearly unchanged since his debut. Fortunately, Wu Hai had astutely identified this issue 2 years prior, embodying a stern lion, compelling everyone to engage in rigorous training alongside him. At present, although the overall strength of the team remains akin to that of the original narrative, consisting of soul masters at around level 30, in terms of physical prowess, they are not at all inferior to the average soul kings. However, with some time remaining before the competition, Wu Hai resolved to allow everyone to acquire additional practical experience. While the team frequently undertakes tasks from the academy and their outdoor training significantly enhances their combat skills, their excursions are predominantly centered around life and death struggles. Such a restrained approach to combat is something these individuals have never considered before. Wu Hai issued a command to Mi-Air, akin to proclaiming a royal decree, instructing him to lead the remaining 4 to the Soul Duel arena for training. Furthermore, it was stipulated that each member must secure a gold medal within a month, and in every battle, they must refrain from inflicting lethal harm upon their opponents. This directive weighed heavily upon Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan, leaving them breathless. Their combat styles, one employing poison and the other incapacitating foes, were inherently perilous, necessitating specific regulations to restrain their tendencies. Meanwhile, Wu Hai had a critical task to accomplish, meticulously selecting and rigorously assessing the final team member. After all, the Elite Soul Master competition mandated that each squad comprises no fewer than 7 participants. Should he neglect to assemble the team himself and instead await the Academy's allocation, there was a significant risk of being assigned yet another support Soul Master. Currently, the team already boasted 2 such members, one serving as a formidable bastion, ensuring the squad's stamina, soul power, and mental fortitude remained robust, the other, akin to a timely rain, facilitating swift recovery from physical injuries. In essence, This team encompassed every facet of an individual's capabilities. Therefore, it was imperative at this moment to identify the candidate whose attributes most harmoniously aligned with the team's developmental needs. Wu He is a soul master of profound contemplation, embodying a strong offensive style that allows for seamless transitions between defense and attack. Yu Tianheng is unequivocally a powerhouse in the offensive category. Despite possessing soul abilities with control capabilities, they cannot overshadow the formidable advantages of his offensive prowess. The team includes the control specialists, Donggu Yin and Mier, who can serve as distant support or mobile firepower. However, the most scarce types within the entire team are undoubtedly the assassin and tank roles. Throughout these 3 years, Wu He has not only honed his skills with the diligence of an ascetic, but has also devoted significant time to cultivating connections within the school. Initially, he paid little heed to the completeness of his team, primarily focused on his own empowerment. Yet, as the competition approached, he awakened to the realization that participation required 7 members. Reluctantly, he returned to the drawing board, burning the midnight oil to meticulously devise a strategy that would integrate the diverse soul master classmates he had encountered over the years. Ultimately, only 2 individuals caught his discerning eye, one of whom he intended to visit today. This particular junior is quite exceptional, having been enrolled for 3 years. She has approached every task with the demeanor of a solitary swan, rarely engaging with others, and appearing remarkably reclusive. However, those who have collaborated with her even once find themselves hesitant to approach again, a quality that magnetically draws Wu He in. Chapter 77. Seizing the opportunity. According to the intelligence gathered from various connections, this junior is a frequent visitor to the puppet training room. Wu He suddenly realized that this was yet another individual strikingly reminiscent of his own team, gradually succumbing to madness. It was said that this junior sister, once she entered her training mode, would become utterly engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. The frequent interruptions from others to summon her out of the training room were due to her sessions consistently exceeding the predetermined time limits, and more critically, the excessive duration incurred no cost whatsoever. Thus, it was evident that her character was indeed exceptionally unique. Before long, Wu He arrived at the junior sister's training chamber, where the entire room was littered with a ghastly array of lifeless training dummies, resembling the remnants of a brutal battlefield. The scene was shockingly bloody and violent. Just as he was about to step into the room, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated behind him. Wu He swung his fist backward with all his might, only to grasp at emptiness. At that moment, from the faint sound of breathing, Wu He discerned a hint of surprise. Throughout his 3 years at the academy, each year witnessed the graduation of students, accompanied by the arrival of new underclassmen. It can be said that Wu He, in terms of both experience and reputation, is a household name, a figure of considerable acclaim. While encountering him might elicit a sense of excitement, it should not provoke such astonishment as to render one speechless. Wu He pondered silently. It is indeed you. The girl slowly stepped out from the shadows, her finger pointed directly at Wu He's nose as she spoke. At this moment, Wu He scrutinized the junior before him. No matter how he looked at her, he could find no discernible connection between them. However, he was unequivocally certain that there existed no romantic entanglement with this young lady. Yet, observing her demeanor towards him, one might think he owed her an exorbitant sum. How about we step out for a drink? Wu He looked at the girl, her fierce demeanor and slightly furrowed brow almost pressing against him. Wu He recoiled like a startled rabbit, hastily retreating while muttering to himself. As the girl realized that Wu He had completely forgotten her, a surge of anger erupted within her, akin to a volcano ready to explode. She indignantly thought, how could he not remember someone as charming and delightful as I? However, after a deep sigh, she swiftly composed herself. Extending her delicate right hand, as white and tender as a lotus root, she sweetly introduced herself. Hello, I am Miao Miao. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Captivated by her playful demeanor and the delicate blush that adorned her cheeks, Wu He instinctively reached out his hand. Just as their hands were about to clasp, the girl suddenly spoke. I hear you are here to invite me to join your team for the upcoming Continental Soul Master Elite Competition. Wu He nodded slightly, her tone resolute as she spoke. Indeed, our team is currently missing one member. Once we find that individual, we will meet the minimum requirements for the competition. If you wish for me to join your ranks, I am open to it. I have always preferred a challenge over concession. As long as you can defeat me, I shall comply with whatever you ask. With that, a playful smile danced upon the corners of her lips. She delivered a swift strike to Wu He's palm. using the force to propel herself like a delicate butterfly, gracefully returning to the shadows of the training room. Wu glanced at the bruise forming on his palm, when suddenly the voice of a girl reached his ears. "Are you ready?" Wu turned his hand with a flick and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, and Wu squinted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Mier, what brings you here?" The figure stepping into the light was none other than Mier, the one Wu was most familiar with. However, the Mier before him appeared to be shrouded in a veil of dark mist, imparting an air of mystery and strangeness. Before Wu could react, Mier, like a swift leopard, deftly drew her familiar bow and arrow, launching a fierce assault against him. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, resolute as a mountain, as if she were an entirely different person. As Wu beheld Mier charging towards him with the swiftness of a startled hare, he found himself devoid of any inclination to engage in battle. However, Mier would not easily forego this rare opportunity for an offensive strike. Countless arrows descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, enveloping Wu in an instant. At that moment, he was entirely bereft of the desire to fight, for the Mier before him was evidently no longer the person he once knew. Although the essence of her soul technique bore similarities, it was clear that the figure behind her was not the one he held in his heart. Wu could finally showcase the fruits of his 3 years of relentless effort without any hesitation. From his lower back, he drew forth a set of 3-section staffs, a weapon that transformed like a shape-shifting robot, capable of disassembly and reassembly. With a simple configuration, it could become a pair of nunchaku of varying lengths or a solid iron rod measuring an impressive 1 meter and 80 centimeters. Even when wielded as a 3-section staff, it would feel as natural as an extension of his own body. Drawing upon the patterns of Mier's soul techniques that lingered in his memory, Wu deftly evaded the traps laid before him by Mier. Upon witnessing his successful escape, the girl, now irate like an enraged lioness, unleashed a skill reminiscent of Mier's 4th soul technique, preparing to launch a close-quarters assault on Wu. Yet, this plan was akin to walking into a snare, as she unwittingly fell into the meticulously designed trap of Wu. When it comes to meticulous plotting, should Wu claim the second position, few would dare to assert they could surpass him. Just as the girl believed she was on the verge of success in closing the distance, Wu moved like the wind, and with merely 2 strikes, he sent her crashing back into her original form, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg. In that fleeting moment, Wu felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if meeting an old friend after a long separation, yet he could not articulate it precisely. "Very well. You are impressive." The reverted Meow Meow, startled like a frightened rabbit, retreated swiftly. Once she had created sufficient distance, a pair of colorful gloves materialized in her hands. The glove on her right hand was adorned with a deep purple soul ring, sparkling like stars in the night sky. 4th soul technique, seize. With a delicate exclamation, Wu suddenly felt as though something crucial was being drawn from his very essence. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a vibrant green crystal had appeared in the girl's hand, resembling a dazzling emerald. At that moment, Meow Meow gazed at the crystal, her face a canvas of confusion and astonishment. Her 4th soul technique, aptly named seize, had a straightforward effect. It could randomly snatch one skill from an opponent for 30 minutes. However, she had never anticipated that she would seize a stone the size of a human head, leaving her at a loss regarding its application. Intending to store the stone in her pouch, she was taken aback when the moment it touched her skin, like a magic trick, the crystal vanished without a trace, and a suit of armor enveloped her in an instant. Chapter 78. Shock. What on earth? Wu pondered with a look of disbelief, glancing at himself and then at her, internally musing about the unexpected passive use of his skill. Will the passive drain my stamina, or hers? He murmured to himself. However, the most astonished of all was Meow Meow, for her soul technique allowed her to seize a skill not exceeding her own cultivation level. Given that Wu cultivation was just over 30 levels, Meow Meow could effortlessly claim any soul technique. Unexpectedly, after the theft, she found herself able to bypass the restrictions of Wu abilities, directly triggering the passive skill that summoned the Wind Eagle armor. However, this summoning led to significant complications. The girl, Meow Meow, astonishingly managed to unleash the full potential of the armor. With the prowess of a level 56 Soul King, it struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving the inexperienced Meow Meow utterly dumbfounded. A colossal question mark loomed in her mind. Wasn't I just at level 42? How did I suddenly ascend to level 56? She covered her face with her hands, as if the very fabric of her world had crumbled. Yet, she was no fool. After merely a few seconds of existential doubt, enlightenment dawned upon her. This soul skill belonged to Wu He, and its effects were indeed astonishing. She initially thought to express that the power had always been formidable, but she quickly reconsidered, realizing that such potent soul skills must inevitably come with formidable limitations. And the words caught in her throat. At that moment, she was unwilling to linger on such thoughts. What she had seized was hers, and the ability to wield the soul skill was all that mattered. Why ponder further? With the wind at her feet, she surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Wu He with breathtaking speed. This is not the first time that Wu He has encountered others utilizing his winged eagle armor. He remains composed and unfazed, effortlessly transforming the three-section staff in his hand into a formidable steel rod, with a fluidity akin to flowing water. He employs a Tai Chi technique to deflect the incoming fist with remarkable ease. Wu Yi, much like a cunning rabbit, swiftly retreated to a secure location before summoning the Flame Dragon Armor Summoner. At that moment, 3 soul rings, akin to loyal guardians, emerged, allowing the armor to be maintained for a duration of 15 minutes, with soul power consumption significantly reduced to 65. Even if the ensuing confrontation ended in a stalemate, he would still possess sufficient soul power to endure. Unless, of course, the opponent's method of summoning armor through a predatory approach also counted against Wu He, rendering him truly helpless. Witnessing her attacks effortlessly neutralized, Miao Miao was struck with unparalleled astonishment. After all, she was a soul king at level 56, while her opponent barely surpassed 30. How could he so easily deflect her assault? Her face was etched with disbelief. Nevertheless, the reality stood as such. She resolved to make another attempt, and in an instant, her figure vanished. Wu He is acutely aware that the opponent has pushed the full-powered speed of the Wind Eagle armor to its utmost limits. When Wu He utilized the Wind Eagle armor, he never contemplated pushing its speed to the limits. To his astonishment, others have managed to harness this characteristic to an extraordinary level. Wu He, without the slightest hesitation, immediately summoned the Flame Dragon armor. At this moment, only the Flame Dragon armor could stand toe-to-toe with the Wind Eagle armor. Although the Black Rhinoceros armor boasts formidable defensive capabilities, it would appear somewhat clumsy against an opponent who wields their armor to the utmost perfection. While it may succeed in passive defense, it would undoubtedly fail to graze even the hem of the Wind Eagle armor. Ultimately, there are only 2 possible outcomes. Either both armors will deplete their energy until time runs out, or the energy of the Black Rhinoceros armor will be exhausted before its adversary, for even passive defense requires energy consumption. Wu He has never been one to hide behind others. Thus, unless under extraordinary circumstances, he would never resort to absolute defensive measures for his protection. An ancestral saying goes, attack is the best form of defense. Hence, summoning the Flame Dragon armor at this moment is indeed the most prudent choice. Once the Flame Dragon armor is summoned, Wu Yi's cultivation level instantly matches that of Miao Miao. Although his mobility does not quite compare to the Wind Eagle armor, his vision has become as sharp as a shadow. Previously only able to perceive a blurry afterimage, he can now discern even the slightest movements. Miao Miao, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, launched a left hook towards Wu Yi. In response, Wu Yi, with an air of nonchalance, skillfully executed the initial stance of the wild horse separating mane, effortlessly intercepting her punch. Following this, he fluidly employed the ultimate technique of Tai Chi, using softness to overcome hardness, and executed a shoulder throw that sent Miao Miao soaring away, akin to a flowing stream. She crashed directly into the wall of the training room, creating a human-shaped indent that appeared so lifelike, it seemed as though a person had been embedded within. Miao Miao tumbled to the ground from the wall, and despite the protection of her armor, she did not feel any significant pain. However, a lingering shadow of humiliation remained in her heart. Not surprisingly, upon witnessing her opponent's summon armor, she realized their strengths were indeed evenly matched. Yet, how could it be that, despite comparable abilities, the disparity felt so vast? Frustrated and indignant, Miao Miao pounded the ground with her fists, her face still etched with unwavering determination. 3 years ago, she had been treated with such disdain. Today, she vowed to avenge her previous disgrace. The compound eyes of the Wind Eagle armor gleamed with a fierce light as she summoned the Wind Eagle sword. The soul power within her surged like a tide into the blade, and she keenly sensed a chilling aura clinging to it. Yet, at this moment, she had no time to spare on such thoughts. All she needed to do was unleash her full strength, and the armor would vanquish all foes. Wu Yi could not help but lament why he felt so clumsy when wielding the armor, while even a mere passerby could effortlessly unleash its full potential, perhaps even surpassing it. Although he was unable to execute the lethal skill, wind-piercing strike, he found it was not particularly difficult to concentrate his soul energy and release sword chi through the Wind Eagle sword. However, this seemingly simple technique took him several months of arduous study to master, while others could effortlessly achieve it in an instant. Wu Yi could not help but deeply question his own talent and insight. As his opponent began to gather strength, Wu Yi resolved to confront him head-on. He deftly struck the clappers in his hands, summoning the signature weapon of the flame dragon armor, the blazing blade. Channeling his soul power into the blade, it coalesced like rivers converging into the sea, transforming the dual edges into two fiery dragons that unleashed a wave of intense and rich heat. Meow Meow, having completed her own gathering of energy first, instantly unleashed a torrent of sword chi that surged forward like a wild stallion. The water vapor in the air seemed enchanted, morphing into sharp ice blades that rained down upon Wu Yi like a storm of arrows. Just as the assault approached him with the weight of a mountain, Wu Yi's own accumulation of power reached its pinnacle. In a whirl reminiscent of a spinning top, he executed a somersault, both blade and body entwined, while reciting incantations that evoked ancient forces. Blazing crescent slash. In an utterly whimsical manner, Wu Yi bestowed upon his energy accumulation a name that echoed power and grandeur. Chapter 79, Surrender, Narrow Victory. Two skills clashed like meteors, one radiating with searing flames akin to a soaring dragon, while the other unleashed a frigid tempest reminiscent of primordial ice descending upon the world. These two extremes of force collided with a resounding impact, creating a gaping chasm in one of the training room walls, akin to a celestial divide. The earth-shattering noise reverberated like a colossal stone cast into a lake, drawing nearby students in a tidal wave of curiosity. As expected, the Academy's enforcement team arrived with the swiftness of a gale, reaching the scene within mere minutes. Such earth-shaking explosions could easily be misconstrued by the Academy as an incursion by external foes. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several formidable figures descended nearby like soaring birds. Meanwhile, the training room where the two engaged in combat resembled a scene ravaged by a tempest, strewn with debris and enveloped in swirling dust, shrouded in a thick veil of fog that obscured all visibility. Only the powerful soul masters, with their acute sensitivity to soul energy, could discern the presence of two weakened life forms locked in opposition within the training room. The outcome of their earlier clash had been determined. Both of their energy accumulations had been exhausted like a breached dam, and the time for their armor to merge had come to an end. At the moment of collision, both fighters, startled as if startled birds, braced themselves against the residual shockwave of the explosion and instinctively dispelled their armored forms. The instant they returned to their natural state, Wu Yi was engulfed by a familiar feeling of weakness that surged over him like a tidal wave. The 3 years of training had afforded him only a handful of opportunities to summon his armor. Moreover, each summoning had been aided by Lin Bei, who had lightened his burdens, allowing him to forget the sensation of such frailty for an extended period. Nevertheless, the rigorous physical training of the past 3 years had endowed him with a degree of resistance to this feeling of weakness. In fact, he found a certain enjoyment in it. Each session of physical training had pushed him to the brink of exhaustion, ceasing only when he was utterly devoid of strength and control. Yet, with each subsequent rest, he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his abilities. Conversely, the sentiments within the girl, Meow Meow, were starkly different. She had never anticipated the side effects of Wu Yi's soul skill to be so potent, draining her of an astonishing 65% of her soul power, stamina, and mental fortitude in an instant. She felt akin to a frail candle flickering in a tempest, teetering on the precipice of collapse. This was her inaugural experience with such an overwhelming sense of impotence, a visceral fear that magnified her helplessness as if an invisible hand were amplifying her weakness, leading her to believe she had been completely drained. At present, she had employed Wu Yi's soul skill for merely 5 minutes, which, under normal circumstances, should afford her an additional 25 minutes of utilization. Once more, a crystal began to coalesce upon her right hand, yet this time it bore no resemblance to the vibrant emerald it had initially possessed. Instead, It appeared as an ordinary stone, dull and lifeless. She gently brought the crystal close to her body, yet the sensation of an instantaneous fusion did not manifest. And the crystal did not vanish. In that fleeting moment, a possibility dawned upon her. The utilization of this skill required abundant physical strength, soul power, and mental fortitude. Otherwise, it could not be executed. At that moment, Miao Miao found herself simultaneously amused and exasperated. She had commandeered another's skill, rendering it unusable for them, only to find that after a single use, it was beyond her grasp, leaving the remaining time utterly futile. Through the wall that had been pierced by the explosion, sunlight pierced the smoke like a sharp arrow, and she beheld a figure slowly rising. Meanwhile, she was rendered as helpless as an injured kitten slumped on the ground. With a woeful smile, she raised her right hand and, with a feeble voice, declared, "I concede. I shall join your team." Perhaps it was because he could not see Miao Miao's appearance at that moment, but he could only hear her voice, and Wu He suddenly felt an inexplicably familiar sensation. Yet, there was something about her voice that seemed overly gentle, if only it were a touch more assertive. As Wu He pondered, a look of sheer astonishment suddenly crossed his face. "You are that little boy from 3 years ago, the one who attempted to deceive the Mirage venomous python?" "Huh." Miao Miao let out a soft laugh, her voice laced with an ineffable indifference. She neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. At that moment, Wu He experienced a revelation akin to a sudden enlightenment, comprehending the origins of the overwhelming hostility emanating from the girl named Miao Miao. Was it not simply due to the fact that he had not willingly relinquished the soul beast at that time? Was it not merely because he had inadvertently collided with her chest? Wu He whispered softly, but suddenly became as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. "Soft. So very soft. I apologize. I had no idea you were a girl at that moment." Wu Yi's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and he promptly bowed in apology like a contrite child. Upon hearing Wu Yi's apology for reasons unknown, Miao Miao's cheeks also blossomed with a rosy hue akin to the evening sky. At that moment, a cough erupted abruptly, echoing like thunder on a clear day. Ahem. 3 elderly figures entered with an air of spectral menace, their formidable spiritual energy swirling like a tempest, scattering the dust that lingered between the two. It was then that they noticed the once pristine training room had been irrevocably transformed, bearing the scars of a horrific battle. Every wall was riddled with a myriad of bullet holes, varying in size and density. The entire training room resembled a desolate ruin, as if it had been subjected to a relentless bombardment. "Which of you will explain to me what transpired here?" The inquirer's tone, though devoid of overt reproach, carried an unmistakable undercurrent of simmering fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. At this moment, Wu He finally discerned the 3 individuals before him, one of whom was the venerable Elder Liang. However, Elder Liang had shed the humble garb of a junior college president and donned the imposing robes of a senior academy elder, exuding an air of authority. He now presided over the academy's tribunal, where all students who had erred were summoned to face judgment under his watchful gaze. Wu He could not help but chuckle, while old man Liang remained stern and expressionless. "Grandfather!" Miao Miao exclaimed. "Grandfather?" Wu He emitted a sound of incredulity, as if he had just heard the most astonishing news in existence. He was soon met with 3 sharp queries, punctuated by the exclamations, "I called my grandfather. Why do you interrupt?" Miao Miao's face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripened apple, as she playfully retorted, struggling against her nearly depleted spiritual energy. She swiftly approached an elderly man with determined steps. The old man's martial spirit manifested as a unique glove, distinguished by its emerald hue, delicate as gossamer wings. With practiced ease, he retrieved materials from his portable storage device and, empowered by the soul rings, concocted an azure potion at a breathtaking pace. Without hesitation, Miao Miao tilted her head back and consumed it in a single gulp. "Sweet. I'm improving." Before her words could fully escape her lips, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her like tumultuous waves, instantly revealing that her soul power had been rejuvenated as if revived from the dead. With her physical and mental strength significantly enhanced, this was nothing short of miraculous. Her first soul skill, named Fear, manifested as an invisible blade piercing deep into the opponent's psyche, serving as a heart-stopping psychological suggestion. In a fleeting moment, it could magnify the opponent's innermost fears, compelling them to manifest their terror. The second skill, Intimidation, also rooted in psychological suggestion, could be said to pose little threat to opponents who understood its principles. The effect of intimidation resonated like a thunderous bell, amplifying her presence and heightening the opponent's state of fear by approximately 200, thereby imposing a formidable pressure that could reduce the opponent's overall strength by 20. These two soul skills were akin to chips in a gambler's hand, if wielded wisely. The gambler could transform into a formidable deity of chance. On the battlefield, she could instantaneously simulate the objects of her opponent's fears, deftly employing these two soul skills to manipulate those with fragile psyches at will. Meanwhile, Wu He contemplated how to maximize the efficacy of Wu Miao Miao's martial spirit in team battles, only to hear her begin to elaborate on her third soul skill. This skill, aptly named mimicry, was terrifyingly potent, functioning like a magical mirror that could perceive the soul skills once wielded by the figures in her opponent's memories, directly imitating them with an efficacy of approximately 10%. What? Your soul skill can read memories and present them at 10% of the original effect based on the caster's intent? Wu Yi gasped in astonishment, his voice echoing through the air. Witnessing such a dramatic reaction from him, Wu Miao Miao stood in stunned silence. Wu Yi whispered softly, as if engaged in a soliloquy. It is no wonder that she could effortlessly transform into Mi-Air, even wielding Mi-Air's soul skills with grace and fluidity. However, after a moment of contemplation, Wu Yi made a new discovery and sought to validate it by pressing further with her inquiries. Have you ever employed this soul skill on a teammate? Furthermore, does this skill read memories or discern the thoughts of the one it is cast upon? The answer to the first question came easily, yet the response to the second left Wu Miao Miao deep in thought for a considerable time. As for the first question, to be frank, I have never attempted it. After all, I have always walked alone, with only my grandfather or parents by my side for extended periods. Regarding your second inquiry, due to my lack of friends and engagement, it was only upon your prompting that I reflected upon it. And it seems your second interpretation holds greater accuracy. Wu Miao Miao stroked her chin, her face etched with contemplation and concern. If your third soul skill indeed pertains to reading the immediate thoughts of the one upon whom it is cast, then there is great potential therein. The contemplation of Wu He is undoubtedly not a mere whim. If one could perceive the thoughts of the subject at the moment of enchantment, combined with her martial soul's characteristics, the opponent, upon witnessing her transform into someone familiar, would instinctively conjure the corresponding scenarios in their mind. Thus, she would effortlessly replicate 10% of that person's soul skill's potency. However, should the subject be a teammate, and their thoughts be of a towering, formidable title Douluo, coupled with a profound fear of this title Douluo's abilities, then, according to the effects of her soul skill, as long as her soul power is ample, she might directly achieve or even surpass the might of the title Douluo's soul skills. It could be said that the power of this soul skill is akin to a projection of the subject's imagination, entirely contingent upon its richness. If this holds true, her soul skill could be deemed a stroke of genius. By the way, your fourth soul skill must have directly inherited the characteristics of your mother's martial soul. I deduce based on what I have observed. Indeed, my fourth soul skill is named Seize. In terms of effect, it mirrors precisely what you have witnessed and imagined. As long as the opponent maintains eye contact with me for over 5 seconds, I can effortlessly extract a soul skill from their martial soul, provided it does not exceed my own level of power, and this skill can remain with me for approximately 30 minutes. Once I claim this skill as my own, the opponent will be rendered unable to use their abilities, as if afflicted by amnesia, for the duration of the skill. When Wu Miao Miao spoke of this soul skill, her face radiated confidence and pride. However, upon catching a glimpse of Wu He's insatiable expression, her smile swiftly faded like the retreating tide. Yet, for you, this soul skill may as well be non-existent. Although your soul skill is formidable, its consumption is equally immense. It seems that in the future, it will merely equate to sealing one of your transformations. If you can restore your stamina before the expiration of my Seize skill, then this ability would truly become insignificant for you. Despite this, even as Wu Miao Miao recounted her tale with a furrowed brow, Wu He's focus lay entirely elsewhere. Wu Miao Miao's fourth soul skill pierced through Wu He's preconceived notions regarding the passive rules of her own soul skills, like a sharp blade. The effects of Wu He's martial soul are accompanied by several repugnant passive rules. One such rule dictates that when soul skills are bestowed upon others, the recipient must possess the corresponding attribute of that soul skill. Otherwise, they are rendered incapable of utilizing it. Another stipulation asserts that whether employing the skill personally or enabling another to use it, there will be an instantaneous depletion of physical strength, mental energy, and soul power. All drawn from Wu He himself. Without Lin Bei's targeted assistance over the past few years, Wu Yi's combat prowess would likely fall short of even a typical soul master. However, Wu Miao's fourth soul skill emerges like an indomitable blade, seemingly piercing through the constraints of Wu He's martial soul from a certain perspective. Miao, is it truly the case that as long as your cultivation surpasses mine, you can freely seize any of my soul skills? Upon hearing Wu He's inquiry, Wu Miao's eyes shimmered with a brilliant array of colors, resembling the radiant hues of a rainbow gracing the horizon. Swiftly donning her gloves, the vibrant light enveloped them like a whimsical spirit in an instant. 5 seconds later, a fiery red crystal, akin to a resplendent gem, materialized in her hand. "See, I told you I wasn't deceiving you," she exclaimed, clutching the crystal as though it were an extraordinary treasure. In truth, the moment Wu He beheld the enchanting glimmer in Wu Miao's eyes, he was utterly convinced. He could distinctly sense his martial soul and soul rings being gently stirred by an ephemeral breeze in that fleeting moment. He never imagined that someone could so effortlessly transcend the boundaries of his martial soul's rules. Yet he found solace in the fact that this individual was a friend rather than a foe. Chapter 82. The Butterfly Effect meets Shrek. The two entered the dormitory building, chatting and laughing, with Wu He resembling a sturdy ox, assisting Wu Miao in transporting her luggage into the lobby on the first floor. In Wu He's heart, a splendid flower blossomed, radiating joy for having secured an exceptional team member today. He could hardly contain his excitement as he flung open the door on the first floor, eager to introduce this new addition to everyone. "Brothers, I have returned. Take a look at whom I have brought back." On Wu He's face was inscribed a profound sense of excitement and joy, akin to a resplendent starry sky. Yet, before he could savor this fleeting moment of bliss, he was abruptly struck by a chilling gust of wind, enveloped instantly in a somber atmosphere. Within the dormitory's common room, every countenance appeared as if soaked in bitter rain. Some leaned against the platform, others lay on the sofa with books shielding their faces, some wept openly, while others remained silent, resembling statues in their stillness. Wu He found himself utterly perplexed, akin to a monk unable to grasp the essence of a matter. What, in fact, had transpired? Logically speaking, he had meticulously orchestrated a task for this group today, given their prowess. Venturing into that arena would be akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Easily dominating the competition and acclimatizing to the atmosphere of the contest would be a trifling matter. Therefore, one would expect that upon their return late this evening, they would be a jubilant assembly, if not radiating joy, at least animatedly discussing their experiences at the Douluo arena. After all, that place bore a resemblance to the underground fight rings Wu He had heard of in his past life, albeit this realm operated within the bounds of legality, while the former existed in the shadows of illegality. Wu He felt an immense sense of frustration. Could it be that they had encountered a challenge more formidable than steel itself? Wu He cradled his head in contemplation, as if he were unearthing a treasure buried deep beneath the earth. This should not be the case, with Mi-Er's cultivation level exceeding 40. She alone ought to be able to sweep through the majority of society's members like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Wu He approached Lin Bei and gently prodded his shoulder, as if rousing a slumbering giant. "Old Lin, have you all gambled away your fortunes, only to be deceived by the venue? No addiction to gambling?" Lin Bei lifted his gaze to meet Wu He's, his expression resembling a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He shook his head and turned away, treating Wu He as if he were an inconsequential passerby. Consequently, Wu He fell silent, akin to a firecracker that had lost its spark. The once vibrant mood, akin to spring blossoms in full bloom, vanished without a trace upon witnessing the lifeless faces that surrounded him. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable fury simmered within him, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Wu He suddenly roared like an enraged lion. "Someone tell me what on earth happened today. Stop acting like you've just lost your parents." Witnessing Wu He's fury, the Sure brothers, who had been sitting awkwardly at the periphery, reacted like startled birds and were the first to speak. Though they were not members of Wu He's team, their close ties with the Yu Tianhing family had relegated them to the status of underlings. They were often summoned for training sessions, which were ostensibly for practice, but primarily served as a means for others to unleash their frustrations. Nevertheless, these two were diligent and uncomplaining, frequently visiting the dormitory, which had become a commonplace occurrence for Wu He. Brother Wu, the situation is as follows. The Shi brothers, taking turns, recounted the day's events in a steady stream, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Upon listening, Wu He found himself utterly perplexed. Akin to a monk who has lost his way, he began to ponder quietly. From their descriptions, it seemed they had encountered Shrek. Yet, there was a contradiction in the timeline. According to this sequence of events, Shrek Academy should be preparing to visit us, only to be turned away at the threshold. Subsequently, they would be compelled to join Lu Erlong's academy. However, judging by the curvature of the timeline, they should not have encountered Shrek Academy at this juncture. Wu He, perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation, could only attribute it to the butterfly effect. After all, the emergence of two time travelers from distinct dimensions in this world was indeed a curious phenomenon. It seemed only reasonable that such an occurrence would generate some butterfly effects within the Douluo realm. Wu He helplessly waved his hand and remarked, "Is this all? You all, just because of a single defeat in a duel, have turned as despondent as wilted eggplants." Wu He spread his hands helplessly and remarked, "After all, every individual present was a seasoned elite, having faced countless battles within the academy. Their victory rates hovered merely around 65. For them, failure in a duel was akin to a mundane occurrence." While Wu He continued to grumble incessantly, Mier interjected. Among the opposing team, there were two individuals who were merely great soul masters, their average combat strength at best equivalent to that of a soul sovereign. Yet, we astonishingly lost. It was utterly embarrassing. Well, it is only I who knows that Tang San possesses extraordinary advantages. It is inappropriate to overly console the situation. Thus, I redirected the conversation, clapping my hands as I proclaimed, all right, a loss is a loss. Another day, I shall accompany you to redeem our honor. For now, let us extend a warm welcome to our new member, Wu Miao Miao." Although the earlier matters had reached a temporary conclusion, and despite the group's atmosphere remaining as stagnant as a still pond, the news of a new addition prompted them to muster forced smiles that were more grotesque than tears. However, a few individuals' expressions transformed into rapturous delight in an instant. Hey, you four, cease your drooling. It is utterly revolting." Wu He pointed towards the Shi Jia brothers, Yu Tianheng and Lin Bei. At this moment, Wu Miao Miao had already placed her luggage in her room and returned to the hall, gracefully emerging from behind Wu He. She appeared gentle and composed, her demeanor exuding elegance, and notably, her tall stature imparted an impression of an intelligent elder sister. Upon hearing Wu He introduce her, Wu Miao Miao promptly stepped forward to introduce herself to everyone. When she mentioned her cultivation level and soul techniques, the previously despondent crowd, who seemed to bear the weight of defeat, suddenly radiated a peculiar light in their eyes. Having followed Wu He for 3 to 5 years, their perspectives had undergone varying degrees of transformation. After hearing Wu Miao Miao's introduction, they experienced a cognitive resonance akin to that of Wu He. However, this moment of contemplation was fleeting, as several young women joyfully ushered Wu Miao Miao aside, while the gazes of the 4 elderly men followed suit. Wu He simultaneously delivered 2 slaps upon the heads of Yu Tianheng and Lin Bei, then gestured with his lips towards the two. Understanding his unspoken command, they followed Wu He into the conference room on the first floor. Chapter 83. Preparing for Battle. Chapter 84. The arena confrontation. As the appointed time approached, everyone was as restless as ants on a hot skillet, anxiously awaiting Wu He's emergence from his seclusion. This time, the Emperor's battle team was poised to make its official debut. To ensure their opponent would not falter, they had thoughtfully dispatched several junior students, akin to scouts, to survey the Seoul arena in advance, confirming their adversaries' timely arrival. Upon receiving news that their opponents had indeed arrived, they could then calmly await Wu Yi's reappearance. Over the past few days, they had deeply appreciated the remarkable qualities of the meticulously prepared training grounds. This place not only exerted a formidable gravitational force akin to a mountain crushing an egg, but also imposed a suffocating psychological pressure, comprehensively suppressing them from every conceivable angle, leaving them initially devoid of all strength. However, after enduring such a grueling environment for several days, everyone was pleasantly surprised to discover the immense benefits that this rigorous training conferred. In this setting, the rates of enhancement in mental acuity, physical resilience, and soul power surged astonishingly, akin to a rocket. achieving a pace threefold that of ordinary conditions. Even those who had been struggling to break through their cultivation barriers experienced sudden enlightenment, achieving breakthroughs with surprising ease. As the group waited anxiously, their impatience mounting like ants on a hot skillet, Wu Hei descended the stairs with a leisurely grace, unhurried and composed. Upon encountering a group of restless companions, he could only manage an awkward smile. With a grand gesture, reminiscent of a general commanding legions, he proclaimed, "Come, let us launch a counterattack." Some of the individuals moved in an orderly fashion towards the entrance of the dual soul arena. The manager of the arena, upon seeing them, approached with the eagerness of a hungry tiger, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Evidently, he had invested considerable effort in preparing for the evening's events. "Esteemed guests, you have finally arrived. That team has been eagerly awaiting your presence." Upon hearing the manager's words, Wu Hei's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating an air of calm assurance as he followed the manager into the lounge of the arena. Given that both teams had previously engaged in combat, the arena had provided comprehensive information about each side without reservation or concealment. However, the data pertaining to Wu Hei and Wu Miao Miao appeared remarkably pristine, shining with a brilliance of newfound potential. Interestingly, both had attained the status of gold medal players, having secured their accolades a year prior. The excuse of the 5-1 is simple and unadorned. As one who is without parents, if he does not seek a means to earn money soon, it would indeed be quite embarrassing to extend his hand for financial assistance to Dean Liang tomorrow. His reasoning, however, is quite justifiable. Wu Hei disregarded even the information pertaining to the Shrek squad, for he believed there was no need to scrutinize. He could simply engage in battle, confident that his understanding of himself far surpassed that of his opponents. In preparation for the impending conflict, Wu Hei executed a mere handful of actions. Firstly, like a magician, he summoned the wooden attribute crystal of the Wind Eagle Knight once more, placing it gently into Yi Lingling's palm. After all, Yi Lingling served merely as support, possessing only one soul skill, an area-wide healing technique, leaving her utterly defenseless. Secondly, the primary offensive strategy was unequivocal at the outset. All members pounced upon Tang San like famished tigers, for Shrek's tactics fundamentally revolved around two main approaches, with the most formidable and essential being the elimination of Tang San first, rendering the remainder of the task relatively effortless. Thirdly, and most critically, given that there were no members within his team capable of flight, it was imperative to swiftly neutralize Oscar, whose soul skill enabled the team to soar through the skies. Should he be eliminated, the ground would undoubtedly belong to them. The tactical layout of the 5-1 strategy is both succinct and clear, akin to dispelling clouds to reveal the sun. Upon hearing it, everyone comprehends immediately. Wu Hei assigned Wu Miao Miao a task once the battle commenced. His sole focus would be on the adversary's second support, Ning Rongrong. After all, she was the petite princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and her auxiliary martial soul was as vexatious as a thorn in one's side. Should he manage to seize it, not only would he diminish his opponent's strength with effortless ease, but he would also significantly bolster his own capabilities. In the resting room, the time allocated for tactical arrangements slipped away like a fleeting shadow. The opposing team had been waiting in this place for over an hour, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were undoubtedly as eager and restless as ravenous wolves, just as Wu Hei and his team were. A resounding call from the referee pierced the air. Let both teams enter the arena. On either side of the venue, two dimly lit passages leading to the resting area loomed like two lurking black dragons, as the two teams emerged slowly from the shadows. Upon ascending the platform, Wu Hei could scarcely contain his excitement, for the 7 individuals before him were strikingly familiar. At last, he beheld them in person, and soon he would relish the opportunity to engage in a vigorous battle. His heart surged like a vast ocean, brimming with exhilaration, yet his countenance remained tranquil, as if he were utterly indifferent to the unfolding events. As the announcement for the commencement of the match resonated through the arena, both teams simultaneously unleashed their soul rings and martial souls, akin to a volcanic eruption. The display of 5 rings, though somewhat comical, was also breathtakingly impressive. Once everyone had released their martial souls and soul rings in a dazzling array, Wu Hei, as if awakening from a profound dream, leisurely unfurled his own martial soul and soul rings. The members of Shrek Academy gasped in astonishment, particularly Tang San, upon witnessing Wu Hei's soul rings. instinctively cast his gaze toward the rear where Yu Xiaojing stood. It was simply unbelievable. Someone possessed a soul ring configuration of 1 purple and 2 black. Such a combination for a soul master was utterly unprecedented, something never seen or heard of before. In contrast, Shrek's team appeared remarkably unpretentious. Comprising 2 soul lords of level 37, Tang San and Dai Mubai. Analyzing their formation, Dai Mubai took the lead, while Tang San positioned himself centrally, flanked by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu on either side. Behind them stood Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, the latter 2 being only great soul masters, thus safeguarded at the rear of the formation. Meanwhile, Wu Hei, with a cultivation level exceeding 40, shone like a brilliant gem at the heart of his team. In the front line were Wu Hei and Yu Tianheng, both having reached the pinnacle of level 30. At the very back were Wu Miaomiao and Yi Lingling, with Du Guyan standing protectively behind Mier. The confrontation was imminent, as both sides unleashed their martial spirits and soul rings like hungry tigers poised to strike, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of a weakness. The pivotal element of Shrek's formation was Tang San. His blue-silver grass had already ensnared the waists of all team members, ensuring they could support one another at any moment during the battle. Thus, Wu Hei, swift as lightning, extracted a gleaming great blade from his storage space. Dai Mubai, receiving a subtle signal from Tang San, understood that Tang San was prepared. Without hesitation, he activated his soul skill, White Tiger King transformation, causing his body to swell to double its size, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. He then lunged at Wu Hei, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain. However, Wu Hei was no fool. He discerned that this move was merely a feint. Finally, he angled his body slightly and unleashed a swift kick that struck Dai Mubai squarely in the abdomen. Tang San barely had time to react before Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backward, as though struck by a speeding armored truck. Yet, Wu Yi did not expect to eliminate any opponent in the early stages. Thus, Dai Mubai only sustained minor injuries, stabilizing himself at the edge of the arena. Just as Tang San intended to retrieve Dai Mubai, he suddenly realized that his blue-silver grass had been severed without his noticing. This revelation startled him, for at that moment, the blue-silver grass was remarkably resilient, capable of resisting ordinary blades. Yet, this tenacious grass had been effortlessly cut by the opponent. Concurrently, Dai Mubai regained his senses and was about to unleash another soul skill against Wu Hei. However, Yu Tianheng dashed in like a specter, using his body to shield Dai Mubai from the attack. After this defense, Yu Tianheng casually brushed the dust from his chest and remarked nonchalantly, "Silver spearwax head. Not a bit of damage." The words struck like a razor-sharp sword, piercing deeply into Dai Mubai's fragile heart. It is essential to note that Dai Mubai is a master of romance, reveling in nightly escapades and daily nuptials. Yet, when uttered by another, those words felt like a merciless mockery directed at him. Essentially, one could say those 5 words were akin to his Achilles heel, a sensitive point to which one must not dare tread. In an instant, Dai Mubai erupted with volcanic fury, a dazzling white light coalescing rapidly in his mouth. And then he unleashed it with a fierce roar. A soul skill emerged, resembling a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and claws as it charged towards Yu Tianheng. Naturally, Yu Tianheng discerned the genuine ire of Dai Mubai, yet he resolved to confront this soul skill head-on. In a flash, his entire body became enveloped in an armor of dragon scales, resembling an indomitable shield, while his dragon claws gripped Dai Mubai's soul skill with the strength of iron pincers. With a powerful tug, he tore through Dai Mubai's attack as easily as one might rip thin paper. This breathtaking scene unfolded in a mere 10 seconds, leaving Tang San once again in a state of astonished disbelief, his blue-silver grass simultaneously releasing like a serpent emerging from its lair. However, in this arena, the atmosphere was far from casual. No one would foolishly wait for their teammate to resolve a duel before taking action. In the blink of an eye, half the battlefield was engulfed by Du Guyan's soul poison, and in that moment of chaos, all teammates darted away like cunning hares. Before long, the one-on-one duels among the members had reached a decisive conclusion. At this moment, Tang San found himself in confrontation with another, akin to 2 meteors traversing time and space, igniting a spectacular collision of sparks. This was undoubtedly the first formal encounter between 2 travelers from different realms. Although Tang San wore a mask, cloaked in an air of mystery, it did not hinder Wu Hei from recognizing him at first glance, as if an unspoken understanding existed between them. Look at them, they have already begun. Shouldn't we also? Wu Yi remarked, rubbing his hands in front of Tang San, resembling a tiger poised to pounce on its prey. Exuding an eagerness to engage. Tang San never anticipated that a mere momentary distraction would unravel the entire battlefield like a cataclysm. Nonetheless, as a fellow three-ringed soul master, he felt no trepidation facing his opponent. His gaze burned with the intensity of a raging flame, filled with fighting spirit. With the exceptional techniques of the Xian Yu hand at his disposal and the elusive steps of the ghost shadow displacement at his feet, along with a formidable external soul bone on his back, his skills sparkled like a multitude of stars, so numerous they could be likened to the fine hairs of a cow. Suddenly, Tang San shouted, "Entangle!" On the ground before Wu Yi, numerous blue-silver grass roots and vines sprouted rapidly as if after a refreshing spring rain. Although none struck their target, the sudden onslaught left one feeling caught off guard. However, Wu Yi's reflexes were as swift as lightning, allowing him the opportunity to observe the other members of the team. Just as he prepared to advance with his blade against Tang San, a piercing scream pierced the air. Ning Rongrong beheld the presence of a long-desired individual, yet at that moment, she wished fervently that this person did not belong to her opponent's ranks. Meanwhile, due to a disparity in cultivation, Ma Hongjun was unexpectedly eliminated by Mi Air in a mere instant, like a meteor streaking across the sky, vanishing from the battlefield in an ephemeral flash. In a moment of distraction, Ning Rongrong was also ousted by Wu Miao, who, in a sudden display of magic, was replaced by a man in her original position. This man held a long sword firmly in his grasp, exuding the aura of a grandmaster from a martial arts realm, imbuing the scene with a solemn gravity. His appearance was akin to a thunderclap, causing Yu Xiaojing outside the arena to gasp in shock. The sword Douluo Chun Xin. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi was equally taken aback. He had originally hoped that Wu Miao would transform into Ning Fengji, which would have provided them with a formidable support. Little did he expect that in that fleeting moment, Ning Rongrong's thoughts aligned with the sword Douluo Chun Xin. Consequently, Wu Miao morphed into the unexpectedly formidable sword Douluo. Even more astonishingly, she was capable of wielding all of Chun Xin's soul skills, albeit with only 10% effectiveness. Yet the consumption of these skills was exceedingly demanding. Just as everyone stood in bewilderment, Tang San suddenly sensed someone hurling stones at him. He swiftly turned his head to see Lin Bei winking at him, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the poisonous mist. However, before Tang San could muster his anger, he felt his soul power, physical strength, and mental energy drain away like a flood breaching a dam, leaving him utterly fatigued. Confused and unaware of what had transpired, he noted that Lin Bei's released soul skill bore no specific visual effects. At this moment, the situation on the arena underwent a subtle transformation. Chapter 86. Only 3 remain active. Wu Miao deftly manipulated the false sword Douluo, and in an instant, the opponent's every soul ring was replicated with astonishing precision. The strength of the false sword Douluo, transformed by Wu Miao, was entirely contingent upon Ning Rongrong. At this moment, the aura and energy she could unleash were derived from Ning Rongrong's perception of the sword Douluo as an invincible god of war in terms of offense. Each of his moves was imbued with an overwhelming pressure akin to a tidal wave, so that even if Wu Miao could only mimic 10% of the effect, the overall sensation she projected was nearly indistinguishable from the original. However, this breathtaking aura was, in truth, a result of Wu Miao's second soul skill. It functioned like a miraculous amplifier, doubling the original momentum, while simultaneously acting as a sharp scythe that ruthlessly diminished the overall strength of all opponents within a 5-meter radius by 20%. The closer one was to her, the more palpable her terrifying presence felt, as if she were a colossal beast risen from the abyss. It was utterly astonishing that such a martial soul could transform into another's likeness. In the Shrek Academy lounge, Yu Xiaojing expressed his astonishment. Having devoted decades to the study of martial souls, he had never before witnessed such a peculiar one, yet he quickly discerned the essence of Wu Miao's soul skills. This was possible because he stood apart. The other soul skills within Wu Miao's martial soul did not affect him, allowing him to perceive everything with clarity. Similarly, Flinder and Zhao Waoqi were equally taken aback, though they soon regained their composure. After all, their profound cultivation and mental prowess enabled them to firmly suppress a student of around level 30. At first glance, one might mistake it for a tidal Douluo's descent, but a moment's perception would reveal that the core had undergone no transformation whatsoever. Both were filled with confusion, questioning whether this was an illusion or a tangible reality. Soon, Wu Miaomiao provided the answer they sought. Fourth soul skill, manifestation of killing intent. In an instant, the fourth soul skill of the sword Douluo erupted like a volcanic blast. Centering on the 7 killing sword, unleashing a vortex woven from sword energy, akin to a tornado, that ensnared Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing with relentless force. This maneuver had been previously communicated by Wu Hui to everyone. The moment an opportunity arose, they must sever these two from their main forces. Though one was a support and the other an agile attack-type soul master, appearing seemingly innocuous, the reality was that Oscar could conjure sausages capable of soaring through the skies, while Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had the chance to attempt the fearsome martial soul fusion technique. Once they were isolated from others, it became evident that none could soar to great heights, remaining firmly grounded, which undoubtedly conferred an advantage among their own. In truth, the two individuals were not incapable of executing their martial soul fusion technique. However, doing so would significantly diminish their power. After all, as time ebbs away and the years weave their tapestry, Wu He had long forgotten the precise moment they had mastered this extraordinary skill, compounded by the enigmatic butterfly effect, which might have even prompted them to grasp this technique prematurely. However, in reality, Wu Miaomiao attempted to unleash the power of a tidal Douluo skill, only to be astonished to discover that, even at a mere 10% potency, she could only wield the first 4 soul abilities. As for the subsequent 5 soul abilities, regardless of her choice, any reckless attempt to employ them would instantaneously deplete her stamina, mental fortitude, and soul power. Her subconscious warned her that even with Lin Bei's assistance, both he and she would likely lose consciousness in a heartbeat. This perhaps elucidates the reason behind the disparity in strength when selecting targets. To mitigate the consumption, she merely sealed the 2 individuals closest to her. Of course, maintaining this soul skill still demanded considerable soul power. Nevertheless, it was not entirely without merit for her. In restraining the 2, she simultaneously cast her second soul skill, Spirit Sword Protection, thus rendering it exceedingly difficult for any member of the Shrek team to breach her defenses in the short term. At this moment, Tang Xin found himself in a state of disarray, as he had yet to devise a way to transform their disadvantage into an advantage. Only 3 individuals remained active on the arena: himself, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. Although Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were exerting every effort to break free from the soul skill that hindered their movements, they realized that any forceful attempt would merely result in the cunning sword energy rebounding upon themselves. They had also tried directly consuming the mushroom sausage in a bid to escape the control zone. Yet they were unprepared for the revelation that the tornado-like control area would follow their ascent like a shadow. Now, they could only hope for external intervention to shatter this confinement, or for the soul master maintaining it to exhaust their soul power. Sensing the dire situation, Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year soul beast, possessed a wealth of combat experience and quickly recognized the necessity of rescuing her teammates. Without their support, they would face a daunting 6-3 predicament. Once ensnared by the adversary, their chances of victory would dwindle to nothing. The battle on the arena was unpredictable, akin to the ever-changing winds and clouds, captivating all spectators who gasped in astonishment as if caught in a tempest. The Imperial battle team was indeed formidable, effortlessly breaching the opponent's defenses in the blink of an eye. What you may not be aware of is that just a week ago they faced a devastating defeat. All their opponents were soul masters of level 30 or above, and they had 3 formidable great soul masters on their side, making it exceedingly difficult for them to contend. Indeed, I was present that day as well. It seems that the 2 turtle-like soul masters are absent today. The audience, engaged in fervent discussion, scanned the entire arena like hawks and swiftly discovered that the 2 replaced soul masters were Wu He and Wu Miaomiao. They marveled in astonishment. With just a mere change of 2 team members, their strength had skyrocketed exponentially. Xiao Wu executed her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, and like a specter, she lunged toward the foe sword Douluo, her figure vanishing in an instant. However, Mi-Er captured her movement trajectory in that fleeting moment. After all, Mi-Er had already attained a cultivation level exceeding 40, while Xiao Wu was merely a fledgling, just having crossed the threshold of level 30. From the perspective of speed and trajectory, Xiao Wu resembled a mouse ensnared by a cat's paw, utterly unable to escape Mi-Er's gaze. In an instant, Mi-Er pinpointed her landing, akin to a hunter spotting its prey, and unleashed an arrow while simultaneously activating her third soul skill, encircling her target with a deafening roar akin to a dragon's cry. As Chapter 87 unfolds, shameless, the Soul King bullying the weak, Xiao Wu's form reappeared. Her autumn water-like eyes veiled in a delicate pink hue. Her second soul skill, enchantment, struck like a bolt of mental lightning, breaching the foe's sword Douluo's second soul skill, spirit sword guardian, and piercing Wu Miao Miao's eyes like a sharp arrow. Being a mental-type skill, the moment it made contact, it was as if a bucket of icy water was thrown onto a raging fire, instantly dispelling the effects of Wu Miao Miao's third soul skill, forcing her to retreat clumsily from the foe's sword Douluo's state, her true form laid bare. However, in that very instant, Xiao Wu was also subjected to Mi-Air's fierce assault, sent flying like a leaf caught in a tempest, propelled back by a tenfold anti-gravity force. Simultaneously, Mi-Air had already accurately predicted the height to which Xiao Wu would ascend half a second earlier. The airspace was thickly populated with arrows, resembling an impenetrable net. Then, her fourth soul skill was activated, and like a specter, she navigated deftly between the arrows, leaving behind a series of illusory clones. Countless electric shocks and energy arrows cascaded down like a torrential rain, instantly engulfing the airborne Xiao Wu. As she soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, devoid of a landing point, she found herself unable to unleash any soul skill. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, Tang San's anxiety surged, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Xiao Wu!" In the midst of the air, Xiao Wu spun gracefully like a free-falling figure, her enchanting gaze meeting Tang San's, filled with desolation and helplessness, as if narrating an endless sorrow. In that fleeting moment, a surge of protective instinct erupted within Tang San like a volcano. At that instant, in his eyes, the lives of his other teammates could be sacrificed. But Xiao Wu must not suffer even the slightest misfortune. To harm Xiao Wu, one must first step over my lifeless body. Just as he prepared to unleash his blue-silver grass martial spirit to rescue her, a massive fist struck his face like a hammer before his soul power could even begin to circulate. "Do you look down upon me? How dare you remain distracted while engaging me in battle?" Wu He was also astonished by the rapid pace of the battle. He had thought, given the strength of this group, how could they possibly be defeated by the 7 feeble and fragile individuals from Shrek Academy? Clearly, it was due to his absence that Tang San, the so-called child of destiny, experienced a surge in fortune akin to a volcanic eruption. The forces of this world sought to realign the narrative back to its original course. Thus, the plot twists emerged like phantoms in silence. Upon his arrival, it was as if he infused a refreshing stream into Tang San's fortune, balancing his once soaring luck. After all, as fellow traversers, the consciousness of the world remained quite equitable, refraining from further suppressing the strength of his teammates. Therefore, when he noticed Tang San's distraction, he seized the opportunity to strike with the ferocity of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, especially since Lin Bei had already unleashed his soul skills upon the two of them. At that moment, he resembled a greedy leech, incessantly draining Tang San of his stamina, soul power, and mental energy. Following a successful strike, Wu He instinctively offered a scornful remark, prompting Tang San to react like an enraged lion. As the 8 spider soul bones behind him were unleashed in a flash of lightning, Wu He is no fool. He is acutely aware that being pricked by such an object, while perhaps a minor inconvenience, could lead to poisoning. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the sharpness of that needle is unparalleled, and a moment's carelessness could result in a grievous injury. Wu Yi was unwilling to endure a torment more excruciating than death itself. Thus, upon the sudden appearance of the 8 spider spirit bone, he leapt back with the instinctive agility of a startled rabbit. However, at that moment, Tang San could not spare a thought to rescue his companion, Xiao Wu. Suspended in midair, she was besieged by an onslaught as fierce as a tempest, and when she fell, she was already gasping for breath. Resembling a flickering candle in the wind, Tang San, consumed by urgency, soared upwards with the 8 spider spirit bone, deftly catching the descending Xiao Wu. The sight of her battered form etched anguish and heartache upon his visage. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu had not completely lost consciousness. She merely endured the excruciating pain and softly whispered in Tang San's ear, "Xiao San, our adversary is formidable. Exercise caution." After uttering those words, she weakly closed her eyes like a leaf drifting in the wind. Yet, in truth, Xiao Wu was not as fragile as she appeared. If it were a battle of life and death, she could still rise like a phoenix from the ashes, ready to fight valiantly. Meanwhile, Mier, utilizing the displacement effect of her arrows, glided to Wu Yi's side like a phantom. That girl certainly knew how to put on an act. Wu Yi forced a smile that betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Did I not warn you before the match? Prior to taking down Tang San, you must restrain your strength against Xiao Wu. Upon hearing these words, Mier puffed up her cheeks in indignation, her hands placed firmly on her hips, exuding an adorably furious demeanor. They claim she is overly theatrical. I assure you, I did not hold back my strength. Tang San gingerly set Xiao Wu aside, as if cradling a rare treasure, and requested Ning Rong Rong, situated below the arena, to assist in her care. When he turned back, his eyes seemed ablaze with an inferno of fury, consumed by boundless rage. See what I mean? The moment we target Xiao Wu, this fellow is bound to erupt. Wu Yi helplessly spread his hands, but in the next moment, a look of steely determination graced his face, signifying his commitment to approach this battle with utmost seriousness. However, despite the ferocity of the fight, there would be opportunities for future encounters, and it was essential not to offend his opponent too deeply. Wu Yi cast a glance at Yi Ling Ling, who immediately understood, as certain matters had been agreed upon prior to the competition. Although Yi Ling Ling merely rolled her eyes at Wu Yi, her movements were swift and precise. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from her martial spirit, darting towards Xiao Wu below the stage like a bolt of lightning. The occurrence was so sudden that even Tang San could not intervene in time. By the moment he turned back to look, Xiao Wu's injuries had already healed. It was then that he realized Yi Ling Ling was the one-of-a-kind healer within the Imperial battle team. Her martial spirit, the 9-star begonia, possessed a singular healing ability that grew increasingly potent with the addition of soul rings. Seeing Xiao Wu unscathed quelled the raging fury that had ignited within him, though he remained resolute in his intent to hold accountable the one who had harmed her. Meanwhile, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had freed themselves from their constraints and hurriedly joined Tang San's side. Dai Mubai was being forced back repeatedly by Yu Tianheng, and in a fleeting moment, the four of them found themselves encircled by the 6 members of Wu Yi's team. They stood back to back, a formidable wall. Yet the most glaring vulnerability lay with Oscar, who, as a support, possessed little combat prowess. Before him, a toxic mist advanced ominously, within which the silhouettes of Dugu Yin and Lin Bei could be discerned. In front of Dai Mubai loomed the imposing figures of Yu Tianheng and Yi Ling Ling, while Zhu Zhuqing faced the formidable Wu Miao Miao and Mier. At this moment, despair took root in Tang San's heart, for he was confronted by the formidable black rhino armor, radiating the power of a Soul King. Chapter 88. Overwhelming Force. Chapter 89. A complete victory. Upon witnessing the hidden weapons displayed by Tang San, Wu Yi felt an immediate sense of disinterest, finding them rather lackluster. In his understanding, the renowned Tang sect's hidden weapons were supposed to be either extraordinarily powerful or conveniently portable contraptions. Even if they could not unleash the formidable force of gunpowder like a firearm, they should at least have the capacity to penetrate metal or shatter stone. However, to his dismay, the concealed weapons Tang San employed for self-preservation appeared weak and utterly devoid of lethality. This revelation extinguished the curiosity that had briefly flared within Wu Yi, leaving him entirely uninterested in the hidden weapons. Yet, as they were on the arena, a victor must be determined. In the midst of the astonished gazes from the crowd, Wu Yi struck like lightning, his hand as firm and unyielding as iron, gripping Tang San's throat with a vice-like hold. With ease, he lifted Tang San above his head, akin to handling a mere chick. Subsequently, Wu Yi turned to face the remaining opponents, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, and proclaimed loudly, "Do you not intend to surrender?" The brazen and overbearing actions of Wu Yi undoubtedly represent a profoundly insulting affront. In an instant, the atmosphere on the arena transformed into one of palpable tension, as all the opponents yet to be defeated felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and provocation. Their eyes widened in fury, fixating intently on Wu Yi, with flames of anger raging within them. Meanwhile, those already eliminated, watching from the sidelines, were equally incensed, indignant at Wu Yi's egregiously arrogant demeanor. Tang San found himself ensnared by a hand as unyielding as an iron claw, his complexion flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Despite his utmost efforts to extricate himself from this lethal grip, all was in vain. His fists, which had once vanquished countless formidable foes, now struck heavily against the adversary's impenetrable armor, resembling a feeble scholar engaged in a futile struggle, evoking a sense of helplessness and regret. At that moment, the instructors from Shrek Academy, who had been seated in the audience, could no longer remain passive. One by one, they rose, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Among them, Yu Xiaojing was particularly agitated, his eyes wide and fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale as snow, devoid of any hint of color. Yet, despite their intense concern, they could only watch helplessly as Tang Xin struggled on the stage. According to the competition rules, as long as the contestants on the stage did not voluntarily concede, no one was permitted to intervene. Just as anxiety permeated the air, Dai Mubai, as the captain, understood that safeguarding his comrades was an inescapable duty. In an instant, he summoned his soul power, unleashing 3 formidable soul skills simultaneously. First came the White Tiger Shield, a brilliant white radiance enveloping Dai Mubai, forming an impervious defensive barrier. Next was the White Tiger Transformation, his muscles swelling with immense power, exuding an aura of commanding ferocity. Finally, with a thunderous roar, the awe-inspiring White Tiger light wave erupted, a robust beam of light surging forth from Dai Mubai's mouth, hurtling towards Wu He with devastating force. Wu He, clad in formidable black rhino armor, merely turned his head slightly upon hearing Dai Mubai's furious roar reverberate through the air, casting a glance that was almost apathetic. With a seemingly gentle and casual motion, he freed a hand, yet this action concealed boundless strength and finesse. As Dai Mubai unleashed his soul skill with all his might, Wu Yi effortlessly caught it with that hand, as if he were grasping a mere feather rather than a formidable attack. Then, with a gentle squeeze of his palm, the once ferocious soul skill disintegrated like a fragile snowball, scattering into countless tiny fragments, akin to a wisp of smoke. Witnessing his most powerful strike rendered so feeble in another's eyes, akin to an ant's insignificance, Dai Mubai's inner defenses crumbled instantaneously. He felt as if all strength had abandoned him, collapsing to the ground in utter despair, half kneeling with disbelief etched across his face. With great effort, he lifted his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, who was also in dire straits. Her tight-fitting attire was riddled with numerous tears from the arrows shot by Mi-air, fluttering in the breeze, revealing glimpses of her vulnerable form. Coupled with her weakened state from injury, she appeared pitifully fragile, as though a mere gust could topple her. Evoking a deep sense of compassion, Zhu Zhuqing's woeful demeanor rendered the male spectators around her speechless, igniting frenzied shouts that plunged the atmosphere into chaos. The cacophony of fervent cries surged, overwhelming and intoxicating, leaving faces flushed with embarrassment and hearts racing. Tang Xin observed the situation spiraling beyond redemption, feeling as though an invisible hand was constricting his throat, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, ultimately surrendering to despair. Despite the turmoil within, Dai Mubai, akin to a deflated balloon, slowly raised his right hand, shame washing over him as he declared, "We surrender." This proclamation acted as a decree of mercy. Upon hearing it, Wu He instantly released his iron grip from Tang Xin's throat. In that moment, Tang Xin plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, while Wu Yi also shed his impenetrable armor state. The side effects of his soul skill surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing Tang Xin entirely. In an instant, Tang Xin felt as though his soul power and physical strength had been devoured by an unseen behemoth, leaving him nearly exhausted. However, due to his early mastery of the purple extreme magic eye, his mental prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Thus, he did not experience the anguish associated with the decline of mental faculties. Since the opponent had already surrendered, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and relinquished their martial souls and soul skills. Du Guyan swiftly extracted the illusionary poison from Oscar's body. Although Oscar awakened in an instant, he appeared as though all vitality had been drained from him, his body limp and powerless, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from unfathomable depths of water. Even with the support of a Shrek Academy teacher, none of them exhibited a normal state. All bore pale complexions, akin to candles flickering in the wind. With a subtle glance, Wu He signaled, and Yi Ling Ling's soul technique gracefully unfurled like a delicate butterfly, swiftly mending the wounds of the 7 prodigies from Shrek Academy present at the scene. Chapter 90. Provocation? Chapter 91. The Great Weapon. Wu He wore a subtle smile upon his face, his hands gracefully gesturing in the air as he spoke in a relaxed tone. "Oh dear friends, there is no need for such hostility. I did not come here specifically to quarrel with you. After a brief pause, he continued in a tone that exuded nonchalance. It is quite natural for us to emerge victorious this time. There is nothing extraordinary about it. However, this seemingly innocuous statement, articulated by Wu He, pierced the hearts of his opponents like a sharp dagger, igniting their simmering fury even further. One by one, they unconsciously clenched their fists, their expression suggesting they were on the verge of confronting Wu He with fervor. Yet, Wu He appeared utterly oblivious to their rising anger, continuing to speak for himself. I speak nothing but the truth. Why do you find it so hard to accept? Reflect upon your own team's capabilities. You have merely 4 soul lords at level 30. And among them, 2 have only just crossed the threshold of level 30, while the remaining 3 are merely in their 20s as great soul masters. At this juncture, Wu He helplessly spread his hands and shook his head, persisting in his discourse. A team like yours might achieve some success with a surprise tactical strike. But when faced with a team like ours, which boasts a relatively stable overall combat strength, the probability of losing the match surpasses 80%. Among this group, the calmest and most composed was Tang San. Although he felt an overwhelming rage upon hearing Wu He's words, he could not deny the validity of the opponent's claims. Consequently, Tang San suppressed his anger, his eyes wide open as he glared fiercely at Wu He, questioning him word by word. So, you have come here today ultimately to mock and humiliate us? Wu He replied, I have already stated that I am not here to argue with you. It is you who have been incessantly carrying on. With a face full of grievance and innocence, Wu He vigorously waved his hand, as though he were the one who had been wronged beyond measure. After a brief pause, he raised his voice and declared, I have come today primarily for 2 significant matters. With that, he reached into his bosom and produced a hefty bag filled with golden soul coins, which he unhesitatingly tossed onto the table before Flanders. The bag landed with a resounding thud, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Inside, there are precisely 10,000 golden soul coins. You may utilize this money as your fare home, or invest it further in the soul arena, as you see fit. In any case, consider this a small token of my apology for any inconvenience my victory may have caused you. Wu He wore an ostensibly sincere smile as he explained. However, at that moment, the attention of everyone was drawn to the resounding thud of a bag of gold coins landing on the table. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the slightly labored breaths of the astonished crowd. Though each person felt that such an action bore a hint of disdain, the pressing matters at hand necessitated acceptance of the money. For refusal could severely disrupt their meticulously crafted plans. As the atmosphere lingered in a brief stillness, Wu He unexpectedly produced another bag from his bosom and swiftly approached Tang San, thrusting it into his hands without uttering a word. Tang San instinctively accepted the bag, barely glancing at it, prepared to refuse. Yet, Wu He seemed to have anticipated this reaction, hastily interjecting with an urgent plea. Please, do not be so quick to decline. Wu He fixed his gaze upon the other, speaking with heartfelt sincerity and unwavering conviction. Upon your return, I strongly encourage you to meticulously peruse the relevant materials and requirements. I firmly believe that with your talent and capability, you will undoubtedly succeed in crafting this item. Once completed, you are most welcome to visit me at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy of Soul Masters. With that, a subtle smile of assuredness graced Wu He's lips. He turned gracefully, striding away with firm and confident steps, his silhouette exuding an unparalleled confidence that was impossible to overlook. Sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining a golden aura that rendered him even more radiant. As they watched Wu He's figure recede until it vanished from sight, each individual present wore a countenance of perplexity, their minds shrouded in mystery. Simultaneously, their curiosity was piqued, leading them to speculate about the nature of the item Wu He had entrusted to Tang San, which necessitated such an oversized bag, appearing decidedly enigmatic. Under the watchful eyes of the intrigued onlookers, Tang San adopted an air of cautiousness. He slowly extended his hands, gently loosening the knot that secured the bag's opening, as if apprehensive of some concealed, perilous mechanism or device that might endanger everyone present. At long last, when the bag lay completely open, the crowd eagerly craned their necks to peer inside, only to discover a mere 2 or 3 sheets of blueprints laid out quietly, alongside some measuring instruments, and an assortment of peculiar tools whose functions remained a mystery. What a grand spectacle for such a meager collection! The impatient Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his exasperation, voicing his thoughts aloud. However, Tang San paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's complaints, His expression relaxed as he swiftly unfolded the blueprints. Yet, the moment his eyes fell upon the illustrations depicted within, he was struck as if by lightning, freezing in place, his breath momentarily stilled. The others, gazing at the seemingly chaotic array of components illustrated on the blueprints, wore expressions of utter bewilderment, unable to decipher their intricacies. But for Tang San, the situation was vastly different. The components that appeared incomprehensible to the onlookers now came to life in his eyes, animated and vibrant, as they seamlessly began to piece together at an astonishing pace, gradually revealing their intended, complete forms. Immediately, Tang San swiftly scanned the other blueprints with astonishing speed. As his gaze swept over the intricate lines and complex patterns, his heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Suddenly, an overwhelming shock surged within him, compelling him to draw a sharp breath. His face turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. However, in the next moment, his ashen visage was momentarily restored to a semblance of color, tinged with an unusual flush. Upon witnessing this, Xiao's heart soared to her throat. She grasped Tang San's arm tightly and, with a face full of anxiety, inquired, "What is wrong, Xiao San? Have you discovered something troubling?" Tang San took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest of emotions within him. He gently patted Xiao Wu's head and feigned composure, saying, "It's nothing, don't worry." Despite his words, a tempest of turmoil raged within him. As he pondered, such a terrifying weapon, once unleashed, would undoubtedly upend the existing hierarchy of soul masters. The repercussions it would unleash would likely surpass our wildest imaginations. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang San's expression grew increasingly solemn. Chapter 92. The Feast. A day prior. Wu Hei slowly placed the design blueprint of the revolver on the table, his eyes reflecting a mixture of nostalgia and pride. This blueprint encapsulated his profound love for firearms and the countless hours of labor he had devoted. Recalling the past, Wu Hei had been utterly captivated by firearms, voraciously poring over an immense array of literature on the subject. With his exceptional intellect and relentless effort, he successfully crafted the prototype of this revolver. Moreover, to transform this blueprint into reality, he sought out a friend proficient in printing and modeling techniques, humbly engaging in lengthy discussions with him. Consequently, Wu Yi was intimately familiar with the various parameters and details of the revolver, memorizing them with ease. He had previously attempted to use a 3D printer to create the components of the handgun. However, due to the legal restrictions in Dragon Country, he was unable to manufacture bullets and conduct live-fire tests. Nevertheless, based solely on data analysis, it was evident that once fully assembled, this would be a formidable weapon ready for practical use. Yet, as the materials chosen for the weapon were plastic, it could only exist in model form for the time being. But at this moment, standing before this blueprint was none other than Tang San, a master of hidden weapons. Setting aside the actual complexity involved in the fabrication of a revolver, one cannot overlook Tang San's relentless spirit and his insatiable curiosity. It is undoubtedly evident that he would devise various means to overcome formidable obstacles, and perhaps even innovate upon the existing design, transforming it into a more formidable entity. As anticipated, events have unfolded precisely as Wu Hei predicted. Astonishingly, in that fleeting moment, Tang San comprehensively grasped the intricate methodology behind the crafting of the revolver, deciphering even its complex and exquisite operational principles with remarkable clarity. At this juncture, in Tang San's mind, Wu Hei undoubtedly emerged as a prodigious genius in the realm of concealed weaponry. In that instant, Tang San could not help but regard Wu Hei as akin to himself, a kindred spirit. After departing from the lounge of Shrek Academy, Wu Hei swiftly made his way out of the Soul Arena, as if propelled by a gust of wind. In fact, his attendance at today's competition was driven by two primary objectives. The first was, naturally, the desire to witness in person those figures he had previously only encountered through the glow of a computer screen. He yearned for interaction with these vibrant characters, while simultaneously seeking to ascertain the true extent of his own abilities. The second objective was to acquire a revolver. After all, Wu Yi lacked the luxury of time to delve into the intricacies of crafting its components. Thus, it was imperative for him to find someone sufficiently skilled to assist him in this endeavor. With both of these critical matters now successfully resolved, Wu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had shed an immense burden from his heart. As he strolled along, a joyful smile graced his face, resembling a blossom in full bloom. Beside him, Mier noticed Wu Hiyi's beaming expression throughout their journey and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Hey, Wu Hiyi, what has brought you such joy?" She slowed her pace, eager to discover what could possibly elate him so. With this question lingering in her mind, she approached him step by step. However, just as she was about to draw near, Wu Hiyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and with a broad grin, he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Today, I have finally avenged myself. This truly brings me immense happiness. Moreover, it's getting late and the night has fallen. How about this? I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack." Upon hearing the term midnight snack, an expression of simultaneous bewilderment and delight surfaced on the faces of everyone present. These individuals, consumed by their dedication to cultivation, seemed to regard nothing else as of equal importance. Their daily existence revolved solely around the dormitory, the training grounds, and the classroom, forming an unchanging linear path. For an extended period, they had not genuinely relaxed or indulged in the pleasures of life. Even Wu Hiyi found this phenomenon perplexing. After all, these individuals had neither the burden of vast family estates to inherit nor lofty aspirations to pursue, yet they exhibited an almost obsessive fervor for their training. A mere day of neglect in their practice would leave them feeling utterly disconcerted and profoundly uncomfortable. However, this was simply the norm for them, a reality Wu Hiyi was well aware of, which is why he refrained from explicitly addressing such matters. Wu Hiyi casually strolled into a bustling eatery. As soon as he entered, a young and cheerful waitress approached with warmth and enthusiasm, ushering him and his companions into the establishment. Shortly thereafter, they were comfortably seated at a round table with a splendid view of the river. The table was adorned with a dozen chairs, and once everyone settled down, Wu Hiyi nonchalantly tossed the menu onto the table, declaring with gusto, Come, no need for formality, feel free to order." Although Wu Hiyi and Mier had been orphans since childhood, they had amassed considerable wealth through various tasks over the years. Thus, a meal of this nature posed no challenge for them. Yet, at that moment, the others exhibited a certain reticence. They exchanged glances, each hesitant to be the first to place an order. The menu passed around the table, completing a full circuit, resulting in only Yu Tianheng and Wu Miaomiao ordering a few simple, everyday dishes. Observing the indecisiveness of the others, Wu Hiyi could not help but chuckle. He waved his hand dismissively and exclaimed, "Oh, come now, don't be shy. Order whatever you like. Today we feast to our heart's content. Do you think as the captain, I can't afford this?" Yet, even with his encouragement, the others remained unmoved. With no other option, Wu Yi picked up the menu to scrutinize it himself. To his surprise, while the prices were quite reasonable, the variety of dishes available was dismally limited. It was not that the offerings were particularly mundane. Rather, they were so commonplace that they lacked any sense of novelty. It was at this moment that Wu Hiyi experienced a profound epiphany. Initially, he believed that these individuals were merely unfamiliar with their new surroundings, which accounted for their somewhat reserved and curious demeanor. However, it has become abundantly clear that this is far from the truth. The gazes and expressions of this group unmistakably convey a profound disdain, as if, in their eyes, this bustling and vibrant street is nothing more than a rural marketplace, wholly unworthy of mention. Their lips curve slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a contemptuous smile, as if mocking those who naively entertain the notion that the street might offer culinary delights. Wu Yi gazed at the unfolding scene, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. He began to reassess the people and events surrounding him, realizing that he may have previously viewed the world through a lens of excessive subjectivity. To his astonishment, he discovered the culinary offerings of this world to be so profoundly lacking. Chapter 93. Gastronomy with a Furrowed Brow. Wu Yi perused the slender cookbook back and forth twice, a deeply awkward expression manifesting on his face. He shook his head in resignation and then slowly raised his right hand, gently beckoning to a nearby busy waitress. A young and lovely server swiftly approached. Smiling as she inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wu Hiyi turned slightly, lowering his voice to murmur a few words in the ear of the waitress. After speaking, he cautiously extracted 2 gleaming silver coins from his pocket and gently slipped them into the waitress's pocket. Initially taken aback, she quickly grasped the situation and nodded in understanding before hastily turning to leave. Before long, she returned to the table accompanied by a stout, portly middle-aged man. This gentleman was clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, though his chef's hat sat askew atop his head, and his apron was marred with numerous grease stains, suggesting it had seen extensive use. His robust physique was particularly noticeable, especially his round belly, which inevitably evoked the saying that a large belly and thick neck could only belong to either a wealthy man or a cook. It turned out that this individual was both the chef and the proprietor of the establishment. Upon hearing from the young waitress that a customer was dissatisfied with the current offerings and wished to borrow the kitchen and ingredients to prepare their own meal, a flicker of displeasure surged within him. As a sole master of the 21st rank with a culinary spirit, he had always prided himself on his exceptional skills, believing that his restaurant's dishes were second to none on this street. In this bustling and chaotic thoroughfare, any sole master who frequented the area would be sure to treat him with respect. Ordinary individuals, non-sole masters, regarded him with a sense of awe, daring not to voice any criticisms or grievances. Yet today, Wu He and his companions had the audacity to openly request the use of his kitchen, an act that blatantly challenged the limits of his patience. To him, this was not merely a simple request for the kitchen, it was a blatant provocation, an unmasked challenge to his authority. Without a hint of concern, Wu He glanced at the chef's face, which bore a grim expression as dark and unappealing as the bottom of a pot. Unhurriedly, he reached into his pocket and retrieved 5 glimmering gold coins, placing them steadily into the chef's rugged, sturdy hands. "I merely wish to borrow your esteemed kitchen," he declared. "I intend to personally prepare a few of my signature dishes to savor. Consider this modest sum as payment for the ingredients required for my culinary endeavors." Wu He spoke with a calm demeanor. The proprietor initially felt the substantial weight in his hand and thought to himself, "Humph, merely 5 silver coins. How dare they attempt to use this trifling amount to dismiss me?" Just as he was about to angrily hurl the coins to the ground and unleash his fury, his long-honed habit of caution prompted him to steal a quick glance at the object in his grasp. To his astonishment, he gasped. These were no mere silver coins, but 5 genuine and valuable gold soul coins. In an instant, the once furious boss, who had been poised to erupt, stood frozen as if under a spell. He swiftly lowered his raised hand and grasped Wu He's hand tightly, his formerly fearsome visage now transformed into a mask of obsequiousness and charm. "Oh dear, a distinguished guest has arrived. Our humble establishment is truly honored," he exclaimed. "To have the privilege of serving someone as esteemed as yourself is a blessing bestowed upon us by our ancestors. Regardless of the exquisite dishes you wish to prepare later, I assure you that the entire kitchen staff will be at your service. Furthermore, I, along with 6 other skilled soul masters in this establishment, will gladly assist you in any way you desire." The proprietor nodded and bowed, showering Wu He with insincere flattery. In that moment, Wu He was genuinely taken aback by the sudden shift in demeanor. Wu He's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, rendered momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to him, the establishment run by the gentleman before him, though elegantly adorned and frequented by a considerable number of patrons, operated on a pricing strategy accessible to the common folk. After accounting for the essential labor costs and various other expenditures, the net profit each month amounted to a mere 7 or 8 silver coins. However, what was truly astonishing was Wu He's unabashed gesture of tossing 5 gleaming gold coins onto the counter. It is worth noting that a single gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins. This meant that Wu He had just offered a staggering sum of 500 silver coins, a fortune that nearly equaled the total net profit accumulated by the gentleman over the span of 5 years. Faced with such magnanimity and financial abundance from a customer, how could the proprietor not regard Wu He as a figure of utmost nobility, treating him with the utmost reverence? At that moment, his face was adorned with a sycophantic smile as he eagerly nodded and bowed in welcome to Wu He, secretly grateful for the encounter with such a wealthy patron. When Wu He stepped into the kitchen, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The entire kitchen was immaculate, spotless, as if it had just undergone a meticulous cleaning. He could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them and surveying the surroundings once more to ensure he was not mistaken. Yet, in stark contrast to this pristine environment stood the slightly greasy-looking proprietor. Wu He's gaze, filled with confusion and astonishment, was fixed intently upon the boss, who, seemingly aware of the unusual scrutiny, could not help but feel a touch of embarrassment, his complexion slightly reddening. However, Wu He chose not to dwell on this peculiar contrast. Instead, he swiftly redirected his attention to the dazzling array of kitchen utensils in the kitchen. With his keen observational skills and exceptional aptitude for learning, It did not take long for him to grasp the general usage of these culinary tools. To his delight, he discovered that there were 7 adept sous chefs present, each possessing remarkable skills. After a period of observation and interaction, he noted that although their proficiency was slightly inferior to that of the boss, their abilities were still formidable. More intriguingly, he found that each of them wielded a martial soul intimately linked to kitchen implements. Among them was a seasoned elder whose martial soul manifested as a powerful oven, an extraordinary tool that not only significantly reduced cooking time, but also preserved the original flavors of the food to the fullest extent, truly a culinary marvel. Overflowing with excitement, Wu He eagerly began to select the ingredients for the kitchen. After careful consideration, he opted for the raw materials of several dishes. First, he chose fresh chicken thigh meat from a 10-year-old beast for Kung Pao chicken, known for its tender and juicy texture. Next, he selected premium cuts of meat from the corresponding parts of the 10-year-old beast for fried chicken cutlets and wings. Additionally, he procured fragrant rice for Yangzhou fried rice, tender tofu for sizzling tofu, fresh squid for the grilled squid dish, specially marinated tofu for stinky tofu, lively shrimp for the fried shrimp, as well as plump crucian carp and succulent clams for the crucian carp and clam soup. Wu Hai stood contentedly before the kitchen counter, having toiled for quite some time, and at last succeeded in preparing an impressive array of over a dozen dishes. These culinary creations were anything but ordinary. Each one represented a novel delicacy that had never graced this otherworldly realm. Yet for Wu Hei, every dish was a cherished favorite from his distant homeland of the Dragon Kingdom. Each plate bore the essence of his dedication and emotion, as if he had infused them with his longing and affection for his hometown. Chapter 94, Midnight Revelations. With a flourish, Wu He nonchalantly tossed aside his apron, gesturing grandly as he led a cadre of chefs behind him, who meticulously arranged their culinary masterpieces on the dining table like precious treasures. The array of dishes was nothing short of a spectacular feast, diverse and resplendent, each plate showcasing a unique design and harmonious color palette that instantly captivated the eye. Whether crafted from ingredients that soar through the skies, sprint across the land, or swim through the waters, the chef's deft hands transformed them into exquisite delicacies that left one in awe. Just a distant glance was enough for the enticing aroma to waft through the air, weaving an invisible spell that ensnared the senses. Upon closer inspection, the fragrance unfolded in layers, intricately intertwined and utterly irresistible. The vibrant hues of the dishes were strikingly vivid, reds as fiery as flames, greens reminiscent of jade, and yellows rivaling gold, suggesting that they were not merely sustenance, but rather finely crafted works of art. Wu He gracefully settled into the main seat, smiling at the crowd, signaling that they could begin to indulge in the sumptuous feast. However, in the face of such a lavish banquet, not a single soul dared to take the initiative. Yet, from their eager gazes fixed upon the table and the drool pooling at their mouths, Wu He perceived their unspoken thoughts with remarkable clarity. He understood that each person had been famished throughout the night, their stomachs growling incessantly. At this moment, although they were filled with anticipation to relish the meal, their sense of propriety and respect for Wu He rendered them hesitant to be the first to grasp their chopsticks. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu He smiled gently, resolved to break the awkward silence by leading by example. He first served himself a generous bowl of steaming Yangzhou fried rice, each grain glistening and distinct, exuding an enchanting aroma. Following this, he ladled a bowl of creamy white clam chowder, rich and delectable, which irresistibly beckoned one to take a sip. Just as Wu He raised his chopsticks, poised to indulge, the others could no longer suppress their cravings. Particularly, Lin Bei, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly seized a piece of golden, crispy fried chicken. This piece of fried chicken appeared utterly enticing, its sunlit hue radiating brilliance, as if proclaiming its deliciousness and crispness. It is well known that in any realm, gold is a color reserved for the nobility. Thus, its presence upon this culinary masterpiece imbued it with an added sense of elegance. Surrounding the fragrant fried chicken were 4 distinct condiments, each arranged neatly. The vibrant, drool-inducing chili powder, the golden-hued, richly creamy cheese mustard, the sweet and tangy, inviting tomato ketchup, and the delicately smooth, pale yellow mayonnaise. These 4 sauces resembled 4 unique dancers, poised to perform a gastronomic symphony alongside the star of the show, the fried chicken. Lin Bei, however, was a man unconcerned with niceties. He boldly swept up a piece of plain fried chicken and unhesitatingly popped it into his mouth. In that instant, the crispy exterior melded with the tender, juicy chicken within, delivering an unprecedented sensation to his taste buds. The subtle juices erupted in his mouth like a mountain spring, refreshing every taste nerve. The firm and elastic chicken was astonishingly substantial, as if a lively chick were joyfully leaping between his teeth. Lin Bei devoured the piece voraciously, finishing it off in mere moments. Still yearning for more, he quickly reached for another piece, expertly sprinkling it with a generous layer of chili powder. At the moment the fried chicken, encrusted with chili powder, once again graced his palate, an intense sensation erupted like a roaring flame within his mouth. The fiery experience resembled a potent fire-based soul technique, sweeping over him with a force akin to an avalanche, causing every cell in his body to quiver with exhilaration. Yet, despite the overwhelming spiciness, Lin Bei exhibited no inclination to retreat. Rather, he found himself reveling in the exhilarating delight, utterly unable to cease his indulgence. Subsequently, he boldly ventured to explore the enchanting flavors presented by the other three sauces. As he dipped into the ketchup, the perfectly balanced sweet and sour taste blossomed on his tongue, reminiscent of a delightful candy melting in his mouth, enveloping him in bliss. When paired with the cheese and mustard sauce, the rich creaminess harmonized with a hint of spiciness, creating a uniquely sumptuous experience, akin to an enigmatic magical incantation that lingered in his memory. Finally, when the mayonnaise made its entrance, its delicate and silky texture, accompanied by a subtle saltiness, enriched the flavor profile, transforming the experience into a thrilling adventure filled with surprises and anticipation. Thus, Lin Bei meticulously sampled each sauce, each flavor offering a distinctly stunning yet equally captivating experience. These rich tastes resembled marvelous soul techniques, relentlessly assaulting his taste buds and drawing him deeper into their allure. It was at this moment that Lin Bei decisively declared fried chicken as one of his lifelong favorite delicacies. Douluo, an expert in poisons, possessed an extraordinary ability to discern toxic substances. With merely a glance across the table, she could accurately ascertain that none of the dishes were harmful, and all were culinary delights, appealing in both color and aroma. However, even a woman as knowledgeable and resolute as Douluo retained a touch of the gentleness and caution characteristic of her gender when confronted with food. Thus, she carefully selected a few dishes that appeared to be more benign. Among them, a particular dish caught her attention, a plate of tofu. This tofu was extraordinary, featuring both black and white cubes, all quietly soaking in a slightly viscous red liquid. Douluo delicately picked up several pieces with her chopsticks and placed them in her mouth, as her pearly teeth gently bit into the white tofu. A rich aroma of yellow soybeans immediately filled her mouth. Then, savoring the black tofu, she was enveloped in the unique, robust flavor of black beans. Even more wondrous was the fact that both varieties of tofu were refreshingly cool, providing a delightful sensation. However, when combined and chewed with the thick red liquid, a marvelous transformation occurred. The original refreshing chill was instantaneously replaced by a fiery, spicy, and aromatic heat akin to molten lava. In that fleeting moment, Douluo felt as though she were ensconced within the legendary eye of ice and fire, simultaneously experiencing the piercing chill of frost and the searing heat of flames. The intense contrast of sensations brought forth a thrill and pleasure that only she could truly comprehend. Chapter 95, Midnight Poisoning, Part 2. Within any collective, there often exists an individual who stands apart, distinguished by their singularity. This person, in both actions and speech, deliberately emphasizes their uniqueness, elevating their identity above the rest, as if they inhabit an entirely different realm. At this moment, Yu Qianheng's attention was suddenly captivated by a black square. To speak frankly, upon first laying eyes on this food emanating a foul odor, a wave of perplexity washed over him. Why would Wu He present such a repulsive dish at the table? However, with his profound understanding of the enigmatic dish before him, he was acutely aware that the other party would never present something unfamiliar without a compelling reason. Consequently, this seemingly unremarkable black square must possess its own unique allure. Before the plate that held the black square lay a small note, quietly awaiting his attention. Yu Qianheng picked up the note and focused intently. It clearly instructed that the food should be enveloped with accompanying garnishes and broth before being consumed. Thus, he meticulously followed the instructions laid out before him. First, he carefully selected some pickled radishes, pickled green beans, small rings of chili, and minced garlic from the nearby bowls, artfully layering them atop the black tofu. Next, he patiently allowed the tofu to absorb the rich broth, ensuring that every inch of it was saturated with flavor. Despite the persistent, pungent odor assaulting his senses, Yu Tianheng summoned his courage, pinched his nose tightly, and with a wide-open mouth, swiftly placed the meticulously garnished black tofu into his mouth. In that fleeting moment, a nauseating stench unexpectedly wafted outwards, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, an extraordinary sensation erupted within his mouth. First came a crisp texture, reminiscent of the delightful crackle of a thin biscuit being crushed, followed by a smooth, silky feel gliding over his tongue like fine silk. These two contrasting sensations intertwined, creating a veritable feast for the palate. As he savored the experience, the unique flavors emanating from the carefully paired garnishes began to blossom within him, each vying for attention. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, fearing that a moment's lapse would cause these exquisite tastes to escape like mischievous sprites. At that moment, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a precious treasure trove, harboring boundless delicacies that must be safeguarded. Witnessing this captivating scene, those around him eagerly selected their own desired dishes. Each individual, after tasting, wore expressions of utter satisfaction, singing praises for the culinary delights before them. Amid the lively atmosphere, they indulged in their meals while exchanging thoughts and sensations, creating a vibrant and bustling scene. Wu He exhibited exceptional care for Mi-er, as he first gently ladled a bowl of fragrant Yangzhou fried rice into her bowl, followed by a steaming bowl of crucian carp and clam soup placed beside it. Throughout their many years of companionship, today marked the first time Mi-er discovered Wu Yi's remarkable culinary skills. She took a spoonful of the Yangzhou fried rice and found its texture exquisitely delicate, each grain enveloped in egg, as if imbued with life itself. With each gentle chew, she could distinctly appreciate the unique flavors of the ingredients, the tender shrimp, the crispy diced ham, and the soft, sticky corn kernels, all harmoniously blended together to create a symphony of taste. Especially captivating was the rich aroma of the egg, akin to an invisible hand guiding her to keep indulging, rendering her unable to stop. After Mi-er contentedly finished her bowl of rice, she elegantly picked up the petite bowl, akin to a delicate teacup. With a dainty spoon, she carefully scooped a small portion of the milky white soup. This exquisite broth was meticulously crafted from fresh crucian carp, its color pure and pristine like milk. Combined with the unique sweetness of the clams, this soup offered an exceptionally rich and layered flavor profile. Wu He sat quietly to one side, observing everything before him. He could not help but marvel at the exquisite delicacies laid out on the table, which brought him immense joy. At that moment, he recalled an amusing incident from 10,000 years later in the Douluo continent, where a remarkable figure had emerged. This individual, through what appeared to be an ordinary grilled fish, had successfully captivated the palates of countless people. This clearly illustrated how little the inhabitants of the present world truly understood about genuine culinary experiences. They seemed to be mired in a rudimentary comprehension of food, wholly unaware of the extraordinary flavors concealed beneath mundane exteriors. At this juncture, the slightly portly owner of the food stall stood by Wu He's table, beaming with anticipation. He frequently rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on Wu He, evidently eager for an opportunity to engage in conversation with this enigmatic diner. In fact, over 10 minutes prior, Wu He had already taken note of the owner's presence. With his keen powers of observation, it was not difficult to surmise that the chefs in the back had likely devoured every morsel of the delectable dishes served to him, leaving not a scrap behind. One could easily imagine that after sampling the slightly larger portions of these culinary delights, those chefs would be utterly enchanted by their unique flavors, becoming hopelessly ensnared in their allure. It appeared that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the owner's primary intention for approaching him was to discuss potential collaboration. Amused by this thought, Wu He continued to leisurely savor the offerings on his table. Once he felt sufficiently satiated, he finally set down his chopsticks and gently waved his hand, beckoning the ever-watchful owner to come forward. The moment the owner perceived this gesture, a relieved smile illuminated his face as he hurried over to the table in a flurry of steps. At that moment, he resembled a devoted servant, standing there with utmost respect, slightly bowing, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if awaiting the final command from his master. After all, The unprecedented array of dishes personally crafted by Wu Hei was astonishingly novel and breathtaking for this world. Their emergence undoubtedly shattered the conventional perceptions of traditional cuisine, ushering everyone into a brand new realm of taste. The integration methods employed by Wu Hei for certain ingredients are remarkably unique and enigmatic. He skillfully incorporates highly confidential techniques. These special processing steps and skills are meticulously guarded by him, and for others seeking to decipher and study them. It would be nothing short of a fantastical endeavor without a span of 3 to 5 years. Faced with such a complex and elusive technological barrier, many have come to realize that overcoming it solely through their own efforts is an arduous task. Consequently, after careful deliberation, they ultimately resolved to take an alternative approach by seeking external collaboration. In the ensuing half-hour, both parties engaged in a tense and vigorous negotiation. Wu Yi began by elaborating on the core technologies he had mastered and their potential value, explicitly stating his expectations for future profit distribution. After a spirited exchange filled with eloquent repartee, they ultimately reached a mutually agreeable accord. Wu Yi would receive a 70 share of the net profits from each subsequent dish. Though conceding such a large portion of the profits, the owner departed with a heart full of joy. After all, starting from this very night, with Wu Yi's unparalleled culinary skills and innovative concepts, this restaurant was destined to gain renown, elevating it to become the preeminent gastronomic destination in the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 96. Misunderstanding. Once the business negotiations concluded successfully, Wu Yi was enveloped in an indescribable sense of exhilaration and ease, feeling as though he had been rejuvenated, his spirits soaring. It was indeed a most unexpected turn of events. Who would have imagined that merely indulging in an ordinary late-night meal could yield such a substantial fortune with such effortless grace? Such serendipitous fortune, akin to a pie falling from the heavens, was bound to uplift anyone's mood. Wu Yi, his heart brimming with joy, gently swayed the heavy purse in his hand and strolled out of the bustling eatery with a light step. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the establishment stood at the entrance, tears glistening in his eyes, gazing longingly at Wu Yi's hurried retreat. Although he had successfully acquired all the invaluable recipes from Wu Yi, the cost had been substantial. He had to relinquish all the profits he had painstakingly earned that month to this astute businessman. Observing the 7 or 8 individuals, each sporting round and bulging bellies as if bearing the weight of months of gestation, they wobbled their way toward the academy, resembling a sluggish parade of penguins. As they ambled along, they emitted satisfied grunts, evidently overwhelmed by the sumptuous feast they had just enjoyed. At that moment, the gatekeeper of the academy stood idly at the entrance, his boredom palpable. Suddenly, under the silvery glow of the moonlight, he spotted a cluster of peculiar, round-headed figures moving at a moderate pace toward the school. This unexpected sight startled him greatly. He feared a monstrous threat was approaching. Without hesitation, he activated the highest level alarm. Instantly, 2 glowing soul rings appeared around him, signaling his readiness to confront any danger. As the blaring alarm echoed throughout the campus, the security department swiftly responded. Within mere minutes, a third of the security personnel rushed to the gates, prepared for battle, and promptly began to establish a formidable defense line against any potential threats. They stood at the entrance, peering through the slightly aged iron gate, where moonlight cascaded onto the ground like a delicate veil. Amidst this silvery luminescence, several figures drew closer to the school's entrance. These shapes appeared rounded and enigmatic, as if they hailed from an unknown realm. They moved silently, yet an indescribable sense of pressure enveloped the air around them. Wu Yi exhibited an extraordinary restraint towards the midnight feast this evening. Having become accustomed to a myriad of delicacies in his previous life, to the point of experiencing a certain weariness, he now found himself confronted with a lavish spread of dishes. As each course was presented, he merely took a small morsel with his chopsticks, savoring the flavors with gentle deliberation, while quietly reflecting on the distinctions between these culinary offerings and those from the world he once inhabited. Consequently, among all those present, he alone refrained from overindulging, maintaining a relatively slender physique. As Wu Yi inadvertently lifted his gaze towards the distant entrance of the school, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. A group of younger students stood in orderly formation, seemingly awaiting his return. Bewilderment washed over him. I have merely led a team to a victorious outing. Why have these individuals gone to such lengths to assemble, even at this late hour? To welcome me? With this thought, Wu Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly, Though he uttered polite words of dismissal, deep within, his heart blossomed with joy, akin to a flower unfurling in full bloom, radiating happiness. As the crowd approached the school entrance with light-hearted strides, a mere 10 meters away, a sudden, thunderous shout erupted from within the campus. It was the guard stationed at the gate, bellowing, "What are you doing here? How dare you trespass into the Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Heavenly Do Empire?" This roar shattered the serene night like a clap of thunder, causing every nerve to tense instantaneously. In an instant, students surged from both sides like a rising tide. Brilliant flashes of light erupted, as vibrant and diverse soul rings ascended from their beings, encircling them in a slow, mesmerizing dance. Simultaneously, an array of extraordinary martial spirits manifested, some resembling ferocious beasts with bared fangs and claws, others akin to soaring birds, poised for flight, and yet others resembling ethereal plants, swaying gracefully. They assumed a formidable stance, ready to unleash a fierce onslaught at any moment. Wu Hui initially felt a surge of joy, believing that the enthusiastic figures before him were the eager underclassmen who had come to welcome their return to campus. However, upon closer inspection, a wave of disappointment washed over him as he realized that this group consisted of members from the school's rotating duty security team. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Wu Hui found himself in a rather comical predicament, a few beads of sweat forming on his brow. Reluctantly, he retrieved his school badge from his pocket, raising it high and shaking it gently to indicate that he was not an outsider. At that moment, the night had deepened, and the sky was adorned only by a dim, yellowing moon casting a feeble glow. Utilizing the scant illumination of the moonlight, the gatekeeper squinted his eyes, striving to discern the school badge held by Wu Hui. After a considerable duration of scrutiny and repeated verification, he finally managed to confirm that it was indeed the school badge, and standing at the gate was none other than Wu Hui himself. "Oh, it is young Wu. What brings you back to school at such a late hour? And are those peculiar soul beasts trailing behind you your latest acquisitions?" the gatekeeper inquired. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the 6 or 7 soul beasts following Wu Hui. Meanwhile, the other security team members, upon recognizing their senior Wu Hui, relaxed their vigilance and sheathed their martial spirits. Nevertheless, they were still profoundly intrigued by the mysterious soul beast he had brought along. Gathering around him to whisper and speculate in hushed tones, they marveled at how obedient and docile these soul beasts appeared, while also wondering why Wu Hui had returned to school at such an hour. Upon hearing the guard's inquiry, Wu Hui felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment once more. "Dear sir, please do put on your reading glasses." Wu Hui shouted at the top of his lungs, "They are all elite students from our school. They are certainly not the soul beast you mentioned." At this, the security guard felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily turned on the old, poorly maintained lamp in the guard room, and under its dim light, he finally managed to discern the figures behind Wu Hui. It was the first time he had seen someone with a belly so round that from a distance, it was indistinguishable from a beast. The younger students from the security department also poked their heads out to confirm what was happening. Once they saw the scene clearly, they too wore awkward expressions, silently praying that their seniors would not remember their faces, for they would need their assistance on future academy missions. Chapter 97. Escape through food. Mi-air slowly awakened, instinctively patting her belly. The roundness from last night had vanished, replaced by a wave of hunger. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she cautiously climbed out of bed and stepped out of her dormitory room, her steps a bit unsteady. Following the staircase, Mi-air gradually made her way to the first floor of the dormitory. There, she discovered a spacious and bright dining hall, specifically catering to the residents of her dormitory building. This dining hall was no ordinary establishment. Beyond serving delectable meals, it boasted dedicated training rooms, relaxation areas for unwinding, and a library filled with an array of books. Upon entering the dining hall, Mi-air was taken aback by the sight before her. A long dining table was lined with individuals, each appearing as if all their bones had been removed, their bodies limply draped over the surface. Mi-air was bewildered, utterly perplexed by the scene. However, driven by instinct, she proceeded toward the kitchen, guided by her hazy recollections. The kitchen was adorned with a variety of foods, emanating an enticing aroma. Yet, Mi-air merely cast a fleeting glance at the culinary delights before naturally turning away and heading towards an empty seat at a dining table. Almost the moment she sat down, her body seemed to lose all support, collapsing like a puddle of mud onto the table. Time passed. Though how long she could not tell, until Wu He finally stirred from his slumber. Stretching widely, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort wash over him. This had been the most restful night he had experienced in months. Recalling the events of last night, Wu Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out that due to a minor issue at the gate, this group of individuals, after indulging in a hearty meal, had ended up dozing off by the roadside. Their appearance nothing short of disheveled. The fatigue evident on their faces clearly indicated that they had exhausted their spiritual energy. Moreover, the exquisite feast they had just savored had granted them immense satisfaction and relaxation. Perhaps realizing that they could not enter the academy in the near future, they gradually settled onto the ground to rest. However, who could have anticipated that just a few minutes later, as Wu He contentedly concluded his meal, he would be astonished to find these fellows succumbing to deep slumber one after another. Ultimately, thanks to the enthusiastic assistance from the junior students of the security department, this slumbering behemoth was carefully lifted and returned to their respective dormitories. It must be said, the weight of these gentlemen was indeed extraordinarily substantial. Meanwhile, Wu He, clad in refreshing attire, strolled lightly towards the dormitory building, still immersed in the delightful sensations brought about by last night's culinary experience. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the independent dining hall. As he gently pushed open the door, the sight before him took him by surprise. 7 or 8 individuals were sprawled across the dining table like addicts in withdrawal, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Were it not for his clear recollection of their contented, full bellies from the night before, Wu He might have genuinely believed they had been starving for 10 days or more. Wu He's face flushed with embarrassment, his limbs awkwardly unsure of where to place themselves. He cautiously raised his hand and gave a gentle wave, stammering a greeting. Hi. Why is everyone up so early? As his somewhat trembling voice faded, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. They exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to comprehend what they had just heard, before erupting into exuberant cheers. It's really him. We heard correctly, someone exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. In an instant, everyone sprang from their seats as if infused with a powerful surge of energy, their spirits lifted, and their eyes sparkling with delight. Their demeanor resembled that of an addict who has suddenly encountered their long-desired substance, completely losing all semblance of rationality. They rushed towards Wu He, shouting in unison, "Ancestor, you've finally risen." Yes. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," echoed others, their voices rising and falling in a harmonious cacophony that filled the room. Wu He stood in utter bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. The reactions of those around him were exceedingly intense, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He perceived the figures before him swaying, with countless hands reaching out to grasp him, shaking him vigorously. Initially, he managed to maintain his footing, but as time passed, a dizzying sensation enveloped him, as if the very world were spinning around him. If this continued, he feared he might be completely disassembled by the relentless shaking. Stop. Please cease. Wu He could no longer endure the torment. He summoned all his strength to push away the crowd surrounding him and swiftly raised his hands in a gesture of halt. What on earth is happening? Have you all fallen under some illusion? He inquired loudly, panting heavily. Good heavens! You truly are our venerable ancestor. Hurry, rush to the kitchen and see what sort of swill they have prepared. Lin Bei bellowed, furiously dragging out the meticulously prepared meals from the kitchen. With a perplexed expression, Wu He gazed over, casually picking up a pair of chopsticks to lift a morsel of food to his mouth. After savoring it thoughtfully, he shook his head, indicating that he found no significant issues. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he inquired, "Isn't this essentially the same as before? There's nothing particularly different about it, is there? How could it possibly be the same?" Lin Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead, as he shouted at Wu He with a voice strained with emotion, as if he were determined to unleash all his pent-up dissatisfaction and indignation. "Have you not considered what exquisite delicacies you brought us last night? As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, yet exceedingly difficult to revert from luxury to simplicity. Now, returning to these dishes feels akin to an insurmountable challenge." As he spoke, Lin Bei became so agitated that his legs nearly buckled beneath him, almost causing him to kneel before Wu He. Even Yu Tianhong, who was typically proud and imperious, found it necessary to lower his lofty demeanor, beseeching Wu He with a pleading expression. "I implore you, please do us a kindness and prepare breakfast for us. Otherwise, we truly risk perishing from hunger right here." Wu He was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that the delicacies from another world would be so formidable. There was no choice. Gazing at the group of youngsters before him, he felt a deep sense of responsibility and promptly contacted the Academy's cafeteria to deliver some ingredients. Half an hour later, these individuals sprang to life as if invigorated by an unseen force. One must admit, should he choose to abandon cultivation and merely open a shop in the future, he would never again need to worry about sustenance in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai casually seized a baguette from the nearby basket and, with a swift motion, hurled it towards Lin Bei, who caught it perfectly in his mouth. If you cannot speak, then remain silent. Xiaoyi, I have made an intriguing discovery. Wu He was suddenly captivated by Mi Er's words. I realized that after consuming the late-night meal you prepared last night, my soul power has increased by half a level. Upon hearing this, Wu He regarded it merely as a coincidence. However, the others exchanged glances, and in unison, they exclaimed, Me too. Chapter 98. The experiment. Are you suggesting that after eating the dishes I prepared, your soul power has indeed ascended by half a level? Wu He's eyes widened in disbelief. A profound skepticism etched across his face as he once more posed the question to the assembly. Upon hearing his words, everyone present nodded in unison, affirming his inquiry. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, with only the faint sound of collective breaths piercing through the stillness. In that moment, Wu He found himself at a loss. It is crucial to note that in the original narrative he was familiar with, there had never been any mention of enhancing soul power levels through the consumption of meals. If such occurrences were limited to one or two individuals, they might be attributed to their diligent training finally yielding results. However, the simultaneous breakthroughs of an entire group, with each individual achieving similar advancements, hinted at an undisclosed, significant reason behind this phenomenon. With this thought, Wu Yi's heart stirred. Should he succeed in uncovering the true cause behind these individuals' elevation and strength, it would signify the discovery of a swift pathway to enhancing one's power. Once this notion ignited in his mind, it spread like wildfire, igniting a fervent desire for exploration within him. Without further hesitation, he promptly turned on his heel and returned to his room to devise a detailed investigation plan. Time flowed relentlessly like a meandering river, and in the blink of an eye, a brief span of half a month slipped away. Within the elite dormitory, Mi Er and others had been consuming the culinary creations of Wu He for an uninterrupted fortnight. Initially, the experience was one of elation and joy, as they savored a diverse array of exquisite dishes each day. However, as the days progressed and the quantity of food increased, the situation gradually lost its charm. It is vital to understand that Wu He did not regard them as ordinary humans. Rather, he saw them as mere subjects for his culinary experiments. Over the course of 2 weeks, while every individual experienced some degree of enhancement in their soul power, some even advancing by 1 or 2 levels, the mealtime experience became increasingly arduous, akin to enduring the depths of despair. Should they opt not to partake in Wu He's meticulously prepared meals and instead choose to dine at the Academy's cafeteria, the flavors would seem bland and uninspiring. Yet, if they resolved to eat his food, they were obliged to adhere strictly to his directives and consume every morsel before leaving the table. Otherwise, the consequences could be quite severe. Merely a fortnight has passed. Yet the residents of the entire building, as mealtime approaches, collectively display expressions of despair, as though life itself has become unbearable. However, among this group, Miu exhibits the least resistance to the prevailing circumstances. After all, she and Wu Hei hail from the same village, having grown up in a similar environment. Both are unfortunate children, having lost their parents at a tender age, and have never experienced the unique care and affection that only a parent can provide. Consequently, whenever Wu Hei shows her a modicum of kindness, such as preparing delectable dishes for her to savor, Mir feels a profound joy. Even though she sometimes suspects that Wu Hei merely views her as a test subject for new recipes, the sentiment still brings her delight. On this particular day, she entered the dining hall on the ground floor, as usual. Upon stepping inside, her gaze fell upon a group of despondent individuals, all bearing expressions of utter disillusionment. Nevertheless, she did not retreat. Instead, she confidently approached an empty seat and settled down, seamlessly integrating into this peculiar assembly. However, today's atmosphere felt distinctly unusual. As seconds turned into minutes, the crowd waited for over an hour, yet Wu Hei's figure remained conspicuously absent. Were it not for the rumbling of their empty stomachs, the others might have remained entranced in their anticipation, as though awaiting an experiment. At last, One individual could no longer contain their impatience and voiced their frustration. What on earth is happening? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that he has decided to show us mercy today? Another chimed in. Even if he intends to spare us, he ought to at least provide us with something to eat. The moment the words left their lips, a chorus of grumbles echoed throughout the dining hall, as yet another group succumbed to hunger, slumping over the dining table. At this moment, they were genuinely tormented by their hunger. While some silently pondered, if we are to play the role of guinea pigs for these peculiar dishes, we ought to be allowed to eat a proper meal first. Just then, a faint sound of wheels rolling drew nearer, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards the source. They beheld Wu Hui pushing a small cart into the room. Upon this cart rested several steaming bamboo steamers of varying sizes, some as large as wash basins, while others were dainty and exquisite, resembling fine crafts. The steamers were stacked together, exuding an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Apologies for the long wait, everyone. With a beaming smile, Wu Yi exclaimed, his voice brimming with an unmistakable excitement. Today, I have a remarkable piece of news to share with all of you. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled as they swept across every individual present. However, in stark contrast to Wu Yi's exuberant demeanor, Lin Bei appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his complexion paling instantaneously. He hurriedly waved his hands in protest, saying, No. Brother Wu, please do not look at us with that smile. My heart simply cannot bear it, and I feel quite uneasy. Lin Bei's reaction was not an exaggeration. It had been a full half-month since their arrival here. During this time, whenever Wu Yi displayed that spine-chilling anti-smile, it invariably heralded misfortune. They would either be conscripted into undertaking bizarre and arduous tasks or be coerced into sampling dishes that were not only unpalatable but could be classified as culinary horrors. Consequently, at this moment, Lin Bei and his companions were gripped by a profound sense of trepidation towards Wu Yi's smile. Their singular thought was to escape this place, even if it meant dining at the school cafeteria, where the food was far from delectable. At least there, despite the unappetizing fare, they could safeguard their lives. Unfortunately, Wu Yi was not one to let them off easily. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Lin Bei like a specter and with a powerful grip. He effortlessly pushed the fleeing Lin Bei back into his seat. Chapter 99. A hollow supplement. Before Lin Bei was placed a steaming basket, its size comparable to 3 adult fists, exuding waves of heat and a tantalizing aroma that made one's mouth water. Meanwhile, Wu Yi struggled to push a petite cart towards them. Similar to the previous steaming basket, he set one before each person, yet upon closer inspection, it became apparent that although they shared a common appearance, their sizes varied slightly. Some were a tad larger, while others were comparatively smaller. Thank you all for your enthusiastic cooperation over the past half-month. With a beaming smile gracing his face and excitement shimmering in his eyes, Wu Yi declared, after relentless days and nights of diligent research, I have successfully unraveled the optimal formulation and the principles inherent within it. The dishes presented before you have been meticulously tailored to suit your bodies, ensuring the most delectable experience for your consumption. Based on my preliminary estimations, once everyone has savored every morsel, each individual present should be able to ascend a full level in their soul power. At this juncture, Wu Yi paused momentarily before elaborating. The unique method I have developed, which enhances cultivation through dietary intake, has been aptly named nutritional reinforcement. It is crucial to understand that this practice is not suitable for just anyone. Given that each individual's physical constitution varies, the types of ingredients required will naturally differ as well. Typically, this nutritional approach allows for a maximum elevation of 1 to 2 levels in personal cultivation per session. However, it is imperative to note that such a sumptuous feast can only be enjoyed once every 90 days, as more frequent indulgence may adversely affect one's health. Through the most meticulous calculations, it has been observed that while consuming these unique ingredients may yield a temporary boost in cultivation, this is merely a superficial effect. In truth, these ingredients harbor an astonishing reservoir of soul power. It is precisely this soul power that will significantly propel the rapid growth of one's cultivation, potentially accelerating the training process by approximately 180 days. Should a culinary adept possessing a food-type martial soul adhere strictly to the distinctive techniques I imparted for the preparation of these delicacies, the resultant effects could very well double. However, it is precisely due to the abundant spiritual energy contained within the consumed food that individuals are unable to continuously absorb its essence through rapid intake. Typically, after a meal, One can only elevate their cultivation level by 1 or 2 ranks at a time, after which they must gradually digest the excess spiritual energy within their bodies. At this moment, Wu He nodded slightly to the crowd, signaling them to unveil the lids of the dishes placed before them. Upon receiving the cue, several individuals obediently complied, lifting the covers. In an instant, an array of distinctive aromas wafted from the assorted containers, each with its unique shape. The delicate and tantalizing fragrances instantly captivated the already ravenous individuals, causing their mouths to water and their fingers to twitch in anticipation. The group, like starving tigers pouncing on prey, began to voraciously devour the mountains of food before them. Their actions resembled the frenzied consumption of a famished ghost reborn, as the delectable dishes were swept away in the blink of an eye. Just as they indulged in their feast, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The cultivation levels of each individual began to pulsate rhythmically, as if imbued with life. With each swallow, this rhythm became increasingly pronounced, seemingly echoing their actions of eating. However, before they could consume all the delicacies, in a mere instant, the spiritual energy levels of everyone present experienced a remarkable increase of an entire rank. Such an astonishing transformation left the onlookers both astonished and elated. Yet, upon clearing their plates, they discovered that only a select few had managed to elevate their cultivation by 2 ranks. After some contemplation and discussion, they speculated that their frequent consumption of these potent dishes over the past fortnight had led to an accumulation of unprocessed spiritual energy within their bodies to a significant degree. Consequently, despite the considerable intake of spiritual energy, most individuals were unable to assimilate this influx effectively in a short span of time, resulting in only a handful achieving the remarkable feat of advancing 2 ranks. At that very moment, Mir, through relentless effort in her cultivation, had successfully elevated her level to 49, a mere step away from the coveted realm of the Soul King. With just a little more exertion, she could surpass this threshold and become a true powerhouse of the Soul King. Besides Mir, several others also made notable progress in their cultivation. United in their efforts, they all entered the ranks of the Soul Sect. Even Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, who initially possessed relatively lower cultivation, experienced a qualitative leap in strength after several days of intensive nourishment, successfully advancing to level 39. Wu He stood before the crowd, gently closing his eyes, immersing himself in the soul power emanating from each individual. Through this profound connection, he could discern the current cultivation levels and latent abilities of everyone present. After comprehensively assessing their situations, he could not help but ponder. With the imminent arrival of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition, it was imperative to find soul rings that corresponded to each of his like-minded companions' cultivation levels. After all, the right soul ring plays a critical role in enhancing a soul master's strength. At this moment, the group had experienced a degree of soul power enhancement due to their dietary supplements. Observing this, Wu He reflected, since everyone's soul power has progressed, should he not seize this fortuitous opportunity to strive for an additional soul ring as well? Although he could temporarily wield formidable strength through the armor fusion technique, he possessed a mere 3 soul rings. Consequently, the duration of his combat capability was limited to approximately 15 minutes. Should he encounter a formidable opponent, particularly in the absence of Lin Bei's support, he would likely face defeat. Moreover, it was rumored that among the competitors dispatched by the Spirit Hall for this year's competition, 3 exceptional talents had already reached the Soul King level. If he remained stagnant, he risked a disappointing outcome in the competition. As Wu He furrowed his brow, deep in thought regarding how to effectively elevate his soul power, Lin Bei, enjoying his meal with gusto, suddenly interjected with a puzzled expression, "Old Wu, why am I eating here and suddenly experiencing a nosebleed?" Upon hearing this, Wu He abruptly lifted his head. Sure enough, Lin Bei's face was flushed, with blood seeping from the tip of his nose. "It's nothing. You just have an excess of soul power accumulating within you." Chapter 100, Bottlenecks and Pressure. After days of dietary supplementation, Wu He sequestered himself in his room, dedicating himself entirely to rigorous training. However, despite feeling an overwhelming abundance of soul power surging within him, no amount of strenuous effort could facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. This was the first time in his life that he felt so lost and helpless regarding the notion of advancement. He felt a profound discomfort, as though an invisible barrier had ensnared him, leaving him stranded at level 38, unable to transcend. Gradually, self-doubt began to creep in. Could it be that there was an inherent flaw in his constitution? It is essential to recognize that both his soul and martial spirit originate from the same realm. Setting aside the quality of the soul itself, the caliber of the martial spirit can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most exceptional in this present world. However, it is noteworthy that his corporeal form has undeniably emerged within this world. Thus, could it be that the rather unsatisfactory state of affairs we witness today is a consequence of the original host's inadequate physical prowess? After much contemplation over several days, Wu He found his mind inundated with a myriad of thoughts, each intertwining and clashing, yet he ultimately failed to uncover a definitive answer or solution. Time slipped by quietly, and at last, the final day of the month arrived. On this day, the sun shone brilliantly, but for this team, it held profound significance. Lin Bei and Du Guyan approached side by side, their gazes resolutely fixed upon Wu He. They brimmed with anticipation, hoping that Wu He would lead the entire team in their quest to acquire the next spirit ring, thereby further enhancing the group's overall strength. It was only on this day that Wu He realized the extent of the spirit power accumulated within each team member, thanks to his meticulous preparation of nourishing food. After more than 10 days of relentless refinement, each individual had remarkably approached a critical juncture in their cultivation. Among them, Mi Er and Wu Miao Miao, through their own efforts and innate talent, had both broken through to level 50, standing just one spirit ring away from truly becoming spirit kings. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Ling Ling had all successfully ascended to level 40, marking their entrance into the ranks of spirit sections. At this moment, all 6 team members faced the same pressing dilemma. Each one lacked a new spirit ring. Moreover, with less than a month remaining until the highly anticipated Continental Soul Master Elite competition commenced, time was of the essence. Anxious and eager, they were all desperate to venture forth and hunt for that crucial spirit ring. They understood well that should they all successfully acquire new spirit rings and elevate their powers, their team would undoubtedly become an unstoppable force, arguably the strongest among them all. After all, with 3 spirit kings and 4 spirit sect members, their formidable lineup was undeniably among the elite in the competition. In the eyes of each team member, Wu He was never regarded as merely an ordinary spirit venerable. For whenever he unleashed his spirit abilities, the formidable strength he exhibited clearly demonstrated that he possessed genuine spirit king prowess, an indisputable fact, especially in the heat of competition. Should the team perform at their utmost potential, they would indeed represent a superlative squad composed of 4 spirit kings and 3 spirit venerables. Even a renowned and powerful elite team from the Spirit Hall, known to Wu He, would likely struggle to contend with them. However, upon learning that all team members had reached their peak cultivation state, Wu He, who had always sailed smoothly, felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety wash over him. For a prolonged period, whether through the fierce battles of the past or the relentless dedication to his training, Wu He has navigated his journey with remarkable ease. Unimpeded by any obstacles, he appears to have never encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and his combat prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of his peers at the same level. However, at this moment, as he witnesses his close companions, with whom he has trained and grown, achieving significant breakthroughs, he experiences an unprecedented sense of tension deep within. Particularly, his longtime friend Mi Er is on the verge of ascending to the formidable rank of Soul King. Meanwhile, newer members of their group, such as Lin Bei and Yu Tianheng, are also poised to enter the esteemed ranks of the Soul Sect. Yet, despite his capabilities rivaling those of the Soul King realm, Wu He remains, in truth, at the Soul Master stage. This reality is indeed perplexing and bewildering. Throughout the night, he sat alone in his room, immersed in contemplation, meticulously weighing various possibilities and choices. As dawn's light streamed through the window, he finally arrived at a difficult yet resolute decision. What? A gasp echoed, quickly followed by a chorus of similar exclamations. In an instant, the meeting room on the first floor seemed to erupt, with everyone wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaiming in unison. Even Dean Liang himself was left perplexed, for in his eyes, Wu He had always been an individual of immense confidence, bordering on arrogance. Who could have anticipated that Wu He would voluntarily bow his head to seek his own path, leaving behind only a letter and a month-long leave of absence? Confronted with the astonished gazes and questioning expressions of those around him, Dean Liang slowly began to explain. Indeed, as you have observed, last night Wu He came to see me and requested a month-long leave. According to him, this outing is necessitated by personal matters, but he assured me he would return before the competition begins. As he spoke, Dean Leon couldn't help but shake his head gently, a faint, resigned smile crossing his face. When you unfurl this letter, my figure may have already vanished beyond the solemn gates of the academy. Indeed, it is truly astonishing. Throughout my journey, I have navigated smoothly. Yet I now find myself confronted with an unprecedented bottleneck in my cultivation. Presently, my abilities feel ensnared by an invisible shackle, stagnating at the awkward threshold of level 38. However, dear teammates, do not fret excessively on my behalf. I am not one to be easily defeated by adversity or to succumb to despair. Regardless of how rugged the path ahead may be, I firmly believe in my capability to surmount this challenge. Therefore, trust in me. In a month's time, I shall return with renewed strength, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with you once more, embarking on a journey replete with trials and glory. As the rightful captain of our small team, even in my absence, the weight of responsibility remains upon my shoulders. Thus, I hereby issue the following crucial directives. First, I appoint our exceptional comrades, Mi-Er and Meow Meow, as temporary captains, each tasked with selecting 2 members to form sub-teams. For the next 14 days, you must exert every effort to acquire your own new soul rings, thereby enhancing our collective combat prowess. Furthermore, for those substitute members who are unable to partake in this mission, their cultivation must not wane in the slightest. I have meticulously outlined the training methods for the substitutes and the various combat scenarios they may encounter in the future, and I implore you to adhere strictly to these guidelines. For it is through the continuous advancement of each individual that we shall forge an indomitable future for our team. Chapter 101. A visit to Shrek as the first golden rays of the morning sun bathed the world in light. Wu He stepped gracefully through the solemn and ancient gates of the academy. He gently raised his hand, gazing intently at the somewhat weathered map before him, his eyes ultimately fixating on a particular direction. Without hesitation, he set forth, resolutely striding towards his destination. At that moment, the streets lay desolate, enveloped in tranquility. The dawn had just begun to break, and most pedestrians remained ensconced in the sweet embrace of slumber. Even those drivers who typically emerged early to seek their fortunes were still nestled in their beds, lost to the world. After all, who could have anticipated that someone would embark on an unheralded journey at such an early hour? Yet, Wu He found himself as the protagonist of this unlikely occurrence. As a soul master, he possessed extraordinary stamina and endurance, a gift attributed to the unique mechanism of soul energy circulating within him. By maintaining this energy in a perpetual cycle, his body could ceaselessly draw vitality from the surrounding environment, swiftly converting it into physical strength to replenish his exertion. Consequently, he was capable of sustaining an almost boundless vigor and an excellent state of being. In truth, during the days of introspection that had preceded this moment, Wu He had not squandered his time. Instead, he had engaged in a profound exploration and study of the operation of his soul energy. Through repeated experimentation and practice, he gradually grasped that soul energy is, in essence, a remarkably unique and enigmatic form of energy, akin to an unceasing river that flows relentlessly within him. When this energy accumulates to a certain level, reaching a pivotal threshold, it can shatter the various constraints that bind it, thereby facilitating a transformative elevation in his cultivation level. From the original text, it is observed that Tang Sen cultivated his unique technique, allowing his soul energy to surge forth like a wild stallion, advancing simultaneously. Thus, one might contend that soul energy is merely a somewhat crude method of application. Therefore, when viewed from the perspective of cultivation and utilization, the form of soul energy resembles the vast, tumultuous sea, forever surging and retreating, with an imposing grandeur in its use. Wu He had contemplated emulating the Taoist approach, perceiving soul energy as a vibrant essence that, while circulating within him, could be gently compressed, transitioning from a gaseous state to a liquid form. In this manner, although the volume contained within him would remain unchanged, the quality of the soul energy could indeed be transformed. Wu He once endeavored to transcend the confines of his cultivation, yet fate proved unyielding, and he met with failure. Subsequently, he likened his soul energy to the chi within the Dragon Ball universe's cultivation system, aiming to achieve a breakthrough through mastery of this chi. Although he did not attain complete success this time, he at least learned to obscure his own cultivation which could be deemed a modest triumph. Even though his cultivation resembled an expansive and unfathomable ocean, and despite exerting all his strength in the absence of revealing his soul rings, others would find it exceedingly arduous to glimpse even a fragment of his hidden prowess. As time quietly slipped away, he embarked on a protracted journey. As noon approached, the sun hung in the sky like a blazing fireball, seemingly on the verge of reaching its zenith. At long last, Wu Yi arrived at a village that appeared decrepit, yet possessed an extraordinary charm. At the entrance, a plaque hung prominently, adorned with characters that danced like dragons and soared like phoenixes, boldly proclaiming the name Shrek Academy. However, fate seemed to revel in its capriciousness, for at that moment, the academy housed but a solitary, hunched old man with a face etched with deep lines, diligently sweeping the grounds. After a series of inquiries, Wu Yi experienced an epiphany akin to enlightenment. It turned out that on the eve of the grand competition, Shrek Academy was merely a mid-level institution unrecognized by the state, akin to a solitary goose abandoned in the wilderness, entirely incapable of allowing its students to register for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. To gain entry, the academy would need to suddenly elevate its status to that of a high-level institution and obtain imperial accreditation, where the students would have to attach themselves like parasites to a recognized high-level academy. Only then could Shrek students hope to participate in the contest. Subsequently, after facing rejection at the Tiendo Royal Soul Master Academy, they, like lost dogs, sought refuge at Blue Tyrant Academy, ultimately resulting in the latter being renamed the New Shrek Academy. Wu Yi glanced at the map, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation, feeling utterly speechless. In truth, 2 hours prior, he had fortuitously passed by the vicinity of Lanba Academy. Had he recalled this at the time, he would have spared himself the arduous journey that lay ahead. At this moment, he surveyed his surroundings and could not help but lament the dire poverty of Shrek, for not even a single carriage could be seen in the vicinity. With no other choice, Wu Yi had to rely on his own sturdy legs to make his way towards Nanba Academy. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he finally arrived at the entrance of the New Shrek Academy just before the sun dipped below the horizon. At that moment, the sign still bore the name Lanba Academy, and despite the presence of several construction workers giving the entrance a new facade, it still evoked a sense of absurdity. Wu Yi approached the entrance of the academy with the nonchalance of a leisurely stroll, gently presenting his student identification card. Beneath the card lay a glimmering golden soul coin, radiating its brilliance. The gatekeeper, upon receiving the identification, scrutinized it with the reverence one might reserve for a precious gem, meticulously comparing it to Wu Yi. Meanwhile, with the swiftness of lightning, he deftly pocketed the golden soul coin. "Pray tell, dear student, what brings you to our esteemed institution?" inquired the gatekeeper, his expression rife with skepticism. Wu Yi, with a calm demeanor, spoke lightly. "Upon hearing of your esteemed institution's recent recruitment of several prodigious talents, akin to the legendary figure of Douluo selecting exceptional steeds, I felt compelled to pay a visit. Particularly as one of these remarkable individuals is my dear friend." The words of Wu Yi resonated like a heavenly melody. Were Xiao Wu to hear them at that moment, she would undoubtedly be enraged, pointing an accusatory finger at him and unleashing a torrent of invective. "Who is your friend? You are clearly here to stir up trouble." The gatekeeper, acutely aware of his duties, could not simply allow someone entry based solely on Wu Yi's mere utterances. However, upon observing Wu Yi clad in the distinguished uniform of the Royal Academy of Soul Masters of Tiendo, albeit appearing somewhat fatigued as if he had endured a long journey, he exhibited no hint of malice. Most importantly, the gatekeeper had accepted a gold soul coin from him. Having inquired as necessary and provided suitable answers, it would seem both unreasonable and unjust to deny him entry. After a moment's contemplation, the gatekeeper summoned his martial spirit, inscribing a few elegant characters upon it, which then soared into the courtyard like an eagle taking flight. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "My heavens, could this be the legendary carrier pigeon delivering messages?" Chapter 102, A Farewell to the Shrek Clan. Wu Yi stood quietly before the grand entrance of Blue Baja Academy, arms crossed, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the interior of the institution. As moments ticked by and his patience waned, he suddenly noticed a small crimson appearing in the sky above the academy. As time passed, this gradually enlarged, becoming increasingly distinct. Wu Yi narrowed his eyes and peered closely, quickly recognizing the figure of Ma Hongjun. The latter approached the academy's entrance like a great bird engulfed in flames, rushing forward with fervor. "Hey, you little chubby one," Wu He unabashedly called out, his voice resonating through the air like a mighty bell. The watchman on duty, upon hearing Wu He's call, instinctively turned to look. As Ma Hongjuan's silhouette drew nearer, the guard couldn't help but silently marvel at the audacity of the young man. It was well known among the guards that Ma Hongjun was not to be trifled with. Despite his youth, his cultivation was not particularly high, and he had a notorious reputation for frequenting unsavory establishments. More importantly, he loathed being called chubby, and anyone daring enough to utter that name would surely face dire consequences. Just the other day, a fool who referred to him as such had ended up gravely injured and still lay bedridden. As Ma Hongjun soared closer, the audacity of someone calling him chubby ignited a fierce anger within him, his face reddening like a ripe apple. This moniker was reserved solely for his closest friends. Like Tang San, no one else had the right to address him in such a manner. Even Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, was permitted to call him only by his given name, Hongjun. However, when Ma Hongjun finally approached and realized that the person shouting at him was Wu He, his expression soured even further. There was a significant history between them. Wu He was the captain of the academy team that had thoroughly bested their Shrek squad just a month prior. The memory of that encounter brought a bitter smile to Ma Hongjuan's face. The prowess of this formidable individual was far beyond his current capabilities, rendering him unable to contend with such strength. Observing Wu He's overly familiar demeanor, a surge of resentment boiled within Ma Hongjun, and he felt the urge to scold him vehemently. Standing firmly at the entrance of the academy, Ma Hongjun showed no inclination to let Wu He enter. Instead, he coldly inquired from across the gate, "What brings you here?" Wu He appeared completely indifferent, responding with a cheerful smile, "Well, with the competition just a month away, I happened to pass by today and thought I would take the opportunity to visit your school." However, only he was aware that the so-called chance encounter was merely a flimsy excuse, having spent an entire day navigating to finally arrive at the gates of Shrek Academy. He continued to tease, "Oh, why aren't you hurrying to let me in? It's rather awkward for us to stand here chatting. What if your friends grow impatient waiting for us?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjuan's face flushed crimson, his temperature seemingly rising. Despite his simmering anger, he understood that acting impulsively at this moment was far from wise. After all, fighting at the school gates would be a disgraceful affair. Winning would be one thing, but losing would be utterly humiliating. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun clenched his teeth, his fury poised to erupt, yet reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. He could only suppress his anger and let out a deep, resigned sigh. Then, with great reluctance and at a painfully slow pace, he extended his hand to gently pull open the heavy school gate. As the gate creaked open, it seemed to echo the turmoil and dissatisfaction within Ma Hongjuan's heart. Outside the gate, Wu He wore a faint smile, as though he had anticipated such a scenario. Although Ma Hongjun was filled with reluctance, he nonetheless stepped aside and gestured for Wu He to enter the campus. Wu He nodded slightly and stepped into the campus, following closely behind Ma Hongjun. As the two advanced together, a sudden thought flashed through Ma Hongjuan's mind. I merely promised to bring him into the school. I never said I had to personally lead him to find Sangu. Now that he has entered, whether he can successfully locate Sangu depends entirely on his own capabilities, and it has nothing to do with me anymore. Once this thought emerged, it sprouted wildly like weeds, swiftly occupying Ma Hongjuan's entire consciousness. Without warning, he abruptly halted, and with a powerful push from his feet, he soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the massive wings on his back unfurled instantaneously, tracing a graceful arc in the air before propelling him towards the distance. Witnessing Ma Hongjuan's sudden departure, Wu didn't need a moment to ponder. He instantly grasped the other's intentions. He merely smiled slightly, exuding an air of calm and composure. Unhurriedly, he placed his backpack down and retrieved a sleek, dragon-shaped skateboard from within. Wu He gently placed his foot on the skateboard and exerted a slight force while skillfully swinging his hips. In an instant, the skateboard appeared to come alive, gliding forward with the grace of a nimble serpent. The speed of the skateboard was incomparable to that of walking. Wu Yi merely needed to occasionally lift his gaze to glimpse the direction in which Ma Hongjun had departed, enabling him to accurately discern where to turn and where to continue. Thus, he deftly maneuvered the skateboard, racing through the campus in pursuit of Ma Hongjun's figure. Ma Hongjun, always considering himself clever and resourceful, believed he had effortlessly outsmarted Wu He this time. However, he was unaware that, in the eyes of others. He was akin to a conspicuous wind vane. After a short while, the group finally arrived at the core area of the new Shrek Academy. It is worth noting that the students who could study and cultivate here were all exceptionally gifted individuals, truly the pride of their generation. Most of the students had already reached the late stage of the Great Soul Master realm, and with a bit more time, many would successfully break through to the Soul Sovereign level. It seemed that even Tang San and his companions, in this assembly of elites, were merely slightly more outstanding than the ordinary talents. Their access to richer cultivation resources was primarily due to the special relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Before long, Wu Yi approached the Shrek group with an air of ease and composure. One must admit that standing before a total of 7 individuals imposed a considerable amount of pressure. The invisible aura emanating from them felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 103, Forced Confrontation. Hey, what brings you to our school? You better come clean to Sister Xiaowu. Xiaowu exclaimed, hands on her hips, her brows furrowing, her beautiful eyes widening in a playful glare. Her cheeks, slightly puffed in anger, resembled ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch them. She was undeniably adorable. With Xiaowu leading the inquiry, the others were not about to relent. Ning Rongrong, the spirited young lady, also placed her hands on her hips, tilting her chin slightly, and questioned with a haughty demeanor, indeed, a month ago, you lucked out and won a match against us. Are you here to mock us again today? Ma Hongjun, observing the scene, quickly chimed in, I don't think he looks like he's just here to taunt us. Perhaps he intends to challenge our academy. He feigned a vigilant expression, scrutinizing Wu Yi from head to toe. In the face of this onslaught, Wu Yi remained unfazed, cheerfully waving his hand and saying, Oh dear, everyone, please don't be so upset. We are all friends. Why must there be such tension? He then shifted his tone and continued, moreover, I merely triumphed over you once before. Remember the time before my victory, when you defeated my teammates without mercy, leaving them utterly defenseless? Thus, victory and defeat are commonplace in the realm of competition. There is no need for us to take it so seriously. Upon the conclusion of Wu Yi's remarks, an immediate silence enveloped the venue. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words to counter his assertion. Upon reflection, his words did indeed carry a semblance of truth, as they had previously triumphed over Wu Yi's subordinates with undeniable superiority. This realization slightly alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. What is your purpose here, after all? Daimubai exclaimed with evident impatience, extending his right hand and forcefully pushing forward, propelling Wu Yi backwards. At this moment, the two individuals were evenly matched in terms of cultivation prowess. However, Daimubai clearly held a physical advantage. He towered over Wu Yi by a considerable margin, his robust physique resembling that of a grand mountain. When Daimubai exerted such force, Wu Yi felt an overwhelming surge of power, causing him to involuntarily stagger backwards. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. What am I here for? Humph. Does your little third party not understand? After stabilizing his stance, Wu Yi grimaced in pain while rubbing his aching shoulder, casting a fierce glare at Daimubai. His gaze swiftly shifted to Tang San, who stood silently by the side. As the attention unexpectedly turned towards him, Tang San inwardly lamented. But he understood that silence was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, The item you requested is not yet completed. Upon hearing Tang San's response, Wu Yi's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion and displeasure crossing his face. In his recollection, Tang San was exceptionally gifted, particularly in the crafting of hidden weapons, and it was illogical for such a proficient individual to require so much time. Pondering this, Wu Yi let out a prolonged sound of contemplation, seemingly imbued with deeper significance, especially within the pristine environment of the newly established Shrek Academy, where every intricate component was meticulously crafted and assembled with precision. The entire manufacturing process should have been as effortless as a tiger soaring with wings for Tang San. Yet, unexpectedly, as time slipped away, more than half a month had passed without any sign of the eagerly anticipated item. At that moment, Wu Yi's once piercing gaze suddenly locked onto Tang San with the swiftness of lightning. Simultaneously, a profound transformation occurred in his demeanor, as an overwhelming and invisible pressure surged towards Tang San like a tidal wave. Wu Yi gazed intently into Tang San's eyes, his penetrating stare seemingly capable of unraveling every secret. Under such a fierce scrutiny, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. instinctively wishing to avert his gaze. For within his heart lay certain truths he dared not reveal. "Enough of your relentless staring," he exclaimed, a blush creeping across his face, tinged with embarrassment and unease. "The weapon you seek has long been completed. I was merely contemplating further enhancements to augment its capabilities. It is essential to recognize that individuals like Tang San hold treasured secret manuals in the highest regard, akin to rare gems." He recalled the days of yore when he had surreptitiously pilfered from the internal archives of his sect, then able to muster some semblance of justification, for he was, after all, a member of that very community. His intent in studying those texts had ultimately been to contribute to the prosperity and growth of the sect. Yet at this moment, the manuscript in question did not wholly belong to him, although he had meticulously crafted the object with his own hands. The thought of claiming it as his own and altering it without the consent of others weighed heavily on his conscience, preventing him from crossing that moral boundary. Wu Yi spoke little, merely extending his right arm slowly and gently opening his palm, conveying with his gaze, "Please, if you would be so kind, hand that item over to me." This time, Tang San displayed no hesitation whatsoever. He swiftly retrieved a revolver from his bosom and placed it steadily into Wu Yi's broad palm. Alongside it, he also presented a total of 6 gleaming bullets that shimmered with a cold light. Wu Yi firmly grasped the revolver, instantly feeling a chill, yet soothing sensation coursing through his palm. This unique texture quickened his heartbeat and filled him with exhilaration. Once the bullets were deftly loaded, he effortlessly rotated the chamber. Without hesitation, he raised the revolver, aiming at a tall and robust tree in the distance, and pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing 6 rounds in swift succession. The thunderous gunfire erupted, echoing through the heavens. Although the deafening noise was somewhat disconcerting, it was undeniable that the impact of the shooting was remarkably effective. Wu Yi gazed intently at the revolver in his hand, a look of uncontainable satisfaction gracing his features. He turned to Tang San, a smile illuminating his face, and remarked with genuine admiration, "Such a remarkable creation is indeed a rarity. As expected, it ultimately falls upon you to accomplish this task. Behold the astonishing results. They have already reached the caliber of a soul master. If you could forge projectiles with a sharper design, perhaps the power and impact would surpass what we witness now." Wu Yi glanced at the before him, his eyes shimmering with inspiration, and could not help but utter a profound remark. Though he spoke spontaneously, his simple words struck like a lightning bolt across the night sky, instantly stirring a tempest of thoughts within Tang San's mind, bestowing upon him an unprecedented spark of creativity. Chapter 104. The Frenzied Experiment Indeed. "We can certainly refine the warhead to a sharper point," Tang San exclaimed with excitement. For days, he had been racking his brain on how to further enhance the power of his pistol. However, after numerous attempts, he discovered that excessive gunpowder could lead to catastrophic barrel explosions. Conversely, increasing the bullet size necessitated a larger firing mechanism. Despite Tang San's unparalleled craftsmanship, he found himself somewhat constrained in terms of innovative capabilities. After all, the concealed weapons he could forge were all meticulously documented within the traditional arsenal of his former sect. These hidden weapons represented the culmination of ancestral wisdom, painstakingly crafted, and he merely replicated them according to the original blueprints. Even though the manufacturing process of certain concealed weapons could be exceedingly intricate and challenging, his exceptional craftsmanship still enabled him to successfully bring them to fruition. Yet, this merely attested to his extraordinary manual skills, failing to obscure the evident deficiency in his creative prowess. In stark contrast, Wu Yi was a person with an exceptionally vigorous imagination, reveling in unrestricted creativity, undoubtedly a paragon of ingenuity. Alas, it seemed that fate was ever so impartial, endowing him with formidable creative abilities while simultaneously depriving him of exceptional manual dexterity. Even in his previous life, amidst an era marked by advanced technology, he often found himself at a loss, unable to seamlessly assemble various compatible components, despite the convenience of 3D printing technology. Yet, at this very moment, the aura and influence generated by the presence of these two individuals standing together was nothing short of astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. It was as if they exuded an invisible force that commanded the attention of everything around them. At this instant, Tang San was oblivious to whether Wu He was facing hostility from their teammates. His sole thought was to whisk Wu He away to his private laboratory without delay. This laboratory, more precisely described as a forging chamber, is most prominently characterized by the colossal forge that occupies a full third of its space. Following the vision provided by Wu Huiyi, Tang San remarkably succeeded in developing dozens of distinct types of ammunition, including armor-piercing shells, high-explosive rounds, freezing projectiles, signal flares, smoke bombs, tear gas grenades, and demolition charges, all within a mere 3 days. These achievements are undoubtedly astonishing, yet they are tinged with a sense of regret. The reason is simple. The intricate craftsmanship of soul-guided devices has nearly been lost to the annals of time, preventing them from imbuing these weapons or their ammunition with any extraordinary attributes. Had this been possible, the weapon's efficacy, in terms of both practicality and other dimensions, would have been enhanced manifold, potentially transforming the very course of battle. Nevertheless, at this moment, armed with a diverse array of ammunition, the combat capabilities of this weapon have already surged with remarkable rapidity, akin to the ascent of a rocket. Merely considering the characteristic of operating without the need for soul power, the efficiency in conserving such energy and the extent of its formidable application have undeniably reached a remarkably elevated level. Should one encounter a soul master caught unawares, this weapon could effortlessly accomplish the feat of delivering a fatal blow with merely a single bullet, even if the soul master were to exhibit a degree of vigilance and adopt defensive measures. The wielder would still possess ample confidence in inflicting severe damage or even causing immediate demise within 3 shots. Significantly, under the meticulous guidance and insights of Wu Huiyi, Tang San has implemented a series of concise yet effective optimizations on this weapon. For instance, the revolver originally required each bullet to be loaded individually, a process that would undoubtedly impose a substantial negative impact on the tempo of combat. To remedy this, Tang San boldly innovated and successfully developed a one-time loading device. Moreover, to ensure the firearm's ammunition capacity, he meticulously crafted a specialized magazine that could be conveniently affixed to the gun, thereby guaranteeing that a fresh bullet would swiftly replenish the vacant chamber following the discharge of each round. Even more astonishingly, components as intricate as the suppressor and muzzle brake were collaboratively researched and developed by the duo. After 3 days and nights of relentless communication and careful creation, Tang San exhibited remarkable talent and creativity. Not only did he successfully enhance the performance of the bullets and revolver, but he also crafted a breathtaking anti-material sniper rifle through his exceptional craftsmanship. This rifle undoubtedly stands as the most powerful concealed weapon in Tang San's possession to date. It is essential to note that concealed weapons are not merely confined to the traditional notion of small, discrete items. Any weapon capable of being stealthily deployed without easy detection by opponents and possessing lethal capabilities falls into this category. This anti-material sniper rifle perfectly embodies the definition of a concealed weapon. Its range exceeds all expectations, allowing it to launch attacks from a staggering distance of 5 kilometers. More astonishingly, even when confronted by a defensive Soul Master of the Soul King rank, this rifle can inflict considerable damage. With a stroke of fortune, a single shot could indeed prove fatal. Naturally, should it be equipped with specialized ammunition, even a soul sage of greater strength would likely regard it with trepidation. As Tang San and Wu Huiyi bore witness to the astounding power encapsulated within these weapons, their excitement intensified, as if they had unlocked a doorway to uncharted realms. Immersed in this elation, they exhibited no intention of pausing, their hearts brimming with aspirations and anticipation of future possibilities. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's concern for Tang San's well-being, which forcibly interrupted their deep exploration into the weapon's development, the two, engulfed in exhilaration, might have lingered in that modest laboratory for an entire 2 months, or perhaps even longer, as Tang San's remarkably dexterous hands conjured, as if by magic, the long-coveted weapons of Wu he one by one before his eyes. Wu Huiyi was completely immersed in an indescribable sense of wonder and astonishment, his heart brimming with excitement that nearly overflowed. For a fleeting moment, he almost forgot the primary purpose of his visit. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, Wu Huiyi had spent 5 days and nights at Shrek Academy. It was only on this 5th day, after experiencing the initial days of extraordinary exhilaration, that he gradually liberated himself from that near-manic state, slowly returning to his inherent calmness and composure. Chapter 105. A private conversation with Xiao Wu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Wu Huiyi had been at Shrek Academy for a full 6 days. On that morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wu Huiyi's somewhat fatigued face as he slowly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Over the past several days, he had scarcely rested, tirelessly dedicating himself to the meticulous crafting of their weapons. Hard work bore fruit. Through his collaborative efforts with Tang San, they had both successfully acquired weapons that were to their complete satisfaction. The bond between Tang San and Wu He had remarkably deepened during this period, to the extent that Tang San was on the verge of incorporating Wu He into the Tang sect as a member. Moreover, Tang San generously shared some non-core secrets regarding the crafting of Tang sect's hidden weapons with Wu He. Yet, at that moment, despite his overwhelming fatigue, the first thing Wu He did upon rising from bed was to eagerly seek out Xiao Wu. He quickly organized his belongings and hastened towards the training grounds of the new Shrek Academy. Upon his arrival, he discovered the Shrek 7 were gathered there, enthusiastically testing their newly acquired weapons. Among them, Ning Rongrong displayed the greatest interest and concern for these weapons, for half of the intellectual property rights resided in Wu He's hands. Wise as she is acutely aware of the profound strategic value that such weaponry holds for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Despite the deafening roar that accompanies its use, which echoes through the heavens, the range and potency of this weapon starkly contrast with the concealed projectiles they typically employ. Even if the enemy, upon hearing the gunfire, rises in a reckless attempt to resist the onslaught of the handgun, such aspirations are nothing short of delusional. It is precisely for this reason that Ning Rongrong's attitude towards Wu He has undergone a complete transformation. However, this abrupt shift in demeanor ignites a fierce jealousy within Oscar, who finds himself at the rear of the group, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Wu He. Yet, simultaneously, Oscar cannot help but be enamored by the meticulously crafted series of weapons that Wu He has developed. After all, for a support-type soul master like him, the significance of weaponry capable of delivering substantial lethality without expending soul power is undeniably paramount. Nevertheless, these matters are not of utmost concern to Wu He at this moment. He is not preoccupied with the prospect of amassing great wealth through the sale of such weapons. Instead, he strides resolutely towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, his gaze unwavering. Xiao San, I have a matter to discuss with Xiao Wu. Might I trouble you to lend her to me for a few minutes? Wu Hui, with unreserved candor, addressed Tang San directly, his tone reminiscent of one merely borrowing an ordinary tool, devoid of any circumlocution. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing this request, Tang San, as if enchanted, found himself nodding in agreement. Perhaps it was the camaraderie forged over the past 5 days of shared meals and lodgings that fostered an unspoken bond of mutual appreciation and a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Consequently, at this moment, Tang San harbored an extraordinary trust in Wu Hui. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Xiao Wu wore a face of skepticism, pondering internally, what could Wu Hui possibly need my assistance with? Just as her mind was awash with questions, Wu Hui gently suggested, Xiao Wu, may we step into that quiet room over there to talk? He gestured towards a serene chamber not far away. She slightly turned her head, her gaze landing on Tang San, who stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of ease as if to imply that she should decide for herself. Xiao Wu contemplated. This is my academy. He surely wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. If he were to overstep, Tang San would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Subsequently, they maintained a respectful distance, slowly entering the rather desolate lounge, one after the other. Despite being the only two of the opposite sex in the room, the atmosphere remained devoid of any hint of ambiguity. At the precise moment the door softly closed, Wu Hui suddenly swept his hand with force, unleashing a powerful surge of soul power from his palm. This energy swiftly coalesced into a transparent membrane, enveloping the entire room in a tight seal. This was, in fact, a rudimentary soundproof barrier that Wu Hui had constructed utilizing his own soul power. This skill was a serendipitous discovery he made while researching the composition of soul power. After numerous trials and refinements, this soundproof barrier now effectively prevented any sound from escaping the room. Not even the faintest whisper could elude its confines. Witnessing Wu Hui's meticulous caution and the urgency of his demeanor, Xiao Wu, who had initially felt relaxed, immediately tensed up, entering a heightened state of alertness. Now you may speak. What is it that you require from me, Sister Xiao Wu? She said, crossing her arms and looking up at Wu Hui with an air of haughty curiosity. Wu Hui gazed intently at Xiao Wu, taking a deep breath as if he had made a momentous decision. Observing Wu Hi's earnest demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head shyly, secretly pondering, could it be that this fellow is about to confess his feelings? With this thought, her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a frightened fawn. However, at that moment, Wu He slowly parted his lips, his voice clear and resolute as he said, "Should I refer to you as Soul Master Xiao Wu, or as the 100,000-year soul beast, soft-bone rabbit Xiao Wu?" This declaration struck Xiao Wu like a bolt from the blue, causing her previously rosy cheeks to pale to the color of parchment, devoid of any hue. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from her petite figure, a powerful presence surging forth like tumultuous waves, sweeping outward. With her slender brows furrowed and her beautiful eyes wide open, she exclaimed in a delicate yet commanding tone, "Speak. How did you come to know my true identity?" Internally astonished, Xiao Wu considered that the individual before her, Wu He, possessed cultivation at most at the soul sovereign level. Logically, only someone as formidable as a titled Douluo should possess the capability to discern her true nature. Although at that moment, due to her transformation and subsequent cultivation, Xiao Wu's own power was merely at the soul sovereign stage, the majestic aura emanating from her as a 100,000-year soul beast remained unchanged. That invisible pressure surged forth like a mighty tide, threatening to engulf Wu He entirely. Chapter 106. Negotiation. Xiao Wu's oppressive presence surged forth like a roaring tide, instantly enveloping Wu He with an overwhelming force. The formidable source of pressure emanates from the singular and crucial secret that lies within Xiao Wu. She is, in fact, a transformation of a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. It is widely recognized that even soul beasts harbor deep-seated desires and dreams of ascension to divinity. However, it is undeniable that for these creatures, the path to godhood is fraught with far greater challenges than it is for humans, laden with obstacles at every turn. Nevertheless, a seemingly viable shortcut presents itself to the myriad soul beasts yearning for divinity, regarded as the key pathway to the realm of the gods. This shortcut entails that once a soul beast successfully breaks through to the 100,000-year level, it may actively choose to transform into a human form. Yet, upon completing this transformation, the soul rings it possesses undergo a unique alteration. The form of the soul rings, characteristic of a 100,000-year soul beast, remains unchanged. However, the profound cultivation accumulated over a century will, in that fleeting moment of transformation, be directly converted into the cost and offering required for the metamorphosis. Of course, this does not imply that such invaluable cultivation simply vanishes without a trace. In reality, it remains sealed within the body of the soul beast post-transformation, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. This moment arises when the soul beast's cultivation once again ascends, gradually reaching the various levels corresponding to its original 100,000-year cultivation. At that juncture, the cultivation that was once consumed as an offering will be rejuvenated, manifesting as new soul rings that align with its current level of power. However, it is crucial to note that although these soul beasts have successfully taken on human forms, they remain, in essence, soul beasts rather than true humans. Consequently, should those with nefarious intentions among humans uncover this secret, they would undoubtedly seek to imprison the transformed soul beasts, biding their time to strike and seize the invaluable 100,000-year soul rings and bones. As time progresses, those soul beasts who willingly choose to embody human form gradually come to realize that they must never disclose their true identities to others. For them, this secret is as vital as a dragon's reverse scale. To touch upon it could precipitate catastrophic consequences. While it is true that humans of immense strength, such as those at the titled Douluo level, possess the ability to discern the transformed soul beast through their profound cultivation and insight, the individual standing before the crowd, known as Wu He, clearly has yet to attain such a transcendent realm. Thus, only two possibilities remain. Either he is backed by an extraordinary powerhouse concealed behind him, or he has, through subtle clues, detected something unusual. Upon meticulous analysis of the first scenario, one can readily discern numerous ambiguities. It is essential to recognize that any soul master of the titled Douluo caliber, when faced with such a rare and potentially invaluable transforming spirit beast, would find it nearly impossible to suppress the overwhelming desire to claim it for themselves. After all, successfully domesticating such a spirit beast would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for the future development of their family or sect. Hence, taking into account various factors, the initial possibility can be largely dismissed. Consequently, the second hypothesis appears increasingly plausible and credible. This implies that it is highly likely that Wu He, through some unique means or channels, inadvertently uncovered hints regarding the identity of these transforming spirit beasts. "Who are you? How do you know my secret?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Wu Yi before her. Her voice trembled, laden with an unmistakable tension and fury, intertwined with a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, Xiao Wu was engulfed in terror, fearing that Wu Yi might turn and leave, exposing her long-concealed secret to the world. It is worth noting that had she possessed her previous cultivation of 100,000 years, she would have faced such a situation with composure, entirely unperturbed by any reckless actions from Wu Yi. However, times have changed, in terms of both talent and strength. She was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated her from the young man before her. Wu Yi, unperturbed, gently placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for Xiao Wu to remain silent and calm. Yet, under such circumstances, who could genuinely achieve tranquility? Especially for Xiao Wu. This moment was entwined with her very existence and the multitude of secrets lurking in the shadows. Observing Xiao Wu's continued inability to regain her composure, Wu Yi shook his head in resignation. After taking a deep breath, he resolved to dispense with any pretense and to candidly articulate his intentions. Firstly, regarding your identity as 100,000-year spirit beast, I have never mentioned this to anyone. Had I done so, you would likely have already lost your life. Therefore, you need not worry on this account. Secondly, Tang Sen has long been aware of your status as a 100,000-year spirit beast. Yet he too has chosen to bury this secret deep within, revealing not a word to anyone. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Wu was rendered utterly speechless, her heart shaken as if by tumultuous waves crashing relentlessly against her emotional defenses. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the person before her, her lips quivering faintly. Yet no sound escaped her. She could scarcely fathom that Tang San, whom she had always regarded as her closest and most trusted family member, had long since discerned the secret she had buried deep within her heart. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning. One of the most terrifying being, could it be that Tang San had betrayed her? However, as soon as this notion arose, she swiftly dismissed it. Based on her understanding of Tang San, he would never stoop to such treachery. Thus, Xiao Wu steadied herself, striving to recover from her overwhelming astonishment. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze intently upon Wu Yi, who wore a self-satisfied expression, a faintly wicked smile playing upon his lips. With a disdainful snort, Xiao Wu mirrored his contempt, clearly expressing her disbelief in his words. "Humph, do you think I would easily fall for your deceitful tales? Even if you spin them with the most elaborate eloquence, I shall not be deceived," Xiao Wu declared through gritted teeth. Wu Yi seemed to have anticipated Xiao Wu's reaction. He smiled gently and began to speak. "It matters not whether you believe me or not. However, I can assure you that my aim does not lie with you, and I shall keep your secrets under lock and key. Therefore, there is no need for you to be so apprehensive." After delivering this statement, Wu Yi paused deliberately before continuing. "In truth, my primary objective is your hometown." No sooner had he uttered the words hometown than Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, her previously serene demeanor twisting into one of anguish. At that moment, the images of two familiar and beloved figures, De Ming and Ming, surged into her mind. A surge of inexplicable rage ignited within Xiao Wu, her eyes bulging as if they might emit flames, her teeth grinding audibly. "What? Your target is actually De Ming and Ming?" Xiao Wu shouted, her voice thunderous. Simultaneously, her soul rings erupted uncontrollably, radiating beams of light that enveloped her, creating a formidable aura. Clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug painfully into her palms, blood trickled down her fingers, dripping onto the ground. At that moment, should Wu Yi dare to admit that his intentions were indeed directed towards De Ming and Ming, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly unleash her most ferocious soul technique without hesitation. She would fight valiantly against her adversary, regardless of the revelation of her identity or the understanding that she was at a disadvantage, willing to sacrifice her very life if necessary. Chapter 107. Negotiation reached. "Hey, what on earth are you thinking? Snap back to reality." Wu Yi's voice cut through her fury. "Open your eyes and assess my cultivation level, then reconsider. With my strength, do you truly believe I can contend with those two?" In an inexplicable twist of fate, Wu Yi, like a specter, had silently positioned himself before Xiao Wu without her notice. This sudden shift sent a shiver down her spine, a chill rapidly spreading throughout her body. Without mercy, Wu Yi flicked her forehead lightly. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through her, akin to lightning striking her mind. Xiaowu had no time to react, instinctively cradling her head as she crouched down. At that moment, her once clear eyes brimmed with tears the size of yellow beans. And within those teardrops flickered a glimmer of hatred. Enough of the tears. Listen to me. My true target is this very lake before us. Moreover, it possesses a most enchanting name, Lake of Life. What do you think? Isn't it fascinating? Without a hint of concern, Wu He continued speaking, seemingly unfazed by his recent actions. The Lake of Life? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Xiaowu couldn't help but feel a momentary pause. Although she had grown up by this very lake, her mother had never mentioned that it bore such a splendid title. At this moment, Xiaowu's heart brimmed with curiosity and bewilderment, momentarily overshadowing the pain from the recent flick to her forehead. Indeed, it is the Lake of Life. This body of water harbors an extraordinarily rich reservoir of life energy, a force that proves immensely beneficial to all beings in the world, with its advantages manifesting in soul beasts in ways that are beyond imagination. Wu He gazed intently and remarked, those soul beasts, if they immerse themselves in the waters of the lake with unwavering dedication, can elevate their cultivation speed to an astounding 5 to 10 times its original rate. Of course, the precise enhancement is contingent upon the specific species of the soul beast, as there are subtle variations among different races. For instance, if your esteemed Ming were to soak in this nourishing lake, its rate of advancement would undoubtedly far surpass that of Ming. Even if both possess identical training durations and innate talents, the disparity in their races could result in Ming's cultivation being elevated by a staggering 20 to 30,000 years. Wu Yi spoke incessantly about the wonders of the Lake of Life. Wu Yi's vivid and imaginative description instantly enlightened Xiaowu. At that moment, her inner guard had significantly lessened. However, she remained puzzled as to why Wu Yi sought her out. Observing the bewildered expression on Xiaowu's face, Wu Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. He inwardly muttered, I have articulated my intentions so clearly. It is evident that I wish to cultivate by the lakeside. Yet, why can't this girl comprehend? With a sigh of resignation, Wu He shook his head and gently placed his hand on his forehead, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I intend to cultivate over there. His tone was resolute, as if he had made a firm decision. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu immediately grasped his intentions, but discontent began to swell within her. With a pout, she retorted, if you wish to go, then go. But why must you suddenly expose my identity? Her words brimmed with resentment and indignation. Faced with her inquiry, Wu He appeared embarrassed, scratching his head as he explained. Oh dear, I had no choice. I truly do not know the exact route. Moreover, if I were to venture forth recklessly, with my current strength, I would surely be no match for Ming and Ming. At this moment, Wu He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Silently murmuring to himself, this girl appears quite clever on ordinary days, yet why is she so dull at such a critical moment? However, Xiaowu seemed determined not to let him off easily. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and her train of thought took an unusually brilliant turn. She retorted sharply, since you are so well acquainted with the circumstances of the three of us, do you truly not know the way to go? One could not deny that her words held a semblance of reason. It was only at this juncture that Wu He, as if awakening from a dream, recognized his prior oversight. Indeed, the reason he could articulate Xiaowu's situation so precisely was solely due to his prior knowledge of the entire plot's development. Yet, in truth, he was utterly ignorant of how to reach their destination. All right, fine, you can assume I am incapable of finding my way. However, at this moment, I require two things from you. First, provide me with a route that allows us to avoid the vast majority of high-level soul beasts. Secondly, I need a token that belongs to you, so that when I encounter your two rather naive brothers, they will at least refrain from dispatching me without a second thought. After taking a deep breath, Wu He unhesitatingly articulated his innermost desires in full detail. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, who stood nearby, furrowed her brow slightly. Pausing for a moment to gather her thoughts, she then spoke slowly. Very well, I can fulfill your request, but I must clarify one point beforehand. I will not provide you with any items. However, I will personally guide you to your destination. Do keep in mind that I can only take one person with me. Xiaowu's gaze remained firmly locked on Wu He, her eyes brimming with vigilance. In truth, she was not overly concerned that Wu He might harbor any nefarious schemes along the way. After all, as long as he refrained from inflicting any harm upon Ming and Ming, everything would remain under control. Moreover, it had been quite some time since she had left home, and it was indeed time to return for a visit. Once they arrived at her territory, whether Wu He was an impish rascal or a stout fellow would ultimately be for her to determine. Upon hearing Xiao Wu express her willingness to lead him, Wu He's face instantly radiated with overwhelming joy, and he eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely, that would be splendid. To have you personally guide me is simply the best." Following this, the two stepped out of the lounge together. However, as they exited, they were immediately surrounded by the remaining 7 peculiar individuals, all wearing expressions of curiosity, eagerly bombarding them with questions. "Why have you two been inside for so long? What important matters were discussed? Please, enlighten us." Xiao Wu gently parted her lips and succinctly recounted to the group Wu He's intention to journey to her hometown for training. It turned out that her hometown possessed unique characteristics, which prompted Xiao Wu to decide to accompany Wu He personally. However, just as she began to elaborate, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly voiced his opposition. He was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's true identity and significance, and the thought of her accompanying Wu He filled him with unease. In his eyes, Xiao Wu was as precious as a rare gem, and any potential risk was enough to cause him profound anxiety and restlessness. At that moment, his furrowed brow and anxious gaze spoke volumes about his deep concern for Xiao Wu's safety. Chapter 108. The Rift. Xiao Wu cannot accompany you. Tang San's voice erupted like thunder, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with tension and unease. He leaned forward, gesticulating wildly with his hands. His movements exaggerated, as though he intended to tear through the surrounding air. Tang San had completely shed his usual composed demeanor, replaced by a state bordering on chaos. This sudden transformation left everyone present in astonishment, particularly Xiao Wu, who stood frozen in shock. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, fixed intently on Tang San, filled with disbelief and confusion. She could not fathom why the typically gentle, considerate, and understanding Singe would exhibit such behavior. Was it truly as Wu He suggested, that she did not know Tang San well enough? Or had something else transpired that remained concealed? A myriad of questions surged in her mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "I am merely returning home. Singe, why can't you allow me to go?" At last, Xiao Wu regained her composure and questioned with a tone of disbelief. However, such a seemingly ordinary remark ignited the long-suppressed emotions within Tang San, acting as the spark to a powder keg. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and seized Xiao Wu's slender arm with such force that it inflicted a sharp pain upon her. He then glared at her, his voice booming as he exclaimed, "I have said it before, you cannot accompany him back. There is no room for negotiation. I firmly oppose it." Had this been in the past, confronted with Tang San's somewhat domineering manner, Xiao Wu would have felt a surge of sweet affection. Yet, in this moment, she was overwhelmed with a sense of grievance and confusion, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. At this juncture, fear gripped her heart, causing her to panic. She began to fret over the ominous words spoken by Wu He earlier, terrified that events might indeed spiral in the direction she most dreaded. As the tension between the two escalated, Wu He, the instigator of this turmoil, recognized the necessity of intervening to defuse the situation. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with a sudden and vehement rebuke from both sides. "Shut up!" Tang San's voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of thunder in the air. "Get lost!" Simultaneously, Xiao Wu shouted this with an intensity that matched Tang San's fury. Thus, their gazes locked in a fierce exchange, as if seeking to uncover something profound within each other's eyes. They stared intently, neither willing to avert their gaze, the atmosphere thick with tension, nearly suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, Tang San slowly shook his head and, in a tone of utter indifference, remarked, "Xiao Wu, you have changed. You no longer heed my words." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu maintained a facade of calm, yet her words bore an unmistakable tinge of disappointment and sorrow. "Heh, Tang San, do you not realize that you two have transformed? In your eyes, I can no longer discern the genuine care that once was." In this manner, they exchanged seemingly mundane, yet piercing words, each utterance akin to an arrow. "I am merely concerned for your safety, which is why I adamantly refuse to allow you to accompany that man." Tang San's eyes widened in fury as he pointed an accusatory finger directly at Wu He, his expression reminiscent of one poised to devour his adversary whole. In stark contrast, Wu He wore an expression of utter innocence, tremblingly extending a finger to point at himself. His face was a portrait of exaggerated disbelief, mouth agape, and eyes bulging, as if he were chewing on a particularly repugnant morsel. At that moment, the onlookers, who had initially stood by with detached interest, began to mimic Tang San, each finger directed at Wu He, their murmurs echoing around them. It seemed as though Wu He had become the unwitting architect of this farcical scene. Despite the overwhelming sense of helplessness that enveloped him, Wu He was acutely aware that this was not the time to offer explanations. He longed to gently caution Tang San. Young man, as the saying goes, concern breeds confusion. Look at yourself now. Your feelings for that girl are plainly exposed. Unfortunately, the words lingered unspoken on his lips.